My wife gave me 200 million and asked me to get out of her life. The man standing next to her laughed contemptuously, saying that a piece of trash like me would only rot in the gutter even with money. He was waiting for me to lose control, waiting for me to go crazy, waiting for me to be made a laughing stock and kicked out of the scene. I only glanced at him, signed the papers, stood up, and left. 10 minutes later, I walked back into the Civil Affairs Bureau with another woman. The stamp was affixed. She became an ex-wife, and I became someone else's husband. This is what happened later. But it all started that morning. My name is Lin Yang. At that moment, my wife, Qin Yuja, suddenly became agitated, saying that people outside were laughing at her, saying that she had married a charlatan. At that moment, I suddenly laughed, a laugh that felt like a stranger to myself. I went along with her and said that she was so busy that she stayed at the company at night. At that moment, I found myself ridiculous. I knew perfectly well that she didn't want to go back to that home anymore. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes as she looked at me. She said that she was busy with the company's future, while I only knew how to set up a stall under the bridge and fool old men and women. She said that I was not worthy of her current status. I shrugged, feeling a chill in my heart. The company wouldn't let me get involved, so what else could I do besides setting up a stall? Was I really just supposed to sit at home and wait for her to give me a word of recognition? But I didn't say those words out loud. I knew in my heart that she had never respected me. What she wanted wasn't a husband, but a bargaining chip to stand by her side. I told her that no one would ever say those things to her again. My words sounded like a blessing, yet also like a farewell. Even I couldn't tell the difference. She stopped dwelling on the past and handed me a bank card, saying there were 200 million in it. She told me to start a decent business and stop running that shabby stall, saying that if I continued like this, I would always be a useless person. The moment the word useless fell, the last bit of warmth in my heart turned to ice. Back then, my master defied fate for the Qin family, sacrificing his own lifespan. I protected the Qin family's fortune for 3 years, only to be met with these 2 words. She even pushed the car keys towards me, saying a man can't be without a car, but I refused outright. I didn't want to hear that condescending tone anymore. I told her we were divorced and that she didn't need to worry about my affairs. I turned and left, wanting to get out of there as soon as possible. But I hadn't gone more than a few steps when several luxury cars roared up, and a group of about 20 people quickly lined up. A Maybach pulled up to the side of the road, looking imposing. The car door opened, and a sharp-looking young man in a suit walked up to Qin Yuja, holding a bouquet of blue roses. He smiled calmly and congratulated her on finally gaining her freedom. I recognized him immediately. Hua Liubin, the second young master of the Hua family in Xinjiang. Whenever I visited her company, his flowers were always displayed in her office. At that moment, many things suddenly became clear. Qin Yuja was clearly taken aback and asked him why he had come. He replied that it was her big day and he couldn't not come, speaking with a self-righteous air. She naturally took the flowers, then turned back to ask me to take the bank card, but I coldly refused, saying that I, Pai Yang, could live without charity. She frowned and said I was stubborn. I didn't explain further, just held up the divorce certificate and prepared to leave, but was stopped by the mocking voices behind me. Hua Liubin laughed and called me a charlatan and a gigolo, asking if I wanted to have my fortune told for my future. I turned around and glanced at him, my gaze landing on his forehead. I told him that my future was bright, while he, on the other hand, was cursed with a dark aura and would surely suffer a bloody disaster within 3 days. He immediately flew into a rage, cursing me for cursing him, and several men in suits surrounded him, their fists clenched. I stood still, not taking a step back, and was about to speak when Qin Yuja told them to stop and pleaded for me. Hua Liubin sneered, saying he was letting me off the hook today to save face, but I wouldn't be so lucky if we ran into each other again, and that I should thank him. I retorted, thank him for cheating on me? Qin Yuja's face turned deathly pale instantly, but Hua Liubin made no attempt to hide it, saying he had been pursuing her all along. I looked at Qin Yuja, but she didn't offer a single explanation. At that moment, the last bit of reluctance in my heart was completely extinguished. I only said 5 words, I wish you happiness, and then turned and left. Just then, a bright red Ferrari pulled up, and a woman with long, wine-red hair strode over, her aura so strong it drew attention. She stared at the divorce certificate in my hand and asked me directly if I had just gotten divorced. Before I could react, she grabbed my arm and dragged me into the Civil Affairs Bureau. She said we were getting married, and then she shoved all her documents into the window. I was completely stunned, and even the clerk was taken aback. She urged me to sign, saying she had prepared everything long ago. I hesitated for a second, but Chin Yuja's face flashed through my mind. I steeled myself, handed over the documents, and said I was going to get married. Only when the seal was affixed did I realize that within half an hour, I had completed both a divorce and a marriage. Su Swecking and I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side. It was at that moment that I truly realized what a whirlwind marriage was. We got divorced one day and registered our marriage the next. We didn't even have time to process our emotions before we were pushed forward by fate. She raised her delicate chin, took my arm, and said that the people outside were still waiting and we should go out. Her tone was as natural as if getting married was a trivial matter on the agenda. As soon as I stepped off the stairs, I heard someone behind me gasp in shock, saying that I was crazy, or that the world was crazy. 1 second I got divorced, the next I married a goddess. This is a model man's behavior. Some people shook their heads and sighed, saying that young people nowadays treat marriage and divorce like child's play, and even the staff who issue certificates are bewildered, unable to understand what's going on. Some people, however, had a look of sudden realization and said that handsome men are indeed more likely to be kept by women. This sentence successfully pushed me to the emotional peak of the onlookers. As Su Swecking and I walked hand in hand to the side of the street, I could clearly feel Chin Yuja's gaze following us, and the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Su Swecking held up the marriage certificate, her tone calm, yet authoritative, and told Chin Yuja directly that her ex-husband was now her husband, and that she should stop bothering her now that they were divorced. In that instant, I clearly saw Chin Yuja's breathing become erratic. She obviously couldn't accept this result. All her previous certainty had completely collapsed in the face of the red marriage certificate. She and Hua Liubin originally believed that Su Swecking had dragged me into this to settle scores, and that it was definitely not about marriage. But reality gave her a harsh slap in the face. The man she had discarded like trash was picked up as a treasure before he even got far, and the other party was none other than the third young lady of the Su family. The irony was so profound that no one could hide from it. Chin Yuja gritted her teeth and questioned me, saying that I agreed to the divorce so readily because someone had been waiting for me all along. I simply replied, "Haven't he been waiting for you all along too?" She subconsciously said it was different, but couldn't quite put her finger on how. I countered, "Is it only you who are allowed to set fires, while ordinary people are forbidden to light lamps?" She was completely speechless, her face full of confusion. She probably couldn't understand how the man who had been so subservient to her for 3 years could suddenly become a completely different person overnight. Hua Liubin couldn't help but jump in, saying that Su Swecking must have been deceived by me, calling me a charlatan, a good-for-nothing, and a gigolo who lives off women, his tone both urgent and sarcastic. Su Swecking, however, only replied with 3 words, "I do," her tone as calm as if she were announcing a decision she had already made. At that moment, I could clearly feel that Hua Liubin was completely flustered. He couldn't accept that someone he considered a good-for-nothing had first married Chin Yuja and now been chosen by Su Swecking. Su Swecking tightened her grip on my arm, smiling as she said she would cook me something delicious when we got home. Her tone was excessively gentle, which made the two people opposite her feel a burning pain in their teeth. I caught a glimpse of Chin Yuja's expression out of the corner of my eye. Her face was complicated, not so much with anger, but more like the first time she realized that she had truly lost something. She had been married for 3 years and had never stepped into the kitchen. Now, a woman at the top of the social pyramid was saying she would cook for me. This contrast almost made her lose control. Su Swecking handed me the car keys and told me to drive it, saying that I could use her car whenever I wanted. At that moment, I clearly saw Chin Yuja's face turn whiter and whiter. Before, she would complain that my car was dirty if I touched it, but now someone is handing me a car worth millions so casually. The reality is so cold it's laughable. After the car started, Su Swecking turned to me and asked if I felt better. I didn't answer, but I felt like this was all a drama that had spiraled out of control, yet it felt so real. I told her I'd finished the act with her, but she countered by asking if I'd seen through it all along. I smiled wryly and said, "Even a fool would know it's all an act." As I prepared to get out of the car, she grabbed my arm and said I was her husband. Those words left me momentarily unsure whether she was truly in character or had ulterior motives. When I said I needed to go back to my ex-wife's house to get some things, her eyes lit up and she said she would go with me. She even said that if my ex-mother-in-law gave me a hard time, she would stand up for me. On the way, she dragged me straight into a hair salon and told them to make me look as flamboyant as possible. Sitting in the chair, I felt like a lamb to the slaughter. After the hair was done, she circled me several times, saying that this was more like her man, Sue Swecking, in a matter-of-fact tone, giving me no chance to argue. Then, she pulled me into a men's clothing store and made me change completely, inside and out. Before I could even react, the manager was already bowing and scraping as he began to serve me. When I came out after changing, the whole store was eerily quiet. I looked at myself in the mirror and was stunned. She immediately grabbed my arm, saying this was her husband and that others shouldn't look. At that moment, I felt like the world had completely gone mad. When the bill came, it was $590,000. My heart was pounding. This woman was casually throwing money at a strange man, as if she were completing some kind of predetermined process. The car finally stopped in front of the Chin family villa. I took a deep breath, knowing that this trip back wasn't just about retrieving something. The Chin family mother and son were waiting for news of my divorce. When they saw me appear, they both froze, as if they had witnessed something they shouldn't have seen. They were convinced I'd taken the $200 million, but I calmly told them I was only there to take what was rightfully mine. 3 years of effort were wiped out in that instant. I felt no anger, only utter coldness. Just as they questioned the origin of my clothes, Sue Swecking walked over, naturally taking my arm, her tone indifferent yet undeniably authoritative. She said she bought the clothes and arranged the hairstyle, then added, "I'm not his friend, I'm his current wife." Chin Yuyu's eyes widened instantly. He had seen many beautiful women, and his own sister was exceptionally beautiful, but the moment Sue Swecking stood there, it was as if spring had suddenly burst into the courtyard. Yin Jinfeng was also stunned. She subconsciously asked who she was, but her tone lacked the confidence she had before. Sue Swecking remained calm and directly introduced herself, saying that she was Sue Swecking, Pai Yanjiang's current wife. Her tone was indifferent, yet it was suffocating. Yin Jinfeng exploded on the spot, saying that I had gotten divorced, and then immediately started flirting with a vixen, that I had no other skills but was adept at seducing women. I stood there without moving, but my heart turned completely cold. She wasn't angry. She couldn't accept that the good-for-nothing in her eyes had actually turned around and slapped her in the face. Sue Swecking's gaze turned cold, telling her to watch her words. If it weren't for her former mother-in-law, she would have already attacked. Yin Jinfeng was provoked and took a step forward, saying she'd see if she dared to do it. Before she could finish speaking, a crisp slap landed on her face. The air fell silent instantly. Yin Jinfeng covered her face, seemingly stunned, before roaring for Chin Yuyu to act after a few seconds. Chin Yuyu's expression changed, and he stammered, reminding her that this was Sue Swecking, the third young lady of the Sue family. Yin Jinfeng initially disbelieved him, asking which Sue family, but upon hearing the words Sue family of the south of the city, her legs went weak, and her face turned deathly pale. She was still calling me trash, but the next second, another slap landed on my other cheek. Sue Swecking's tone was as cold as a knife, saying that I could curse her, but not me. Yin Jinfeng was completely stunned, forgetting even the pain. Only shock and fear remained. Chin Yu carefully explained that it might be a misunderstanding, and brought up the $200 million again, saying that I should return it to the Chin family. Sue Swecking, chin in hand, said, "I didn't take it, and that's it." Her man isn't short of money. The mother and son were speechless, only awkwardness remaining. Just then, the phone rang, and Chin Yuja's voice came through the speakerphone, saying personally that she didn't want the $200 million. Yin Jinfeng and Chin Yuyu's faces looked like they had been slapped repeatedly. I bent down to pick up the old wooden box, and Chin Yuyu immediately let go and stepped back. Sue Swecking stood beside me, reminding them in a condescending tone that I was now her husband. I could feel Chin Yuyu was about to explode. After getting in the car, Sue Swecking stared at the wooden box in my hand, curiously asking what I insisted on taking back. I said it was just some things from my childhood, and she rolled her eyes, saying I thought she was stupid. As soon as the car left the residential area, she asked me to stop again, asking if I thought it was all just an act. I told her I was tired and that I had played along with her for enough. She held up her marriage certificate and asked me, who would just casually make up a marriage certificate? I was speechless. She suddenly looked aggrieved, as if I were really going to abandon her, and all the passers-by's eyes were on me. I could only get back on the bus and listen to her recount the accident that happened by the river 5 years ago. She said a boy jumped into the icy river and rescued her. Later, she found out that the boy was me. She stared at me and said that today wasn't an act, but a chance for herself and for me. The car drove into the Sue Group building. She had bought roses and took my arm as we walked into the lobby. I could clearly feel her faint fragrance approaching. With her arm around mine, the close proximity made me a little uncomfortable, and my heart still fluttered slightly uncontrollably. As soon as I stepped into the lobby of the Sue Group, the surroundings fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of greetings as everyone respectfully addressed me as President Sue. But none of those gazes fell upon her. Almost all of them were fixed on me, scrutinizing, speculating, and questioning, their expressions written all over their faces. I could sense their whispers. Some said they'd never seen President Sue like this before, others murmured about who I was, and still others looked visibly shocked. The tense atmosphere in the lobby only eased when we stepped into the elevator, but I knew those gazes and speculations hadn't disappeared. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, I vaguely heard someone gasp and mention the engagement tomorrow. Those words hit me like a stone. The elevator ascended without me saying a word, only realizing that things were far more complicated than I had imagined. Upon arriving at the CEO's office on the 17th floor, the door opened to reveal a powerful, professional woman already waiting there. The moment Sue Swecking entered, she seemed to transform completely. Releasing my hand, she decisively told me to close the door. I stood there, my gaze sweeping over the extravagantly spacious office, floor-to-ceiling windows, a massive desk, and the executive chair, a symbol of power, making me unconsciously hold my breath. After she sat down, her aura completely transformed, as if she were sitting on a throne. She casually inquired about the situation outside. The other party reported truthfully that the internet was in an uproar, with all sorts of rumors circulating about her and a man entering and leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. The comments weren't pleasant. They were all designed to make me sound bad. Before I could even react, she casually told me not to worry about it and told the other party to give me the agreement. When that document was placed in front of me, I was truly stunned. The words marriage agreement stung my eyes. The other person calmly reminded me not to misunderstand and think the marriage was real. I nodded, saying I knew it was fake, and precisely because it was fake, I couldn't understand why it had come to this. I placed the marriage certificate on the table, thinking the matter was over, and turned to leave. But she stopped me, saying she wanted me to sign this agreement. I looked back at her, utterly bewildered. What did a sham relationship need a written agreement to maintain? She was blunt, saying she needed me to be her husband for a year. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking it sounded more like a joke. But she stood up, her gaze serious and unserious, and said she was in trouble and needed my help. I countered, asking why I should help. As the words left my mouth, I glanced down at my clothes and the bag in my hand, then simply put everything down and said I was giving it all back to her. She looked at me, her tone relaxed yet carrying an undeniable air, and said that even the clothes I was wearing were bought by her. At that moment, I was truly stunned, because I suddenly realized that Sue Swecking had thrown my old clothes in the trash. Outerwear was easy to take off, and going out shirtless was fine, but how was I supposed to take off my shorts? I knew perfectly well it was a trap, yet I kept walking into it step by step. That feeling of knowing I was being tricked but being unable to extricate myself was both frustrating and helpless. She suddenly added that she had helped me save face in front of my ex-wife, and had even embarrassed my ex-mother-in-law. Should I help her this time too? When she said that, I was completely dumbfounded. I had never seen anyone so brazenly taking advantage of a favor. But upon closer reflection, what she said wasn't entirely unreasonable. At least because of her, I felt half as frustrated as I should have felt today, and I even felt a little smug. I sighed and had no choice but to compromise, saying I could help her this once as a way of repaying a favor, but only if she clearly stated what she wanted me to do and that her demands weren't too unreasonable. Only then did she smile, slowly sit down, and gesture for Sister Lee to speak. Sister Lee spoke calmly, stating the first point. My marriage to Sue Swecking must be publicly acknowledged, and the agreement should only be known to the three of us. I agreed without hesitation. This was nothing to me. The second point, however, left me speechless. She said that during the agreement's term, I had to stay by Sue Swecking's side, practically inseparable. I was about to retort when Sister Lee stared at me, asking if I had a problem with it. I couldn't help but complain, saying, "Do you expect me to follow her when she showers or goes to the toilet? That would easily give me a sty." Sue Swecking blushed and retorted irritably, "Dream on." Sister Lee, however, clearly disliked me even more. When the third condition was proposed, I immediately raised my hand in opposition, saying I wouldn't do it. They wanted me to fulfill my husband's responsibility to protect Sue Swecking if anyone bullied her. I protested on the spot, saying she wasn't my real wife, so why should I risk my life for her? Sister Lee coldly retorted, asking if I was even a man, saying that many people wanted to protect Sue Swecking but had no right to. I confidently replied, I don't have 9 lives. If I lose my life, it's really over. At this moment, Sue Swecking spoke up, saying she would give me a monthly salary of $10,000 during the contract period. I rolled my eyes and said, $10,000 to take a knife for me? You're dreaming. She gritted her teeth and increased it to $15,000, and I immediately held up 2 fingers and said, $20,000. I casually added that with my face. $20,000 wouldn't be a loss. Sue Swecking glared at me angrily and brought up the price of my outfit. I insisted that I didn't ask her to buy it, and that this face wasn't just mine alone. She took a deep breath, finally nodded, and said, $20,000. I immediately beamed with joy. After all, I needed to live too, and I couldn't just work for free. She added another condition. I had to live with her for the entire year. I was taken aback and blurted out instinctively if she wanted me to sleep with her. She immediately frowned and said there were many houses, 1 floor per person. I breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to myself, otherwise I would have really lost $20,000. She emphasized that there were bodyguards in the house and that Sister Lee lived there too. I glanced at Sister Lee and felt a chill run down my spine. In the end, I had no choice but to sign the papers and accept my fate, asking her if I could leave now. I said I needed to go back and pack my things, but she retorted by asking if I hadn't already been kicked out. I replied, even a dog has a kennel. I can't really be homeless. She suddenly took my arm and offered to walk me downstairs, her voice so soft it was almost whispered in my ear. My heart skipped a beat, and I couldn't help but think to myself, this woman is wasting her talent by not being an actress. She reappeared in the lobby, arm in arm with me, speaking intimately, asking me to drive her car and to pick her up after get off work. The entire lobby froze. I almost collapsed. Luckily, I knew it was all an act, and since I had a car, I figured I might as well drive it. I drove the Ferrari back to the old house in the west of the city, pushed open the courtyard gate, and called out, Master, I'm back. The courtyard was empty. The memorial tablet sat quietly, and the incense was still burning. I knelt down to offer incense, saying that I had obeyed Master's orders not to open the box back then, but now that I had been expelled from the Chin family, I had come to ask for permission. The incense was placed in the burner. I took the key, opened the wooden box, and the copper lock clicked off. The sheepskin bag, gold and silver needles, ancient books, and black ring lay quietly, their presence palpable. As I intently examined the ring, a deep voice suddenly sounded behind me. Wear it, and you will be 9th Master. I didn't turn around, nor was I frightened by the voice. I just stood there quietly, and I could clearly feel the oppressive feeling approaching from behind. A man in his 50s stood to my side and slightly behind me. He had gray hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and a plump build, but his eyes were as cold as knives as he stared intently at me. I looked down at the ring on my hand, my mind a little blank for a moment, and subconsciously asked, 9th Master. He didn't answer immediately, but his gaze deepened, as if confirming something. I turned to look at him and recognized him, Uncle Fu, my master's attendant, who had been guarding this old house since his master's passing. I held up the ring, full of doubt, and asked him what it meant and what 9th Master meant. Uncle Fu slowly approached, his tone solemn, and said that this ring was the symbol of the leader of the 9 Mysteries sect. In the martial arts world, the leader of the sect was respectfully called 9th Master. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively asked, what does 9 Mysteries sect mean? Does that mean my master used to be the sect leader? Shock exploded in my mind. I had followed my master for so many years, and all I knew about him was that he was called Master Tianyang. I had never heard him mention this other identity before. Uncle Fu didn't explain much. He simply walked up to me, clasped his hands in a fist, bowed deeply, and asked me to put the ring on my finger. This was my master's dying wish. My mind was filled with questions, but I still slowly slipped the ring onto the ring finger of my left hand. I dared not disobey my master's instructions. Strangely, the ring looked heavy, but it fit perfectly when I put it on, as if it had been prepared for me in advance. There was a faint golden light flowing on the black surface of the ring. The next second, Uncle Fu knelt down, his voice low and solemn, congratulating me on becoming the 17th sect leader of the 9 Mysteries sect. I was startled by this scene and quickly helped him up, pressing him to tell me exactly what the Nine Mysteries sect was. Uncle Fu was silent for a moment, his eyes filled with awe, and said that all the wonders of the world belong to the Nine Mysteries sect, encompassing medicine, martial arts, and mystical arts. Nothing is left untouched. I looked down at the ring, only one thought in my mind. So my master is this powerful? But I couldn't help but complain. Then why does no one ever call him Ninth Master? Uncle Fu said solemnly, the identity of the sect leader is only known among the core members. After taking over, I can't reveal it casually either. It's a sect rule. I frowned, thinking to myself, no wonder it's so mysterious. It has so many rules. Thinking of how my master had sacrificed his life to change the Qin family's fate, I felt a complex mix of emotions. Suddenly, my eyes lit up, and I couldn't help but ask the crucial question, is this sect very wealthy? Uncle Fu paused for a moment, then pointed to the envelope in the wooden box on which my name was written. I took a deep breath, took out the letter, and froze after reading only a few lines. It turned out that my master had already foreseen that I would only be in the Qin family for 3 years. As I read on, my face darkened little by little. Not only had my master not left me any money, but he had also incurred a lot of debts for me. Seeing the numbers on those IOUs, I almost exploded on the spot. Starting at 10 billion. Is this what you call borrowing money for baby formula? Just as I was feeling utterly hopeless, an urgent voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard gate, saying they wanted to find Dr. Pai. I locked the wooden crate and carried it outside. A young girl stood at the door, pure and pretty, looking anxious. She introduced herself, saying her grandfather was seriously ill and begged me to save his life. My first reaction wasn't to ask about medical skills, but rather to blurt out, "Do you pay for this treatment?" She nodded vigorously, and I reluctantly agreed to go with her. During the car ride, I learned her surname was Gu, and she was from the Gu family in the east of the city. My casual remark that I'd never heard of her family made her freeze in shock. By the time the car stopped in front of the Gu family mansion, I was already fast asleep, clutching a wooden crate. After she woke me up, I got out of the car, stretched, and my first question was, who's sick? As soon as I entered the courtyard, a sarcastic voice rang out, asking if this was some kind of miracle doctor they'd invited. It was Gu Tianxin, the eldest son of the Gu family, his face full of disdain, treating me like a con artist. He boasted that he had already invited a real miracle doctor, Li Lifu, the director of Xinjiang Central Hospital. I just smiled faintly, looked at Gu Tianxuang, and said, "Don't make things difficult for yourself." I turned to leave, casually adding, "Someone will be begging me to come in later." As soon as I stepped out of the courtyard gate, I heard Gu Tianxin shout behind me, saying that if anyone invited me in again, he would call me Big Brother from now on, and he even called me a fool for thinking the Gu family were all idiots. I smirked, too lazy to explain anymore, and turned to leave, but I didn't actually leave. I just stopped outside the courtyard and leaned against the car to wait. If it were anyone else, I would have already given up and ignored it, but Gu Tianxuang's sincerity from beginning to end made me a little reluctant, plus I really need the money right now. The pile of debts left by my master is like a mountain weighing on my head. I can't act impulsively. I can only take my fate into my own hands for now. Gu Tianxuang was so angry that she stomped her feet and yelled at Gu Tianxin. She wanted to chase after me, but she was worried about her grandfather. In the end, she returned to the courtyard with red eyes. In the bedroom, the head of the Gu family was accompanying an elderly man in his 50s as he received acupuncture. The old man on the bed had a livid face, and his breathing was almost intermittent. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he hesitated to insert the needle. Finally, he sighed and said that he was powerless to help and that the old man should prepare for his funeral. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Although Gu Zixing was unwilling, he could only accept reality, his voice filled with exhaustion. Just then, Gu Tianxuang rushed in, her eyes red, asking how her grandfather was, her voice trembling, yet still clinging to the last glimmer of hope. When she heard that even Li Lifu was powerless to help, she almost lost her balance, but she still mentioned me, saying that she had already invited Dr. Pai. Upon hearing this, Li Lifu's expression changed drastically, and he pressed her to tell him if it was Dr. Pai from the old street corner, his tone suddenly becoming agitated. Upon confirmation, he panicked and said that if they could really get me, the old man could still be saved, and he should have someone bring me back immediately. Gu Zixing then realized what was happening and immediately led his men out of the room. Before Gu Tianxin could understand what was going on, he was shoved aside. I was leaning against the car, lost in thought, a bamboo leaf in my mouth, when Gu Tianxuang trotted out. Seeing me still there, she seemed relieved. I lazily asked if she hadn't recovered, and she nodded frantically, her eyes filled with anxiety. Gu Zixing stared at me for a long time, looking suspicious, while Li Lifa strode up to me, his tone unusually polite. I casually responded and called him Old Li, and he was so excited he almost jumped up, nodding repeatedly. Gu Zixing finally understood and immediately bowed, begging me to help, offering to name my price as long as my father could be saved. I calmly replied that I had been kicked out earlier, and if I went back in now, what would my dignity be? Before I finished speaking, Gu Zixing turned and angrily confronted Gu Tianxin, demanding he come and apologize immediately. Gu Tianxin tried to argue, but a kick rendered him speechless, and he could only call me Big Brother with a dark face. Only then did I nod in satisfaction and let them lead the way to see the patient. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I frowned. The old man's life force was almost gone. If it dragged on any longer, even a miracle wouldn't save him. I glanced at the acupuncture technique and asked Old Li if he had used the 18 Heavenly Gang Righteous Chi needles. He nodded and said he dared not insert the last needle. I coldly told him that it was a good thing he hadn't, otherwise it wouldn't have been saving someone, but sending them to their death. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I opened the wooden box, took out the sheepskin bag, and saw 18 long needles lined up in a row. Old Li's expression instantly turned solemn. I picked up a gold needle, which hummed when I gently vibrated it, lifted the sheet, and dropped the needle with a movement so fast it was dazzling. The moment the golden needles entered his body, the old man's previously weak breathing suddenly changed. The 3 golden needles were still trembling slightly when Old Li's eyes lit up instantly. He seemed to be set ablaze, his voice trembling as he uttered the words, "Dragon Breath Needle Technique." I didn't reply, just looked down at the direction of the needle, but Gu Zixing seemed to have grasped a lifeline. Even his breathing became soft, his eyes full of hope. I asked someone to prepare a steel basin, my tone as calm as if I were giving a small instruction, but everyone in the room was more nervous than the last. 10 minutes later, I withdrew the needles and massaged the old man's liver and gallbladder area 3 more times, slowly guiding his vital energy into his body with precise force. The next second, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, rolled over, and vomited violently. A foul stench gushed out, and half a basin of filth fell to the ground. The room fell silent instantly. Gu Tianxuang covered her mouth, and Gu Tianxin rushed out to gag. Old Li frowned, but didn't dare say a word. After vomiting, the old man let out a long sigh, sat half upright on the bed, and said, "I feel better," his voice weak but clear. At that moment, Gu Tianxuang burst into tears. Gu Zixing carried Gu Tianxin into the house, his voice trembling, and said, "Thank goodness we were able to find me." The old man looked at me, introduced himself as Gu Zhizhu, and said, "If it weren't for my intervention, I would have lost my life today." I reminded him to be careful about what he eats in the future, as the illness was caused by unclean food. He'd been saved, but he'd have to take care of himself from now on. Gu Zixing understood the implication and chased after me, handing me a card, saying it was a reward of 20 million, just to establish a good relationship. I took the card without refusing. I really needed the money right now, and there was no need to pretend to be high-minded. I turned to leave. Gu Tianxuang insisted on giving me a ride, and Gu Zixing nodded in agreement. He then turned around and kicked Gu Tianxin, scolding him for almost ruining something important. In the car, Gu Tianxuang kept thanking me, saying that I had saved her grandfather's life, and that the cost was far more than 20 million. As I was about to leave after getting out of the car, a harsh voice rang out from beside me. I turned around and saw Qin Yuja. She stood by the car, staring at me coldly, her tone sarcastic, saying that I had already hooked up with someone new, quite adept at such methods. I didn't want to get involved and was about to leave when she shoved a jade pendant into my hand, saying it was the only thing I had ever given her. Her words stung like needles, yet I felt strangely calm, as if it were truly over. Huang Herong sneered from the side, saying I was a freeloader, always getting one gigolo after another, never empty-handed. Before I could speak, Gu Tianxuang exploded, her face flushed with anger, trying to defend me, but was completely ignored. After the car drove away, the pent-up anger in my heart slowly dissipated, and I felt that all of this was finally over. Gu Tianxuang asked if I had just gotten a divorce, and I nodded, saying it was this morning. She looked at me with disbelief. She asked for my number, stared at my old phone for a moment, then smiled and saved it. After she left, I got back into the Ferrari, started the engine, and drove towards the Sioux group. Su Swecking looked down at the documents. Her aura so calm, it didn't seem like she was discussing marriage. Zhengli stood to the side, her tone clearly tinged with worry. She was asking Su Swecking if this was too risky. I could tell she wasn't talking about the fake marriage itself, but rather whether my existence would ruin the image Su Swecking had cultivated over the years. Su Swecking didn't even look up, only asking indifferently what was wrong, her attitude almost cold and indifferent. Zhengli hesitated before reminding her, saying that my man's arrival was too sudden, and once the news of our marriage certificate got out, the outside world wouldn't let it go. It was at that moment that I realized they never cared about feelings, but rather the chain reaction of public opinion, capital, and interests. Su Swecking's eyes flickered, and she said, I didn't just pick someone randomly. I saved her once 5 years ago. We only have a marriage of convenience. She spoke softly, yet it seemed to remind everyone that what she did wasn't impulsive, but a choice. Zheng Li's tone grew more urgent as she mentioned the Yi family, the investment, and the engagement banquet tomorrow that would be known throughout the city. Standing at the door, I realized for the first time that I was not involved in a sham marriage, but in a power struggle within a wealthy family. Su Swecking finally closed the file, looked up at Zheng Li, and spoke with a tone more resolute than ever before. She said that even if there were no men left in the world, she would never marry Yi Fengliu. In that instant, I suddenly understood that she had dragged me into this mess not as a shield, but as a form of resistance. She countered by asking Zheng Li if she would stand against her at this time, emphasizing that it wasn't a test but a warning. Zheng Li immediately stated that she would always stand by Su Swecking's side, no matter what. Su Swecking nodded and said that they should get through tomorrow's hurdle first and deal with the rest later. She picked up the documents again, acting as if nothing had happened, but Zheng Li couldn't hide the worry on her face. As I turned to leave the office, a vague premonition lingered. Tomorrow wouldn't be peaceful. When I re-entered the company lobby, everyone's eyes were on me simultaneously, a strange feeling. Not hostility, not goodwill, but rather scrutiny, as if they were looking at a suddenly appearing variable. The lobby manager, Deng Jing, came over to greet me, her attitude almost excessively respectful. I nodded in response, but I could feel the constant whispers and stares around me. As soon as I arrived at Su Swecking's office, she stood up to greet me with a perfectly timed smile. She suggested we go have lunch together, her tone so natural it was as if we were already used to this kind of interaction. Zheng Li offered to bring the food over, but Su Swecking immediately refused, saying she wanted to go to the staff cafeteria. I immediately realized this wasn't a meal, but a performance. My instinct was to refuse, saying I could just eat something outside and didn't want to be her tool. The next second, she had already taken my arm and whispered in my ear that we had signed the agreement. I was about to object when a sharp pain shot through my waist, almost making me cry out. I could only nod in agreement, and she then let go, smiling as if nothing had happened. At that moment, I cursed inwardly. This woman is really ruthless. As I entered the cafeteria, all the employees stood up and greeted me with a resounding hello, General Manager Su. The unanimous shouts sent chills down my spine. She whispered for me to come closer, and before I could react, my waist was pinched again. I could only reach out and put my arm around her waist, and the moment my fingertips touched hers, her body visibly stiffened. I knew this was the first time she had ever been this close to a strange man. The employee's eyes seemed to pierce right through me. I felt like an animal placed in a display case. I ate the meal with extreme discomfort, while she remained calm and composed throughout. I only breathed a sigh of relief after she put down her chopsticks. She invited me to rest in her office in the afternoon if I was free, but I immediately refused. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid I'd be vaporized by their stares. She didn't insist, but simply had Zheng Li take me to the garage to choose a car. The moment the garage door opened, I was truly stunned. 2 rows of luxury cars were parked neatly, as if a car show had been brought underground. I subconsciously asked if there were any cheaper options, but as soon as the words left my mouth, I felt a little out of place. Zheng Li immediately refused, saying that given my current status, driving a cheap car was inappropriate. She even told me, quite matter-of-factly, that I would be responsible for picking up and dropping off Su Swecking at get-off work. I was stunned. I never expected my fake husband to have a driver's job included. She said many people would be vying for this position, but I just found it absurd. I randomly pointed to a Mulzen, too lazy to think about it anymore. When the keys were handed to me, I suddenly felt that fate was quite ironic. When I was with the Qin family, I didn't even have the right to touch a luxury car. Now, my contractual wife treats this kind of car as something she can give away casually. I drove away from the company. I didn't actually have any plans for the afternoon. I just wanted to find a quiet place to myself. My 3-year marriage had just ended, and even though I was already heartbroken, I still felt a tightness in my chest. I drove out of the city and headed towards Luhan Mountain. My master said that he found me on that mountain. Ever since I can remember, I've had the habit of sitting on the mountaintop and asking myself the same questions. Who am I? Where did I come from? Who are my parents? I've asked my master these questions for many years, but I've never received an answer. I thought today's letter would be the answer, but it was still blank. My master told me to stay in the Qin family as alive and son-in-law, and even instructed me not to abandon the Qin family first. Now the Qin family has kicked me out themselves, and it's as if he had planned all of this all along. 3 years, no more, no less. The car was parked at the foot of the mountain, and I was about to head up when my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, but answered anyway. The voice on the other end was very low and trembling slightly, asking if I was really divorced. This tone shouldn't have come from him, but I wasn't surprised at all. The person who called me was Meng Qingfeng, the president of the Xinjiang Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Normally, a single sentence from him could determine the fate of countless people, but at this moment, he was waiting for my confirmation. I simply responded, saying that he was well informed, and asked if he had called specifically for this matter. My tone was calm, without any extra emotion. After hanging up the phone, I ignored it and continued walking along the overgrown path towards the top of Luhan Mountain. The mountain breeze on my face felt much more comfortable than in the city. On the other end of the phone, Meng Qingfeng put down the phone. Instead of being angry, he showed a relaxed smile, an expression that left the people around him completely baffled. The woman on the sofa, her belly protruding, asked him curiously, "She just got divorced. Why are you so happy? It doesn't sound like something to be happy about." Meng Qingfeng just laughed and said that if I hadn't gotten a divorce, he would have had to give the Qin family 100 million at the investment conference this year, out of respect for me. The woman was even more puzzled and said that it was just an investment. What was wrong with investing in the Qin family? The money could be made back anyway. Why make it sound so reluctant? Meng Qingfeng shook his head, saying he looked down on the Qin family and that if it weren't for me, they wouldn't have made it this far. I, of course, knew nothing of these discussions and couldn't be bothered to care how much influence and connections the Qin family was relying on to stay afloat. At this moment, I have stepped into the bamboo forest halfway up Luhan Mountain. The wind rustles the bamboo leaves, the path under my feet grows narrower and narrower, and the surroundings are unusually quiet. Not far away, an old man with white hair is looking down at the newly sprouted bamboo shoots, his expression focused, as if he is admiring some rare treasure. Standing beside him were a man and a woman. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her red dress swaying in the wind. The man stood ramrod straight, his aura restrained. The girl held the old man's arm, urging him to go back early because of the strong winds in the mountains, her voice full of worry, fearing that his old injury might flare up again. The old man smiled and waved his hand, saying that he wasn't frail enough. His breathing was just a little heavy, but his expression remained calm. The young man said in a cold tone that his grandfather was, after all, a martial artist, and his physical foundation was there. Even though he was old, he wouldn't be too badly injured. The girl frowned immediately upon hearing this, turned and glared at him, saying he talked too much, even though she knew her grandfather's old injury had recently worsened. No sooner had she finished speaking than the man's expression changed drastically. He let out a low shout and darted out like an arrow, heading straight for the outer edge of the bamboo grove. I was walking along the path, and had just passed the edge of the bamboo forest when I suddenly heard a shout. Before I could even see what was happening, a figure was rushing towards me. Instinctively, I dodged to the side, shifted my feet, and instantly locked my gaze on the person, only then realizing that I had been targeted. The young man's words, "You're a trained fighter," revealed his murderous intent. The next second, his palm was already skimming the air as it slammed towards my ribs. This palm strike was fast and ruthless, clearly aimed at crippling me. My heart sank, but I didn't intend to retreat. I casually swung my hand back, meeting the blow as if swatting a mosquito. The old man shouted at him to stop from behind, but it was too late. The moment my palm struck down, the air trembled violently, and even the bamboo leaves shook wildly. Everyone thought I'd have my ribs broken by a single blow, but the figure that flew out the next moment crashed into several bamboo stalks and fell to the ground in a sorry state. It wasn't me who fell, but that confident young man, who sat amidst the broken bamboo, his face covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with incomprehensible shock. He knew perfectly well that his hand had struck an iron wall just now, The force had been rebounded, yet no bones had broken. The timing was impeccable. He was anxious to get his family to leave, but the white-haired old man shook his head, saying that if he really wanted to fight, none of them would be able to leave. These words instantly silenced the scene. I stood still without making another move, too lazy to explain anything. This wasn't a forbidden area. I was just passing by, yet I was being treated like an enemy. The old man walked up to me, introduced himself as Lei Ting, and acted extremely humble, even apologizing to me on behalf of his grandson. This perceptiveness lessened my displeasure somewhat. I was about to turn and leave when he stopped me, handing me a gold card and asking if I would be his friend, his tone brimming with barely suppressed expectation. I glanced at him and simply replied with 3 words, "I'm not interested." At that moment, the 3 of them, grandfather, and grandson, froze in place, as if immobilized. Before he left, I reminded him not to practice that technique anymore, or he would die sooner or later. His expression changed drastically, and he said that he was going to find Master Tianyang. Hearing my master's name, I felt a slight stirring in my heart, but I became even more suspicious. If my master could really heal the injury, why did he leave behind a hidden danger that had lasted for decades? I took the card and put it in my pocket, saying that his injury might not be something only my master could heal, and continued walking up the mountain, leaving only a sigh behind me. When I came down the mountain, they were still discussing the Yi family's engagement banquet. Lei Ting's gaze was deep, and he sighed in a low voice, lamenting that the world was blind and did not recognize the name of the 9th master of the 9 Mysteries sect. Now that 9th master has been missing for many years and Master Tianyang has faked his death and is traveling, he is also wondering who in this vast world has truly inherited his mantle. I sat cross-legged on the Arhut stone, eyes closed, seemingly calm, but my mind was a complete mess, with all sorts of thoughts clashing back and forth. I clutched the jade pendant tightly in my hand. It was the only thing I had when my master found me, and the only remaining clue to my past. My master said it was an heirloom, but I know nothing about where my ancestors came from or where my family is. All that's left is this cold piece of jade. The words in the letter keep echoing in my mind. Go to Ling Island on the 15th of August, and everything will be revealed. But nothing was explained clearly. What kind of place is Ling Island? Why does my master insist that I go there? And what about that outrageous 100 billion baby formula money? The more I think about it, the more my head aches. 3 years of life in the Qin family flashed by like a revolving lantern. I obeyed my master's orders to marry into the family, bowing my head and enduring humiliation, only wanting to change the fate of the Qin family. My master performed a divination against the will of heaven for the Qin family, revealing heavenly secrets, which shortened his lifespan and ultimately led to his death. Every time I think about it, my heart aches. I sighed softly, cursing myself for being useless and feeling sorry for my master, but in the end, all I could do was open the 9 profound jade purity manual. I was just casually looking around, but once I circulated my inner energy, I was completely absorbed, my breath and heartbeat slowly merging together. When I came to my senses, the sun had already set. I stood up, my mind clearer than ever before, but my smile was somewhat bitter. For 3 years, I was alive and son-in-law, desperately trying to support the Qin family for Qin Yuja, only to be kicked out in the end. Gigolo, pretty boy, useless, cuckold, these labels stuck to me seem absurd. I gave a cold laugh at the sunset, turned, and headed down the mountain. Some debts need to be put aside. Back at the Su group, Su Swecking was indeed still waiting for me. Her words, "Honey, let's go home," came so naturally and smoothly. The moment the Mushang drove away, I already had a premonition that this scene would be captured on film and circulated everywhere. When the lights came on at the villa in Cloud Top Garden, I realized that the Qin family and this place were completely different worlds. Servants and bodyguards stood in a row, and with a single sentence from Su Swecking, I became the rightful master of this place. I felt extremely uncomfortable at the dinner table, but I still played along. After all, I was bound by the agreement. She assigned me a room, drawing a clear line between us, her tone cold and hard. I pretended not to care, but inside I felt a sense of relief. I was lying on the sofa watching TV at night when she stood at the top of the stairs, her loose pajamas casting a restless glow in the lamplight. For a split second, I lost my mind and blurted out the words. She glared at me, and I immediately snapped back to reality. Just when I thought the night was over, she said something that completely stunned me. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Xinjiang International Hotel. I need to be there to steal her away from her wedding." I was completely frozen. Getting the marriage certificate in the morning, Getting engaged tomorrow, she was playing with her life. She leaned closer, her voice aggrieved, saying that I was her husband, and how could she just stand by and watch her marry someone else? I finally realized that she didn't want to marry that person at all. I was just a shield she had pushed into the spotlight. I refused decisively, but she kept pinning blame on me, and Zhengli kept adding insult to injury. The moment Yi Fengliu's name was mentioned, my scalp tingled. The most powerful family in Xinjiang, a family renowned for martial arts. If they knew I'd stolen his fiancée, not only me, but half of Xinjiang would be shaken. She, however, seemed completely unconcerned, saying she'd do anything as long as she didn't marry Yi Fengliu. It was only then that I realized I had boarded a ship I could never get off. She stared at me, her eyes brimming with tears, asking if I would agree, but I couldn't utter a single word. She held my hand and shook it back and forth. Her voice was so soft, it didn't sound like she was negotiating, but more like she was forcing me into a trap. I said one thing, push the plot forward. Another, my heart tightened, and yet another, I realized I had no way out. She leaned forward slightly, and the sight beneath her loose pajamas was utterly illogical. My reason receded, and my emotions surged. The next second, I knew I had already lost this round. I gritted my teeth and agreed to do it only once, but inwardly, I was cursing myself for being so weak. My emotions were amplified to their peak, and the reversal was that I had no right to negotiate at all. She smiled and let go, as if nothing had happened, but I remained stubbornly rooted to the spot. Her comment, "What a real man," put me in a very difficult position. I casually mentioned money, saying it was a risk compensation outside the contract. Emotionally, it was greed, but in reality, I knew very well that I was guilty. She bargained on the spot, bringing the price down from 10,000 to 5,000. I complained that she was stingy, but in my mind, I was already calculating how long that money would last. As soon as I got the money, I shuffled upstairs with my legs clamped together. The plot was unfolding, my emotions were exploding, and the unexpected twist was that I didn't even dare to walk naturally. As I passed the stairwell, 2 bodyguards stared at me like iron towers. I knew all too well that if I crossed the line, the consequences would be worse than being kidnapped. Back in my room, I rushed into the bathroom. The moment I turned on the cold water, I felt like I'd been saved, my emotions shifting from collapse to relief. As the water cascaded down, I hummed an off-key song. People outside thought I was being unreliable, but ironically, I slept the most soundly. The next day, I was halfway through my dream when someone forced their way into my room. Before I could react, reality kicked me awake. Zhengli stood by the bed, and I instinctively clutched the blanket, my initial reaction one of terror. But then, she exploded even faster than I did. The moment she pulled back the blanket, my mind went blank, and the next second, all that remained was embarrassment and rage. The situation spiraled completely out of control. When I finished washing up and stepped out of the room, I was immediately frozen by the scene in the living room, my breath catching in my throat. Su Swecking stood under the light in a pure white wedding dress. At that moment, I even slowed my breathing. The plot moved forward, but my emotions were already out of control. The wedding dress clung tightly to her figure, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. My reason told me not to look, but my body was honest, and I ended up looking like a naive fool. She looked up and saw me, then beckoned me downstairs with a flick of her finger. I felt like my soul had been taken away, and I could only obediently walk over. I circled around her once, and the words slipped out. So beautiful. Her face turned cold, and she told me to go drive. Her mood instantly cooled down, and I realized that I was just a tool, and I didn't even have the right to appreciate the reversal. As I walked out, I muttered to myself that she couldn't wait. She turned around and asked me, and I immediately backed down and said I was going to get the car. The story continued to unfold, but I became more and more uncertain. The car drove all the way to the Xinjiang International Hotel, where a huge screen scrolled the engagement news, and the names of the Yi and Su families stung my eyes. The red carpet stretched to the street, and a line of guests stood to greet the crowd. More and more people gathered around, and even before I got out of the car, I could feel an oppressive aura emanating from me. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, saying that the Su family was about to make a comeback, or that the Yi family was firmly in first place. As I listened to these words, I knew in my heart that I was the biggest variable today. Suddenly someone brought up my divorce from Qin Yuja, abruptly pulling me back to reality. The twist was that their stories became increasingly outrageous. When they dug up photos from the forum and said that my bride, whom I had just registered my marriage with yesterday, was Su Swecking, I almost burst out laughing. It turns out I'm the real deal when it comes to gossip. As the convoy of luxury cars arrived, the moment Yi Fengliu stepped out of the car, all eyes were on her. I parked my car on the side of the road and watched Su Swecking walk onto the red carpet. Suddenly, the crowd outside erupted in cheers, with everyone shouting her name as if they were idolizing a real queen. At that moment, I couldn't feel excited at all. My mind was filled with thoughts of what was about to happen, and my emotions were sinking. It turned out that I was the center of this storm. I just got divorced yesterday morning, and in the blink of an eye, she dragged me to get our marriage certificate. Today, she's coming to her engagement party to steal me away. I feel like I'm having an absurd dream. I stared at her back for a while, lost in thought. If it weren't for those 3 years of marriage, if she truly loved me, I might have been willing to stand up for her. But reality doesn't offer what-ifs. I know very well that after today, I will be remembered by the entire Xinjiang region, becoming a thorn in the side of some people. Thinking about this, I feel relieved. Taking money to do things is the rule, and I'm used to being infamous. One more thing won't break me. I glanced down at the time. It was still early. I took out my old phone, opened Snake, and pretended to be nonchalant, waiting for 9 o'clock to arrive. The banquet hall was packed with guests, all of whom were prominent figures in Xinjiang, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. The moment Su Swecking appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Yi Fengliu stood on the stage, beaming with pride, as if he had already won the entire world. But I noticed that she wasn't smiling. Her gaze kept sweeping towards the door, and that restraint made my heart tighten suddenly. The host handed her the microphone and asked if she would marry Yi Fengliu. The entire room was so quiet you could hear someone breathing. Just as everyone was waiting for her to nod, the banquet hall doors were pushed open, and she suddenly smiled, like a flower in full bloom. She clearly uttered those 4 words, "I refuse." The roses fell to the ground, the entire hall erupted, and at that moment, I stepped inside. I walked step by step toward the stage, all eyes on me. I looked up at her and said something that could overturn the entire banquet. "Wife, I've come to take you home." Su Swecking held up their marriage certificate, her voice firm and clear. "His name is Pai Yangyang. He's my husband." The entire banquet hall seemed to freeze, everyone's expressions instantly solidifying. First came a deathly silence, then hushed gasps of surprise. Some recognized it as real, others dug up forum screenshots, their voices trembling, their previous doubts turning into shock. The photo, which was considered a rumor yesterday, is now like a slap in the face to everyone who didn't believe it, leaving the air thick with embarrassment and panic. Standing at the front of the stage, I could clearly hear the crowd talking about my name and Su Swecking's. The emotions shifted from "it's fake, right?" to "this is too crazy," without any warning. The Su family members turned pale, and the Yi family members turned ashen. What was originally a joyous engagement banquet turned into an unbreakable battlefield in an instant. The old man of the Yi family immediately flew into a rage. His voice was low but filled with murderous fury. Every explanation seemed like an insult to his authority. I could sense that this wasn't just a simple loss of face, but rather the Yi family being publicly humiliated, the dignity of Xinjiang's premier wealthy family being crushed to the ground. Su Wen was covered in sweat, wanting to explain for his daughter, but he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. He knew better than anyone that the situation was out of control. Someone finally recognized me and whispered my name. The labels of Qin family good for nothing and gold digger spread like wildfire. I overheard someone calculating the time, saying I got divorced yesterday and registered my marriage today, their tone full of disbelief, as if I had shattered their common sense. Su Swecking suddenly jumped off the stage, and I instinctively reached out to catch her. The moment she leaned against me, all eyes in the audience were fixed on me. At this moment, I was no longer an outsider, but the center of everyone's attention. But that was not glory, it was the thunderbolt about to fall. Yi Fengliu's face was contorted as he tore at his tuxedo like a wild beast whose prey had been stolen, his eyes brimming with hatred. The moment he called his bodyguards, I could feel the people around me instinctively back away. No one thought this could end well. Su Swecking stood in front of me, but I knew very well that her action would only make the situation worse. The guests' gossip became undisguised. Some hoped I would suffer, others were eager to see me crippled. That was the reality. Under the absolute oppression of the Yi family, no one in the Su family dared to utter a sound. Even glancing at me was like avoiding a plague. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, someone stepped forward. It was the current head of the Gu family. His voice wasn't loud, but it forcefully broke through the deadlock. The moment he spoke up for me, all eyes turned to me again, some with shock, some with confusion, and others with cold sneers waiting to see his fate. I knew he was hesitant, and I knew he had only stepped forward because of the favor he owed me yesterday. This step wasn't safe for the Gu family. The patriarch of the Yi family slammed his fist on the table, his words leaving no room for negotiation, utterly crushing the Gu family's dignity on the spot. In that instant, the entire banquet hall was suffocated by his anger, and even breathing became cautious. When the Gu family head looked at me, his eyes were filled with apology, but I smiled at him, because I never expected anyone to take the fall for me. Everyone who had ever been on good terms with the Su family chose to remain silent at this moment. No one was willing to go to hell with them. Yi Tingxiang's gaze fell on Su Baoqiu again. That looked like a knife, and the Su family members instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. How could the Su family possibly withstand the wrath of the Yi family? The thought had barely settled in my mind when a new voice eagerly jumped out. I looked up and saw a middle-aged, overweight man stand up. His tone was cold and urgent, as if he wanted everyone to know he was going to pledge his loyalty. He introduced himself as the head of the Hua family, standing ramrod straight as he spoke, as if at that moment he was already standing behind the Yi family. I saw it immediately. He wasn't acting out of a sense of justice, but for an opportunity to climb up the social ladder by stepping on the Su family. The Su family remained silent, neither refuting nor daring to, because they didn't want to close off all avenues of retreat. I looked at Hua Deming, a cold laugh filling my heart. This kind of person only recognizes the strong and the weak, never right or wrong. I spoke directly, my tone undisguisedly contemptuous, asking him what the Hua family was that dared to yell at me. His face instantly darkened, and he stormed up to me, threatening my fate with an air of superiority. I retorted, "When did Xinjiang become the Yi family's territory?" The air froze instantly. He made me kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that was the only way to survive. At that moment, I just found it ridiculous. I told him he wasn't qualified, and as soon as I said that, the situation completely spiraled out of control. An old man stepped forward, claiming to be the head of the Wei family. His tone was equally arrogant, and he tried to use his family to intimidate me. I didn't even glance at it, and just replied with 2 words, "Not enough." Immediately afterwards, one family head after another stepped forward, as if they had planned it beforehand, and surrounded me in the center. I stood there, watching them think they had formed an encirclement, and I felt even calmer. I asked them if they felt they had done enough, and the whole room stirred. Some people called me crazy, some said I was courting death, and some have already sentenced the Su family to death. Just then, another person stepped forward, introducing himself as a member of the Hua family, his tone full of arrogance. When I heard the name Hua family, a name flashed through my mind, and I immediately let out a cold laugh. He thought my hesitation stemmed from fear, and he could hardly hide the smugness on his face. I countered with a question. Is the Hua family also going to be the Yi family's dogs? The entire room fell silent instantly. His face turned bright red, and he coughed so hard he could barely breathe. Everyone was stunned by his words. The Su family members were pale-faced, and they looked at me as if I were a jinx. Enraged, Hua Qixin immediately ordered his men to break my legs and force me to kneel. 4 burly men rushed over, looking menacing, and no one doubted that they would actually kill. Su Sueking stood in front of me, her voice trembling but firm, saying that I was her husband. I watched her retreating figure, a slight tremor running through my heart, but I didn't take a single step back. Just as the fist was about to land, a loud shout made everyone's eardrums ache. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. An elderly man in his 70s walked in with a man and a woman. They were dressed simply, but their presence was imposing. The crowd discussed it amongst themselves, all feeling that these 3 people were not very important. Hua Deming stood in front of them, coldly rebuking them, his tone still arrogant. But I recognized the person at a glance. It was the Lei family, grandfather, and grandson I had met at Luhan Mountain. The old man's gaze fell on the black ring on my finger, and he was visibly startled. He forcibly suppressed his emotions and did not reveal anything, but he already understood everything. Hua Deming was still shouting and threatening them, saying they were asking for trouble. Lei Ting retorted with a question that was as sharp as a knife, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Tianxiong stepped forward, claiming he didn't know Lei Ting, and his politeness was tinged with a hint of dismissal. Hua Deming was finally relieved and scolded them for coming to freeload. Just as Lei Xianghong was about to lash out, Lei Ting raised his hand to stop her. Lei Ting looked at Hua Deming, his tone icy, and asked him what he was. Hua Deming proudly revealed his identity, believing it to be a talisman. Lei Ting sneered and turned to instruct Lei Xianghong to make a phone call. He said he would bankrupt the Hua family of Qingjiang within half an hour. When Lei Ting said, "I'll bankrupt the Hua family in half an hour," I could clearly feel the entire audience freeze for a moment, then erupt in uncontrollable laughter. Hua Deming laughed the most exaggeratedly, his fat face jiggling. Saying such a thing was simply a joke. The Hua family wasn't made of paper. The people around her joined in the jeering, saying that a prominent figure from a second-tier family could go bankrupt so easily, as if it were a TV drama. Some even whispered mockingly that the old man was just there to join the fun and had no sense of propriety. When Lei Xianghong went to the side to make a phone call, they saw it as more like she was putting on an act, which actually eased the atmosphere. I stood there without laughing or saying a word, but a slight thought crossed my mind, and I couldn't help but glance at Lei Ting again. I knew very well that this kind of person would never boast just to get the point across. If he spoke, he must have something to back it up. More importantly, I understood that by doing this, he was essentially conveying a message to me. After finishing the call, Lei Xianghong returned to Lei Ting's side and said calmly, "Grandpa, it's over." Lei Ting looked at Hua Deming and said calmly, "I hope he can still smile later." Hua Deming snorted coldly and turned to give the order, "Break my legs first to avenge the Yi family." Yi Tianxiong didn't stop them. Instead, he remained indifferent, saying there was no rush and he wanted to see what other tricks these people could pull. Hua Deming immediately bowed and scraped, adopting a fawning posture, which made me sneer inwardly. Su Baoquo opened his mouth several times, but then swallowed his words back, his anxiety impossible to hide. Lei Ting suddenly asked, "Why did you have to break my leg?" Yi Tianxiong gritted his teeth and explained, "I caused a scene at your engagement party, holding up a marriage certificate and claiming Su Sueking is my wife. This is an utter disgrace." Lei Ting was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting things to develop this way. He then sighed ambiguously. Yi Tianxiong was immediately displeased and questioned him, asking if he had come to see the Yi family make a fool of themselves. Lei Ting, however, advised him to give up, saying that with the marriage certificate in hand, Su Sueking and I were legally married. Hua Deming interrupted, questioning who Lei Ting was and who dared to point fingers. Lei Ting completely ignored him, only coldly looking at Yi Tianxiong, saying that this was an opportunity he was giving to the Yi family. Yi Tianxiong scoffed, saying the Yi family didn't need anyone to give them a chance. Lei Ting's eyes held a hint of disappointment, as if he were looking at someone who didn't know when to advance or retreat. Time ticked by, and the silence in the hall was unsettling. Just over 10 minutes later, a sudden cell phone ring shattered the stillness. Hua Deming answered the phone, his face visibly pale, his voice filled with panic. The person on the other end of the phone said that clients had collectively terminated their cooperation, shareholders had withdrawn their investment, the factory had been ordered to rectify its operations, and the Hua family couldn't hold on any longer. The phone almost slipped from his hand. He stared blankly at Lei Ting, his eyes filled with fear. People whispered among themselves, wondering if they were really going to go bankrupt, especially since less than 20 minutes had passed. Hua Qixin couldn't help but press for answers, but Hua Deming only had one sentence left. The Hua family is finished. He looked at Yi Tianxiong as if grasping at a straw, begging the Yi family to come to his rescue. Yi Tianxiong was equally shocked. He finally realized that Lei Ting's words were not false. Lei Ting turned to look at him and said calmly, "The Yi family probably doesn't have that capability yet." In that instant, I clearly saw Yi Tianxiong's aura crumble by half, and his eyes wavered for the first time. He asked Lei Ting's identity in a trembling voice, his tone no longer arrogant. Lei Ting only said 2 words, "Lei Ting." Yi Tianxiong's expression changed drastically, and he asked in a trembling voice if he was the old man from the Lei family in the provincial capital. Lei Ting retorted, "The Yi family has requested an audience several times, yet now that they're standing right in front of you, you don't recognize them." This single sentence shattered all of Yi Tianxiong's confidence. His legs went weak, and he immediately bowed deeply in apology, his attitude completely different from before. Everyone in the hall was stunned. The patriarch of Qingjiang's most prestigious family was actually bowing his head like this. "Old Master Lei, it's lunchtime now. How about I go to a private room and prepare a banquet?" Seeing this, Su Baoquo quickly followed a few steps and said respectfully. He felt that Lei Ting's resolution of the matter was helping his Su family. Therefore, he believed this was the best opportunity to curry favor with Lei Ting. With Lei Ting as their backer, who would dare to make things difficult for the Su family in the future? Even the Yi family would have to be somewhat fearful. Yi Ting-sang's expression changed. They were both cunning foxes. How could he not know what Su Baoqiu was thinking? He was about to step forward, but Lei Ting had already said without turning his head, "No need." His voice was indifferent, and he strode out without pausing. Su Baoqiu was stunned, while Yi Tianxiong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why Lei Ting would protect him, it seemed that Lei Ting's intervention wasn't due to his close relationship with the Su family. The moment Lei Ting and his two companions walked out of the banquet hall, I could clearly feel the air loosen, as if a huge boulder that had been pressing on my chest had been removed. Soft, panting sounds filled the air, and many people realized that their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. I stood still in the crowd, glancing out of the corner of my eye at the faces that had been so arrogant just moments before, now all pale. They weren't afraid of me, but of the old man who had just been able to decide life and death with a single word. Yi Fingliu finally couldn't hold back any longer and sneered at Lei Ting for meddling in other people's business. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ting-sang's expression changed drastically. He turned around and roared at him to shut up, his tone showing obvious panic for the first time. Yi Fingliu was still arguing back, saying that the Yi family was the #1 family in Xinjiang. So why should they be afraid of an old man from the provincial capital? I clearly saw Yi Ting-sang's eyes darken, and the next second, he slapped her hard across the face. The slap was deafeningly loud, and Yi Fingliu was completely stunned. He covered his face, but his eyes were fixed on me like a venomous snake. At that moment, I knew that he had already held me accountable. He tossed out a sentence, "It won't end like this," pushed aside his bodyguard, turned around, and left. The entire room fell silent, and everyone realized that the banquet had completely changed its nature. Yi Tianxiong stood there, suppressing his anger, and turned to stare at Su Baoqiu. He almost gritted his teeth as he announced that the Yi and Su families were breaking up and that all investments in the Su family would be withdrawn without any room for negotiation. I saw sweat instantly trickle down Su Baoqiu's temples. He wanted to speak up to ease the tension, but Yi Tianxiong interrupted him coldly. The murderous aura he exuded made everyone around him instinctively take a half-step back. What happened next happened even faster than I expected. One family after another stepped forward to make a statement, withdrawing their investment, severing ties, and drawing a clear line. Their tone was decisive, as if they were afraid of being resented by the Yi family if they were a step too slow. I know very well that they are not targeting the Su family, but protecting themselves. In Xinjiang, no one can afford the price of the Yi family's anger, and Lei Ting's attitude just now gave them a reason. The banquet hall quickly emptied out. The chairs were still warm, but everyone had left, leaving only the Su family members standing there, their faces grim, like ships capsized by a storm. Gu Xixing walked over to me and apologized in a low voice, saying that he couldn't help. I just smiled and told him that I had done my best. He sighed, turned around, and left without looking at the Su family again. The banquet hall was glaringly empty, with tables and chairs in disarray and the lights cold and white. I stood to the side and watched Su Baoqiu slump down as if his spine had been ripped out. In that instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. His hands trembled, his voice was hoarse, and he kept repeating that the Su family was finished, that his life's work had been destroyed in an instant. Tears streamed down his wrinkles, but no one dared to step forward to comfort him. I know very well that this is not acting. It is the first time he has truly realized that the Su family has lost all its support and is sliding from the edge of a first-tier family into the abyss. They had pinned all their hopes on the marriage alliance with the Yi family, hoping to stabilize the situation by leveraging the Yi family's influence. But now, this path had been cut off by Su Swecking herself, and it had turned into a fatal blow. Su Haiwen hesitated before speaking, asking if he knew old Master Lei, his tone carrying a last glimmer of hope, as if grasping at a straw that might break at any moment. Su Baoqiu just shook his head with a bitter smile, saying that this was also the first time he had met Lei Ting, and he didn't even have the right to invite him to dinner. At that moment, I saw the light in his eyes completely disappear. Despair spread among the Su family members. Some lowered their heads, some dared not utter a sound. The air was so heavy that it was hard to breathe, as if the whole thing was about to collapse at any moment. Just then, a young man hesitated and looked at me, then whispered, "Maybe. I know Lei Ting." Su Haiming sneered that I couldn't possibly know such a person, and that I was just a discarded son-in-law kicked out of the Qin family. As soon as he said this, the people around him immediately nodded in agreement. I stood at the edge of the crowd and clearly felt all the contempt fall back on me. They didn't have time to delve into why Lei Ting had appeared, because the real storm in the Su family had only just begun. The air suddenly turned cold, and Su Baoquo turned around abruptly, roaring with red eyes, demanding that Su Sueking kneel down in front of everyone. At that moment, all the criticism in the room was directed at her. I saw her body tremble slightly, but she still walked step by step to Su Baoquo, her back straight and her head not bowed. This scene made my heart tighten and made me realize that this trial was not about reasoning, but about finding a scapegoat. Su Haiwen was so angry that his hands were shaking. He questioned her about the extent of the trouble she had caused, saying that she had ruined the marriage alliance and destroyed the Su family's escape route. The accusations from Su family relatives came like a tidal wave, and no one spoke up for her. Her mother stood in the crowd, tears streaming down her face, her voice barely audible, urging her to apologize. But Su Sueking looked up and asked if apologizing would solve the problem. At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Ho Saiwa sneered and accused her of being arrogant and willful and unworthy of being the group's president. The Su family immediately echoed her, saying that she was impulsive and extreme, and that today's situation was entirely her doing. I stood aside and heard everything clearly. Su Sueking spoke calmly, saying that her position had long been a source of resentment for many, and now offending the Yi family had become the perfect excuse. Her words were like a knife, directly piercing through everyone's true thoughts. Su Baoquo asked her to explain in a deep voice. All eyes were on her, but she suddenly turned to look at me and asked me to come over. At that moment, I knew that I could no longer escape this storm. She took my arm and announced in front of everyone that we had registered our marriage and were legally married. Everyone froze at the same time, and I could clearly feel the shock, disgust, and incomprehension exploding in their eyes. She exposed Yi Fengliu's pretense in public, revealing his absurd past, the Yi family's ambitions, and her unwillingness to become a sacrifice. I watched as the Su family elders gradually fell silent, knowing that every word she said was true. But reality remained cruel. Su Baoquo said that the cash flow would not last more than half a month, and the Yi family's 500 million was the only lifeline. The Su family immediately pushed all the responsibility onto her and demanded that she make way for the family. She smiled lightly and said it didn't matter whether she was the president or not, since no one had ever truly cooperated with her anyway. This statement made many people's faces turn ugly, and it was also the first time I realized that the Su family was already rotten inside. Su Baoquo finally made the decision to have her step down as president, with Su Xingxian temporarily taking over. Su Sueking agreed readily. At that moment, I could clearly see that some people were already celebrating their victory in advance. Just as the appointment was about to be finalized, I stepped forward, interrupting everyone, and said, "Wait a minute." At that moment, all eyes fell on me. The Su family, who had just been firing at Su Sueking, suddenly turned their guns on me, accusing me of being a gigolo and a troublemaker. They pressured me to divorce them, accusing me of ruining the Su family. I felt a chill run down my spine and retorted, "Whether we divorce or not is not up to you." They immediately tried to smooth things over for Su Sueking, saying I had bewitched her and that she had been deceived into getting the marriage certificate, trying to pin all the blame on me. I turned to look at Su Sueking. She was still holding my arm, her eyes as hard as iron. She directly said that she had forced me to get the marriage certificate, and the room fell silent instantly. Shun Yi burst into tears on the spot, grabbing her daughter's hand and saying she was confused. But I saw the stubbornness in Su Sueking's eyes. She had no intention of backing down. She explained to her mother that everyone in the family was forcing her to marry Yi Fengliu, and she didn't want to be a sacrifice. She wanted to make her own decision. Her tone was calm, but it was like a knife. Shin Yi felt sorry for her, but helpless. She complained that her mother had impulsively chosen a man who had just gotten divorced. I was about to remind my aunt not to get agitated when my waist was pinched until it went numb. Su Sueking asked me in a low voice what I should call her. I gritted my teeth and squeezed out Mom. Only then did she let go of my hand. But I knew even more clearly in my heart that she would protect me to the end. Su Baoquo coughed angrily and told everyone to go back. The hotel staff were still watching. I said I had something else to say, and everyone's eyes turned to me again. I asked bluntly, if Su Sueking can bring in 500 million in investment and stop the group's crisis, can she return to the position of president? They were stunned at first, then burst into laughter, looking at me like I was crazy. I didn't argue, but only reminded them. There was a reason why you made her president in the first place. I made my point clear. You forced her into a marriage alliance to save the Su family, But if she didn't marry into the Yi family, the problem could still be solved, and the Su family could even rise in status. Su Baoquo's eyes flickered, but he still asked her coldly if she could do it. I gave her a deadline. Half a month, since you all said the funds wouldn't last half a month anyway. I stared at the old man, demanding a definite answer. If she secures investment within half a month to save the crisis, her CEO position will be returned, and her marriage will no longer be hindered. Su Baoquo's face darkened after my rebuttal, and he finally agreed. Su Haiming and the others were jumping up and down in a panic, but the old man shut them down with a single sentence. He added insult to injury. If they couldn't do it, she wouldn't get her job back, and he would even take back her family's shares. Su Haiwen's face instantly turned ashen, and the room was filled with turbulent tension. Shen Yi trembled with worry and asked where they could find 500 million, but Su Sweking had no way out. She raised her head and said she could do it, her calm tone sending chills down one's spine. As the Su family members left, they gave me a disdainful look. Su Xingxian passed by and said, "If you can't do it, remember that it was the man you chose who ruined you." Su Sweking looked at him coldly and said confidently, "It was my own choice, and I will not regret it, nor will I blame anyone." Su Baoquo snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left, his back view resolute and cold, as if he had already erased Su Sweking from the list of heirs. The Su family dispersed, but before leaving, they didn't forget to give me a look of amusement, convinced that my promise of 500 million was just a boastful joke. As Su Xingxian passed by, he muttered sarcastically, saying that he would wait half a month to see how Su Sweking would cry, and that by then, he would be the one to screw her over. Su Sweking simply glanced back coldly, her tone calm yet firm, saying that this was her own choice, she had no regrets, and she wouldn't blame anyone. The banquet hall quickly emptied, leaving only Su Haiming's family and me, and the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Su Haiwen's face turned ashen. He pointed at me angrily and asked why I made decisions for Su Sweking, saying that I was determined to ruin their whole family. Although Shen Yi supported her daughter, her eyes were filled with panic. She advised Su Haiwen to stop arguing and quickly find a way to attract investment, no matter how much. Su Haiwen became increasingly angry as he spoke, saying that if Sweking had married into the Yi family, the Su family would have been stable long ago, but now it has all been ruined by her and me. He even said the only way out was for me and Su Sweking to divorce immediately, and then he would beg the Yi family to see if there was any chance of a turnaround. Su Sweking refused on the spot, saying that she would not get a divorce and would never marry into the Yi family, her tone showing no sign of backing down. Su Haiwen was so angry that his veins bulged. He raised his hand and then lowered it again before finally slamming the door and leaving, as if he had been completely driven to the brink. Shen Yi's face turned pale and her breathing became rapid. She helped Su Sweking up and said that they should go back first, as she didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. I could tell something was wrong at a glance, so I told her she was having a heart attack and asked if she had any medication with her. Su Sweking went to rummage through her bag, and I supported Shen Yi, placing my palm on her back and secretly sending out a wisp of true energy to stabilize her heart. A few seconds later, her breathing became noticeably steady, and her face was no longer pale. Su Sweking finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the Cloud Top Villa, I took out my needle case and had Shen Yi lie down. Su Sweking stood to the side, her eyes full of suspicion. She asked me if I knew how to give injections, and I just said don't worry, she's my mother, I wouldn't risk my life. The golden needles were applied to several acupoints, including Shinmen and Naiguan. The vital energy traveled along the meridians, and Shen Yi's complexion visibly improved. She was surprised herself, saying it was more comfortable than getting an injection at the hospital, but I just took the injection away and said that the disease was treatable. Su Sweking looked at me, her eyes changing for the first time. She asked me in a low voice if I could really cure her. I told her that of course it could be cured, but no one had believed me before. Chapter 21 shows he knows quite a lot. Shen Yi's expression changed as she looked at Pai Yangyang. Although she didn't pressure Su Sweking, she didn't have a good impression of Pai Yangyang. But at this moment, her opinion gradually changed. This man wasn't as useless as the legend suggested. I have to hurry home. I'm worried about your dad and your second brother at home. Shen Yi suddenly remembered Su Haiwen, who had left early, and stood up worriedly to say something. All right, let Pai Yangyang take you back. Su Sweking knew her father's temperament. Whenever something happened, he would get himself completely drunk and unconscious. Moreover, there is also a mentally challenged second brother in the family, so she was also very worried. This time, Pa Yangyang didn't say much and readily agreed. Once outside the villa area, Shen Yi couldn't help but ask, Xiao Pai, now that you're married to Xue Qing, you have to take responsibility for her. You need to change those bad habits. Yes, I know. I will take it seriously. Pa Yangyang had no choice but to nod in agreement. After all, only he, Su Sueking, and Zheng Li knew the truth about this play, and it couldn't be revealed to Shen Yi either. Sueking is no longer the group president. She's lost her job. With your excellent medical skills, you could open a clinic someday. I don't ask you to be extremely wealthy. Just making a living will be enough. Shen Yi said earnestly. Pa Yangyang said, don't worry, Sueking's setback is only temporary. I believe she will make a comeback soon. Even if she really doesn't have a chance, I will still support her. Shen Yi forced a smile. That's good. I hope you can live a good life, unlike the rumors. She is introverted and doesn't say things outright, only hinting at them in a few subtle ways. Why can't Pa Yangyang understand? But he did not defend himself, nor was there any need to. With such a reputation, who would believe you if you just tried to defend yourself with words? Besides, he's just a contract husband. We'll go our separate ways in a year. There's no need to take some things so seriously. At this moment, major social media platforms and forums in Xinjiang City are frantically spreading the news of the wedding abduction that occurred in the hotel this morning. At the time, the engagement ceremony in the hotel was broadcast live on the LCD screen on the hotel's exterior wall. The entire incident was clearly witnessed by many passers-by. This result stunned everyone. No one would have thought that someone would dare to snatch a bride at the Yi family's engagement banquet, especially since this person was a notorious good-for-nothing and a gigolo. The onlookers were nearly choked to death. Such a huge scandal hadn't broken in Xinjiang for years. Is this world too crazy, or am I going crazy? I still can't believe what happened today, even though I saw it with my own eyes. That Pa Yangyang is unbelievable. He just got dumped by Qin Yuja, and now he's hooking up with Su Sueking. Does he have some kind of seductive charm? He's currently enjoying the limelight, but he'll soon face the wrath of the Yi family. Think about it. In Xinjiang, who can withstand the Yi family's anger? Su Sueking is too willful. She's pushed the Su family straight into an abyss. Almost all netizens were shocked and couldn't understand it. Moreover, almost none of them had a good impression of Pa Yangyang and Su Sueking, believing that they were playing with fire and that the ending would definitely be tragic. However, some people have expressed different opinions. I think Su Sueking is very brave, and Pa Yangyang is very cool. If any man dares to steal me away at my wedding, I will definitely fall in love with him to death. I never expected this gigolo to have such a masculine side. Even if he's still after Su Sueking just to live off her, I still admire his courage. Regardless of the outcome, he is indeed a winner in life now. Of the 4 beauties of Xinjiang, 2 have already become his wives. Some people are also looking forward to how things will develop, and don't mind if the melon is big. Just wait and see how the Yi family will regain their face. Young master, you will not let this go so easily. Pa Yangyang might disappear any day now. No one doubted the Yi family's strength, and even less did anyone doubt Yi Fengliu's methods. This time, Pa Yangyang and Su Sueking have thoroughly angered Yi Fengliu and the Yi family, and they will surely face a storm from the Yi family. At this moment, the 3 members of the Lei family, grandfather, grandmother, and grandson, were having a meal at a restaurant. The air was filled with the chatter of diners discussing what had happened at 9 o'clock that morning. Xianghong, after you finish eating, go to the Xinjiang branch of Fenglei Hall and tell Kai Wenshin to be careful to protect Pa Yangyang. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Thunder spoke in a low voice. Grandpa, he was so rude to you, yet you still help him and protect him. What? Lei Xianghong was somewhat puzzled. Just do as I say, you don't need to know anything else. Lei Ting's eyes flickered, and the image of the ring on Pa Yanjiang's finger flashed into his mind. He was a little excited at that moment because he recognized it immediately. It was Ninth Master's ring. He never expected that the new Ninth Master was actually Pa Yangyang. However, due to the rules of the sect, he could not pay his respects in person. Yes, Grandpa. Seeing Lei Ting's solemn expression, Lei Xianghong knew that this matter was not simple, so she respectfully agreed. This is interesting. Things might be about to change in Xinjiang. Lei Ting turned to look out the window and said in a low voice, seemingly lost in thought. Pa Yangyang took Shen Yi home and then drove alone to the food stall street near Xinjiang Bridge. After all that commotion, he was hungry. He didn't want to go back to the cloud top villa. He just wanted some peace and quiet. However, he didn't see Jing Jing, but he did see Gu Tianchuan. After parking the car, I randomly entered a food stall and immediately spotted a corner where Gu Tianshuang was sitting alone, holding a can of soda and staring blankly. There were 2 dishes on the table in front of her, but she didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Pa Yangyang was a little curious. People with a little money and status wouldn't bother coming to this kind of street food stall. Gu Tianshuang is the eldest daughter of the Gu family, one of the 5 great families. It was quite unexpected for him that she would be so down to earth as to eat at this street food stall. He looked around and saw that the entire food stall was almost full, with not many empty seats. "Miss Gu, what brings you to eat here?" She sat down opposite Gu Tianshuang and asked calmly. Gu Tianshuang was lost in thought when she suddenly felt someone sitting opposite her. She frowned and was about to ask the person to move aside when she heard Pai Yanjiang's voice and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "I've been waiting for you." "Wait for me?" Pai Yangyang was taken aback. "Yeah, I know you often come here to eat alone, so I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect you to actually come. I used to eat here all the time. How did you know?" Gu Tianshuang smiled smugly and said, "Of course I have a way of finding out." Pai Yangyang didn't ask any further questions, but instead asked curiously, "You're the eldest daughter of the prestigious Gu family. How can you stand eating in a place like this?" "What? Is it not allowed?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head and looked at him, asking. Pai Yangyang said, "Shouldn't a young lady like you be going to a high-end restaurant? At the very least, a coffee shop?" Gu Tianshuang put down her soda and smiled slightly. "Who says so? I just like places like this, places with a lively, down-to-earth feel." Pai Yangyang nodded in agreement. "That's true. It's my treat. What would you like to eat?" 2 skewers of grilled kidneys, a spicy and sour oyster, and some stir-fried eggs with chives. Without even thinking, Pai Yangyang immediately named the dishes. Gu Tianshuang's eyes widened, and she said with a strange expression, "You? Is it really necessary?" Pai Yangyang was taken aback and asked, puzzled, "What's the big deal? I feel a little sorry for Sister Sue." Pai Yangyang immediately realized what was happening, scratched his nose somewhat awkwardly, and said, "You misunderstood." Gu Tianshuang chuckled softly. "Don't explain. Explaining too much just makes it seem like a cover-up." Pai Yangyang was speechless. "You know quite a lot." A moment later, he blurted out a sentence. Gu Tianshuang blushed instantly. Chapter 22. Your hands are too dirty. You were so brave today. Shouldn't you be at home with your new wife? Why are you eating here alone? Were you kicked out? Gu Tianshuang blinked her big eyes and stared at Pai Yangyang curiously as she asked. Pai Yangyang was biting into a kidney, his mouth full of oil. He wasn't surprised by Gu Tianshuang's words. He knew very well that what happened at the hotel today was already known throughout the city. Upon hearing this, he quickly swallowed and said, "I didn't like the food made by the chef she hired, so I ate out." "Oh, you've really made a name for yourself today. Aren't you afraid the Yi family will retaliate against you?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head and asked, "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. What about you? Are you afraid?" Pai Yangyang, looking completely unconcerned, countered with a question. "What am I afraid of?" Gu Tianshuang also looked unconcerned. "If the Yi family sees you having dinner with me now, do you think they might accidentally hurt you?" Gu Tianshuang said calmly, "The Yi family is powerful, but they're not crazy. They'll cause trouble for me just because I had dinner with you." Pai Yangyang could tell that she was actually a little nervous. He chuckled softly. "That's true." As the 2 were eating and chatting, a man who seemed to be 7 or 8 parts drunk came to their table carrying a beer bottle. He slammed his hand on the table and turned his head to look at Gu Tianshuang with a lecherous gaze. "Hey beautiful, want to have a drink with me?" As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of beer and slammed it down in front of Gu Tianshuang. Gu Tianshuang's expression hardened, and she said irritably, "Get out of my way." At the same time, the wine glass was swept to the ground. As the glass burst open, many people in the food stall turned to look. At the next table, 3 burly men immediately stood up, walked over, and looked at Gu Tianshuang with evil expressions. "Hey Wei, got your eye on this chick." One of the young men hiccuped and mumbled something indistinctly. The 4 of them were completely drunk and were standing there swaying unsteadily. As the young man spoke, he placed his greasy hand on Gu Tianshuang's shoulder. But Gu Tianshuang reacted quickly, immediately getting up to avoid them and glaring angrily at them. "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to do you. Little girl, if you're willing to come with us and have some fun, I'll treat you to fancy hotels and delicious food every day from now on, so you won't have to come to this street stall." The man called Brother Wei, with a wicked grin on his face, staggered toward Gu Tianshuang. Gu Tianshuang was very nervous and a little scared. But she was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, so she was naturally much bolder than the average girl. "Get out of my way," she shouted angrily. However, her angry tone did not intimidate the other party. Instead, they burst into laughter. "Little girl, the hotter you are, the more I like you. But I advise you to save your energy, because you'll be the one screaming later." Wei Ge looked smug and reached out to grab Gu Tianshuang again. Gu Tianshuang instinctively hid behind Pai Yangyang, nervously watching the group. Wei Ge and the others seemed to only then notice Pai Yangyang, giving him a disdainful look and completely ignoring him. "Oh, so there's a pretty boy here. No wonder he doesn't want to come with me. But this pretty boy is probably all looks and no substance. No matter how many kidneys he eats, he'll still be a useless piece of trash," Wei Ge said jokingly as he bypassed Pai Yangyang and pounced on Gu Tianshuang. Uft! A soft sound came, and Wei Ji's left hand suddenly sank down and pressed against the table. The three henchmen were horrified to discover that two chopsticks had pierced directly into the back of Wei Ji's hand and emerged from under the table. Fresh blood dripped slowly down the chopsticks. "Your hands are too dirty. How can you touch such a pretty little girl?" Pai Yanjiang's left hand was gripping the chopsticks, while his right hand still held a string of chives, which he popped into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. Only after he finished speaking did Brother Wei let out a heart-wrenching scream. Many people in the food stall were startled and stood up, looking in this direction with alarm. But no one dared to approach, and some even ran away. The owners of the food stall were a middle-aged couple. They clearly knew Brother Wei and his gang and wanted to come over to persuade them, but they were afraid and dared not step forward. The scream startled Gu Tianshuang, who instinctively reached out and put her hand on Pai Yanjiang's shoulder. "Damn it, let Wei go right now." "Kid, you're asking for death, aren't you?" Daring to lay a hand on Brother Wei. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the three henchmen also came to their senses and began to scold Pai Yangyang. At the same time, the three of them turned around, each picked up a wine bottle, and pointed at Pai Yangyang. "Oh!" Pai Yangyang obediently responded, quickly pulled the two chopsticks stuck in Wei Ji's palm, and threw them on the ground. "Ah!" Wei Ge let out another heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from his left hand, which trembled violently. The diners around felt the excruciating pain. "You!" The three henchmen were furious, pointing at Pai Yangyang, speechless. "You're the one who made me let him go." Pai Yangyang remained calm, shrugged, and acted as if it were none of his business. "Kill him!" Wei Ge roared, wishing he could tear Pai Yangyang to pieces. Gu Tianshuang trembled and said nervously, "Run." Pai Yangyang curled his lips slightly and said disdainfully, "Running away? That's not my style." Before Gu Tianshuang could say another word, 3 bottles came hurtling toward Pai Yanjiang's head. She screamed in fright. The diners, the owner, and his wife at the food stall couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 explosions occurred almost simultaneously. Some of the more timid ones had even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Pai Yanjiang's bloodied head. "It's over." Someone let out a sigh. After 3 bottles, even a skull made of iron would be cracked open. But everyone was quickly stunned. Everyone stared at the 3 thugs with incredulous expressions. The 3 men clutched their heads, retreating in agony, almost simultaneously letting out screams of pain. Liquid was flowing from between their fingers. It was unclear whether it was liquid or blood, but his face was covered in a hideous mess. No one saw clearly how Pai Yangyang snatched the bottle and smashed it on their heads. All of this happened so fast. Gu Tianshuang was completely stunned. She never imagined that Pai Yangyang would have such amazing fighting power. Men who love eating kidneys and oysters are indeed fierce. Seeing his 3 henchmen get their heads blown off, Wei's face contorted in pain. He glared at Pai Yangyang, grabbed a bottle, pointed it at him, and said menacingly, "Kid, you're asking for it." As he spoke, he pounced on Pai Yangyang like a tiger, raising the wine bottle high in his hand and bringing it down hard. Pai Yanjiang's gaze sharpened, a cold, contemptuous smile playing on his lips, and he suddenly stretched out his left hand. Before Wei could react, he felt a tightness in his right wrist, followed by a sharp pain. At the same time, the wine bottle in his hand was handed to Pai Yangyang. He retreated in terror, but it was too late. Pai Yangyang snatched the bottle and thrust it forward, shoving the bottle neck directly into his mouth. Due to excessive force, several front teeth broke off. Bang! With a loud bang, the bottle shattered right in his mouth. Ah! This scream was like the dying howl of a wild beast, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 23 Big Shrimp. Many onlookers felt their hair stand on end. Ruthless, Truly ruthless beyond measure. This is fucking ruthless, ruthless to the extreme. Little did they know, these thugs had walked right into a trap. What happened this morning had already made Pai Yang feel very depressed, and he was just looking for a place to vent when these unlucky guys showed up. Wei's mouth was full of glass shards, and blood kept gushing out. Even his screams were filled with excruciating pain. At that moment, he realized he had encountered someone he couldn't afford to offend. However, unwilling to accept such a huge loss, he pointed at Pai Yang, enduring the excruciating pain in his mouth, and mumbled, "Little G, if you have the guts, say your name, and today I'll definitely make you shit your pants." Pai Yang remained seated without moving, and calmly gave a reply. As Wei Gu spoke, blood and saliva flew everywhere from his mouth, rendering the entire table of food inedible. "What a waste of all these kidneys and oysters," Pai Yang said with a pained expression. He seemed not to hear Wei Ji's threats at all. He didn't notice that just as he said his name, a young man who had been watching the commotion in the crowd immediately ran away to make a phone call. Gu Tianshuang snapped out of her daze, staring at Pai Yang in astonishment, and said nervously, "Let's go quickly. They've gone to call for help." Wei and a few of his underlings did indeed go out to call for reinforcements, and he cried into the phone about how badly he had been beaten. "Let him yell. If you don't beat him into submission the first time, he'll swarm around you like a fly, which is very annoying." Pai Yang stood up and said calmly, "Young man, you'd better leave quickly. This guy is not to be trifled with. He's the local tyrant. He also has an older brother, who I heard is the head of some gang." Only after those people left did the proprietress dare to come over and urge Pai Yang to leave quickly. The gang leader? Pai Yang frowned. He naturally wouldn't take such a person seriously. "I will compensate you for whatever losses you have suffered here." He glanced inside the food stall and saw that many people had taken advantage of the chaos to run away, causing the shop owner considerable losses. "No need. They often cause trouble here. I'm used to it. You should leave quickly, or it'll be troublesome if he calls his men." The proprietress looked anxious. When Brother Wei calls his men, there will inevitably be another chaotic battle. She was worried about Pai Yang and Gu Tianshuang, and also afraid that her food stall would be vandalized. Gu Tianshuang took out a stack of old men's bills and placed them on the table. "The loss today was caused by us, and we should compensate for it." Arriving at the entrance of the food stall, Gu Tianshuang turned to Pai Yang and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter. The way you were beating people up just now was actually quite cool." Pai Yang laughed and said, "You're handsome even when I'm not hitting people, can't you tell? At a time like this, you're still showing off. No matter what, you can't be anything less than handsome." Gu Tianshuang chuckled. "Have you always been this narcissistic?" The proprietress watched in stunned silence, wanting to interject several times, but unsure what to say. She could tell that Gu Tianshuang's identity was not simple, and Pai Yang was also dressed in designer brands, as if he came from a wealthy family. In the end, she shook her head and sighed, resigned to her fate. "I prayed that if a fight broke out, my losses wouldn't be too great." More and more people gathered to watch. Many of the diners here recognized Brother Wei, and some go up to greet him and ask what happened. Some people were surprised to see that Pai Yang and Gu Tianshuang were not leaving. Is this guy an idiot? He's not leaving. He's got a death wish. They probably don't know who Brother Wei's older brother is, right? If they knew it was Big Shrimp, they would have run away long ago. What's the point of running? If we hurt Brother Wei, Big Shrimp definitely won't let him off the hook. As long as he's in Xinjiang, hiding anywhere won't help. That's true. With Big Shrimp's power, killing someone would be incredibly easy for him. Just wait and see. The big shot is here. Let's see how he begs for mercy on his knees. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Although they witnessed Pai Yanjiang's terrifying combat power, they still firmly believed that Pai Yang was doomed once the Big Shrimp arrived. Wei and his henchmen kept staring intently at Pai Yang, wishing they could tear him to pieces. But they don't have the guts now. Seeing that Pai Yang wasn't running away, Brother Wei said coldly, "You little brat, just wait until you're sunk in the Xinjiang River." Pai Yang scoffed, pulled up a chair, and said to Gu Tianshuang, "Miss Gu, please sit down and wait." Gu Tianshuang sat down, and for some reason, she felt no fear at all, but rather a sense of peace. A dozen minutes later, the roar of a motorcycle could be heard. Several motorcycles roared in and circled the food stall several times before stopping. Immediately after, a Hummer pulled up, and a young man wearing a baseball cap got out. This man wore a floral shirt, sunglasses, and had a large cigar in his mouth. He walked with a swaying gait, like a crab. 2 more vans followed, from which a dozen burly men got out, each carrying a metal baseball bat. The people on the motorcycle got off, pulled out baseball bats, and stood behind the man in sunglasses. Brother Shrimp is here. Someone in the crowd gasped in surprise. Wei Gu and the others, who had been staring intently at Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianshuang, quickly turned around. Brother Shrimp. As soon as Wei Gu opened his mouth, blood flowed out, a truly gruesome sight. The prawn frowned slightly. Who the hell is so bold as to hit my brother? The prawn took the cigar out of its mouth, and in a hoarse voice, tilted its head back and shouted. His expression was arrogant and aloof, as if he didn't recognize anyone, even his own family. One of the henchmen, whose head had been shot, immediately pointed at Pai Yangyang and shouted, "That's the kid." The prawn wobbled up to Pai Yangyang and looked him up and down with disdain. "Kid, you dare hit my brother? Believe me or not, I'll make sure you're dead in the street." Pai Yangyang looked at him calmly and asked, "Which branch are you from?" "I'm from the White Tiger Hall." "What? Are you scared now?" Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. "Which eye of yours saw that I was scared?" The shrimp flew into a rage and said viciously, "Kid, you're arrogant enough. How dare you talk to me like that?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on Gu Tianshuang, who was standing to the side. Then, a glint of fervor flashed in his eyes, and he said arrogantly, "Kid, I'll give you a choice. Come with me, and I might just break your legs and spare your life." Pai Yangyang turned to look at Gu Tianshuang and said calmly, I'm afraid you can't take her away, and my legs aren't so easy to break. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me." The prawn's face contorted, and he took 3 steps back. Then, he swung his arms and shouted, "Get him! Take the girl to my house. This kid's too heavy." The younger brothers, who had been eager to try, rushed towards Pai Yangyang with their baseball bats in hand upon hearing this. Just then, beams of bright lights shone down, and the screech of emergency brakes echoed from one after another. The sound of the car door opening and closing was like popping beans. "Stop!" Immediately following, a dignified voice rang out. Chapter 24. This is a tragedy. An elderly man dressed in a white tang suit was followed by 50 burly men in black clothes and sunglasses, who strode towards them. The old man had a dignified expression, with his eyebrows raised, naturally exuding a murderous aura. Leaning on a walking stick, with a cold and piercing gaze, he slowly approached the shrimp and stopped. The thugs were startled when they saw the old man and his group. The shrimp even took 2 steps back. He could see the old man's imposing presence, and he also noticed the dozen or so luxury cars. This is enough to show that the old man's identity is not simple. But Wei Gu, as if he had lost his mind, recklessly said to the old man, "Hey, old man, there are quite a few of you, trying to show off in front of Brother Xia." The old man's gaze turned cold as he turned to look at Brother Wei. Seeing his miserable state, he was slightly taken aback. A young man behind him looked at Pai Yangyang and whispered, "Master Kai, this is Mr. Pai, whom you instructed us to keep an eye on." "What happened?" The old man nodded, then turned to look at Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianshuang and asked, "We were eating here when those guys came looking for trouble. They couldn't beat Brother Pai. He called these people over, saying they were going to take me to their house and leave Brother Pai dead in the street." Gu Tianshuang was stunned for a moment, but then pointed at Brother Wei and Big Shrimp respectively. The old man's gaze grew even colder. After listening, he turned to stare at Brother Wei and the others, and said in an icy tone, "Is that so? Who gave you the audacity to do this? Be smart and get out of here with your men. Otherwise." Big Shrimp's lips twitched a few times, but he didn't say anything. However, Brother Wei said with a ferocious expression, "Otherwise, what do you want?" The old man's tone was icy, and a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from his body. Although Wei Gu sensed the murderous aura emanating from the old man, relying on Xia's presence, he retorted defiantly, "Otherwise, I'd throw you into the Qinjiang River too." "Yeah." The old man's walking stick slammed heavily on the ground. "Looks like I haven't been active in the Qinjiang River for a long time. Now anyone would dare to drown someone in it." Old man, don't play dumb here. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way and don't get in my way of teaching that kid a lesson." Wei Gu spoke aggressively, blood splattering everywhere. "Along. Ahu, go knock all his teeth out. I want to see how he can talk tough without teeth." The old man looked at Brother Wei coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Yes, Master Kai." The 2 burly men behind him immediately bowed in agreement, then walked towards Brother Wei. What do you want to do?" Wei suddenly felt a pang of panic and looked at the 2 fierce-looking men in black with some fear. "Dare to touch Brother Wei? You're asking for death." One of the thugs shouted angrily and charged at the two men with a baseball bat in hand. Immediately afterwards, several more henchmen swung their baseball bats and viciously smashed them at Ah Long and Ah Hu. Ah Long and Ah Hu remained expressionless, completely ignoring the attacks from these people. With a casual punch and kick from the two men, screams rang out, and several figures flew out. At the same time, the two of them had an extra baseball bat in their hands. Wei was initially smug, but he almost peed his pants in fear the next moment. The two men appeared before him like ghosts. Although they were wearing sunglasses, he could still feel their sharp gazes. "Brother Shrimp." He was utterly horrified and instinctively cried out. But just as he left the field, two baseball bats slammed into his cheeks, one on each side. A horrifying sound of bones cracking rang out, and his entire face was deformed. The bat was released, and Ah Long reached out and slapped him on the back of the head. A mouthful of broken teeth, along with a mouthful of blood, spurted out. Everyone was stunned. Seeing Wei Ji's miserable state and hearing his incoherent screams, Desia's legs began to tremble. Having spent so many years on the streets, he's seen his fair share of ruthless people. Moreover, he himself is quite ruthless, but Ah Long and Ah Hu's methods almost scared him to death. Lying dead in the street. Who gave you the courage? Was it Xiaoyang? Master Kai's sharp, cold, and murderous gaze fell on the prawn. The prawn shuddered, its legs buckled involuntarily, and it staggered back 2 steps. Your Master Kai? He was terrified because he remembered a terrifying figure, a man known in the martial arts world as Master Kai. That's right, I am Kai Wenshin. Master Kai's voice was cold, tinged with disdain. Thump. The shrimp could no longer hold on. Its knees buckled, and it knelt on the ground. The group of underlings behind him were all dumbfounded. Didn't they say there are only soft-legged crabs in this world? How come there's a soft-legged shrimp here? Holy crap, it's Master Kai? No wonder. We've really bitten off more than we can chew. We've actually messed with Master Kai. They wanted someone to lie dead in the street. Now look what happened. Passers-by were outraged when they saw this. Kai Wenshin is a big shot in the Xinjiang underworld. Even the heads of the 5 major families have to respectfully address him as Master Kai. In Xinjiang, this man can truly be described as a powerful figure who can turn the tide at will. This guy messed with Master Kai. Isn't that like lighting a lighter in a latrine asking for trouble, dying? Hearing these comments, the shrimp almost fainted on the spot. Although he claimed to be the leader of the White Tiger Hall, he was actually just a gang leader with about 100 thugs under his command and ran an underground casino. With his meager abilities, he's nothing compared to Master Kai. Now it's my turn to ask you, who are you? Master Kai slowly took a step forward, looked down at him, and asked disdainfully. My name is Xia Deli. They all call me Big Shrimp. The prawn trembled all over, not daring to meet his gaze, and said timidly. Master Kai frowned slightly. Clearly, he was unfamiliar with the name. All right, since you're somewhat sensible, I won't make things too difficult for you today. However, since you dared to speak rudely to Mr. Pai and even threatened him, a small punishment is necessary. Master Kai straightened up and said in a calm tone. Immediately, 2 men in black approached the shrimp. 50 slaps and broken legs. That's a small punishment to teach them a lesson. Master Kai then calmly uttered another sentence. The shrimp, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was suddenly covered in cold sweat and pleaded pitifully, Master Kai, I was wrong. Please have mercy, Master Kai. But his subsequent words were immediately silenced by a series of crisp slaps. 2 men in black slapped her left and right, the crisp sound of the slaps echoing throughout the food stall. In less than 20 slaps, the shrimp's face was already broken, covered in blood, and swollen like a pig's head. 50 slaps were quickly delivered, and the 2 men in black took the baseball bats from Ah Long and Ah Hu and smashed them hard on the shrimp's calves without hesitation. The screams were heart-wrenching, and everyone couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 25 is indeed very tough on the kidneys. The shrimp's henchmen all watched in terror, none daring to move an inch or utter a single word. Their boss lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, and no one dared to help him up. Is this what they call a minor punishment to serve as a warning? The henchmen couldn't control the valve, and the water overflowed. Roll. Master Kai glanced at them coldly and said in a deep voice. The underlings suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly lifted their leader, Wei Go, and helped him retreat. They arrived with great fanfare, but left in a sorry and miserable state. Mr. Pai, this is my phone number. No matter what happens in Xinjiang in the future, just give me a call, and I will be there for you without hesitation. After Desia and the others left, Kai Wenxian took out a card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Pai Yangyang with both hands. Pai Yangyang didn't take it, just glanced at it indifferently, and said, "I don't know you." Kai Wenxian smiled somewhat awkwardly. "My name is Kai Wenxian. From now on, you can call me Lao Kai." Seeing him bowing respectfully as he handed over the card, Gu Tianshuang reached out and took it, saying, "Thank you, Master Kai. You're too kind." Kai Wenxian breathed a sigh of relief. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He said something respectfully, then took 3 steps back before straightening up. Seeing Kai Wenxian leave with his men, Gu Tianshuang looked at Pai Yangyang curiously and asked, "You actually know Master Kai?" Pai Yangyang said calmly, "I don't know him." "Who is he?" "You don't know Master Kai of Qingjiang. So why would he help you?" Pai Yangyang shrugged. "I'm handsome." Gu Tianshuang chuckled and handed the card to Pai Yangyang. "You're handsome. Do old men like you?" Pai Yangyang gasped for breath, coughed twice, and his face turned bright red. "We didn't eat well earlier. How about we order some more food and continue eating?" After the convoy left, Gu Tianshuang turned to look at Pai Yangyang and asked. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. Although it was just a string of numbers, he recognized it immediately as a call from Su Sueking. "Pai Yangyang, you're the one who snatched me back from the engagement party today. It's not right for you not to come home at a time like this." The call connected, and Su Sueking's aggrieved voice came through. Pai Yangyang was immediately at a loss. "What's wrong? Whether you have something to do or not, shouldn't you be home? Did you just kidnap me and then go out to fool around with other women?" Pai Yangyang was immediately embarrassed. His phone was old and worn out, but the sound was surprisingly loud. Even without speakerphone, people around you can still hear it. What's more, at this moment Gu Tianshuang's ear was almost pressed against the phone. Okay, I'll be back." He quickly agreed. If they continued, he didn't know what strange things she might say. After hanging up the phone, he said somewhat helplessly, "Ms. Gu, I have to go back now. I'll have to treat you next time." Gu Tianshuang chuckled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. "I understand, you're newlyweds, after all. How about the proprietress grills you 10 more skewers of kidneys to take home?" Pai Yangyang said with an air of nonchalance. "Do you think I need that stuff? The reason I ordered kidneys is simply because I like the taste." Gu Tianshuang chuckled. "Don't explain. Explaining too much is just covering it up. Sister Su is so beautiful, it really takes a lot of effort for her kidneys." Pai Yangyang knew he couldn't explain it clearly, so he could only smile wryly and say, "I'm leaving now." He really couldn't understand what was going on in this little girl's head all day long. Pai Yangyang waved and drove away. Even after the car had disappeared into the traffic, Gu Tianshuang kept staring in the direction Pai Yangyang had gone, looking somewhat lost in thought. For some reason, the moment his figure disappeared, she felt a sense of loss. A void filled her heart, as if she had lost something important. In the cloud-top villa, Su Sueking hung up the phone, looked at Zheng Li who seemed about to speak several times but hesitated, and said, "Just say what you have to say. I can tell you're holding it in." Zheng Li said, "President Su, I have a feeling that kid is unreliable. He actually bragged so much in front of everyone." Su Sueking asked in astonishment, "What did he brag about?" "You haven't forgotten, have you? He said you could secure 500 million in investment and revitalize the Su family." Zheng Li stared wide-eyed and said in surprise. Su Sueking held her phone to her forehead, frowning as she said, "I have a headache right now. I was so impulsive that I actually agreed." "You don't blame him?" Zheng Li asked in surprise. "Why should I blame him? He only said that because he saw that I had been forced into a corner by my second uncle and aunt." Su Sueking said calmly. "But how do we solve this 500 million? And we only have half a month to get it done." Zheng Li said with some distress. "How to solve this? I'll have to figure it out myself." Su Sueking's mind was in turmoil. They said they were trying to find a solution, but they had absolutely no clue what to do. Let alone the fact that she can't raise 500 million right now. Even if someone were willing to help her, they would probably be hesitant to cooperate with her because of the Yi family. "President Su, you haven't really fallen for him, have you? You said you were just using him as a shield to break off the engagement with the Yi family." Seeing Su Sueking's headache, Zheng Li asked in surprise. Su Sueking was slightly taken aback, then said, "I already told you. He saved me before. I asked him for help, not entirely to use him as a shield." "Are you serious? Even if he saved you back then, you don't need to repay him with your body, do you? What era are we living in? There are plenty of ways to repay a debt of gratitude." Zheng Li stared wide-eyed in astonishment at Su Sueking. "I signed a 1-year agreement with him. During this year, We will get to know each other. If I really fall in love with him after a year, then we will let things take their course. This is giving him a chance, and also giving myself a chance." Seeing her serious expression, Zhengli knew that she had already made up her mind. No one understands Su Sueking's personality better than her. Once Su Sueking has made a decision, she won't easily change it. With a soft sigh, Zhengli said helplessly, "I hope. He's not really like the rumors say." Pai Yangyang returned to the villa and opened the door to see Su Sueking lying on the sofa, covered with a blanket, as if she were asleep. He gently closed the door and was about to go upstairs when Su Sueking suddenly woke up. "You're back? The food's in the kitchen. Let the housekeeper heat it up for you." She rubbed her eyes and said. Pai Yanjiang's heart stirred slightly. This tone and feeling were somewhat familiar, yet also quite strange. 3 years ago, when he had just married Qin Yuja, he also missed getting home for dinner, and Qin Yuja said the same thing. However, all of this has become a memory, and has even gradually faded away. He wanted to say that he had already eaten, but he swallowed the words back down. "Okay, I'll heat it up myself." "No need. You are now the male head of this household, so you have to act like one." Su Sueking sat up, walked to him, looked him up and down carefully, and said with a smile. Pai Yangyang felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze. "Sister, I'm only the male head of the household in the contract. We're just putting on an act. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" But Su Sueking had already asked the maid to heat up the food. "Young master, please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon." Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang began to hallucinate, feeling as if he had truly become the male head of the household and Su Sueking's husband. The food was quickly heated up and served. "Just eat whatever you like today. In the future, if you want to eat something, just tell Annie and I'll have her make it for you." Su Sueking sat down at the dining table and looked at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang grabbed his chopsticks and wolfed down his food. "I don't have any dietary restrictions. I eat everything. There's no need to cook anything special for me." He ate while mumbling incoherently. At this moment, Zhengli walked over and said somewhat coldly, "At least you have some self-awareness." As soon as she spoke, Su Sueking immediately turned to stare at her, swallowing the rest of her words. Pai Yangyang ignored him, quickly finished a bowl of rice, and let out a burp. "I'm done eating." He put down his chopsticks and stood up to speak. "Yes, come here. I have something to tell you." Su Sueking nodded, returned to the living room, and sat down on the sofa. "What is it?" Pai Yangyang sat down opposite her. Su Sueking patted the sofa next to her. "Come here. I'm not going to eat you." Pai Yangyang had no choice but to go over and sit down next to her. The faint fragrance emanating from her body filled his nostrils, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of heat. The Yi family must be furious about what happened today. Stay home these next few days and don't go out. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Why? The Yi family is a family of martial arts masters, and Yi Fengliu is a vengeful person. If you go out, be careful he doesn't cause you trouble. Su Sueking frowned slightly and said with some concern. Pai Yangyang turned his head, looked at her with a sly smile, and said, "Are you worried about me? You can understand it this way. I don't want you to get hurt because of what happened to me." Su Sueking said. Pai Yangyang said, "I can stay put, but what about you? Yi Fengliu's target is you. And don't forget, you said in front of the old man that you would secure 500 million in investment." Su Sueking rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself, "That's what you said, okay?" However, she didn't say those words aloud. Because Pai Yangyang was right. She and Pai Yangyang had teamed up to make Yi Fengliu lose face, and Yi Fengliu would definitely not let her off easily. "Humph, you have the nerve to say that? If you weren't bragging, how could President Su have made such a promise?" Su Sueking didn't speak, but Zhengli couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Pai Yangyang spread his hands, looking innocent, and said, "In that situation, if I didn't say that, would I just let her be criticized? Besides, since she was able to become the president of the Su Group and bring in 500 million in investment, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? What do you know? Even if President Su were still the CEO, with the Yi family involved, who would dare to cooperate with the Su family?" Zhengli became increasingly angry as she spoke. Pai Yangyang said calmly, "Anyway, I trust my wife. She can definitely handle this little thing. I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap." As he spoke, he yawned and went upstairs. "You scoundrel." Zhengli gritted her teeth in hatred, staring at his retreating figure, and said bitterly, "Sisterly, I told you, it's not his fault. I'm sleepy too." Su Sueking stood up and said to Zhengli, "Okay, you two go to sleep. I'll think of something." "What can I possibly think of?" Zhengli looked distressed and helpless. Pai Yangyang, who had already gone upstairs, turned around, and looked at Su Swecking with anticipation. Does Zheng Li's statement seem to be implying something? Chapter 26, A Glimmer of Hope. But he was soon disappointed. Su Swecking went straight to the third floor. Looking at the two bears, Xiongda and Xiong'er, who stood like guardian deities, Pai Yangyang had no choice but to return to his bedroom. Lying in bed, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A mere 500 million has stumped my wife. I wonder what she'd think if she knew I owed over 100 billion for baby formula. However, 500 million is nothing to him. Just like supporting the Qin family before, it's within his capabilities. After the wedding hijacking ended, Pai Yangyang thought that if he could help the Su group to rise, he could use the Su family's group platform to achieve the goal of more than 100 billion yuan in milk powder. Therefore, this is why he decided to give it a try, which prompted Su Swecking to agree to raise funds. The next morning, Pai Yangyang was woken up again by a jolt. It seems that one shouldn't eat too many kidneys. After taking a cold shower, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. I left the bedroom and went into the living room. Su Swecking was sitting on the sofa, putting down her phone, a contented smile on her face. It seems the phone call just now brought her good news. What's wrong? What's the good news that makes you so happy? Pai Yangyang came downstairs and looked at her with some surprise, asking her a question. Have breakfast first. Su Swecking did indeed appear very comfortable. Zheng Li looked at Su Swecking with suspicion and asked, President Su, is there a chance for funding? Su Swecking said excitedly. Yes, that call was from Tong Yu, the chairman of Sahai Investment. He said he's interested in investing in the Su group and wants me to come to Kwai Villa tonight for a face-to-face meeting. Upon hearing this, Zheng Li exclaimed with delight, Really? That's fantastic news. President Su, it seems there's always a way out. The two were so excited they almost danced with joy. Okay, come with me tonight. Let's try to finalize the cooperation agreement tonight. Su Swecking subconsciously clenched her fist, looking confident of success. Okay, I'll go with you. Zheng Li happily agreed. I was frowning over this yesterday, but when I woke up this morning, things took a turn for the better. Why are you unhappy? Seeing that Pai Yangyang was already sitting at the table, eating a fried dough stick and acting as if it was none of her business, Zheng Li couldn't help but frown and ask. Pai Yangyang took a big bite of the fried dough stick and said, Happy, of course I'm happy. As he spoke, he stretched his neck and swallowed a large mouthful of fried dough stick, then couldn't help but burp. Zheng Li's brows furrowed even more. This guy is a real foodie. He turned a simple fried dough stick into something that tasted like a delicacy. By the way, what kind of company is Sahai Investment? I've never heard of it. Pai Yangyang took a big gulp of soy milk to stop burping, then turned to ask. You really are oblivious to everything around you. Only interested in being a kept man. You don't even know about Sahai Investment. Zheng Li glanced at it and said with some disdain. Pai Yangyang said matter-of-factly, Is it famous? Do I need to know? Su Swecking glanced at him helplessly and said, Sahai Investment is one of the 4 major investment companies in Xinjiang. It's a behemoth in the investment world. Pai Yangyang said, Oh, and then asked, Didn't you say yesterday that with the Yi family involved, no one would dare to invest in the Su family? This Sahai Investment, aren't they afraid of the Yi family? Zheng Li was slightly taken aback, then said irritably, What do you mean? Do you doubt the truth of this matter? No, I was just asking out of curiosity. Pai Yangyang peeled an egg and put it in his mouth. I've met Mr. Tong twice before. He's a very sincere person and does things in unconventional ways. He must be aware of the crisis facing the Su family, but also of the opportunity it presents, which is why he's interested in this investment. Su Swecking patiently explained. Pai Yangyang's words just now did make her have a slight doubt, but she immediately dismissed it in her heart. Moreover, she now has nowhere else to go, and she must seize any glimmer of hope. All right then, I wish you success in your negotiations tonight. Pai Yangyang let out another burp and stood up. Are you going out again? Seeing Pai Yangyang holding the car keys, Su Swecking frowned and asked. I made an appointment with a friend, asking me to go to his house to check the feng shui. Pai Yangyang quickly came up with an excuse. Feng shui? You really think you're a master? Do you know what people say about you? They all say you're a charlatan, a fraud. Zheng Li scoffed dismissively and said. Pai Yangyang said with an arrogant expression, Let me correct you. I don't consider myself a master, but I truly am. Ordinary people have no idea how capable I am, which is why they talk nonsense and slander me. I think you're the one talking nonsense. You a master? Do you even know what level a master is? Even Master Yaiwei of Tianlong Mountain wouldn't dare call himself a master. Zheng Li sneered, looking at him as if he were a madman, thinking that Pai Yangyang was just bragging. Pai Yangyang rolled her eyes at her, too lazy to explain, and waved her hand. You wouldn't understand even if I told you bye-bye. With that, he walked straight outside. Before Zheng Li could speak, Su Sueking frowned slightly and said, You can go out, but remember to come back early this afternoon and take us to Kwai Villa. She naturally didn't believe Pai Yanjiang's claim that he was some kind of master. In her mind, so-called masters are just figures in movies or legends. However, she did not force Pai Yangyang to stay, since she was going to see Tong Yu that evening. Keeping him at home would only interfere with her preparations. Pai Yangyang raised his hand and waved without turning his head to indicate that he understood. They never dreamed that Pai Yangyang wasn't actually bragging, and that he actually underestimated himself. He was adopted by Master Tianyang when he was 5 years old and became his only disciple. Pai Yangyang was exceptionally gifted and cultivated at an astonishing speed. Before he was even 20 years old, Master Tianyang exclaimed that there was nothing more he could teach. Master Tianyang told him that he was a rare cultivation prodigy, a talent unseen in hundreds of years. Pai Yangyang is now practically on his way to becoming a celestial master, but he is unaware of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt that his master's skills weren't actually that great. The so-called celestial master is not the Taoist priest in the deep mountains that ordinary people know. The celestial master is a rare genius in Taoist cultivation, appearing only once every few centuries, representing the pinnacle of Taoist achievement. A true celestial master is revered by thousands and commands respect in the region. He was versed in yin and yang, understood the 8 trigrams, was skilled in medicine and martial arts, and knew astronomy and geography. He can diagnose life and death by taking a pulse, observe wealth and poverty by observing qi, find auspicious burial sites, capture ghosts, and set up formations. All of these are within his grasp. When a celestial master cultivates his mental state to a certain level, he can achieve extraordinary feats, ascending to heaven and descending to earth to change the course of history. Wealth and glory can vanish in the blink of an eye, or even after enduring calamities, one can ascend to immortality. However, not only are half of the world unaware of the power of the celestial masters, even Pai Yangyang himself is unaware that he has already stepped 1 foot into the ranks of the celestial masters. He had no idea that as long as he abandoned worldly desires and devoted himself to diligent cultivation, he would one day ascend to immortality. But it's true that he hasn't truly severed ties with worldly affairs yet. The mystery of his origins, the exorbitant baby formula money owed by his master, and the inexplicably signed marriage agreement bind him to this mortal world. Pai Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the villa. He drove out of the residential area and aimlessly turned into a street, continuing to drive forward. No friends invited him to look at feng shui. He simply didn't want to stay in the villa. He has to keep a wife under contract, but also has to look at Zheng Li's sour face all day long. It's unpleasant. It would be better to go to Mount Lohan to meditate and cultivate oneself, so as not to waste time. But after driving a few hundred meters, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed that a car had been following him since he left the villa complex. He neither stopped nor slowed down, continuing to drive forward at a leisurely pace. To determine if he was being watched, he deliberately turned around several street corners. It was finally confirmed that they had indeed been followed. No matter how he turned, accelerated, or decelerated, the car always maintained a distance of several tens of meters, sticking close behind. A cold smile crept across his lips. It seemed that Yi Fengliu was already impatient to take revenge on him. He thought for a moment and then drove towards the suburbs. Since these people are causing him trouble, he should go to a quiet place and resolve the problem there. These past 2 days, Pai Yangyang had been feeling extremely depressed. His divorce from Qin Yuja and being used as a shield by Su Sueking made him feel very depressed. Since these clueless fools have come looking for us, we might as well use them as punching bags and vent our frustrations. The car quickly drove out of the city, and after crossing the Qinjiang 7th Bridge, the traffic became much lighter. Ahead lay a barren, undeveloped area. The road connecting the 7 bridges is not yet fully open to traffic, so there are hardly any cars coming this way. But the car followed without hesitation. Moreover, just after crossing the bridge, 3 more cars followed. Pai Yangyang suddenly accelerated and sped off towards an abandoned chemical plant in the far suburbs. 4 cars followed closely behind, speeding along the road. A dozen minutes later, the car turned onto an abandoned highway. The chemical plant has been abandoned for many years, and all kinds of equipment are dilapidated, with many of the factory buildings collapsed. The factory area was overgrown with weeds and desolate. Pai Yangyang stopped on the playground, got out of the car, and coldly looked at the 4 cars that were chasing after him. Chapter 27: The Loach Meeting. The car door opened, and more than a dozen people got out. The leader was less than 1.65 meters tall, with a large, bald head that looked like a peeled hard-boiled duck egg. Around its short, thick neck was a gold chain thicker than a dog leash, gleaming in the sunlight. With a huge sapphire ring on his finger, a bright red peony-patterned shirt, and a prominent belly, he looked like a nouveau riche who had become wealthy overnight. His triangular eyes revealed a hint of sinister ruthlessness. With a large cigar dangling from his mouth, he strode forward confidently, coldly staring at Pai Yangyang. The other dozen or so men, all wearing black top hats and sunglasses, carried alloy baseball bats and looked menacing. The bald man took a deep drag on his cigar and slowly exhaled it at Pai Yangyang, his expression full of provocation. "Kid, you're pretty sensible. You knew to bring him here. Looks like you've already chosen a lucky spot for yourself." Then, he looked around and said. Pai Yangyang didn't move, looking at him with amusement, and asked, "Who are you people? Why are you following me?" "Gangzi, tell him." The bald man reached out and took off his cigar, speaking with great swagger. A man in black stepped forward, extended his arm, and said arrogantly, "Kid, you know the Azure Dragon Society, right? This is Feng Qi, one of the 4 heavenly kings of our Azure Dragon Society." Pai Yangyang then noticed that on the man's arm was a blue flying dragon, bearing its fangs and claws. Pai Yangyang examined it carefully and gently shook his head. He said seriously, "Never heard of it. But your tattoo isn't good either. It looks like a little loach. How about we change the name to the Loach Club?" "You?" Feng Qi's fat face trembled with rage as he glared at him and said fiercely, "Boy, you dare to insult my Azure Dragon Society. You're dead." Pai Yangyang sighed, glanced at the dozen or so burly men, and said with some helplessness, "So many loaches, it's a bit of a hassle to cook them all in one pot. Damn it, I only intended to cripple your legs, but it seems you're really courting death." Gangzi roared and suddenly raised the baseball bat in his hand. "Big brother, stop wasting time talking to him. Just kill him and bury him." Another younger brother also waved a baseball bat and shouted loudly. Feng Qi shrugged. "Kid, you've asked for it. When my brothers get angry, I can't control them." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and swung his arms. A dozen burly men immediately surrounded them, eyeing them menacingly. "Wait a moment." Just as tensions were about to rise, Pai Yangyang suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "Kid, it's too late to beg for mercy now. You only have yourself to blame for being too bold and messing with the wrong person." Gangzi grinned maliciously, twirling the steel pipe in his hand before smashing it down. "Did I say I was begging for mercy? I just wanted to ask who sent you." Pai Yangyang said dismissively. "But now I think I understand." As soon as the last sentence was uttered, Pai Yangyang suddenly moved. Punches are as swift as the wind, and kicks are as powerful as mountains. Several muffled groans rang out in succession, and Gangzi was the first to be hit, getting punched on the bridge of his nose. His nose collapsed instantly, and even his muffled groan was filled with blood and foam as he flew backward. Several figures took flight almost simultaneously, landing heavily in the tall grass. This place has been abandoned for many years, and there are many broken bricks, tiles, and pieces of wood lying in the grass. The person's weight slammed down, producing a clear sound of bones breaking. A scream rang out, startling several small birds that were resting in the factory. Feng Qi and his remaining underlings looked astonished, some even trembling. They didn't even see how Pai Yangyang made his move. Their brother was inexplicably sent flying. Pai Yangyang now has a baseball bat in his hand. He stared coldly at Feng Qi and asked, "Did Yi Fengli send you here? Isn't it better to live a good life? You dare to steal young Master Yi's woman." Feng Qi was shocked, but he was not afraid. In Xinjiang, no one dares to provoke the Green Dragon Society, let alone the Yi family. Pai Yangyang gently shook his head. "You're wrong. He's the one who wants to steal my woman. I just brought my wife home. How can he twist the truth? Is he relying on his family's wealth? Boy, if you offend the Yi family, neither you nor the Su family can stay in Xinjiang. If you don't want to die, cut off your own legs now and get out of Xinjiang immediately, and maybe young Master Yi will spare your life." Feng Qi said sinisterly. Pai Yangyang said in astonishment, "It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. Or do you really think that your so-called Mudfish Society can do anything to me?" Feng Qi was so angry that his face turned ashen. He threw the cigar in his hand on the ground, stomped on it, and crushed it. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He spoke coldly, slowly extending his right hand. One of the younger men immediately handed him a baseball bat. I haven't made a move in years. Today, I'll show you what Master Chi of Xinjiang is all about. He brandished his baseball bat and said proudly. Pai Yangyang smiled calmly, tossed away the baseball bat in his hand, and said disdainfully, even if you've become a spirit, you're still just a mudfish. Cripple him. Fang Qi was furious. He roared and charged at Pai Yangyang with his baseball bat. The few underlings who were still standing were somewhat afraid, but since their boss had personally taken to the front lines, they naturally dared not stand idly by. Moreover, Master Qi of Xinjiang is a renowned figure. His current position in the Qinglong society is earned through genuine skill. Pai Yangyang gave a cold laugh, his feet suddenly moved, and his body floated forward like a ghost. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Some even felt a chill run down their spines and wanted to back away. But it was all too late. As several figures flew out, everything returned to calm. The baseball bat in Fang Qi's hand was nowhere to be found, and his thick right arm hung down like a noodle. He knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling violently, sweat rolling down his fat face. His entire arm was broken, bone by bone. Both legs were also crushed, making it impossible for him to stand up. Pai Yangyang stood right in front of him, looking at him disdainfully, and inexplicably had a baseball bat in his hand, which he slowly moved away from Fang Qi's calf. You said this place is a geomantically auspicious location, so you must have had your eye on it for a long time. Pai Yangyang dropped the baseball bat, grabbed his collar and gold chain, and dragged him towards the side of the factory area. Fang Qi's eyes rolled back as the gold chain tightened around his neck, and he almost passed out. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang quickly dragged him to a reservoir and stopped him there. Pai Yangyang left him beside the reservoir, pointed to the stench-filled water, and said, "A ready-made pit, isn't it great?" Fang Qi looked at the pool in horror. He saw the corpses of rats, cats, snakes, dogs and other animals floating in it. A layer of dark garbage floated on the surface of the water. Just looking at it made him feel nauseous. Don't want. He shuddered and instinctively pleaded aloud. He is a ruthless person, but not to the point of killing himself when he gets ruthless. If someone were to drown in this stinking pond, wouldn't that leave a stain on their reputation for eternity? Even a loach has dignity, okay? I've heard that there have been several major cases here, resulting in the deaths of several people. So you won't be lonely here. You might even have a chance to get together for a game of mahjong. As Pai Yangyang spoke calmly, he slowly raised his foot and stepped on his back. Spare me. Fang Qi immediately let out a terrified scream, his whole body trembling violently, a chill running from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Don't want to die? That's fine too. Pai Yangyang didn't actually want to kill him. He looked at him coldly and said in a chilling voice, "Go back and tell your master that he'd better not mess with me, and especially not bother my wife. I have nothing to lose. I'm not afraid of him who's wearing shoes." Okay. I will definitely pass on the message. Fang Qi nodded quickly. Now, no matter what Pai Yangyang asked him to do, he would agree without hesitation. Remember this, don't try anything funny with me again. Otherwise, even if you hide in the mud, I can dig you out and turn you into a dead mudfish. Pai Yangyang kicked him over and said coldly again, "I won't do it again. I'll avoid you from now on." Fang Qi was about to cry. Pai Yangyang then turned around and walked towards his car. Chapter 28 Cell Phone. Just as they were leaving the abandoned factory and preparing to return to the city, Gu Tianshuang suddenly called. "Mr. Pai, is this a convenient time?" The call connected, and her soft voice came through, making Pai Yangyang subconsciously look around. "It's convenient. How could it not be convenient for me?" Then he whispered something to himself. But he quickly realized what he had done and felt ashamed of himself. Why act like you've done something wrong when you haven't done anything wrong? Then, could you come to Xinjiang Business School? Gu Tianshuang's voice returned to normal, and she asked expectantly, "Xinjiang Business School? What would I do there?" Pai Yangyang was taken aback. "Oh dear, I'm studying here now, so I can't be away from school for too long. Yesterday, someone messed up my meal, so I didn't get to eat. Today I'll treat you. If you're worried about Sister Sue pinching your ear, then next time." Hearing her teasing voice, Pai Yangyang chuckled softly and immediately said with unyielding pride, "What a joke. Why should I be afraid of her?" "Oomph, you're just saying that. Don't worry, come on then. I'll be waiting for you at the coffee shop across from the south gate of the school." Gu Tianshuang's voice was seductive. "Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there." Pai Yanjiang's male hormones surged, and he immediately agreed. He was stunned for a moment after hanging up the phone. This girl is still a student? What does she want me to do? Besides, we met yesterday. Are you in such a hurry? He adjusted the rearview mirror, looked at himself in it, and sighed. Being too handsome is tiring. We drove to the south gate of the business school and quickly found a coffee shop across the street. Upon entering the coffee shop, Gu Tianchuan glanced around and saw that she was sitting in a booth near the window. He walked over and casually sat down opposite her. Well, go ahead. What did you want to see me about? Pai Yangyang didn't believe that Gu Tianchuan was in such a hurry to find him just to invite him to a meal. Gu Tianchuan smiled at him and said, "Didn't you say that I had to eat at a coffee shop at the very least? Look, are you satisfied now?" Pai Yangyang was stunned for a moment. He had just said it casually, but he didn't expect the girl to take it seriously. "You really just wanted to treat me to dinner?" he asked with some suspicion. Gu Tianchuan chuckled softly, turned around, picked up a beautifully decorated black box from the sofa, and placed it on the table. Cell phone. Pai Yangyang was stunned. This was an unopened mobile phone, and it was a high-end domestic phone that cost over 10,000 yuan. "Your phone is too old. You should get a new one." Gu Tianchuan tapped her slender fingers lightly on the phone case as she spoke. "My phone works perfectly fine, so there's no need to waste it, right?" Pai Yangyang glanced at the worn-out phone in his hand, looking somewhat reluctant. "It still works great. You can hear me on the phone clearly from more than 10 meters away. If I call you in the middle of the night, won't Sister Sue hear everything?" Gu Tianchuan blinked and said mysteriously, Okay. I'll change." Pai Yangyang felt a little uneasy. This girl might actually do something like making a phone call in the middle of the night. Although he wasn't afraid of Sue Swecking overhearing, the agreement stipulated that he was not allowed to flirt with other women during the agreement period. He didn't want Sue Swecking to find an excuse to deduct his salary because of a few random phone calls. Gu Tianchuan immediately smiled happily, skillfully opened the phone box, and took out the phone inside. Then, considerately, she took Pai Yanjiang's old phone, put the SIM card in, and turned it on. After activating the phone, she first saved her phone number, and then handed the phone to Pai Yangyang with satisfaction. "Look, are you satisfied? If not, I'll get you a different fruit machine." "No, this is fine. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." Pai Yangyang immediately refused. He didn't care much about phone brands, but he didn't particularly like imported phones. "Don't you consider me a friend? Or are you afraid of what will happen if Sister Sue asks?" Gu Tianchuan tilted her head and looked at him with a mocking expression. Pai Yangyang was immediately at a loss and gave an awkward smile. "Okay then. Thanks." Gu Tianchuan waved her hand and called out, "Waiter, bring him a cappuccino." It was still a bit early before lunchtime, so she ordered a coffee first. "You're in school. How do you have time to go to restaurants?" Pai Yangyang asked casually while looking at his phone. "I'm not interested in the morning classes, and besides, I have to treat you to dinner. If it weren't for you last night, I would have been bullied." Seeing the puzzled look on Pai Yanjiang's face, she suddenly asked in a low voice, "You didn't go to university, did you?" Pai Yangyang frankly admitted, "No, I didn't even finish high school." Back then, it wasn't that his master was unwilling to send him to school, but rather that he wanted to learn skills, and his studies were a complete mess, almost making his teacher vomit blood several times. Later, Master Tianyang simply stopped letting him go to school. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look down on you. You're so capable, many college graduates probably aren't as good as you." Gu Tianchuan seemed to realize she had said the wrong thing and said somewhat nervously. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. "It's nothing. You treat me like a friend. Why would I think that way?" In fact, he had just thought of something. Qin Yuja and Qin Yu had repeatedly told him in front of his face that he hadn't even finished high school and was practically illiterate, showing their utter contempt for him. However, it only stirred something in his heart. He had long since let go of these things. Just then, Gu Tianchuan's phone rang. Her phone was on the table. Pai Yangyang glanced at it subconsciously and saw a string of numbers displayed on it, without any notes. But when Gu Tianchuan saw the number, her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowed noticeably, and she didn't rush to answer. "Why aren't you answering the phone? What if they need to contact you?" Seeing that she didn't seem to want to answer the phone, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Someone I dislike, I don't want to answer?" The phone rang for a while, but she didn't answer it, and the call ended. But it started ringing again very soon. "Ugh," Gu Tianchuan said with disgust, and was about to hang up the phone. "If you don't answer, he'll keep calling. Doesn't that get annoying?" Pai Yangyang said something. Gu Tianchuan looked at him, suddenly revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and chuckled softly. "You're right." Seeing the cunning glint in her eyes, Pai Yanjiang's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition welled up inside her. I'm at the coffee shop across from the south gate. Come on over. Upon answering the phone, Gu Tianchuang said something decisively, and then hung up. Pai Yangyang asked curiously, "Who is it?" "Your friend." Gu Tianchuang smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Then, feeling a little guilty, he lowered his head and quietly sipped his coffee. Half an hour later, a BMW 5 Series pulled up in front of the coffee shop. A dashing young man stepped out of the car, holding a bouquet of fiery red roses. After getting out of the car, he bent down and carefully smoothed his hair in the rearview mirror and straightened his suit. He then took out a handkerchief and wiped his already shiny leather shoes, which were so bright they could be used as mirrors, before striding confidently into the coffee shop. In the coffee shop, a dozen or so young people were scattered around, almost all of them business school students. The man's appearance immediately attracted the attention of several girls, and their eager gazes all fell on him. After the man entered, his gaze quickly locked onto Gu Tianchuang, and he walked over with a smile. However, after taking only a few steps, his expression suddenly changed, because he saw a man sitting opposite Gu Tianchuang. Chapter 29 became a shield again. "You're here." Gu Tianchuang naturally raised her hand and waved, causing the other girls to sigh immediately. Pai Yangyang turned his head and looked. "Oh, a handsome guy?" The young man was also staring at him, his handsome face somewhat distorted, his eyes filled with suspicion and resentment. He stood beside Pai Yangyang, holding the flowers. "Who is he?" After a moment, the young man asked, his face darkening slightly. "Let me introduce you. This is my friend Pai Yangyang. This is Li Dengjiao, an attending physician in the general department of the central hospital." Gu Tianchuang introduced the two of them very naturally. After saying that, she scolded Pai Yangyang. "Yangyang, what are you still sitting there for? Can't you see we have guests? Come and sit down." Pai Yangyang got goosebumps all over. That voice was cloyingly sweet. The moment he saw Li Dengjiao, he understood that he had once again become a shield. For some reason, he didn't like Li Dengjiao at all when he first saw him. Although he is very handsome and even looks very elegant, he always gives off a cold and arrogant feeling. He naturally got up and sat down next to Gu Tianchuang. Li Dengjiao vaguely felt that the name Pai Yangyang sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had heard it before. "Please sit down. Since you're here, lunch is on me." Seeing that he was in a daze, Gu Tianchuang called out to him again. Li Dengjiao's face twisted slightly, and the jealousy in his eyes gradually turned into anger. "Gu Tianchuang, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Gu Tianchuang looked surprised. "Why do you say that? Isn't it just a coincidence? I invited Yangyang to dinner, and you happened to be coming too, so I invited you as well. Since you made an appointment with me, why did you bring a stranger here?" Li Dengjiao made no attempt to hide his jealousy and resentment. Gu Tianchuang smiled slightly. "Let me correct you. I made the appointment with him first, and then I received your call." Li Dengjiao's face darkened even more. She called him so affectionately, and she was the one who took the initiative to invite Pai Yangyang. I've become a third wheel. The jealousy and resentment in his heart surged rapidly. He was unwilling to be eliminated like this, so he sat down. He could sense that everyone in the shop was watching him, and standing there any longer would only make him feel more embarrassed. "Another cup of coffee. By the way, what kind do you like?" Gu Tianchuang smiled broadly, radiating enthusiasm. "Aye, whatever," Li Dengjiao said irritably. "I don't know what you like to drink, so I'll just have a glass of plain water." Gu Tianchuang said to the waiter without hesitation. The waiter paused for a moment, looking at Li Dengjiao with suspicion. "Just plain water, please." Li Dengjiao waved his hand somewhat sullenly. Now everything he drinks tastes bland and tasteless. At this point, some customers in the store had already started talking about it. Is this going to be a two-man fight over one woman? Won't they start fighting? Both of these guys are pretty handsome, but the one who came later is even more stylish. The first one gave off a bit of a roguish vibe. However, I prefer the one in front. He's more handsome. Can being handsome put food on the table? Fortunately, music was playing in the coffee shop, so the three of them couldn't hear the chatter at all. "These flowers are for you. They're your favorite Corolla." Li Dengjiao forced himself to calm down, and after sitting down, he very gentlemanly presented the flowers in his hands to Gu Tianchuang. "Who said I like the Corolla the most?" Gu Tianchuang frowned and quickly covered her nose with her hand. "I've been allergic to pollen these past few days. Take it away." Li Dengjiao was taken aback, quickly put the flowers back, and asked with concern, When did you become allergic to pollen? Should we go to the hospital? I'll have someone check you up. With the medical skills at your hospital, I think I'd better forget about it. If I need any tests, I'll have Yang Yang do them for me. Gu Tianshuang turned to look at Pai Yang Yang, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Li Dingzhao's face turned extremely ugly. He stared fiercely at Pai Yang Yang and said disdainfully, "He's a doctor? May I ask which hospital he works at and what his position is?" Pai Yang Yang smiled calmly. "I wouldn't call myself a doctor, but I do know a little about medicine." Li Dingzhao was taken aback, then laughed a few times. "Could he be a quack doctor?" Pai Yang Yang said nonchalantly, "You can say that if you want." Li Dingzhao sneered, looked at Gu Tianshuang, and said, "Tianshuang, what's wrong with you? How do you know someone like that? What's wrong with someone like that? So many experts in your hospital couldn't cure my grandfather's illness, but he did. Why do you look down on him?" Gu Tianshuang said in a somewhat cold tone. Li Dingzhao choked, his face turning red. He stared at Pai Yang Yang in disbelief. "You mean, he cured your grandfather's illness? How is that possible? You mean I'm lying?" Gu Tianshuang looked displeased. No. Li Dingzhao panicked a little, then his eyes flashed. Even if he cured it, it was just a lucky coincidence. "What? You mean to say my grandfather is a dead rat?" Gu Tianshuang almost jumped up, looking at Li Dingzhao with a face full of anger. Li Dingzhao was completely stunned and said in a panic, "I didn't mean that, I was just giving an example." "For example? Even a circle won't do. That's my grandfather. If you dare joke about him, you'd better get out of here. I don't want to see you." Gu Tianshuang seemed genuinely angry. Pai Yang Yang smiled slightly. He knew perfectly well that this girl was using this as an excuse to try and get rid of Li Dingzhao. "Xiaoshuang, don't be angry. Dr. Li is so skilled, he must have encountered a lot of dead rats," he said calmly. Gu Tianshuang was taken aback at first, then chuckled and said nothing more. Li Dingzhao dared not continue the topic. He knew very well that Gu Tianshuang wanted to get rid of him. Since that's the case, he's not leaving. "Tianshuang, this flower," he asked cautiously. "Take those flowers further away, or you could throw them in the trash." Gu Tianshuang kept covering her nose, looking disgusted. Li Dingzhao turned around sullenly and shoved the flowers in his hand into the hands of the waiter, who came to bring him water. "Here you go." The waiter was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed with delight, "Thank you. Gu Tianshuang, what makes him better than me? I studied at a prestigious university in the US. He's just a quack doctor. Why do you look down on me?" Li Dingzhao, seething with anger, glanced arrogantly at Pai Yang Yang. "Whether I like something or not has nothing to do with my education level. Only the wearer knows if the shoe fits." Gu Tianshuang said very seriously, "You are the eldest daughter of the prestigious Gu family. Although my Li family cannot compare to your Gu family, we are a family of doctors with a distinguished reputation in Xinjiang. And what is he? He's nothing but a gigolo, a pretty boy, a charlatan who preys on old men and women." After calming down, Li Dingzhao finally remembered who Pai Yang Yang was. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, wishing he could denigrate Pai Yang Yang to the point of being utterly worthless. "I won't allow you to talk about him like that. Let me tell you, he's my grandfather's savior." Gu Tianshuang looked displeased and interrupted Li Dingzhao. "Don't even think about it. If you don't want us to become complete strangers in the future, you should understand that we can't possibly eat from the same pot." Before Li Dingzhao could speak, Gu Tianshuang said something very seriously. Li Dingzhao felt even more frustrated. His lips twitched a few times, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "You should know about what happened yesterday, right?" "What is it?" Gu Tianshuang asked coldly. Li Dingzhao said, "He just got divorced and then registered his marriage with Su Sueking. Yesterday, he even caused a scene at the engagement banquet of the Yi and Su families, making a huge fuss." "Of course I know that." Gu Tianshuang interrupted him again, looking completely unconcerned. "That's what a real man should do." What do you mean?" Li Dingzhao asked in surprise. "Knowing that he and Su Sueking have registered their marriage, you're still with him? Can't you get divorced even if you're married? He's been divorced before. Maybe they'll divorce soon too." Gu Tianshuang said calmly. Pai Yang Yang was immediately speechless. This girl is so ruthless. I just got married, and they're already thinking about getting a divorce. Am I that unlucky? Thankfully, it was a fake marriage. If it had been real, wouldn't that have been incredibly unlucky? You're insane. Gu Tianshuang, you're completely insane. If your family knew how reckless you've been, they'd be furious. Li Dingzhao almost jumped up. That's a family matter, so I won't trouble you, Dr. Li, with it. Gu Tianshuang said dismissively. Then, quite impatiently, he said, "Forget it. Let's order. I don't want to discuss these issues with you." As he spoke, he waved to the waiter. Yang Yang, did you enjoy the kidneys last night? How about I order you another plate of stir-fried kidneys and some broccoli? They say it's good for the kidneys. She took the tablet, moved closer to Pai Yang Yang, pressed her soft breasts against his arm, pointed to the names of the dishes on it with her slender fingers, and tilted her head to ask. Pai Yang Yang subconsciously touched the side of his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Dingjao was so angry he almost blew smoke out of his nose. He suddenly stood up and said, "You guys eat. I'm leaving." After saying that, he stormed out. Gu Tianshuang's words and actions were not very harmful, but extremely insulting. "How can you be so stingy?" Gu Tianshuang said dismissively. "If you won't eat, we will. Goodbye." Chapter 30. My hands aren't tired, but my mind is. Do you hate him that much? The food was served quickly. Looking at the plate of stir-fried pork kidneys, Pai Yang Yang asked curiously. What Gu Tianshuang just said would be unbearable for any man. "Yeah, I hate him," Gu Tianshuang said without hesitation. "I met him at a party. He's incredibly arrogant, always bringing up the fact that he studied in the US, acting like he's superior to everyone else." "You hate him just because of that?" Pai Yang Yang asked. "If he hadn't bothered me, I wouldn't have cared how much he bragged. But after he met me at that party, he got my phone number from a friend of mine, and ever since then, he's been calling me constantly. I've always made it clear to him directly that we're not a good match, and besides, I'm still in school and don't need to think about these things." Gu Tianshuang said with some disgust. "You've already said that. Why is he still bothering you?" Pai Yang Yang was somewhat surprised. As a man, one must have dignity. Being rejected so bluntly by a girl, he certainly wouldn't continue to pester her. You underestimate him. He's like a leech. Once he's on, you can't get rid of him. And that's not all. What's infuriating is that he often comes to my school to give me flowers and talks nonsense with my classmates, making everyone think I'm his girlfriend. Gu Tianshuang said angrily. Pai Yang Yang was stunned. That's a bit too much. It's more than just excessive. This kind of person is all show and no substance. I even suspect that he bought his degree. Hearing Gu Tianshuang's words, it's clear that she has absolutely no good feelings towards Li Dingjao. Stop talking. It's disgusting to say more. Gu Tianshuang added with disgust at the end. Pai Yang Yang didn't ask any further questions. He wasn't actually interested in Li Dingjao. He was just asking casually. "No, you seem to care about him a lot. Are you jealous?" Suddenly, Gu Tianshuang looked at him in astonishment. Pai Yang Yang almost bit his tongue and said innocently, "How could I care about him? I just thought he was a bit interesting, so I asked him casually." "Oh." Gu Tianshuang seemed a little disappointed and gave a soft, "Oh." But then she added with a smile, "The stir-fried pork kidneys were delicious, weren't they? Remember to finish them all, don't waste any." Hearing her strange tone, Pai Yang Yang picked up a piece of pork kidney, unsure whether to eat it or not. After finishing their meal, Gu Tianshuang said, "Remember to come visit me sometime, but don't let Sister Sue know, okay? If she beats you up, don't blame me." Pai Yang Yang gave an embarrassed smile. "There's nothing between you and me. Why did she hit me? Besides, I'm a man. Do you think I'm afraid of her?" "Hee hee, I hope you won't chicken out then." Gu Tianshuang smiled, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. "I'm back at school now. See you later, bye." Gu Tianshuang turned around gracefully, waved to him, and walked across the street. Pai Yang Yang stared at her figure, somewhat dazed. I've known her for less than 3 days, but I already find this quirky girl quite interesting. Little brat. Seeing her enter the school gate, he turned and walked towards his car. But as soon as he got to the car, he realized something was wrong. Several thugs with brightly colored dyed hair staggered over. He glanced at the group of people, his gaze settling on one of them. That person was Li Dingjao. Instead of leaving, he found some people and waited there. Li Dingjao, his face ashen, walked over and stared intently at Pai Yang Yang with a disdainful look. "What do you want to do?" Pai Yang Yang knew the visitor meant no good, so his tone turned much colder. "What are you doing?" Li Dingjao spat. "Who the hell do you think you are, daring to steal my woman?" Pai Yang Yang sneered and said disdainfully, "Li Dingjao, I think you still don't understand. Gu Tianshuang doesn't like you at all. She even hates you. How dare you say she's your woman? Have you no shame?" "Pooh." Li Dingjao spat angrily and said, "She didn't treat me like this before you came along. Go ask around at school. Everyone knows I'm her boyfriend." Pai Yanjiang's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. "It seems Miss Gu was right. You really are shameless." "I'm shameless. Who's shameless between us?" Li Dingjao took 2 more steps closer, staring fiercely at Pai Yang Yang. 3 years ago, you hooked up with Qin Yuja and lived off her for 3 years. The whole city knew it. A few days ago, Qin Yuja divorced you, and you somehow managed to seduce Su Sweking. You two just got your marriage certificate, and now you're trying to seduce Gu Tianshuang. You're a bastard, a scumbag. Pai Yangyang remained unmoved, shrugged, and said disdainfully, "Unfortunately, it's not up to you. And I can tell you with certainty right now that even without me, Gu Tianshuang would still look down on you." Fart. Li Dengzhao's eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily. Pai Yanjiang's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't think you're so great just because you came back from the US. Your Li family and the Gu family are not even on the same level. Take my advice, stop bothering Gu Tianshuang. You're not her type." Do I need your advice? All you need to do is stay away from Gu Tianshuang. Li Dengzhao wouldn't listen at all, his face filled with disdain and anger. "There's nothing I can do about it. Even if I want to stay away from her, she can still find me," Pai Yangyang said calmly, looking helpless. "Fine, you've got guts. Today, we must settle this once and for all." Li Dengzhao gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Pai Yangyang glanced calmly at the group of thugs and asked, "How do you want to settle this? We're both men, so let's settle this between us. No matter who wins or loses, don't let Gu Tianshuang know. Do you dare?" Li Dengzhao regained his arrogance and said provocatively. Pai Yangyang glanced at the group of thugs and said disdainfully, "You want to fight? With these scrawny bastards? You can call someone, just tell me if you dare." Li Dengzhao said proudly, "Need not. Don't even think about going to Gu Tianshuang and crying that I bullied you because there were too many of you." Pai Yangyang sighed. He had just been in a fight that morning, and now he had to fight again. His hands weren't tired, but his mind was. Moreover, fighting over a woman doesn't look good if word gets out. "Fight here." Pai Yangyang glanced at the school gate and asked, "Would you like to come somewhere with me?" Li Dengzhao obviously didn't dare to fight here, because if he alerted Gu Tianshuang, it would only make Gu Tianshuang dislike him even more. "Let's go, lead the way." Pai Yangyang opened the car door directly and said without any fear, "You two get in his car." Li Dengzhao said to the two blonde-haired men. The two men immediately got into the car, and Pai Yangyang didn't stop them. He got in and started the car. "Hey, gigolo, not bad driving, Malzin. Must be worth a few million." After getting into the car, the blonde-haired passenger looked around with envy. If he hadn't known that Pai Yangyang was a kept man, he wouldn't have dared to do anything to Pai Yangyang just because of this car. Pai Yangyang remained calm and did not answer. "Kid, you dare to steal young Master Li's woman? You've got guts." Seeing that Pai Yangyang didn't speak, Huang Mao said with some smugness, "Watch out, run fast. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself." Pai Yangyang said casually as he drove. "Pa," the blonde-haired man said disdainfully, "you think you're Bruce Lee? Still can't stop? I think you'd better be smart and kneel down and beg for mercy early. Maybe you'll get beaten less." Pai Yangyang smiled calmly, said nothing more, and drove off after Li Dengzhao's BMW. Chapter 31, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. The car soon arrived in front of an unfinished building site. Construction had long since stopped, leaving the area deserted, overgrown with weeds, and littered with construction debris. "Kid, you've got guts. You actually dared to come." After getting off the bus, Li Dengzhao stared at Pai Yangyang and said with a look of disdain. Pai Yangyang looked around and said, This place is nice. Even if I kill you here, no one will know." Li Dengzhao snorted and said fiercely. Pai Yangyang sneered. "You probably can't even hold a scalpel properly, yet you think you can kill me? Pai Yangyang, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you promise to stay away from Gu Tianshuang from now on, I won't make things difficult for you." Li Dengzhao ignored Pai Yanjiang's sarcasm. Pai Yangyang spread his hands. "I already said, it's not that I want to find her, it's that she wants to find me. What can I do?" You really think being a gigolo is so easy? Since you're so stubborn, I'll teach you a lesson today." Li Dengzhao's anger surged, and he said fiercely. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, several thugs surrounded him. "Brother, stop wasting your breath on him. The only way to teach this gigolo a lesson is to break his legs." The blonde-haired guy who had been sitting in Pai Yanjiang's car grinned and wobbled as he approached Pai Yangyang, looking at him with disdain. Smack! But before he could finish speaking, he was slapped hard across the face. The blonde-haired man spun around twice, his head buzzing. He touched his face, looking utterly incredulous. He didn't even see how Pai Yangyang did it before half of his face was already swollen. Pai Yangyang shook his hand and said playfully, "Is it soft?" The blonde-haired man stood there stunned for a good 10 seconds before he came to his senses and angrily pointed at Pai Yangyang, shouting, "Kill him!" Several thugs rushed at Pai Yangyang, punching and kicking him. A smug smile crept across Li Dengzhao's lips. Kid, today I'll show you that there are many people in this world you can't afford to mess with. His voice grew softer and softer until it disappeared completely. His mouth was agape in disbelief. Because in the short time it took him to say that one sentence, all those thugs were already lying on the ground, rolling around and howling in pain. In comparison, the blonde guy who got slapped first was the lucky one. Pai Yangyang, however, remained calm and composed, as if he had never made a move. A charming smile still lingered on the corners of his mouth. You're right, there are indeed many people in this world that you can't afford to mess with. Pai Yangyang repeated what Li Dengzhao had just said and slowly approached him. Li Dengzhao felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, a suffocating sense of oppression that drew ever closer. He instinctively wanted to run away, but his legs wouldn't obey him and kept shaking. And I am someone you can't afford to mess with. As soon as the word person was uttered, a crisp slap rang out, and Li Dengzhao clearly saw Pai Yanjiang's left hand strike his face. He swayed and almost fell headfirst. A burning pain shot through my face, distorting it into a grimace. You dare to hit me? Looking at Pai Yanjiang's harmless smile, he couldn't believe that he had actually been beaten by the other party. You said you were going to kill me, so why can't I hit you? Pai Yangyang said playfully. Besides, I'm terrified of dying. Since you said that, I naturally can't leave any potential problems behind. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fingers, and stared intently at Li Dengzhao with a cold glint in his eyes. The moment Li Dengzhao's gaze met his, a chill ran from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. Didn't you say at the beginning that this place was nice? And even if I killed you, no one would know. Pai Yangyang spoke casually, but to Li Dengzhao, it sounded like the voice of hell, sending chills down his spine. You mustn't do anything reckless, otherwise, my Li family will not let you off. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Li Dengzhao's chest, and he swallowed the rest of his words. The other half of his face changed color instantly, first turning from a deep red to a purplish hue, and then becoming a pale white. He felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, as if they were being torn apart, and a sweet taste in his throat. Threaten me? Do you think I'm afraid? Pai Yangyang looked coldly at Li Dengzhao, who was now curled up like a shrimp, and said disdainfully. The blonde-haired man stood aside, watching in terror, his legs trembling, too afraid to move. At that moment, he felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Li Dengzhao has really messed with a demon. He actually sent us brothers to our deaths. He remembered what Pai Yangyang had said in the car, but now, even if he wanted to escape, his legs had no strength left. He sensed the powerful killing intent emanating from Pai Yangyang, and had no doubt that the other party was truly capable of killing. If Pai Yangyang really intended to kill someone, these poor little ones would become pathetic targets for silencing. Brother Yellow Hair, help me. I gave you money. Feeling fear, Li Dengzhao shouted at the only one still standing, the blonde-haired man. Now, Huang Mao is his only lifeline. Fuck you. Huang Mao snapped out of his daze, rushed over, and kicked Li Dengzhao hard in the stomach. Li Dengzhao let out a scream and rolled to the ground. Pai Yangyang froze, turned to look at Huang Mao, and looked completely bewildered. Brother, I've been fooled by this kid. He made himself sound so pitiful, but it was all wishful thinking on his part. He actually wanted to steal your girlfriend. The blonde-haired man bowed obsequiously and spoke to Pai Yangyang in a fawning manner. Li Dengzhao was in excruciating pain, lying on the ground and barely able to groan. Seeing this, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out in despair. Yellow Hair, you. But as soon as he shouted it out, the blonde-haired man strode menacingly toward him, and he stopped talking in his tracks. A heat surged between his legs, and a stream of turbid fluid gushed out. Seeing this, Pai Yangyang frowned slightly. Never mind. He disdainfully waved his hand in front of his nose and uttered 2 words indifferently. The blonde-haired man lowered his raised right foot, turned around, bent down to face Pai Yangyang, and asked, This kid is so shameless. Are you planning to let him go, big brother? Pai Yangyang said, This kind of self-righteous good-for-nothing just needs to be taught a lesson. Huang Mao turned around, looked at Li Dengzhao with disdain, and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm with blood streaks. With your looks, you think you can steal my girlfriend? Stay away from that girl from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. The blonde-haired man looked so smug that Pai Yangyang was instantly reminded of the translators carrying pistols in those anti-Japanese war dramas. They don't even need makeup. They can just appear on camera. Li Dangjao looked miserable and dared not utter another word. These thugs were just petty hooligans hanging around the business school. During this time, he frequently came to the school to see Gu Tianshuang, which led to him being targeted by these thugs who forced him to treat them to meals several times. Over time, he became familiar with these thugs. He was upset at the restaurant today and couldn't swallow it, so he found Huang Mao and gave them 2,000 yuan to teach Pai Yangyang a lesson. But I never expected things would turn out this way. He's suffering in silence, and on top of that, he wet his pants, making him incredibly embarrassed. He's so ashamed he feels like dying. Brother, don't worry, with us brothers here, he'll never dare to get close to your girlfriend again. Huang Mao, ever the flatterer, assured Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang gave an awkward smile. That's not my girlfriend. Also, you guys better stay away from her, or I'll tell you I didn't warn you. He remembered that Gu Tianshuang was the eldest daughter of the Gu family. If this little rascal didn't know his place and kept hanging around her, he might annoy her and she might do something. Hee, I understand. I understand. Don't worry, big brother. The blonde guy winked and made faces, as if to say, I understand everything. Pai Yangyang didn't bother to explain and turned to walk towards his car. Damn it, look at the car he's driving. If you're looking to get yourself killed, don't drag me down with you. Just as Pai Yangyang opened the car door, he heard Huang Mao's angry curses and Li Dengzhao's wailing behind him. Chapter 32. Can't you be less confident? Pai Yangyang drove away, knowing that Huang Mao wouldn't dare to really kill Li Dengzhao. After the commotion, he lost interest and drove to the cloud-top villa. Upon entering the villa, Su Sueking gave him a strange look. Why are you back so early? I thought you couldn't stand staying at home. Pai Yangyang lay down on the sofa and looked at Su Sueking, who had changed into a business suit, and his eyes lit up. Surprisingly, even such ordinary business attire looks so good on her. With her curvaceous figure, she perfectly embodies a stunning physique. The size of her chest, in particular, is so large it seems to burst out, stretching the shirt and revealing glimpses of her figure through the gaps, creating a stunning effect. On a whim, Pai Yangyang asked, Is your button secure? Su Sueking was taken aback and asked suspiciously, What do you mean by whether the button is secure or not? While talking, he checked the buttons on his clothes, but found nothing unusual. Just as I was about to ask, I suddenly noticed that Pai Yangyang's eyes were fixed on one spot. She looked down where his gaze was, then immediately understood. Her face flushed, and she said irritably, You jerk. Pai Yangyang chuckled. I was just trying to kindly remind you. Feeling uneasy, Su Sueking quickly went upstairs. It took her a full half hour to come downstairs again, but it was clear that she had changed her shirt, and it looked more secure. Zhengli followed them downstairs and, seeing Pai Yangyang's greedy gaze, couldn't help but let out a disdainful laugh. Men ha! Pai Yangyang slurped the saliva that had reached his lips and said in a serious tone, Beautiful women are meant to be admired. Otherwise, why would I only look at her and not you? You. Zhengli's face turned pale with anger. Although she wasn't as devastatingly beautiful as Su Sueking, she was still considered a beauty. Although she is a few years older, she has a more mature charm. Moreover, she has always been very confident in her figure. But in Pai Yangyang's eyes, she was worthless, and he didn't even want to look at her. He just got divorced the day before yesterday, and today he's already eyeing other women. That's meant for you, you big jerk. Zhengli said angrily. Pai Yangyang smiled and said matter-of-factly, So what? Just because a woman dumped me, does that mean I have to wail and scream like I'm going to die? Let me tell you, her leaving me is her loss. I'm not going to waste a whole forest for a crooked tree. You can't even lean on a crooked tree, let alone a whole forest? Dream on. Zhengli pouted disdainfully, looking down on him. Hey, why haven't you found a boyfriend yet? Look at you. You even have age spots on your face. Pai Yangyang said with a grin. You. Zhengli's face turned red with anger as she glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Su Sueking laughed out loud. Sisterly, I didn't expect that someone as sharp-tongued as you would meet her match, did I? Oomph, I'm too lazy to talk to him. He's just a scoundrel, a bastard. Zhengli stubbornly insisted. Pai Yangyang said, Isn't it inappropriate for you to say that? My wife is your boss, and you're talking about her husband like that? Isn't that rude? Zhengli was seething with anger, unable to vent it, so she stomped her foot in frustration, turned around, and huffed. I'm going to get the documents. Su Sueking glanced at Pai Yangyang with some curiosity and said, I didn't realize you were so good at talking. Looks like you're not entirely useless after all. Don't worry, that's not my only good point. Spend too much time with me, and you'll be slowly poisoned, unable to live without me. Pa Yangyang said confidently. TCH, can you stop being so narcissistic? If you were really that capable, why would Qin Yuja leave you? Su Sweking said dismissively. Pa Yanjiang's expression changed immediately. He took out his phone and said in a sullen voice, "That's because she has no taste." He then opened his phone, ready to play the snake game he was familiar with. But after searching back and forth twice, I still couldn't find it. Hey, you bought a new phone? I haven't paid you your salary yet. You didn't buy it on installment, did you? Seeing Pa Yanjiang's new phone, Su Sweking asked curiously, "Is it really necessary?" "It's just a cell phone, a gift from Miss Gu." While engrossed in searching for games, Pa Yangyang casually remarked, "Miss Gu? Which Miss Gu?" Su Sweking's expression changed slightly, and she moved closer to ask. Pa Yangyang sensed something was off about her tone, looked up, and asked suspiciously, "You don't know Gu Tianshuang? But she knows you." Gu Tianshuang. Su Sweking's expression changed again. She certainly knew Gu Tianshuang, but they didn't have much interaction. They had only met a few times at parties. "Why would she buy you a phone? I remember she was just starting college." You wouldn't lie to a student, would you?" Su Sweking looked at Pa Yangyang suspiciously and asked, "Who lied to me? She gave it to me willingly. I don't want it anymore. It's such a crappy phone. It doesn't even have a snake game." Pa Yangyang frowned, helplessly turned off his phone, and casually tossed it onto the sofa. Su Sweking was clearly interested in the phone. She picked it up, examined it closely, and said, "A broken phone? This phone costs over 10,000 yuan, and you might not even be able to buy one. It seems Miss Gu treats you quite well." There was a hint of sourness in his words. "No wonder you ran out so early in the morning. You must have gone on a date with her." Pa Yangyang looked up at her in surprise, and when their eyes met, he felt a jolt in his heart. Why does this woman have such a murderous look in her eyes? "No, you're overthinking it. I treated her grandfather's illness, and this is a gift from her to express her gratitude. We just had a fast food meal together at noon." "Fast food? Is it at a hotel or a guest house?" Su Sweking pressed on. Pa Yangyang was immediately at a loss. Are all women's thought processes this peculiar? What hotels or guest houses? What are you thinking? We have a very pure friendship, right here at the coffee shop near her school. He said this with a hint of helplessness. Su Sweking scoffed. Pure friendship? What kind of pure friendship exists between men and women these days? Do you think I'm stupid? Believe it or not. Pa Yangyang glanced at the phone and felt a bit tired. He snatched it away and stuffed it into his pocket. "You think you can get away with something just because I said a few words to you? Don't forget, you're my husband now. It's written in the agreement that you're not allowed to have any affairs with other women for this year." Su Sweking spoke to Pa Yangyang in a completely submissive manner. Okay, I understand. I still have that much sense of contractual obligation." Pa Yangyang felt like he had run into a soldier again, and he couldn't explain himself no matter how hard he tried. "Ah, women. Don't let me catch you doing anything wrong, or I'll dock your pay. Then let's see how you'll pick up women." Seeing Pa Yanjiang's submissive demeanor, Su Sweking's expression softened somewhat, and she said coldly. Pa Yangyang could only sigh inwardly. "Luckily, it's only a 1-year agreement. If she really were my wife, I would be like Sun Wukong meeting Tang Santang, and I would never be able to turn my life around." Chapter 33. Do you think they're faster, or I'm faster? At 6 p.m., Pa Yangyang drove Su Sweking and Zheng Li to Quavai Villa. Quavai Villa is a private club that integrates hotel, catering, and entertainment services, making it a paradise for the rich. Those who come and go here are either rich or noble, because ordinary people simply cannot afford to spend money here. Most importantly, this resort belongs to the private property of Zhao Jinggong, CEO of Qinjiang Wena Group. Zhao Jinggong has always been a staunch supporter of the Yi family. No outside vehicles are allowed inside the resort. Instead, there are 2 large parking lots outside the resort. All customers who come to make a purchase can only take the resort's sightseeing bus to the designated location. This was Pa Yanjiang's first time here. At first glance, the entire villa covered several hundred acres and was surrounded by high walls. Looking through the main gate, the pavilions, terraces, rockeries, flowing water, and antique-style buildings make the entire resort look very beautiful. The parking lot was already filled with luxury cars. When the car reached a point not far from the villa, Pa Yangyang suddenly stopped. "Why have you stopped?" Su Sweking asked in surprise. "Sisterly, if you notice anything unusual after you go in, call me. Remember, keep your phone on silent and don't say anything." Pa Yangyang suddenly looked somewhat serious and said to Zheng Li. Zheng Li was baffled. "Are you crazy? What could be wrong with you? Besides, if something really happened, what's the point of calling you?" We might as well just call the police. Pai Yangyang said, call the police? Do you think they'll be faster than me? Zheng Li rolled her eyes at Pai Yangyang. You're being paranoid. We're going to discuss cooperation, not to attend a trap. Pai Yangyang said sternly, better safe than sorry. Didn't you say you were pretty? Aren't you afraid someone will kill you? What do you mean, Snap? Can't you speak properly? Zheng Li was immediately annoyed, but then smiled. However, you did say one thing correctly. Sister Li, listen to him. After overhearing their conversation, Su Sueking seemed thoughtful, then said firmly. Pai Yanjiang's words did make her feel somewhat uneasy. Since Su Sueking had already said that, Zheng Li naturally didn't say anything more and nodded. Okay, I will do as you say. Pai Yangyang then breathed a sigh of relief and drove the car into the parking lot. Although he didn't know Tong Yu and wasn't familiar with Sahai investment, he vaguely sensed that this sudden cooperation was definitely not that simple. Furthermore, he noticed that Su Sueking's purple palace was dark from the morning and concluded that today's cooperation would definitely not succeed and might even encounter danger. But he dared not say it outright, because if he did, the two women would only say that he was a charlatan and was talking nonsense. As soon as I entered the parking lot, a man in a sharp suit strode over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su? He opened the car door and asked respectfully. Su Sueking paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. I am Su Sueking. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Su Daimao, and I am Mr. Tong's assistant. He asked me to greet you here. The man was in his 30s, wore glasses, was refined and courteous, and spoke very politely. Along the way, Su Sueking was still a little uneasy, feeling that today's meeting might not yield any results. Seeing that Tong Yu had actually sent his assistant to personally greet them, their worries eased considerably. Okay, Mr. Su, please lead the way. Su Sueking nodded politely. Su Daimao glanced at Pai Yangyang. His eyes flickered, and said in a somewhat cold tone, President Su, your driver shouldn't go in. Su Sueking said, he's not going in, he's waiting for us here. Su Daimao smiled again. All right, President Su, please. Pai Yangyang leaned against the car door, watching Su Daimao's back, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although Su Daimao's eyes only flickered for a moment, they still couldn't escape his notice. This flash confirmed his judgment. Tonight was very likely a trap. However, he wasn't worried. He drove away from there, randomly found a roadside shop, ordered a rice bowl, and wolfed it down. No matter what, we need to fill our stomachs first. After finishing his meal, Pai Yangyang returned to the parking lot of Kwavai Villa, took out his phone, and idly started playing a match 3 game, while his mind was focused on waiting for Zheng Li's message. If something really goes wrong, he has complete faith that Zheng Li will do exactly as he says. Although this woman has a difficult personality, after knowing her for so long, she seems quite reliable. This was also Su Sueking and Zheng Li's first time visiting Kwavai Villa. After entering the villa, the two were full of praise for it. The garden-style design makes this place incredibly beautiful. All the houses are antique-style buildings. Entering the resort is like stepping back in time. The sightseeing bus stopped in front of a 3-story pavilion. Su Daimao pointed to the pavilion and said, President Tong is waiting for you two on the 3rd floor. Please come in. Yaxin Pavilion. Zheng Li looked up at the plaque on the pavilion and read it aloud softly. Led by Su Daimao, the two arrived at the 3rd floor. Knock on the door and enter. The 3rd floor has been set up as a tea room, where a middle-aged man is sitting in front of a tea tray, leisurely brewing tea. On the chair next to him was a thick stack of documents. Su Sueking and Zheng Li immediately noticed the title, Feasibility Analysis Report on Investing in Su's Group. President Tong, President Su is here. Su Daimao said respectfully. The middle-aged man calmly flipped through the documents, stood up, and chuckled. President Su, I've long admired your name. I apologize for the intrusion in inviting you today. This man is the president of Sahai Investment, a middle-aged man in his early 40s who appears gentle and refined. Mr. Tong, you're too kind. It was we who were presumptuous. When Su Sueking saw the report, she felt much relieved. It seems that Tong Yu genuinely wants to cooperate with the Su family. President Tong, why did you suddenly decide to invest in my Su group? Although she was relieved, Su Sueking still had some questions in her mind. It wasn't a sudden decision. Actually, I've been following the Su group for a long time. Mr. Su, you should also know that the current investment environment isn't ideal, and we must be extremely cautious with every investment we make. After a detailed investigation and analysis, we still need to submit it to the board of directors for discussion before a final decision can be made, which will take a long time. Hearing this, Su Sueking smiled. It seems that President Tong has gone to great lengths. All right, Mr. Su, let's not stand here talking. I've already prepared dinner. Shall we eat and chat? Tong Yu pointed to a dining table and said, Okay, Mr. Tong, please. Su Sueking said politely. The three sat down, and Su Sueking introduced Zheng Li. Tong Yu said, I've long heard that President Su has a capable assistant by her side. Meeting her today, I can confirm it. Mr. Tong, you flatter me. Zheng Li sat down calmly, but her mind was repeatedly pondering what Pai Yangyang had said. For some reason, when she saw Tong Yu, she felt that he was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Moreover, as the company secretary, she knew very well that the investigation report should not have appeared here at all, much less been shown to them. As the general manager of Sahai Investment, Tong Yu certainly has this basic common sense. The only explanation for this anomaly is that it was intentional. So when she sat down, she didn't put down her bag, but held it in front of her chest. Xiao Su, serve the food. Open a bottle of my treasured Romani Conti. President Su is our honored guest. We can't neglect him. Tong Yu gave instructions to Su Daimao, who was standing to the side. Su Sueking said, Mr. Tong, you're too kind. However, neither of us drinks, so? Hey, how can we not drink? Today is our first time eating together, right? President Su can't refuse. How about this? Secretary Zheng doesn't have to drink, but President Su, could you at least offer a little something? Tong Yu said with a smile. Oh well. Since she needed his help, Su Sueking didn't dare to refuse too much. When Tong Yu said Zheng Li didn't need to drink, her vigilance relaxed considerably. That's more like it. Since we're discussing cooperation, how can we not drink? He then gestured for Su Daimao to prepare. However, neither Su Sueking nor Zheng Li saw the wicked glint that flashed deep in his eyes. Chapter 34. She'll definitely feel great later. While Su Daimao was preparing the food and drinks, Zheng Li stood up and said, President Tong, excuse me, I need to go to the restroom first. Tong Yu stared at her pert figure for a moment, then nodded and said, The restroom is over there. His eyes gleamed with a burning passion fueled by hormones. Okay, excuse me for a moment. Tong Yu's gaze was caught by Zheng Li, and her heart skipped a beat. As a woman who has worked in the workplace for many years, she understands very well what this kind of gaze from men means. Upon arriving at the bathroom, she locked the door from the inside and quickly sent a message to Pai Yangyang, telling him which room she and Su Sueking were in. At the same time, she silenced her phone, dialed Pai Yanjiang's number, and put it in her bag. After doing all this, she felt her heart pounding and her breathing becoming rapid. I splashed some cold water on my face, calmed myself down for a few minutes, and then opened the door and went out. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zheng Li returned to the table and sat down. The food and wine had been served, and Su Daimao poured a glass of red wine for Tong Yu and Su Sueking each. President Tong, has Sahai Investment reached a conclusion regarding their investigation of our Su Group? Looking at the wine glass in front of her, Su Sueking thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Tong Yu chuckled and raised his glass. If there were no results, I wouldn't have dared to invite President Su here. To be honest, President Su, our board of directors has already approved the proposal to invest in Su's group, and we're just waiting to finalize some details with you. Su Sueking then picked up her wine glass and lightly clinked it against Tong Yu's. Thank you, Mr. Tong. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Their glasses clinked. Tong Yu downed his drink in one gulp, then turned his glass upside down to show it to Su Sueking. Su Sueking gritted her teeth and drank the glass of wine in one gulp. Well done. President Su is truly generous and a heroine among women. I'd like to toast President Su again, wishing the Su Group continued success under your leadership. Su Daimao was in charge of pouring the wine, and Tong Yu raised his glass and said happily, I wouldn't dare say we'll achieve another glorious chapter, but it would be good enough if we could lead the Su family out of its predicament. Mr. Tong, you may not know, but the Su family is facing a rather large funding gap this time. Su Sueking didn't rush to pick up her wine glass, but instead spoke in a low voice. It's just 500 million, right? I know. I forgot to tell President Su. Our board of directors approved a plan to inject 500 million into the Su Group. Tong Yu said generously. Really? That's wonderful. Su Sueking was pleasantly surprised, picked up her wine glass, and gently clinked it against Tong Yu's glass. While drinking, Tong Yu kept his gaze coldly fixed on Su Sueking. However, the wine glass obscured his eyes, and Su Sueking did not notice. As he watched Su Sueking down her second glass of wine, a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Outside Quavai Villa, Pai Yangyang listened intently to the sounds coming from his phone. Zheng Li's bag was open, and all the sounds could be clearly heard by him. Knowing that Su Sueking had drunk 2 glasses of wine, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Silly woman." However, so far, he has not heard any signs of danger, so he has remained in the car without moving. Upstairs in the attic, Su Sueking had already drunk her 3rd cup. Su Sueking, who was not a big drinker to begin with, felt her face burning, her heart hot, and her lower abdomen churning with heat. Tong Yu raised his glass again, but Su Sueking felt a wave of dizziness and murmured, "I can't drink anymore." Before he could finish speaking, he slumped onto the table. Zheng Li was startled and quickly went over to support him, anxiously calling out, "President Su." At this moment, Tong Yu slowly stood up, looked coldly at the two of them, and revealed a wicked smile on his face. "It seems Mr. Su is not a good drinker. I'll have someone take him to a guest room to rest. We can discuss the cooperation again once Mr. Su has sobered up." Tong Yu loosened his tie and said with a forced smile. Zheng Li stared at him suddenly and asked suspiciously, "What did you put in the drink?" "Hey, you can't just say things like that. I drank the wine too, and I'm fine, aren't I?" Tong Yu immediately looked wronged and said. Then, he turned to Su Daimao and said, "Go, call someone in and take Miss Su to the Red Mansion guest room." Su Daimao revealed a wicked smile, turned around, and went to the door, calling out once. 4 burly men immediately entered and tried to restrain Su Sueking. "What do you want to do?" Zheng Li immediately panicked, desperately protecting Su Sueking, and asked angrily. But a burly man grinned maliciously, grabbed her shoulder, pulled her away, and shoved her hard. Zheng Li screamed and fell to the ground. "Go easy on me. You have no sense of chivalry at all." Tong Yu sternly rebuked her and extended his hand to Zheng Li. Su Sueking, however, was grabbed by 2 burly men and dragged out. "Where are you taking her?" Zheng Li screamed, trying to chase after him, but her hand was held tightly by Tong Yu, and she couldn't move at all. "Don't worry about where she goes. She'll definitely have a great time later." Tong Yu grinned maliciously, staring intently at Zheng Li. "You, Mr. Tong, you can't do this. She's a member of the Su family." Zheng Li panicked completely, hoping that Tong Yu would have some reservations about the Su family and change his mind. "So what? The Su family has fallen. Do you think it's still the same Su family as before? After tonight, the Su family will be doomed," Tong Yu said with a disdainful look. Zheng Li's mind was a complete blank. She shouted, "Pai Yangyang! Pai Yangyang, come quick. They've taken President Su away." Tong Yu laughed heartily, then hugged her tightly, his thick lips trying to press against her face. "Damn it, I'm out of the running for CEO Su, but you're not bad either. Save your energy now, you'll be calling later." Several men in the room burst into loud laughter, like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. With those words, Tong Yu ripped her clothes off with a hiss. Zheng Li gritted her teeth and struggled desperately. But how could she be a match for a man? "Come on, beauty, enjoy yourself. If I alone can't satisfy you, there are a few other brothers." "Hara!" Tong Yu hugged her tightly and pushed her inside. In the attic, there was another room with a bed inside. Zheng Li was pushed onto the bed, and Tong Yu impatiently took off his clothes, saying with a wicked smile, "You guessed right, there was a drug in that wine. Now, perfect timing, you've helped me counteract the effects." As he spoke, he had already taken off his outer trousers, and then, like a bear, he pounced on Zheng Li, who was struggling to get up, and knocked her down again. With a tearing sound, Zheng Li's clothes were ripped to shreds by Tong Yu. She let out desperate cries, trying desperately to push the man off her, but Tong Yu, who was already under the influence of the drug, was surprisingly strong, and how could she possibly move him? With the bra torn off, the last line of defense was in grave danger. Tong Yu grinned maliciously, panting heavily, and reached his dirty hand towards the only piece of clothing covering her body. Zheng Li was completely desperate, and tears streamed down her face. Just then, several loud noises came from outside, and the man on top of him was suddenly sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall and sliding to the ground like a dead dog. A familiar figure appeared before me. "Wow!" Zheng Li, who was on the verge of collapse, finally burst into tears. Chapter 35. You're asking for it. Pai Yangyang casually grabbed a bed sheet and covered Zheng Li with it, then asked in a stern voice, "Where is Su Sueking?" "President Su has been arrested." I don't know where he is." Zheng Li gripped the bedsheet in terror, trembling. Pai Yangyang immediately stared at Tong Yu, who was leaning against the wall, stepped on his thigh, and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, where is Su Sueking?" Tong Yu was thrown around so hard, he was completely disoriented, His internal organs were churning, and he kept vomiting blood. He stared at Pai Yangyang with a ferocious expression and sneered, "Su Swecking. Hee, I'm afraid she's enjoying, ah." Before he could finish speaking, Pai Yangyang suddenly stomped his foot, and with a crack, his thigh bone instantly shattered, emitting a shrill scream. "Su Swecking, where is she?" Pai Yanjiang's voice grew even colder, and his brows furrowed with murderous intent. At the same time, he slightly raised his foot, aiming it at Tong Yu's other thigh. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I'm telling you, that person, you can't afford to mess with him." Tong Yu was trembling all over from the pain, and his speech was broken and intermittent. Although his eyes were filled with deep fear, he still gritted his teeth and refused to reveal Su Swecking's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang stomped down again, and with a crisp crack, the leg bone broke. Tong Yu let out a shrill scream. "I'll ask you one last time, where is it?" The same words were repeated, but this time Pai Yanjiang's foot was aimed at Tong Yu's crotch. Tong Yu was utterly terrified. A sense of death welled up from the depths of his heart. Now he was completely convinced that if he didn't reveal Su Swecking's whereabouts, the man in front of him would really kill him. In that red building behind. Before he could finish speaking, Pai Yangyang kicked him in the chin. Tong Yu couldn't even groan before immediately fainting. "Can you walk?" Pai Yangyang turned to look at Zheng Li and asked. Zheng Li nodded frantically. "Don't worry about me. Hurry and save President Su." Pai Yangyang stopped talking and left immediately. Inside a suite in the Red Mansion. Feeling hot all over and delirious, Su Swecking was thrown onto the bed by two burly men. A camera had already been set up next to the bed. Yi Fengliu's face was contorted, his eyes shooting out an evil and angry light as he stared fiercely at Su Swecking, who was lying on her back on the bed. He picked up the bottle and gulped down almost half of it in one go. "Su Swecking, you're so shameless. I've liked you for so many years, and you've never even given me a second glance. Yet you dared to humiliate me like this with that good-for-nothing Pai Yangyang at our engagement party." He spoke harshly as he put down the wine bottle in his hand and walked toward the bed with bloodshot eyes. "Tonight, I'm going to make you my woman. I'll show you that anything Yi Fengliu, set my sights on, no one can take away from me." When he reached the bedside, his bloodshot eyes stared coldly at Su Swecking's exquisitely beautiful face, but he was in no hurry to make a move. "See? I've prepared a special program for you today. I'm going to record you in bed so you can enjoy it later." As she spoke, she let out a few smug laughs, pointed at the camera with her finger, then revealed a sinister expression, her eyes flashing with cold light, and moved closer to the bedside again. Suddenly, Su Swecking, whose consciousness was hazy, stirred and opened her sleepy eyes. But she was horrified to discover that she couldn't move at all, not even a finger. At this moment, she suddenly regained some consciousness and suddenly remembered the scene where she started drinking. She was immediately filled with fear and anxiety. She now understands her current situation. As a woman who has been in the workplace for a long time, even if I haven't been schemed against myself, I've heard of it. Su Swecking struggled to turn her head and suddenly realized that Yi Fengliu was standing by the bed with a ferocious expression, looking at her coldly. At the same time, she also saw the camera set up next to the bed. "Yi Fengliu, what are you doing here? What do you want?" She was startled and asked, her words slurred. Yi Fengliu grinned maliciously, ripped off his tie, threw it to the ground, then tore open his shirt and stared at Su Swecking with a lewd smile, saying, "Su Swecking, what do you think I want to do? Of course, it's to do you. You bastard." Su Swecking cursed and tried to get up, but she had no strength at all, and all her struggles were in vain. "You filthy bitch." Yi Fengliu roared angrily, her eyes bloodshot. "What do I lack that makes me unworthy of you? You'd rather date that divorced good-for-nothing Pai Yangyang than marry me? I think you're just a slut. Today I'm going to mess with you and show you that anything Yi Fengliu sets her sights on, she'll get her hands on." Yi Fengliu became more and more smug and excited as he spoke, filled with a sense of pleasure in having Su Swecking under his control, and was no longer in a hurry to make a move. "You're the one who had someone drug my drink." Su Swecking suddenly realized what was happening and asked resentfully, "Now you understand?" "That's right. I had them put the drug in your drink. It's a good stuff. You'll experience it soon enough. The only downside is that you'll become an idiot from now on." Yi Fengliu's face was contorted with malice as he spoke menacingly, spreading his arms as if to pounce on Su Swecking. Upon learning the truth, Su Swecking knew she was doomed. Overwhelmed with anger and grief, she fainted. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and the door flew off. Yi Fengliu jumped up in fright and turned to look at the door in terror. Pai Yangyang looked over with a face full of anger and a cold glint in his eyes. When he saw Su Sueking lying on the bed, her clothes disheveled, his heart sank. His face suddenly darkened, and his gaze, like two sharp blades, fell upon Yi Fengliu. Yi Fengliu felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason, but she quickly regained her aloof demeanor and glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. "You piece of trash, you've come at the perfect time. Today I'll sleep with this slut right in front of you. You're a cuckold anyway, you won't care about another green hat. If you think that's not enough, I have a few bodyguards outside, they'll satisfy you too." Recalling the humiliation she suffered in the hotel, Yi Fengliu wished she could tear Pai Yangyang to pieces right now. However, it would be even more satisfying to sleep with Su Sueking in front of Pai Yangyang. "You're asking for it." The 3 words, spoken slowly and deliberately, were almost spat out from between his teeth, each word brimming with murderous intent. Although he and Su Sueking were only married by agreement, he could not tolerate a woman being humiliated like this, even if he didn't know her. Yi Fengliu was utterly unafraid and roared angrily, "I think you're the one courting death." Immediately, he looked towards the door and shouted, "Men, tie this piece of trash up. I want him to see this woman being played with by me." However, after he finished speaking, there was complete silence outside. Yi Fengliu felt a jolt in her heart, a bad feeling welling up inside her. "Where have you all gone? You piece of trash?" he shouted again. Pai Yangyang gave him a disdainful look and said coldly, "Don't waste your energy, they can't hear you." Yi Fengliu finally understood, but he couldn't believe that Pai Yangyang, who was ridiculed by the whole city, could have such great ability as to take down all 4 of his burly bodyguards. Trash. Even without them, killing you would be as easy as turning my hand." Yi Fengliu showed no fear, slowly clenching his fists and staring at Pai Yangyang with a sinister look. With a loud shout, he slammed his fist into Pai Yangyang's face. Chapter 36a Acupuncture. The Yi family is a family of martial arts masters, and Yi Fengliu is also a trained martial artist. The Yi family's boxing style is unparalleled in the 6 southern provinces. Every year in the 6 southern provinces martial arts tournament, the Yi family consistently achieves a top 3 finish. Although Yi Fengliu was a spoiled brat by nature, he had also practiced some boxing techniques under the coercion of his grandfather and father. This punch was skillful and even produced a sound like wind breaking through the air. If it were an ordinary person, this punch would be enough to seriously injure them. He completely disregarded the somewhat thin Pai Yangyang. A punch, slamming down like a thunderbolt, came with fury. Pai Yangyang smirked, and when the fist was less than a foot away from his face, his left hand suddenly moved. They came from behind, but surpassed others. Yi Fengliu didn't even have time to react before his fist was grabbed by Pai Yangyang's left hand. The force of his punch vanished without a trace, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. As he was still in shock, he heard the sound of bones breaking. Immediately, a sharp pain shot through his fist and quickly spread throughout his body. Yi Fengliu's face gradually turned pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. He stared in horror at his fist, which had been grabbed and was now strangely deformed, its 5 fingers twisted into a pretzel and squeezed into a ball. "Is that all the strength you have? You dare to act recklessly?" Pai Yangyang slowly let go. Yi Fengliu quickly withdrew his hand, trembling all over, and glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang, gritting his teeth as he said, "You dare hit me?" Smack! Without warning, a slap landed on his face, making his eyes sparkle and causing him to spin 3 times before regaining his balance. "I'm beating an animal. Pai Yangyang, don't think that just because old man Lei said a few words for you in the hotel, you can disregard the Yi family. Let me tell you, with the strength of the Yi family, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Yi Fengliu gritted his teeth and said with boundless hatred. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than Pai Yangyang suddenly kicked him in the stomach. With a muffled groan, Yi Fengliu was sent flying backward, his back slamming into a chair, his face contorted in pain. "I hate being threatened. I advise you to think about how to save your own life now before you start thinking about how to deal with me later." Pai Yangyang looked at him disdainfully, slowly walked up to him, and bent down to look at him. What do you want to do?" Yi Fengliu finally felt scared, and her voice trembled slightly. Now his right hand is in excruciating pain, his internal organs are churning, and his face is burning with pain. Where is his former arrogance? "What are you doing? A filthy person like you is nothing but a menace to the world. Rather than letting you take revenge on me later, I'd rather kill you now. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right foot. Don't kill me. A terrified scream rang out, accompanied by a stream of yellow liquid flowing from Yi Fengliu's crotch, instantly filling the room with a foul stench. Pai Yangyang covered his nose, gave him a disdainful look, and was about to stomp on him when he suddenly heard Su Sueking let out a painful groan. He immediately turned to look at Su Sueking, who was lying on the bed. Pai Yangyang frowned the moment he saw Su Sueking, because he could tell that the poison she was ingested was extremely severe. If not treated promptly, the toxins can invade the brain and cause permanent damage. Although he desperately wanted to cripple Yi Fengliu at this moment, he couldn't worry about Yi Fengliu in order to prevent Su Sueking from becoming a threat. Pai Yangyang didn't look at Yi Fengliu again and prepared to pick up Su Sueking and leave. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he reached into the camera and took out the memory card. Then he picked up the still unconscious Su Sueking and strode away. In the instant he came into close contact with Su Sueking, Pai Yangyang felt a slight stirring in his heart. This long-lost feeling made him momentarily distracted. However, he quickly controlled his fluctuating emotions, picked up Su Sueking, and strode out. Behind him, Yi Fengliu's face was contorted, and the resentment in his eyes was deeper than the sea. Pai Yangyang, one day I'll kill you. Once Pai Yangyang had come downstairs, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely. At the same time, he subconsciously slammed his right hand into the ground. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, heart-wrenching and deafening, echoed throughout the entire Red Mansion. President Su, is President Su all right? As Pai Yangyang carried Su Sueking downstairs, Zhongli, wrapped in a bedsheet, rushed up to them in a panic and asked worriedly. She's fine, just unconscious. Let's go back first, and I'll sober her up. Pai Yangyang said in a deep voice. Oh, okay, let's go back quickly. Zhongli's fear had not completely subsided, and now she wished she could leave immediately and not stay a second longer. After leaving the villa, Pai Yangyang carefully placed Su Sueking in the back seat, with Zhongli supporting her from the side. Su Sueking remained unconscious throughout the journey, while Zhongli and Pai Yangyang remained silent. However, Zhongli's gaze turned somewhat strange as she looked at Pai Yangyang, who was driving. She used to look down on Pai Yangyang, thinking that even if Su Sueking wanted to find a scapegoat, she should find someone decent. In her mind, like most people, Pai Yangyang was a gigolo, a good-for-nothing, and a charlatan. After this incident, her opinion of Pai Yangyang completely changed. If it weren't for this gigolo, what would have become of her and Su Sueking today? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Thank you. She stared intently at the back of Pai Yanjiang's head and finally uttered 3 words. Pai Yangyang said calmly, no need. I'm paid by Miss Su, so naturally I have to protect your safety. Zhongli was slightly taken aback, then gave a silent, bitter smile. Back at the villa, Xiongde and Xiong'er stared in horror at Su Sueking, who was being held by Pai Yangyang, and Zhongli, who still had tears in her eyes. The servants didn't dare to speak easily, but just stared at the 3 of them. Let's escort President Su to the 3rd floor. Zhongli thought for a moment, and then said. Pai Yangyang looked at the stairwell and said, didn't you say I wasn't allowed to go up to the 3rd floor? What time is it? Do you expect President Su to change clothes in the living room? Zhongli rolled her eyes at him. Pai Yangyang said, all right, you said it. If she causes me trouble when she wakes up, you'll have to take the blame. Zhongli was still feeling troubled and didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she said irritably, I'll handle it. Pai Yangyang carried Su Sueking up to the 3rd floor. This was the first time he had entered Su Sueking's bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, he saw several pieces of clothing scattered haphazardly on the bed, including a few pieces of lace lingerie. This woman usually looks neat and refined. I never expected her to have this side to her. Zhongli probably didn't expect the room to be like this. She exclaimed, ah, and hurriedly started to tidy up. Unexpectedly, she forgot that she was wrapped in a bed sheet, and when she loosened it, she was immediately exposed to Pai Yangyang without any reservation. Ah, don't look, she screamed and quickly pulled the sheets up, grabbing at the clothes scattered on the bed. She then threw back the blanket. Pai Yangyang felt a heat in his lower abdomen and an itchy feeling in his nose, as if some liquid was about to flow out. Who knew this Granny Rome was actually quite something? Damn it, still looking? Put President Su down right now. Seeing him holding Su Sueking in a daze, with his eyes fixed on her, Zhongli couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed, and shouted. Pai Yangyang woke up as if from a dream and quickly put Su Sueking on the bed. I'll go change my clothes first, and then I'll ask the Annie to make me a bowl of hangover soup. Zhang Li gripped the bed sheet tightly and said to Pai Yangyang, "The hangover soup won't work. She's not just drunk, she's been drugged. I'll go get a needle from the car and give her an injection, and she'll be fine." Pai Yangyang said casually. Zhang Li looked at him strangely and stammered, "A needle? I'm warning you, don't take advantage of me." Pai Yangyang was stunned, his forehead covered in black lines. "Do I really look like someone who takes advantage of others in distress?" "Picture." Zhang Li nodded without hesitation. Pai Yangyang was speechless. Chapter 37, Finding the Right Spot for Acupuncture. Pai Yangyang went to the car to get the needle case, and Zhang Li quickly changed her clothes and rushed over. Seeing Pai Yangyang take out a silver needle, Zhang Li asked suspiciously, "Really? She can wake up after just one needle?" "Of course, go and get a bowl." Pai Yangyang sat on the edge of the bed and said without looking up, "What do you need a bowl for?" Zhang Li asked curiously. Pai Yangyang said, "We're going to have to bleed her later. You can't expect me to put her blood on the ground, can you?" "Bloodletting?" Zhang Li was startled. "It's not much, just a few drops, not even as much as your first time." Pai Yangyang gave a casual reply. "Oh, that's good." Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief and turned to go downstairs to get the bowl. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously, asking in a cold voice, "What did you just say was first time?" Pai Yangyang turned to look at her, giving her a strange smile. "You're a woman, don't you understand? You scoundrel." Zhang Li realized what was happening. Her face flushed red, and she angrily rebuked them. Pai Yangyang shrugged. "Are you going to get the bowl or not? If not, I'll just stab her. There will be blood all over the floor. When she wakes up, you'll have to explain to her." Zhang Li gritted her teeth in anger and went downstairs to fetch a bowl. Pai Yangyang's expression instantly turned serious. He gently took Su Sueking's hand and moved her a little closer to the bed. Although Su Sueking had taken his hand before, more than once, he was always terrified and felt nothing on those occasions. Now, he took her hand and felt the warm, smooth texture of her skin, which stirred something within him. The most beautiful woman in Xinjiang is not only flawless in appearance and figure, but also has smooth and warm skin that is refreshing to the touch. Seeing Pai Yangyang staring blankly, Zhang Li, who was holding a bowl, said irritably, "What are you doing? Why aren't you getting the injection yet? Are you up to something?" Pai Yangyang snapped out of his daze and said shamelessly, "You think this injection is so easy to give? I need to think it over and prepare myself. I have to find the right spot, right?" Zhang Li felt that there was something strange about the sentence, but she couldn't find fault with it. He could only hold back, and asked impatiently, "So, are you ready yet?" Pai Yangyang smiled silently, gently pinched Su Sueking's wrist, and swiftly pierced the tiger's mouth with a silver needle. The silver needle is 9/10 of an inch long, but the part that penetrates the skin is less than 2/10 of an inch. Zhang Li was horrified to discover that as Pai Yangyang gently twisted the silver needle, the needle body quickly turned black from bottom to top. This is poisoning. Although Zhang Li didn't understand medicine, she had seen scenes of testing poison with silver needles on television. So when she saw the silver needles turn black, she immediately realized what had happened. Of course it's poison, but it's not fatal. It just causes hallucinations, unconsciousness, and loss of all strength. Pai Yangyang explained calmly. Then, the silver needles were pulled out. A small bead of black blood appeared at the injection site. Pai Yangyang gently placed his left hand on Su Sueking's arm, and a surge of true energy flowed from his palm into her body. As the true energy was forced in, the blood droplets from the tiger's mouth grew larger and larger, eventually dripping into the bowl. However, another bead of blood soon oozed out. At this point, Zhang Li said nothing more. She was convinced that Pai Yangyang could indeed detoxify Su Sueking, because she had indeed seen such a detoxification plot on TV. Blood dripped down one drop at a time, and after about 10 drops, it gradually turned bright red. Once the blood droplets had completely returned to their normal red color, Pai Yangyang released his grip and said, "It's all right now." Zhang Li looked at Su Sueking suspiciously and asked, "But she hasn't woken up either?" Pai Yangyang put away the silver needles and then gently swept them across Su Sueking's forehead. Su Sueking, who was in a deep sleep, let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Zhang Li was pleasantly surprised and was about to call out to her when Su Sueking suddenly sat up and cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer." At the same time, it keeps shrinking back. "Ms. Su, it's us. We're at home. You're all right." Zhang Li was startled and quickly said something. Su Sueking was stunned for a moment, scanned the room, and her gaze fell on Pai Yangyang. She exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to go up to the third floor? Pai Yongyang smiled wryly and looked at Zheng Li, shrugging his shoulders. President Su, this time it's not his fault. I'm the one who let him come up. Zheng Li quickly explained, then pulled over a pillow and leaned against her back. You let him come up? What? Su Sweking asked, puzzled. Zheng Li said, President Su, we owe him a lot today. Otherwise, the two of us. I don't know what would have happened. Thanks to him. Su Sweking held her head in her hands, as if trying to recall something. Yes, you drank the wine Tong Yu gave you, and it was drugged. You were kidnapped, and Tong Yu also wanted to me. If it weren't for Pai Yongyang, we would all be finished. Zheng Li patiently explained. I remember now. It's Yi Fengliu. Where is Yi Fengliu? I'm going to kill him. Su Sweking suddenly recalled some moments from when she was taken to Yi Fengliu's room, and became excited. Yi Fengliu? Zheng Li was stunned. She was unaware of what happened after Su Sweking was arrested. She naively thought it was just a trap set by Tong Yu, but she never imagined that Yi Fengliu was also involved. It was Yi Fengliu. He orchestrated all of this. Pai Yongyang said from the side. Zheng Li immediately understood and trembled with anger. Yi Fengliu is so despicable. Pai Yongyang looked at Su Sweking and said, Don't get agitated. I've already taught Yi Fengliu a lesson, and he won't dare to do anything to you again. You're a bit weak right now, so get some rest. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Thank you. Once she understood, Su Sweking looked at his retreating figure and said gratefully. Although she didn't fully understand what had happened, she was now safe at home, and Zheng Li said that Pai Yongyang had saved her, so she was indeed very grateful to the man. No need. I'm already getting paid by you. This is my job. Pai Yongyang said calmly and walked out. The moment he turned around, the blackness on the silver needle in his hand gradually dissipated, turning into a faint black mist that vanished into thin air. Su Sweking pulled Zheng Li close and hugged her tightly, trembling all over, and said with lingering fear, Sister Li, you scared me to death. Zheng Li hugged her and said thoughtfully, We really have to thank him today. If he hadn't reminded me to put my phone on call mode early, and if he hadn't arrived in time, we would both be in trouble today. Su Sweking hummed in agreement and said, He's so thoughtful. He thought of everything. President Su, you didn't see how he hit someone. He was really fierce. I always thought he was just a gigolo, a good-for-nothing. Now it seems I might have been wrong. Zheng Li murmured, a slight smile on her face. Su Sweking looked at her with some surprise. Sister Li, is this the first time you've given such high praise to a man? Zheng Li was taken aback, then exclaimed, Ah, and said somewhat flusteredly, He saved us today, but his scoundrel personality is still really annoying. Su Sweking said, Some people are rude but have pure hearts, while others are outwardly respectable but inwardly depraved. If you had to choose, which one would you choose? Zheng Li turned to look at her and asked suspiciously, President Su, you haven't really fallen for him, have you? Chapter 38 Granny Li. Su Sweking didn't answer, but said, You'll stay and sleep with me tonight? I'm still scared. Pai Yongyang returned to his room, took a cold shower, and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Last time I meditated at Luhan Mountain and tried to cultivate the 9 profound jade purity technique, I immediately felt refreshed and enlightened. When he finished reading the entire book, he was deeply moved. Although it is just a cultivation manual, the contents recorded within it are vast and boundless. Once he begins to cultivate this technique, what appears before his eyes is the vast universe and the boundless cosmos. It's as if you're floating on clouds, looking down on all living beings and pointing out the flaws in the world. After meditation, there is an even greater feeling of fullness and ease, with blood and muscles throughout the body feeling as if they are connected to mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. He was puzzled. Why didn't his master give him such a good cultivation technique sooner? Why did he have to wait until he was kicked out of the Qin family before letting him practice it? Soon, he entered a state of complete absorption, with a faint white mist floating above his head. At this time, the Yi family presented a completely different picture. You mean, the person who hit you was Pai Yongyang? After listening to Yi Fengliu's tearful account, Yi Yuanyang asked, both surprised and astonished. Yes, it was him. I was resting at Quavai Villa when he suddenly barged in, beat me up without saying a word, and even said he was going to kill me. Yi Fengliu's face was swollen on one side, and her right hand was in a cast and hanging in front of her chest, making her look miserable and wretched. Yi Fengliu's mother, Xiao Fong, wept bitterly beside him. Yuanyang, our son has never been hit before, not even by ourselves. Now he's been beaten like this, and we don't even know if his hand will fully recover. You must avenge our son. Humph, that brat is too presumptuous. Does he really think the Yi family is easy to bully? Yi Yuanyang slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Brother, Xiao Lu was beaten at Quavai Manor. Zhao Jinggong is also responsible for this. The speaker was Yi Yuanxing, the fifth son of the Yi family. The Yi family had 7 brothers, known as the 7 heroes of the Yi family, who were very famous in Xinjiang. Yi Yuanxing and Yi Yuanyang were the closest of friends, so as soon as they heard that Yi Fengliu was in trouble, they rushed over immediately. Dad, fifth uncle is right. I was beaten up at Zhao Jinggong's place, so he's partly responsible. Yi Fengliu immediately remembered and quickly said, All right, I'll call Zhao Jinggong tomorrow, and we'll go to the Su family together. Let's see how the Su family explains themselves. The next morning, Pai Yangyang woke up from meditation, feeling refreshed and full of energy. I got up and went downstairs, and to my surprise, I saw Su Sueking and Zheng Li already sitting in the living room. Su Sueking looked a bit haggard, and her hair was somewhat messy. She was flipping through a notebook, as if looking for something. Why don't you rest a little longer? What are you looking at here so early in the morning? Pai Yangyang walked over, glanced at it, and asked. Su Sueking said, How can I rest? 3 days have passed, and there's still no clue about the funding. I must think of a solution and find the funds as soon as possible. Pai Yanjiang's eyes flickered, and he asked curiously, Is this CEO position that important to you? Su Sueking looked up at him and said very seriously, I don't care about the CEO position. I care about the life and death of the Su group. Besides, I've always been the most outstanding person in my grandfather's eyes. He finally gave me a chance this time, and I don't want to disappoint him. Pai Yanjiang's heart stirred, and he stared at her blankly for a long time without saying a word. It turns out that when this woman gets serious, she's stunningly beautiful. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I look bad today because I'm not wearing makeup? Su Sueking felt a little uneasy under his gaze and asked in an annoyed tone. No, you look good whether you wear makeup or not. Pai Yangyang replied quickly, startled. Zheng Li rolled her eyes at him. Just not bad looking? Have you ever seen a woman prettier than President Su? Pai Yangyang touched his nose, chuckled, and without answering, said, There are still 12 days left. Don't worry, there's always a way out. Su Sueking let out a soft sigh, and said with some helplessness, It's easy to say, but it's 500 million after all. My Su family is already in trouble, and no one is willing to take the risk of investing in the Su family. Pai Yangyang turned and walked towards the restaurant. I'm hungry. I need to fill my stomach first. She's just a foodie, Zheng Li muttered to herself. Su Sueking glanced at her and said softly, He saved you yesterday. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say that? Zheng Li chuckled softly, staring at her strangely, and said softly, I said he. You don't want him anymore? Let's go. Let's go have breakfast. Su Sueking's eyes flickered, and she stood up and said, But just as I was about to go to the restaurant, my phone rang. She answered the phone, listened for a few seconds, and her expression immediately changed. What's wrong? What happened? Zheng Li noticed that her expression was off and asked in surprise. My grandfather told me to go back to the Su family's old house immediately, saying that the Yi family came to confront us, and they even brought reporters. He told me to take Pai Yangyang with me to explain things clearly. Su Sueking said, sounding somewhat flustered. Zheng Li was immediately enraged. The Yi family still has the nerve to come here and demand an explanation? They're utterly shameless. Su Sueking gave a helpless, bitter smile. Who can blame them when the Yi family is so powerful? In Xinjiang, isn't it the Yi family who calls the shots? So you're planning to go back? Zheng Li asked, somewhat surprised. Su Sueking said firmly, Of course, how could I not go back when my grandfather called? Besides, I still need to settle accounts with Yi Fengliu for what happened yesterday. Yes, we need to settle accounts with him. How could he be so despicable as to do such a vile thing? He deserves an explanation. The two talked as they entered the restaurant. Pai Yangyang was eating an egg when he saw the two men looking angry. He glanced at the egg in his hand and said somewhat guiltily, I didn't wait for you to have breakfast together. There's no need for you to be so angry, is there? Su Sueking was taken aback, then said, It has nothing to do with you. Zheng Li said, How can it not be related to him? He was an eyewitness yesterday. Also, the Yi family came to confront us, which must be because of Hua Liubin being beaten, so it's even more related to him. Su Sueking gave several winks, but Zheng Li had already finished speaking. The Yi family has come to our door demanding an explanation? And whose explanation? Pai Yangyang looked stunned. Su Sueking said, It's not clear yet. Grandpa just called me and told me to go back immediately. Pai Yangyang took a sip of milk and said, Granny Lee is right. This matter is indeed related to me. I was the one who hit the person. I'll go back with you. Su Sueking hummed in agreement. All right then. But remember, don't get into any more conflicts with the Yi family. Zheng Li stared wide-eyed at Pai Yangyang. What did you just call me? Before Pai Yangyang could answer, Su Sueking asked in surprise, what did he call you? Let him say it himself, Zheng Li said irritably. Pai Yangyang chuckled guiltily, got up and walked towards the door. I'll go prepare the car and wait for you outside. Zheng Li rolled her eyes in anger, and Su Sueking asked curiously, what did he call you? Why are you so angry? He called me Granny Lee. Am I that old, or that ugly? Zheng Li said angrily. Su Sueking was taken aback, then burst into laughter. That's not what he meant. He meant you look like that roan mama from TV. Huh. That's hilarious, Granny Lee. For a moment, she completely forgot that the Yi family was at the Su family's old residence, waiting to cause her trouble. Zheng Li's face immediately turned even uglier. She gritted her teeth, stared at the open door, and took a big bite of bread, as if she were biting into Pai Yangyang. As soon as Pai Yangyang left the villa, he dialed Gu Tianshuang's number. Ms. Gu, do you know any reporters? Yes, my cousin is one. What do you need a reporter for? Gu Tianshuang asked curiously. Okay, that's great. Have your cousin go to the Su family's old house right away. There's a news story breaking. I'll tell you what it is later. Pai Yanjiang's eyes flickered for a moment before he spoke. Oh, okay then, I'll contact my cousin right away. Gu Tianshuang didn't ask any further questions and immediately agreed. After hanging up the phone, Pai Yanjiang's lips curled into a cold smile. Today, there's bound to be a good show. Chapter 39 Questioning and Arguing. Inside the Su family's old residence, members of the Yi family and Zhao Jinggong and others stood angrily in the courtyard. Overnight, Su Baoquo aged considerably. Leaning on his cane, he stood on the steps, looking anxiously at the menacing Yi family members and Zhao Jinggong. Yi Fingliu lay on the chair, one hand slinging across her chest, half of her face still swollen, the other half pale, her whole body weak and listless. Besides the Yi family and Zhao Jinggong, several reporters were also standing in the courtyard, carrying cameras and recording the scene. The Yi family felt extremely humiliated by what happened at the hotel last time. Fortunately, Lei Ting's final attitude confirmed to the Yi family that Lei Ting and the Su family were not familiar with each other. His words in support of the Su family were perhaps just a spur-of-the-moment decision. As for Pai Yangyang, they simply couldn't believe that Lei Ting would be associated with him. In their eyes, Pai Yangyang was nothing more than a gigolo, a good-for-nothing, and a charlatan. If he knew Lei Ting, how could he have been kicked out of the Qin family? Now that Yi Fingliu has been beaten, the Yi family has found an excuse to lash out. They immediately summoned Zhao Jinggong and brought reporters to the Su family to confront them. Yi Yuanyang wanted to make this a public spectacle, to let everyone know that the Yi family could not be humiliated, in order to regain the face he had lost at the hotel. Old Master Su, your Su family caused trouble at my manor, injuring young Master Yi and General Manager Tong of Sahai Investment. General Manager Tong is still in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. Shouldn't the Su family give me an explanation for this? Zhao Jinggong said coldly, his face dark. In Xinjiang, Zhao Jinggong was a notorious figure. He used to be a gangster and was once Kai Wenshin's subordinate. He had a nickname in the underworld, Angry Vajra. After years of retiring from public life, he founded the Wenta Group and opened this Quavai mountain villa. The young master of the Yi family was beaten on his turf, so naturally, he couldn't just sit idly by. It wasn't just because the Yi family was powerful, but also because he ran a business, and the reputation of Quavai Manor was very important. If someone is beaten at Quavai Villa, and he does nothing about it, who would dare to spend money there in the future? Isn't there some misunderstanding? Why would a member of the Su family go to Quavai Manor to beat someone up? Su Baoquo said cautiously. A misunderstanding? He's been beaten up like this, Mr. Tong's legs were broken, and he's still in the hospital being treated. You think this is a misunderstanding? Zhao Jinggong pointed at Yi Fingliu, and said through gritted teeth. Ouch, it hurts so much, I'm going to die. Yi Fingliu immediately started howling in response, her face contorted in pain. The Su family members' expressions all turned somewhat unpleasant. If it were just a few hits, it would be fine, but now that someone has been beaten like this, and it's uncertain whether one of their hands will recover, it's truly tragic. Old Master Su, look at what you've done to my son. Shouldn't your Su family give us an explanation? Yi Yuanyang said with a cold expression. Xia Fong wiped away her tears as she said, Xiao Lu has never suffered like this in his life. How could Su Sueking be so vicious? If she didn't want to marry my son, there was no need for her to have him beaten like this. Su Sueking, why would she hire someone to beat up young Master Yi? Is there some mistake? Su Haiming looked surprised and suspicious. He knew his daughter well. Although she was willful, she would never do something so outrageous. Humph, I see you're planning to deny it to the death. The one who hit someone was Su Sueking's lover, Pai Yangyang. If you don't hand him over today, my Yi family will absolutely not let this go. Yi Yuanxing, who had a bad temper, shouted angrily. Are you looking for me? But as soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the doorway, where Su Sueking walked in with Pai Yangyang and Zhengli. Grandpa, uncle, dad, aunt. Su Sueking's face was still a little pale. She came to Su Baoquo and the others and called out to each of them. Su Haiming and Su Yu snorted softly, their expressions showing some annoyance. Su Baoquo sighed softly and shook his head. Su Haiwen, barely suppressing his anger, said, Look what you've done. You won't let go until the Su family is completely destroyed, will you? Su Sueking bit her lip lightly, turned to look at Yi Fingliu, her eyes filled with anger. Upon seeing Pai Yangyang, the Yi family felt as if they had met their father's killer, and their anger was boundless. Pai Yangyang, Yi Fingliu's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. Boy, is it you who caused trouble at my Quavai manor and injured young Master Yi and President Tong? Zhao Jinggang immediately realized that the person who injured Yi Fingliu and Tong Yu was the young man named Pai Yangyang in front of him. Pai Yangyang glanced at him indifferently and asked, Your Quavai manor? That's right. I am Zhao Jinggang, the owner of Quavai Villa. You injured someone on my premises. This matter can't just be left like this, can it? Zhao Jinggang said coldly. Perfect. If you hadn't come looking for me, I would have come looking for you. Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang showed no fear. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice to Zhao Jinggang. Zhao Jinggang was taken aback, then roared. You come to my place to cause trouble, and you still want to come looking for me? Well, that's perfect. All the reporters are here today. Tell them about your assault. I want to see what gives you the right to hit someone. Seeing these reporters, Su Sueking felt secretly anxious. The Su family is currently going through a turbulent period, and if more negative news breaks out, it will be even more difficult for her to attract investment. At the same time, she did not want to make her experience at Quavai Villa public. Although she wasn't actually harmed, some things are easier said than done, and it might just cause a lot of rumors to spread. But what's the use of being anxious? Judging from the Yi family's attitude today, they are determined to make the Su family lose face. I have my reasons for hitting people, but you, as the owner of Quavai Villa, how do you guarantee the safety of your guests? Pai Yangyang didn't care at all and coldly retorted. Zhao Jinggang's gaze turned cold. Are you questioning me? Pai Yangyang said. Zhao Jinggang, right? Miss Su and Secretary Zhang went to your Quavai Villa to discuss business. They entered your premises, so aren't you responsible for their safety? But last night they were drugged and almost raped. As the owner of Quavai Villa, don't you bear any responsibility? Zhao Jinggang was speechless at the question, but then angrily retorted. Nonsense. How could such a thing happen? Besides, what does this have to do with young Master Yi? Pai Yangyang chuckled coldly, glanced at Yi Fingliu, and said disdainfully, because he is the main culprit. Nonsense. No sooner had Pai Yangyang finished speaking than Yi Yuanxing flew into a rage and roared at Pai Yangyang. Kid, I think you really don't know what's good for you. You hit young Master Yi and then slander him like this. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes. Zhao Jinggang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Reporters, you must report fairly and impartially. This assailant is not only extremely brutal, but also tries every possible excuse. We cannot tolerate such scum. Yi Yuanyang spoke loudly to the reporters. These reporters were hired by him, so naturally they were on the side of the Yi family, and they all nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yi Yuanyang gave a sinister smile. He was fully confident that all the news reported from here today would be detrimental to the Su family. Excuse me, I heard there's some juicy gossip here. How could I miss out? But as soon as Yi Yuanyang finished speaking, a hurried voice rang out, and then a girl dressed in a retro style, holding a microphone, stumbled in. Behind her followed a young man carrying a camera. Chapter 40. Killing someone is like destroying their spirit. Upon seeing the 2 men, Yi Yuanyang's face darkened, and he asked in a deep voice, Who sent you? The girl pointed to her name tag and said confidently, My name is Wang Yan, a reporter for Xinjiang TV. This is my colleague, photojournalist Lu Kai. Hearing there was breaking news here, as reporters, it's our responsibility to come and report the truth. Yi Yuanyang said impatiently. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. The fact that these two people came uninvited made him very unhappy, and at the same time, he felt a little uneasy. Before Wang Yin could argue, Pai Yangyang sneered and said, Have you forgotten that this is the Su family home? The host hasn't said anything, so what right do you have to overstep your bounds and drive the guest away on behalf of the host? Wang Yin immediately said, That's right, even the Su family didn't kick us out, so why are you kicking us out? Could it be that there's something you're keeping from us? Yi Yuanyang's expression turned extremely ugly, and he could only say sullenly, Fine, you can stay, but you must report the facts. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and glanced indifferently at Wang Yin. He knew that the reporter was Gu Tianshuang's cousin. He overheard Su Sueking and Zheng Li's conversation in the villa. Knowing that the Yi family had brought in reporters, I had a feeling that this matter was not so simple. Those reporters must have been bribed by the Yi family. So he asked Gu Tianshuang for help, to see if he could also find a reporter to go to the Su family's old house. In this way, no matter how badly the Yi family is portrayed, there will always be a factual report. He had only approached it with a try-it-and-see attitude, but he never expected that Gu Tianshuang really did have a reporter cousin. Zhao Jinggong was already impatient. He was furious when Pai Yangyang accused him of being partly responsible. President Yi, why waste words with him? This kid hit young Master Yi and President Tong, and the security guards at Quavai Villa can testify to that. Now let's see how to handle this matter. Yes, the murderer must be severely punished, and justice must be served for my son. Xiaofang stared at Pai Yangyang and said, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Yuanxing stared fiercely at Pai Yangyang and said through gritted teeth, This matter is also related to the Su family, and the Su family must also kneel down and apologize. Su Baoquo and his son were startled and looked at Pai Yangyang with some panic. I was the one who hit him, so why should the Su family kneel down? Pai Yangyang spoke coldly. Fine, you finally admit you hit him. Yi Yuanxing's facial muscles twitched as he spoke with a sinister glint in his eyes. Yes, I hit him. Pai Yangyang said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Su family was stunned. Su Sueking turned deathly pale and said in a panic, Pai Yangyang, you mustn't be talking nonsense. Pai Yangyang glanced at her, smiled slightly, and said, I'm not making this up. I happened to record it when I beat up that bastard. When he said the word, bastard, a playful smile appeared on his lips, and his gaze fell on Yi Fengliu. Yi Fengliu's face twitched with anger, and he shouted, You. Zhao Jinggong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I thought this kid was some kind of genius, but it turns out he's just a fool. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever heard of someone providing evidence to another person after they've assaulted them. Okay, very good. It seems you admit to hitting someone. He finally managed to stop laughing and looked at Pai Yangyang with disdain. I admit it, Pai Yangyang said without hesitation. So what if I beat up two bastards? What's there to be ashamed of? Pai Yangyang, you. Su Sueking was anxious. Although she also felt that Pai Yangyang had beaten a bastard, admitting it openly in front of the Yi family and so many reporters would only cause her trouble. Zheng Li was also speechless. Was this guy mentally challenged? But Pai Yangyang seemed oblivious to their anxiety and calmly said, It's nothing. As a person, you have to be willing to take responsibility for your actions. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jinggong couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Congratulations to the Su family on gaining such a fine son-in-law. It seems the Su family's future is very promising. He looked at the Su family and said with a mocking expression, You flatter me. It seems Mr. Zhao has already recognized my excellence. Everyone was stunned. A bewildered tree bears bewildered fruits. Beneath the bewildered tree, you and I. If we meet again in the next life, let's become fruits together on the tree. Isn't this a classic case of being sick? And quite seriously sick at that. Su Sueking was completely stunned. She felt embarrassed and uncomfortable. Her face burned as if someone had slapped her. Today, the Su family is about to become famous in Xinjiang once again. The reporters were completely stunned, even forgetting their own work. Wang Yin stared at Pai Yangyang in astonishment, thinking to herself, Xiao Shuang asked me to help an idiot? Okay, it's good that you admit it. Yi Yuanyang sneered, turned to look at Su Baoquo and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Sueking. The Su family members were taken aback, wondering what Yi Yuanyang was up to. Your Su family used this good-for-nothing to humiliate our Yi family at the engagement banquet, and yesterday, you even instigated him to injure my son. All of this is because of Su Sueking. Yi Yuanyang said in a cold voice. Sweat beaded on Su's Haiwen's forehead. He bowed slightly and said nervously, "This matter arose because of my daughter. On her behalf, I apologize to you." Seeing that Pai Yangyang had admitted to hitting someone, he was furious, but since things had come to this point, he just wanted to settle things as soon as possible. Apologize? Yi Yuanqing sneered. Is an apology all it takes? Su's Haiwen quickly said, "We can cover all of young Master Yi's medical expenses and provide compensation." Humph, do you think my Yi family is short of money? And you want to extort money from you? Before Su's Haiwen could finish speaking, Yi Yuanqing snorted coldly, interrupting him and saying disdainfully, "No, that's not what I meant." Su's Haiwen panicked and didn't know what to say. "All members of the Su family, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to my son to apologize," Yi Yuanyang said in a cold voice. The Su family's expressions changed abruptly. Apart from Su Sueking, all the other members of the Su family standing here are Yi Fengliu's elders, especially with the old man Su Baoqiu there. If they kowtow to Yi Fengliu, where will they put their faces? Yi Yuanyang, aren't you going too far? Su Baoqiu, who had been silent until now, gritted his teeth and said in a hateful voice, "Excessive." Yi Yuanyang sneered. "This isn't over yet. After you kowtow and apologize, Su Sueking must go to my Yi family and serve my son until he recovers." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengliu's eyes lit up, and he looked up at Su Sueking, his eyes filled with eagerness. Su Sueking's face turned pale instantly. The Yi family's actions were the greatest humiliation to the Su family. She, the dignified third young lady of the Su family, is actually going to work as a maid in the Yi family. If this gets out, how will she ever have the face to live with anyone again? The Su family could no longer hold their heads high in the Qinjiang society. Even Zhao Jinggong's eyes flickered. If we're talking about ruthlessness, the Yi family is the real deal. This is a classic case of killing someone by destroying their spirit. Yi Yuanyang intends to wipe out the Su family. However, he immediately chimed in. What President Yi said is correct. It's perfectly reasonable for Su Sueking to go to the Yi family to serve young Master Yi. Su Haiming turned to Su Sueking and said, "Sueking, it seems I'll have to trouble you. But don't worry, once young Master Yi's injuries heal, you can come back." Su Sueking almost ground her teeth to powder and said firmly, "It was Yi Fengliu who tried to harm me first. Pai Yangyang hit me to save me. There's absolutely no way I'd apologize or serve him." His voice was strong and clear, and his tone was resolute. Chapter 41. He's an idiot. Su Haiming's face darkened, and he said angrily, Do you intend to put the Su family in danger without considering the consequences?" Pai Yangyang couldn't help but glance at Su Sueking, and seeing her resolute expression, his heart stirred slightly. Enough with the nonsense. Now all of you Su family members, kneel down and apologize to young Master Yi. Zhao Jinggong said coldly. The Su family members were filled with despair, each one daring to be angry but not daring to speak out. "What right do you have to make the Su family kneel?" Pai Yangyang said calmly. "The ones who should kneel are the Yi family, and you, Boss Zhao." "You?" Yi Yuanqing was furious, pointing at Pai Yangyang. "I think you really don't know what's good for you." Pai Yanjiang's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please be the judge. Su Sueking was bullied, and she has to kneel down to the person who bullied her. Is there any justice in this world?" Su Sueking was slightly startled, a look of surprise appearing in her eyes, and a feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. Her husband has been so protective of her all along. "Nonsense. You say Yi Fengliu bullied Su Sueking. Where's your evidence?" Yi Yuanqing roared in uncontrollable rage. Yi Yuanyang then addressed the reporters, saying, "Reporters, look closely. This man is Pai Yangyang, the son-in-law of the Su family. He has already admitted to hitting someone, but he refuses to apologize and continues to spout nonsense. If such a scoundrel and scum is not severely punished, where is justice and morality?" He spoke with great passion and righteous indignation. "Yes, this person caused trouble and injured people at my resort for no reason. Everyone must report the facts. And the Su family is in cahoots with him. This shows how evil the Su family is. Such a family is a cancer in Xinjiang. Journalists must call on all sectors of society to resolutely resist them." Zhao Jinggong delivered a passionate speech. It seems that the Su family is an unforgivable evil force, and that not eliminating them would appease public anger. The reporters immediately started interacting, handing microphones to Yi Fengliu. "Mr. Yi, are you a victim of this incident? How did you get your injuries? What exactly happened at the time?" "Mr. Yi, justice resides in the hearts of the people. Please recount your experience of being beaten, and I believe you will receive a fair resolution. These reporters had all received bribes from the Yi family, so they naturally knew how to shift the blame onto Pai Yangyang. Yi Fengliu, with snot and tears streaming down his face, described in a tearful voice how he had been beaten. Of course, he never mentioned how he threw Su Sueking onto the bed or how he wanted to play with her. As everyone knows, Pai Yangyang caused a scene at my engagement party and stole my fiancée, Su Sueking. Even so, he wouldn't let me go. While I was resting at Kwai Villa, he barged in and beat me up. Yi Fengliu put on a pitiful victim's act, pushing all the blame onto Pai Yangyang. He's lying, that's not how it is. Seeing that he had concealed the most crucial matter, Su Sueking became anxious and shouted loudly. But none of the reporters paid any attention to her and continued to interview Yi Fengliu. The Yi family couldn't help but feel secretly smug, while Yi Yuanyang wore a sinister smile. These reporters were all hired by him. How could they possibly help the Su family? But he quickly turned pale. After watching for a while, Wang Yin held up the microphone and approached Su Sueking, asking, "Miss Su, I see that your account of Mr. Yi's situation differs. May I ask what exactly happened at the time?" Back then. Su Sueking felt a wave of shame as she recalled being drugged and sent to Yi Fengliu's bed and was speechless for a moment. Here's what happened. At the time, Mr. Su and I were invited by Mr. Tong Yu, the CEO of Sahai Investment, to Kwai Villa to discuss investment matters. But unexpectedly, Mr. Tong Yu drugged our drinks. After Mr. Su passed out, he was taken away by Mr. Tong Yu's bodyguards. And I was almost assaulted by Mr. Tong Yu as well. Zheng Li stepped forward and recounted in detail what had happened that night. She even recounted without reservation what Tong Yu had said and how he had torn her clothes. Yi Yuanyang's face was dark and gloomy as he angrily said, "Reporter Wang, the Su family is clearly distorting the facts. As a reporter, you should know how to distinguish right from wrong." Wang Yin said, "Since it's a dispute, we can't just listen to your side of the story, can we? You say the Su family is distorting the facts, but how can you prove that what young Master Yi said is entirely true?" Yi Yuanyang choked, speechless in the face of Wang Yan's sharp question. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "No matter what, hitting or injuring someone is wrong." A reporter immediately approached Pai Yangyang with a microphone and asked, "Sir, why did you hit the victim in the first place? Do you regret it now?" Pai Yangyang rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "This guy deserved to be beaten. He ran into my trap, and if I didn't, I'd be going against the natural order. If I have any regrets, it's that I didn't hit him hard enough." Reporter. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing's expressions turned extremely ugly as they glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. "Friends from the press, did you all hear that? He's the assailant who beat someone, and he's still so arrogant, even saying he didn't hit him hard enough." Yi Yuanyang seemed to have caught Pai Yangyang by the nose and spoke loudly to the reporter. "Sir, you said you recorded a video of the assault. Where's the video?" A reporter seemed to remember something and looked at Pai Yangyang, asking a question. They felt they had indeed uncovered a good story today. Moreover, they wanted to make a good impression on the Yi family, hoping that the Yi family would be pleased and reward them with a few extra coins. Pai Yanjiang's eyes flashed, and he immediately said as if he had realized something, "Thank you for reminding me, reporter. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot." As he spoke, he pulled out the memory card that he had removed from the Red Mansion. Everyone present was stunned again. Are there really such idiots as to show reporters a video of themselves beating someone up? Do they think they're not dead enough? Yi Yuanyang smiled. That guy is a complete idiot. His brain hasn't fully evolved. If the video of the assault is genuine, then it confirms that Pai Yangyang did indeed assault someone. Pai Yangyang is the son-in-law of the Su family, so he can't deny it even if he wants to. Does anyone have a computer and a card reader? In the ensuing silence, Pai Yangyang held up the memory card in his hand and asked loudly. The Su family members were speechless, while Su Sueking trembled slightly. She knew very well what was being filmed in the video. Although she was very reluctant to let Pai Yangyang release the video from that day, since things had come to this point, only this video could prove what Yi Fengliu had done and why Pai Yangyang had hit him. Pai Yangyang looked at her, and she also happened to be looking at Pai Yangyang. Their eyes met, and Su Sueking nodded gently with mixed feelings, which was tantamount to acquiescing to Pai Yanjiang's actions. "I can play it without a computer." Wang Yin turned around and said, "The memory card is inserted into the camera, and the image is displayed. Tonight, I'm going to make you my woman. I'll show you that anything I, Yi Fengliu, set my sights on, no one can take away from me." See? I've prepared a special program for you today. I'm going to record you in bed so you can enjoy it later. Su Swecking, what do you think I want to do? Of course, it's to do you. Now you understand? That's right. I had them put the drug in your drink. It's a good stuff. You'll experience it soon enough. The only downside is that you'll become an idiot from now on. The image is clear, showing Yi Fengliu using foul language and acting arrogantly and smugly. Su Swecking's despair and helplessness were laid bare before everyone. Chapter 42. To kneel or not to kneel? That is the question. Hearing Yi Fengliu's lewd and obscene voice in the video, everyone at the scene was stunned. Hearing him admit that he orchestrated the whole thing and that he personally bought the vicious drug sent chills down everyone's spines. Many people turned their gazes to Yi Fengliu with strange expressions. Yi Yuanyang, Yi Yuanxing, and the others' expressions became very strange. If this video gets leaked, the Yi family's reputation will be ruined. Seeing Yi Fengliu's despicable behavior in the video, I wanted to kick him a couple of times. Yi Fengliu's face was pale, his whole body was trembling slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His shifty eyes told everyone that he was terrified. The Su family members trembled all over. They were extremely angry. Su Baoquo, in particular, was ashen-faced, and his hand, which was holding a cane, was trembling violently. So much so that when the scene of Pai Yangyang beating up Yi Fengliu appeared later, they couldn't help but secretly cheer, feeling that the beating was indeed too light. Su Swecking was the Su family's greatest hope and Su Baoquo's most promising third-generation member. Yet, she was almost humiliated by Yi Fengliu, and even turned into a fool. If it weren't for Pai Yangyang, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How about that? Surprised? Excited? After the video finished playing, Pai Yangyang glanced at everyone, his gaze landing on Yi Yuanyang, and said with a playful expression. The expressions on the faces of the Yi family members and Zhao Jinggong were strange and constantly changing. Even the hot-tempered Yi Yuanxing felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He felt nauseous and wanted to vomit but couldn't. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. All the reporters were stunned, as if they had been frozen in place, mouths agape, eyes wide, unable to utter a single word. No one expected that the evidence of Pai Yanjiang's assault would be so explosive. Although Su Swecking was ashamed and indignant, she had finally proven Yi Fengliu's despicable and shameless behavior and exposed the domineering and rude face of the Yi family. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Pai Yanjiang's smug look, Yi Yuanyang felt extremely ashamed and annoyed. If a crack were to appear in the ground at that moment, he would push Pai Yangyang down without hesitation. It seems this matter is indeed very complicated. Mr. Pai was wrong to hit someone, but his intervention when Ms. Su was in danger makes everything understandable. I think Mr. Pai is not only not wrong, but should also be awarded a banner for his act of bravery. Our society today desperately needs righteous and passionate young people like Mr. Pai. After reading it, Wang Yin said with a sarcastic tone, Yi Yuanyang, Yi Yuanxing, and Zhao Jinggong all turned green with rage and almost vomited blood on the spot. I was just laughing at Pai Yangyang for being a fool and an idiot, but now it seems that I'm the fool. The reporter I called myself was easy to deal with, but this Wang Yin was a bit tricky. However, Yi Yuanyang wasn't too worried. He believed that as long as he paid the right amount of money, Wang Yin would definitely stand by his side. For now, she could only endure it, glaring fiercely at Yi Fengliu and shouting angrily, "You shameful wretch! Look at the mess you've made. Go back today and reflect on your actions. You're not allowed to leave the house until you've figured things out." The Yi family is the most prestigious family in Xinjiang, and Yi Fengliu is the first choice to succeed him as the third generation. Any negative reports about him could become ammunition for competitors to attack, and could even affect the economic development of the entire Yi family. Yi Fengliu trembled, and Xiaofang held him tightly, tears streaming down her face. With tears in her eyes, Xiaofang said, "It was our son who was beaten. His hand is ruined. Doesn't the person who did this bear any responsibility at all?" "Shut up." Yi Yuanyang roared in anger and embarrassment. At this moment, he was extremely agitated. Xiaofang dared not say anything more, and Yi Fengliu remained silent, trembling with fear. Dear reporters, this matter has not yet been fully investigated and should not be disclosed. Thank you for your hard work. I will send your compensation to you immediately. Yi Yuanyang then lowered his stance and spoke to the reporters. This sentence was primarily meant for Wang Yin. But before the reporters could speak, Pai Yangyang scoffed and said, "What? Are you trying to shut them up?" Yi Yuanyang suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "There must be a lot of misunderstandings about today's matter. I'm willing to settle this privately with the Su family." Settlement privately? Having learned the truth, Su Baoquo finally straightened up and stared at Yi Yuanyang, saying, "My granddaughter was almost ruined by your son, and you think you can just settle this privately? Have you forgotten how aggressive you were when you first arrived?" At first, he thought Pai Yangyang had hit him for no reason and felt guilty. Now things are different. Pai Yangyang hit someone because Yi Fingliu wanted to bully Su Sweking, and he instantly became the one in the right. He felt a sense of triumph. Yi Yuanyang's face flushed red and then turned pale. His heart was in turmoil, but he dared not show it. He could only say, "As long as the Su family is willing to settle this privately, the grudges between the Yi and Su families can be wiped clean." "Fine. You want to settle this privately? Fine, but make your son kneel down and apologize to my granddaughter." Su Baoquo raised his head, regaining the imposing presence of the head of one of the 5 major families. You've gone too far." Yi Yuanxing's face darkened instantly. "You want our Yi family to kneel before your granddaughter? Old Master Su, don't forget, it was your Su family that broke off the engagement first." Yi Yuanyang's expression was extremely unpleasant. The eldest son of the Yi family knelt down in front of so many reporters. "Where's the Yi family's reputation? You won't kneel? Then forget it. Even if your Yi family is the #1 family in Xinjiang, my Su family is not to be trifled with." Su Baoquo's cane tapped lightly, making a clang sound. At that moment, he was holding back a lot of anger, wanting to vent it all out. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing's expressions turned extremely ugly as they glared fiercely at Su Baoquo. But Su Baoquo was arrogant and showed no fear. He's figured it out now. Since he's already broken ties with the Yi family, the feud between the Su family and the Yi family is irreconcilable. Since things have come to this point, it's better to be tough than to show weakness. At least we can save face for the Su family. Only in this way might the Yi family realize that the Su family is not as easy to bully as they imagined. "Fine, it seems your Su family is determined to fight my Yi family to the bitter end. We'll see." Yi Yuanyang was enraged and embarrassed. It's absolutely impossible for Yi Fingliu to kneel down to Su Sweking. He absolutely did not believe that the Su family could really do anything to Yi Fingliu based on this video. "Kneeling is fine, reporter Yang. Will today's interview be on TV tonight?" Pai Yangyang took the memory card from Yang Yin and said calmly, "News is all about timely reporting. It's already been recorded, and it'll be on the legal program tonight, no problem." Yang Yin said with certainty. You all." Yi Yuanyang was so angry, he almost vomited blood. If this matter were to appear on television, it would have an enormous impact on the Yi family's reputation and could even cause a major upheaval within the family. This is something Yi Yuanyang cannot bear. "I know your Yi family is very powerful and can control everything, but I believe more in justice. If I provide the video to the police, I wonder what the consequences will be." Pai Yangyang said with a curious look on his face. Yi Yuanyang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his veins bulged. Zhao Jinggong said, "Kid, don't push people too far. You need to know that you're facing the Yi family." Pai Yangyang glanced at him and said calmly, "If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten about you. Boss Zhao, right? Guess what? Your resort will be even more popular now that it's on TV." Zhao Jinggong looked as if he had eaten a fresh pile of excrement, his expression becoming extremely ugly. If this gets out, his Quavai villa will definitely be greatly affected. To kneel, or not to kneel? The memory card twirled between Pai Yanjiang's fingers. That is indeed a question. Seeing the disgusted looks on Yi Yuanyang and the others, as if they had swallowed flies, the Su family felt a surge of relief. If he kneels down, can this matter end here? Yi Yuanyang gritted his teeth and said something, then turned to look at Yi Fingliu, his face trembling violently, clearly showing his intense excitement and anger. Pai Yangyang nodded calmly. "Of course, that's on the condition that you don't cause any more trouble." "Dad, I won't kneel." Yi Fingliu panicked and quickly said, "She's the one who secretly sent this good-for-nothing to disgust our Yi family. Why should I kneel before her?" "You bastard, look what you've done." Yi Yuanyang roared and grabbed him, pulling him up and dragging him in front of Su Sweking. "Kneel down." Chapter 43, He is my husband. Yi Fingliu knelt down with extreme reluctance, his teeth clenched. All the reporters were stunned. They wanted to record the scene, but they didn't dare. Even if the Yi family kneels down, they are still a fierce tiger. They don't want to be inexplicably pulled from the bottom of the Xinjiang River one day. But Wang Yin didn't think about any of that. She seemed quite excited and quickly called to Lu Kai. Record it. The Yi family knelt down and apologized. The eldest son of King Jiang's most powerful family actually knelt down before the Su family. If this gets out, it will surely cause a sensation throughout the entire city of Qingjiang. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing glared at Wang Yin, their hearts burning with rage, but they couldn't vent it on the spot. They all knew very well that there were two types of people in this society who were not to be trifled with: lawyers and journalists. Pai Yangyang took out his new phone, turned on the camera mode, and took a few steps back, as if giving professional instructions. Young Master Yi, straighten your back a bit. Yes, don't look so bitter and resentful. An apology should look like an apology. The faces of the Yi family members immediately darkened, becoming extremely grim. Is this place being used as a movie set? Also, simply kneeling down isn't enough. An apology must be sincere. Pai Yangyang kept changing the angle of the shot and patiently persuaded him. I'll tell your mother. Yi Fengliu was furious. He cursed and was about to get up. But Yi Yuanyang pressed down on his shoulder. Apologize. The two words were almost squeezed out from between Yi Yuanyang's teeth. All the humiliation turned into overwhelming anger, yet he had no choice but to suppress it. After all, if the events in the video were to get out, it would have a huge impact on the Yi family. It's no exaggeration to say that Yi Fengliu's future is likely ruined. Yi Feng's veins bulged, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his eyes seemed to be glaring blood. Sorry. He trembled all over, suppressing the boundless humiliation in his heart, and gritted his teeth to utter 3 words. That's right. It shows that young Master Yi still has a repentant heart. Pai Yangyang put his phone away with satisfaction and said with a smile, Can we leave now? Yi Yuanyang couldn't wait to leave this place. Pai Yangyang glanced calmly at the shocked Zhao Jinggong, waved his phone, and said, Mr. Zhao, do you really think that you bear no responsibility whatsoever for something like this happening on your premises? Zhao Jinggong's facial muscles twitched violently. He turned to face Su Sueking and said in a deep voice, Miss Su, I'm sorry. Pai Yangyang approached Su Sueking and asked, Are you satisfied with their attitude? At this moment, Su Sueking's heart was like a stormy sea. She couldn't believe that Yi Fengliu would kneel in front of her and apologize to her. Her lips trembled, and she said, Let them go. Pai Yangyang looked at Yi Yuanyang. Get out of here. Yi Yuanxing snorted heavily, went over to help Yi Fengliu up, and together with the reporters, they left the Su family compound looking disheveled. Thank you, Reporter Wang. I'll treat you to dinner another day. In the courtyard, only the Su family members and Wang Yin and Lu Kai remained. Wang Yin smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Okay, I'll be waiting. After saying that, he took a deep look at Su Sueking and left the Su family's old house with Lu Kai. Wow! The moment Wang Yin and Lu Kai stepped out of the courtyard gate, Su Sueking could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The grievances she suffered at Quavai Villa and the aggressive threats from the Yi family after returning to the Su family's old residence had already pushed her emotions to the breaking point. At this moment, she could no longer control herself and burst into tears. Zheng Li quickly hugged her and cried with her. Sueking, you've suffered. Grandpa has misunderstood you. At this moment, Su Baoquo breathed a long sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. With tears in her eyes, Su Sueking choked out, Grandpa, it's not your fault. Su Baoquo looked at Pai Yangyang and said, Little Pai, thank you too. Pai Yangyang smiled calmly. It's nothing. Now that I'm Su Sueking's husband, I should protect her. Dad, the Yi family will definitely not let this matter rest today. I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Su Haiwen said with some concern. Su Baoquo glared at him and said angrily, Sueking is your daughter. She was almost ruined by Yi Fengliu. You're not worried about your own daughter, but you're worried about the Yi family's revenge. But, Su Haiwen blushed and stammered, not daring to say anything more. Humph, you call yourself Sueking's father, yet you're not even as good as an outsider. Su Baoquo snorted angrily and said with a look of disappointment, Grandpa, he's not an outsider, he's my husband. Just as Su Baoquo finished speaking, Su Sueking looked up and blurted out. These words were spoken so naturally, and at the same time, a warm current quietly flowed through the depths of her heart. At that moment, she completely forgot about her 1-year agreement with Pai Yangyang and regarded him as the man she could truly rely on. Su Baoquo sighed softly and said in a deep voice, Sueking, although you have gone through such a thing, as a member of the Su family, your words must be kept. Tears still clung to Su Sweking's cheeks, but her expression was unwavering. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission. I will bring in 500 million yuan within the stipulated time. All right, as expected of my granddaughter, Su Baokuo. The matter is settled. You can go now. I'm tired and want to rest for a while. Su Baokuo said something and turned to walk into the house. Let's go. I'll take you back. Pai Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief and said to Su Sweking and Zheng Li, I'm tired too. Su Sweking wiped away her tears and said wearily. The three of them left the Su family's old house, and Pai Yangyang drove back to the cloud-top villa. Perhaps the pressure was too great at the beginning, and although it has been released now, it is still difficult to calm down. Su Sweking and Zheng Li remained silent throughout the journey. As we were driving forward, we suddenly saw a dozen or so people surrounding a Volkswagen Beetle, as if something had happened. Pai Yangyang naturally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Just as he was about to drive over, he saw Wang Yin surrounded in the middle. Wang Yin was struggling with a burly man, while Lu Kai had been knocked to the ground, hunched over, desperately trying to protect his head. Pai Yangyang pulled the car over to the side of the road, and Zheng Li asked in surprise, "Why are you parking here?" "Reporter Wang is in trouble. I'll go check it out." Pai Yangyang opened the door and got out of the car, then walked forward. Su Sweking and Zheng Li then saw that Wang Yin was being forced to retreat in panic by one person, while several other people were kicking Lu Kai, who was lying on the ground, hard. The two women were taken aback. They knew very well that these two had been helping them at the Su family's old house, so they were naturally extremely anxious to see Wang Yin and Lu Kai being beaten. But Pai Yangyang had already rushed over, and Su Sweking said worriedly, "Is he sure he can manage going alone?" Chapter 44 Trash only deserves to be thrown into the trash can. Just because you're a reporter doesn't mean you can be so great, taking pictures and spouting nonsense as you please. A dozen burly men surrounded Wang Yin and Lu Kai, looking fierce and menacing. One of the men, whose face was covered in pockmarks, reached out to push Wang Yin in a lewd manner, deliberately choosing to grab her where he shouldn't have. Every time he made a grabbing motion, his henchmen behind him burst into laughter. "Hand over the camera obediently, and I might let you go. Otherwise, you'll have to come with me. You like filming, don't you? I'll let you strip naked and film as much as you want later." The man suddenly reached out his hand towards Wang Yin and said in a lewd manner. Wang Yin screamed in terror, slapped away the groping hand, and glared at the man in front of her with intense shame and indignation, shouting, "What? What do you want to do? Is there no law anymore?" "The law? Here, I am the law. Who gave you the right to meddle? If I don't beat you up today, then there truly is no law." The man tried to grab Wang Yin again, saying disdainfully. Seeing Wang Yin's terrified expression, he became even more excited. "Brother Leopard, we've been with so many women, but never a reporter, right? This reporter seems pretty slutty. How about we give it a try?" One of the underlings said lewdly from behind. Leopard was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying smugly, "What you said is absolutely right. So, shall we brothers give it a try today?" As he spoke, he grabbed Wang Yin hard. Wang Yin was wearing retro denim overalls. She retreated in fear, but there was a car behind her, and she had nowhere to go. With a snap, a tank top strap was torn off. Leopard laughed triumphantly and pounced on Wang Yin again. Seeing that Wang Yin could no longer escape Leopard Brothers' clutches, Leopard Brothers suddenly felt a tightness around his neck, and then he was thrown into the air, flying nearly 5 meters away. As luck would have it, there was a trash can right by the roadside, and he plunged inside, leaving only his feet kicking wildly outside. The dozen or so henchmen were instantly stunned, staring at the suddenly appearing Pai Yangyang with wide eyes of surprise and disbelief. "Reporter Wang, you can get in the car first." Pai Yangyang appeared like a divine intervention, throwing Brother Leopard out and then pulling Lu Kai, who was lying on the ground, up. Wang Yin was still in shock when she saw Pai Yangyang standing in front of her, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Call the police quickly. They are people hired by the Yi family," Wang Yin said in a panic. Pai Yangyang then realized that both her and Lu Kai's phones had been smashed on the ground. "It's all right, you guys get in the car first. I'll take care of things here." Pai Yangyang remained calm and glanced disdainfully at his dozen or so underlings. Wang Yin quickly helped Lu Kai into the car, looking nervously at Pai Yangyang. The 4 henchmen rushed to the trash can and hurriedly dragged Brother Leopard out of it. However, Leopard Brother's head and face were covered with chicken feathers and chicken entrails, making him look disgusting and pitiful. The 4 underlings almost vomited on the spot, but they didn't dare abandon their leader. They could only hold back and help Leopard Brother walk to Pai Yang. Damn it! Who the hell are you? How dare you hit Brother Leopard? One of the underlings snapped out of his daze and angrily pointed at Pai Yang, berating him. I don't like being pointed at. Pai Yang coldly uttered a sentence, raised his left hand, and grabbed the index finger with lightning speed, forcefully twisting it backward. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Ah! A scream burst from the man's mouth, his face contorted in pain, and cold sweat poured down his face. His index finger, bent back in a strange way, looked painful to anyone who saw it. Damn it, all of you get him. Kill him. Leopard roared, wishing he could tear Pai Yang to pieces. When all the henchmen came to their senses, they all lunged at Pai Yang menacingly. Although Pai Yang's appearance intimidated everyone, they believed that with their numbers, no matter how powerful Pai Yang was, he couldn't possibly defeat so many of them. However, they soon realized they were wrong. Pai Yang stood there, motionless, and with every move he made, someone would inevitably scream and fall to the ground. They might get hit in the face, in the chest, or in the stomach. No one could withstand a single blow from Pai Yang. In less than half a minute, all of the dozen or so henchmen were lying on the ground, howling and rolling around. Leopard was stunned, his face turned extremely ugly, and he stared fiercely at Pai Yang. Tell me, who sent you? Pai Yang looked coldly at Brother Leopard and asked in a chilling voice. No one sent to send us. When Leopard Brother was stared at by Pai Yang's cold and sharp gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't even speak properly. Pai Yang took 2 steps forward, waved his hand dismissively under his nose, and asked again, who sent you? What do you want to do? You, don't come any closer. Leopard instinctively stepped back and said fearfully. Pai Yang smirked and suddenly kicked Leopard Brother hard in the stomach. Leopard let out a muffled groan, took a few steps back, his face flushed red, his body hunched over, and coughed painfully a few times. Who sent you? It's the same phrase, still just as cold. Leopard looked fearful, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to answer the question. Pai Yang's expression turned cold, and he kicked out again, his toe striking Pai Yang's left arm. Snap! A sound of bone breaking rang out, and Leopard Brother's arm was deformed in a bizarre way, with bone fragments even visible piercing through the skin. A mournful scream rang out, and Leopard Brother trembled violently, a sense of death rising directly from his heart. Pai Yang's ruthless actions filled him with immense fear. Leopard is now completely convinced that if he doesn't answer that question, Pai Yang might really kill him. His face contorted in pain, his body convulsing, and he looked at Pai Yang in terror, pleading, No, please stop hitting me. Explain. Pai Yang coldly uttered a single word. Yes, it's President Zhao. Zhao Jinggong. Pai Yang's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice. Yes, it was him. Leopard gasped for breath as he uttered those words, his body drenched in cold sweat, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. What did Zhao Jinggong say? Pai Yang stared at him coldly and asked again. Now that Zhao Jinggong had been mentioned, Brother Leopard was ready to go all out. He knew very well that if he didn't speak up, he didn't know what kind of torment he would suffer. Mr. Zhao, no? Zhao Jinggong initially wanted to spend 500,000 yuan to get these 2 reporters to delete some video and stop them from talking nonsense. But the 2 of them refused. Then, Zhao Jinggong ordered us to smash their machines and teach them a lesson so. Pai Yang's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly kicked out. With a scream, Leopard Brother once again plunged headfirst into the trash can, leaving only his legs kicking wildly outside. Trash like you only deserve to stay in the trash can, Pai Yang said disdainfully, then turned around and went to Yan's car. What just happened completely stunned Yan. This skinny, weak man is actually so good at fighting, so ruthless. Chapter 45. You've gone a little degenerate. Take him to the hospital quickly. Although it's nothing serious, he has 3 broken ribs that need to be set. Pai Yang looked down at Yan in the driver's seat and said to her. Yan suddenly woke up and nodded. Thank you. She said it from the bottom of her heart. Pai Yang smiled calmly. We should be thanking you. Your injuries were caused by us. It's what I should do. Even if you weren't my cousin's friend, I wouldn't ignore it out of professional ethics. Yan said seriously. Pai Yang straightened up and waved his hand. Yan drove away, and Pai Yang got back into the car. Su Sueking and Zheng Li, who were in the car, also looked stunned. What they just witnessed completely changed their perception of Pai Yang. Su Sueking was unconscious at the time of the incident at Kwai Villa, so she was unaware of the specific details. Zheng Li only saw Pai Yangyang beat up Tong Yu, but at that time Tong Yu was the only one there. There were more than a dozen people just now, but they were like scarecrows in front of him, utterly vulnerable. You're actually that amazing? As the car started, Su Sueking snapped out of her shock and asked in disbelief. Pai Yangyang smirked. It's not that I'm good, it's that they're too bad. Zheng Li rolled her eyes. Can you stop pretending? Even if they're bad, there are still more than a dozen of them. Pai Yangyang looked helpless. What kind of comprehension does this woman have? Did I pretend? Why were they blocking reporter Yang? Su Sueking didn't dwell on the question and asked again. Pai Yanjiang's gaze turned cold as he said, they were sent by Zhao Jinggang. Initially, they offered Wang Yin 500,000 yuan as hush money to keep her from exposing what happened today. When Wang Yin refused, Zhao Jinggang had these men smash their equipment as a warning. So evil. What exactly is Zhao Jinggang trying to do? After hearing this, Su Sueking said in shock and anger. Zheng Li said, Zhao Jinggang used to be involved in the underworld, and he only recently went straight. People like him have too many gangster habits, so it's understandable that he would do something like this. Pai Yangyang said, the real mastermind behind this is the Yi family. Zhao Jinggang is nothing but the Yi family's dog. Su Sueking's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and she gritted her teeth as she said, the Yi family. Although it was only 2 words, you could hear her hatred for the Yi family and her unwavering resolve. Back at the villa, Su Sueking sat wearily on the sofa. Seeing Pai Yangyang about to go upstairs, she suddenly called out, come here. Her voice was soft, completely devoid of her previous condescending air. Pai Yangyang walked over in surprise, and Su Sueking patted the sofa next to her. Sit down, I want to talk to you. Looking at her disheveled hair and pale face, Pai Yangyang felt a sudden pang of tenderness and, unusually, didn't say anything, simply sitting down. Thank you for today. Su Sueking looked at Pai Yangyang and said earnestly. Pai Yangyang said, no need, didn't I sign an agreement with you? Protecting you is my duty. Can we not talk about the agreement now? I'm being sincere. It was clear that Su Sueking was still somewhat unsettled, even a little anxious. Pai Yangyang paused for a moment, looked at her suspiciously, and said calmly, I'm serious. If you really feel you have to thank me, you can do it the most direct way. Su Sueking looked at him warily and asked cautiously, what direct method? Pai Yangyang looked her up and down carefully, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Su Sueking's heart skipped a beat. Since they met, this was the first time Pai Yangyang had looked at her like that. And that look in his eyes. A sudden panic gripped her, and she stammered, What? What do you want to do? Pai Yangyang shook her head slightly, saying with a look of regret, You're so beautiful. You have everything you should have, and in some ways you even exceed the standard. You can't do it. Su Sueking stood up abruptly, like a frightened kitten, looking at Pai Yangyang with a mixture of wariness and anger, a blush appearing on her pale face. His eyes flickered uncertainly, as if he were somewhat angry. Pai Yangyang looked bewildered. What do you mean no? I mean, a woman as beautiful as you, with everything you should have, how come you're a little short of brains? Su Sueking was stunned. Anger immediately surfaced on his face. He clenched his fists, glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang, and said through gritted teeth, What do you mean? Are you saying I'm stupid? Pai Yangyang shrugged, stood up, and said calmly, Fine, don't give it to me then, but why get angry? What's the meaning of this? As they talked, they walked upstairs. Completely bewildered, Su Sueking stared at his retreating figure and called out, Hey, what exactly do you want? Money of course, miss. A bonus is fine, a raise is fine too. What do you think I want? Pai Yangyang turned around and said with a helpless expression. At the same time, his eyes once again roamed brazenly over Su Sueking, and he shook his head slightly. You think I want you? There's no such thing as a free lunch. You. Su Sueking's face turned pale with anger. This bastard. He actually looks down on me. Am I that bad that I can't even catch your eye, you bastard? Okay, here's a bonus, 10,000. She nearly ground her teeth to powder and said fiercely. Pai Yangyang immediately smiled brightly, walked up to her, and slowly extended his right hand. Smack. Su Sueking slapped his palm in annoyance and said irritably, I've already let you drive my car, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money? You can owe me money. Pai Yangyang was taken aback, then said sullenly, You even owe 10,000 yuan? You're going a bit too far. After saying that, he staggered upstairs with a regretful look on his face. Su Sueking sat down angrily. Zheng Li, who had been silent until now, glanced at Pai Yanjiang's back, and said thoughtfully, "This guy, he can be really reassuring when he wants to be, but he can also be really annoying when he wants to be. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore." Su Sueking rubbed her head, somewhat helpless. Nothing happened that day. After lunch, Pai Yangyang, unusually well behaved, stayed at home, locked the door, and didn't go out all day. The next morning, Su Sueking felt much better, but she was still troubled by the issue of attracting investment. Another day has passed, but there's still no clue about the funding issue. Pai Yangyang staggered downstairs and, seeing Su Sueking's worried expression, couldn't help but ask, "Are you still thinking about the funding?" Another day has passed, but I still haven't come up with any solutions. Do you think I'm particularly useless?" Su Sueking said with distress. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. This isn't like the decisive, confident, and strong-willed President Su. This little thing has brought you down. Such a small matter. That's 500 million. Who would dare invest 500 million in the Su family now? Su Sueking rolled her eyes at him. He really was like a toad yawning, with a big mouth. There are still 10 days left. What's the rush? Pai Yangyang looked completely unconcerned. Su Sueking knew that getting entangled with him would be pointless, so she stopped talking. I heard that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce will be holding an investment conference in Xinjiang in a week, and they will select a company to invest in. If you can't think of a solution within a week, you can give it a try. Then, Pai Yangyang said casually. Su Sueking was taken aback, then looked at Pai Yangyang in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" Chapter 46 Invitation. Pai Yangyang said, "I overheard this by accident. You don't know about the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, do you?" "Of course I know. But, the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce has very high standards for attracting investment. I haven't even received an invitation, and I can't even get into the venue. How am I qualified to compete for investment?" Su Sueking said with some annoyance. In Xinjiang, there are people who don't know the Su family, and it's impossible for them not to know the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. She knew very well that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce would attract investment in Xinjiang every year, but the Su family had never received any investment over the years. This year is even worse. They didn't even send out invitations. It's certain that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce knew about the Su family's crisis and the conflict between the Su and Yi families, so they simply stopped sending invitations. Just as she finished speaking, a maid came over. In her hands, she held a bright red invitation. "Miss, someone came in just now and asked me to give this to you." The maid respectfully handed the invitation to Su Sueking. Su Sueking took it somewhat impatiently and tossed it onto the sofa. At that moment, how could she possibly be in the mood to attend the banquet? "Mr. Su, the invitation." Suddenly, Zhengli stared at the invitation, so excited that she couldn't even speak clearly. "I know it's an invitation. Why are you so excited?" Su Sueking said in surprise, and subconsciously turned her head to look at the invitation. Suddenly, she froze. Immediately, she excitedly grabbed the invitation, quickly opened it, carefully read it through, and said with a mixture of excitement and astonishment, This is an invitation from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. They've invited me to attend an investment promotion conference." Seeing her surprised expression, Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the restaurant. The Tonglong Chamber of Commerce actually sent someone to deliver the invitation here, which shows that they value the Su group and you, President Su, very much. Zhengli was also very excited. This was truly wonderful news for them. "Yes, we need to prepare well. If I haven't secured funding before the investment conference starts, we must try our best to get the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce to invest in us." Su Sueking regained her confidence and said firmly. At the same time, the Qin family was also immersed in joy. In front of the Qin family members was a bright red invitation card with the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce emblem printed on it. Hua Liubin sat on the sofa, drinking tea with a smug look on his face, like a great hero, with his legs crossed. However, his head was wrapped in gauze, and a spot of blood seeped out on his forehead, which was quite conspicuous. But Yin Jinfeng didn't think he was being impolite at all. On the contrary, she looked at him with some passion and asked excitedly, "Young Master Hua, is this really an invitation from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce?" Hua Liubin said smugly, "My dad got this from Chairman Meng of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. So, does that mean my Qin family is truly qualified to participate in this investment promotion conference?" Qin Yu was also extremely excited and opened the invitation with trembling hands. "Of course, and my dad has spoken with Chairman Meng, who strongly recommends your Qin family." Chairman Ming personally promised my dad that the Qin Group will definitely secure projects worth at least 100 million yuan at this investment conference. Oh dear, I've been so anxious these past few days, constantly worried that something might go wrong with the investment. Now I'm relieved. With Hua Xiao around, the Qin family is truly on the verge of great success. Yin Jinfeng was overjoyed and wished she could go up and hug Hua Liubin and give him a big kiss. Yeah, Hua Xiao is much better, unlike that good-for-nothing Pai Yang, who can't do anything and just stays at home eating and waiting to die. Qin Yuyu thought of Pai Yang and couldn't help but say with disdain. Yin Jinfeng immediately spat out 3 pooey, pooey, pooey sounds and said irritably, "Why are you bringing up that good-for-nothing? It's bad luck. He's already been kicked out of the Qin family. From now on, Yuja, you should get along well with Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao is the most ideal son-in-law for the Qin family." As she spoke, she winked at Qin Yuja, but Qin Yuja seemed not to see it. She took the invitation from Qin Yuyu's hand, her eyes flickering, her heart churning. Several days earlier, Hua Liubin had confidently told her that he had asked her father to ask Chairman Meng of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce to secure an investment of 100 million yuan for her. It was precisely because of this that she made up her mind to go through with the divorce proceedings on her 3rd wedding anniversary with Pai Yang. But she hasn't received an invitation from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce in the past few days, which makes her feel uneasy. I've finally seen the invitation, and I can finally relax. Looking at the invitation, she thought to herself, Pai Yang, don't blame me. We're not from the same world. My achievements will soon exceed your imagination. And Su Sweking, I will definitely surpass you. I will stand at the top of Xinjiang and let everyone know that I, Qin Yuja, am the true pride of heaven. She gradually calmed down, looked at Hua Liubin, and said gratefully, Young Master Hua, thank you. Hua Liubin immediately said, Yuja, do you and I need to be so polite? I will definitely do what I promised you. What happened to your head? How did you get it? Qin Yuja stared at the gauze on Hua Liubin's head and asked. Hua Liubin's expression changed, and he said resentfully, It's all Pai Yanjiang's fault for jinxing me. He actually came true. I went out drinking last night, and on my way home, I missed a step and bumped my head on the steps, and that's how this happened. A look of surprise flashed across Qin Yuja's face. She remembered what Pai Yang had said on the day of the divorce, that Hua Liubin would surely suffer a bloody disaster within 3 days. At the time, she thought that Pai Yang was just angry and did this on purpose to spite Hua Liubin. Unexpectedly, Hua Liubin actually broke his head within 3 days. Does Pai Yang really know how to read faces? However, she quickly dismissed the idea in her mind. In her mind, Pai Yang was a good-for-nothing who knew nothing about fortune-telling or divination. Hanyagi-bin's injury was merely a coincidence. Uncle, Aunt, it's a rare happy occasion today, so I'd like to treat everyone to a meal as a way of celebrating Yuja's successful investment and the rise of the Qin Group from this point forward. Hua Liubin stood up and said happily, Great, we should celebrate properly. Yu Jia and Hua Xiao should spend more time together. Yin Jinfeng immediately agreed happily. Qin Yuyu was also very excited. Hua Xiao is still the best. That good-for-nothing Pai Yang has been in my house for 3 years and has never invited us out to eat. Qin Yuja frowned slightly and said, I won't go. I have a lot of things to take care of at the company. You guys go ahead. Qin Sahai, who had been sitting in the corner, said in a muffled voice, I have a bit of a headache today, so I'm not going. Hua Liubin was immediately embarrassed. He had enthusiastically invited them to dinner, but 2 people were not going. It's all right. If Yuja needs anything, just let her go to the company. You 2 will have plenty of time to eat together later. As for that old man, don't worry about him. He's just as useless as Pai Yang. Previously, in the Qin family, Pai Yang was the one who did the cooking. Now that Pai Yang has left the Qin family, the food prepared by the servants doesn't suit her taste, and she's too lazy to cook for herself, so she really wants to eat out. All right then, let's go out to eat. Yuja, do you want me to take you to the company first? Hua Liubin asked considerately. No need, I'll drive there myself. You go eat with my mom and Zaya. Qin Yuja refused outright. Although she and Pai Yang were divorced, and she knew that Hua Liubin had been pursuing her, she didn't have many feelings for Hua Liubin. Hua Liubin was somewhat disappointed, but still smiled and said, All right, be careful on your way. Yin Jinfeng needed to put on makeup and change clothes, so Qin Yuja left first. Inside the cloud-top villa, Pai Yang let out a burp and, under Su Sweking's suspicious gaze, staggered upstairs. This guy, he's actually not going out to fool around anymore. Zheng Li said in a low voice. Su Sueking said, that's for the best. If we go out now, the Yi family might be causing trouble for him. You're worried about him. Zheng Li gave her a strange look. Su Sueking didn't say anything, turned around, and went upstairs. Zheng Li was left alone in the living room, completely bewildered. Around noon, Su Sueking's phone rang. The moment the call connected, Shen Yi's anxious, sobbing voice came through. Sueking, your younger brother is missing. Your dad and I have searched everywhere, but we can't find him. Please help us look for him. Chapter 47. Throw him in the trash can. Su Sueking was startled and quickly asked, Mom, what happened? How did Xiaozhi run out? Her younger brother, Su Mingzhi, was originally a very smart and ambitious person and was the old man's favorite. A few years ago, the old man casually mentioned at a family meeting that he intended to make Su Mingzhi the third-generation successor. However, not long after, Su Mingzhi got into a conflict with someone, was injured in the head, and almost died on the spot. Although the person was eventually saved, he became mentally impaired and even suffered from epileptic seizures at times. For his safety, Su Zhiwen and Shun Yi had no choice but to keep Su Mingzhi confined at home and hire someone to watch over him. He suddenly ran away today, which is extremely dangerous for someone with mental disabilities. Aunt Lon went to the living room to answer a phone call today, and your brothers secretly ran out. Sueking, think of something quickly. Xiaozhi ran out alone. It's dangerous outside. Shen Yi said while crying bitterly. Mom, don't worry, I'll go find him right away. Xiaozhi will be all right. Su Sueking tried to comfort her, but in her heart, she was already extremely flustered. Okay, go quickly, you must find him. Shun Yi said something in a panic and hung up the phone. Su Sueking rushed downstairs and called out to Zheng Li, who was sitting in the living room. Sisterly, my brother ran away. Can you come with me to look for him? Zheng Li was startled and quickly stood up. Su Mingzhi ran out. Without hesitation, he immediately followed Su Sueking and walked out of the villa. Just then, Pai Yangyang came out of the restroom and, seeing their flustered appearance, asked curiously, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? My brother ran away. I have to go find him right away. Su Sueking was in a state of confusion and answered casually. Oh, then I'll go with you. Pai Yangyang was also taken aback, quickly grabbed the car keys from the table, and followed them out. He had heard Su Sueking talk about her younger brother and knew that he had become mentally impaired after being injured. It is indeed very dangerous for a mentally challenged person to run away. Su Sueking didn't refuse. Right now, she just hoped that more people would help her. Once in the car, Pai Yangyang asked, where are we going to look? Let's go to the area near my parents' house first. He just walked out not long ago, so he should be nearby. Su Sueking thought for a moment, and then said. Pai Yangyang immediately sped up and drove towards Su Zhiwen's house. He had been there once before when he took Shen Yi home, so he knew the place. The car sped along and soon arrived near the residential area where Su Zhiwen lived. Where did your younger brother used to like to go? Having arrived here, they were completely clueless. Pai Yangyang thought for a moment and asked. Su Sueking said, he rarely went out to play before. Apart from school and home, he liked to hang out in bookstores. School? What school? Pai Yanjiang's heart stirred, and he asked. Qingjiang No. 2 Middle School is not far south of this neighborhood. Okay, let's go check that out first. Pai Yangyang immediately made a decision and drove towards Qingjiang No. 2 Middle School, following Su Sueking's directions. Su Zemin became mentally impaired after being injured on the head. In such cases, people often develop a kind of habitual memory of things and people that left a deep impression on them. Therefore, Pai Yangyang judged that there was a high probability that Su Mingzhi would go to school. A few minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of Qingjiang No. 2 Middle School. Su Sueking and Zheng Li quickly got out of the car and ran into the school to search. Pai Yangyang didn't know Su Mingzhi, so she could only follow them into the school. But after searching around, they couldn't find Su Mingzhi. I asked the students and teachers who were having a PE class, as well as the security guard at the gate, and they all said they hadn't seen any strangers enter the school. Su Sueking became even more anxious and couldn't help but cry out, Xiaozhi, where did you go? Seeing her sad, scared, and anxious expression, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but say, don't worry, there's still the bookstore we haven't looked for, right? Maybe he went to the bookstore. Su Sueking wiped away her tears and said as if waking from a dream, yes, the bookstore. His favorite place. He must be there. The three got into the car and immediately headed to a bookstore not far from the school. Although she felt there was hope, Su Sueking was completely lost and afraid of failing again. As they were driving forward, Pai Yangyang suddenly slowed down and turned his head to look to the left with suspicion. Hurry up and drive. Why did you stop? Zhang Li shouted anxiously when she saw the car was about to stop. Pai Yangyang frowned and asked, "What are they doing here?" Su Sueking turned her head suspiciously and saw a group of people gathered in front of the Haitian Shingan Grand Restaurant across the street, as if some conflict had occurred. One of them had bandages wrapped around his head, which made him stand out. In addition, two other people were pushing and shoving each other, one of whom seemed very scared and kept backing away as he was pushed. "It's Xiaozhe," Su Sueking suddenly exclaimed. Although they were dozens of meters apart, she recognized him at a glance. The person who was pushed backward was her younger brother, Su Mingzhi. She quickly pushed open the car door, ignoring the traffic on the street, and rushed straight to the other side. Zheng Li and Pai Yangyang quickly followed, and many cars braked suddenly, causing chaos at the scene. "You're asking for it." Some drivers started swearing, but the three ignored it and ran on. Su Sueking was not mistaken. The one who was pushed back was indeed her younger brother, Su Mingzhi. The person who pushed him was Qin Yuyu. The person with gauze wrapped around his head is Hua Liubin. At this moment, Qin Yuyu cursed. "Damn it, are you blind? You bumped into me? Can you afford to pay for my clothes?" It turned out that Hua Liubin invited Yin Jinfeng and Qin Yuyu to dinner at the Haitian Shingan Hotel. When Qin Yuyu arrived at the hotel entrance excitedly, he suddenly bumped into someone. The other person was still holding an ice cream cone, which they smeared all over him. He was furious and slapped the other person hard, shouting that he demanded compensation. The person who hit him was Su Mingzhi. After running away from home, he wandered aimlessly until he saw an ice cream shop on the street. He stood there dumbly staring at it. Seeing that he looked really interested, the shop owner asked curiously, "Want some ice cream?" Su Mingzhi nodded repeatedly, but quickly shook his head again, saying with some distress, "I have no money." The boss paused for a moment, realizing that he had some intellectual disability. Seeing that Su Mingzhi had been standing there for a long time, she felt a pang of tenderness and gave him an ice cream. Su Mingzhi took the ice cream and happily ate it as he walked, but unexpectedly bumped into Qin Yuyu, who was walking towards him. The ice cream was gone, and I even got slapped. "You owe me my ice cream." He immediately burst into tears, grabbing Qin Yuyu and demanding that he pay for the ice cream. Qin Yuyu was furious and immediately shouted, "Damn it! You hit me and you expect me to pay for your ice cream?" She kicked him away and then slapped him again. Su Mingzhi, who had been slapped twice, was a little scared and wanted to run away, but Qin Yuyu wouldn't let it go. She grabbed his collar and made him pay for the clothes. Su Mingzhi was terrified and quickly said, I don't have any money. My mom has. I'll have her pay you back." "Damn it. Do you think I'm some kind of pervert who preys on everyone, young and old? Stop talking nonsense. Your mom's got money and you don't. Then tell your mom to bring the money." Qin Yuyu thought Su Mingzhi was making fun of him, which made him even angrier. "Brother, he's an idiot." Qin Yuyu didn't notice, but Hua Liubin, who was standing to the side, did. "Fool." Qin Yuyu was stunned for a moment, then spat in Su Mingzhi's face and said coldly, "Even an idiot has to pay for my clothes, or I'll throw you in the trash." As he spoke, he dragged Su Mingzhi to a trash can and pressed his head down hard. At this time, a lot of passers-by gathered around to watch the commotion, but no one said anything to stop it. Two hotel security guards ran out, about to ask what was going on, but when they saw Hua Liubin, they quickly bowed and greeted him. Knowing that Qin Yuyu and Hua Liubin had come together, they didn't ask any further questions. Yin Jinfeng and Hua Liubin not only did not stop them, but watched with excitement. "Xiao, throw him in the trash can." Yin Jinfeng even fanned the flames, as if Qin Yuyu's actions made her feel proud and honored. Qin Yuyu grew even more smug, pressing Su Mingzhi's head down hard, about to shove him into the trash can, when an anxious cry rang out, "Xiaozhe!" Qin Yuyu was taken aback, turned his head to look, and then his eyes lit up. Su Sueking came running over anxiously, tears streaming down her face. Qin Yuyu's hand was still pressing down on Su Mingzhi's head, and he forgot to let go. Chapter 48. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Elder sister. Although Su Mingzhi is mentally challenged, he can still recognize his family members. Hearing the sound, he desperately looked up and saw Su Sueking, then cried out loudly. Seeing the red and swollen finger marks on Su Mingzhi's face, Su Sueking became extremely anxious and angrily shouted, "Let go of my brother!" Miss Su! Miss Su!" Qin Yuyu suddenly snapped out of her daze and quickly let go of her hand. Su Mingzhi rushed to Su Sueking's side. Su Sueking, disregarding the dirt on his clothes, grabbed his hand, looked him up and down, and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" "Sister, he hit me. and ruin my ice cream. Su Mingj burst into tears and pointed at Qin Yuyu with his finger. Su Sueking immediately glared at him and asked through gritted teeth, "Why did you hit him?" At this moment, Qin Yuyu's face was extremely pale, and his lips trembled as he said, "Miss Su, misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your brother." After all, the Su family was one of the 5 major families in Xinjiang, and he was intimidated by them from the bottom of his heart. "What are you afraid of? Her brother is an idiot. He was the one who bumped into you first." When Yin Jinfeng saw Su Sueking, her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously touched her face. But she immediately remembered that Hua Liubin was beside her, and she immediately became more assertive. Qin Yuyu was taken aback and said nervously, "Mom, she's Miss Su." "What Miss Su? With young Master Hua here. Are you afraid of her?" Yin Jinfeng said arrogantly, perfectly embodying the phrase, a dog relying on its master's power. Qin Yuyu immediately realized what was happening. His fear vanished, and he straightened his back considerably. At this moment, Pai Yangyang had reached Su Sueking's side, glanced at Su Mingj, and immediately frowned. Qin Yuyu's words just now show that Qin Yuyu and his group knew that Su Mingj was an idiot, but they were still making things difficult for him. This ignited a nameless anger within Pai Yangyang. "He bumped into me and spilled ice cream on me. This is a brand new outfit I just bought, and he ruined it as soon as I put it on. It's not unreasonable for him to pay for it, is it?" With Hua Liubin as his backer, his demeanor immediately changed. Recalling the humiliation Su Sueking and Pai Yangyang had inflicted on him a few days ago at his doorstep, he wished he could trample Su Sueking and Pai Yangyang under his feet right now. Su Sueking's face turned pale with anger. She glared at Qin Yuyu and said angrily, "You can't just hit him to make him pay for the clothes. He refuses to pay and keeps arguing with me. If I don't fight back, am I supposed to wait for him to fight me?" Qin Yuyu, with a roguish air, said while shaking his leg, "Leave it to me." Seeing Su Sueking trembling with anger, Pai Yangyang spoke in a deep voice beside her. It wasn't that he wanted to be the one to stick his neck out, but seeing Qin Yuyu and Yin Jinfeng's arrogant and domineering attitude made him angry. Xiaozhi can't let him beat him up for nothing. Su Sueking choked up and said through tears. Pai Yangyang couldn't help but gently pat her shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." He then took 2 steps forward and stared coldly at Qin Yuyu. "Hey, you piece of trash, you want to be a hero?" Qin Yuyu had seen Pai Yangyang long ago, but he had never taken Pai Yangyang seriously. When Pai Yangyang was in the Qin family, he could scold and bully him however he wanted. Seeing that Pai Yangyang had actually stepped forward, he couldn't help but say disdainfully, "Apologize to him." Pai Yangyang coldly uttered 4 words. "Apologize to him? Pai Yangyang, are you crazy? You want me to apologize to an idiot? Are you kidding me, daring to talk to me like that?" Qin Yuyu laughed in anger, strutting around in front of Pai Yangyang with disdain, completely ignoring him. "I'll say it again, apologize to him." Pai Yanjiang's tone turned even colder. "Damn it, you've gotten a sense of superiority from being a kept man? Have you forgotten who you are and how much you really know?" Qin Yuyu spat, took 2 steps forward, stared fearlessly at Pai Yangyang, and poked him in the chest. Smack! Pai Yangyang raised his right hand and delivered a crisp, loud slap to Qin Yuyu's face. Qin Yuyu staggered back a few steps, bumped into a trash can, covered her face, and looked at Pai Yangyang in disbelief. This good-for-nothing, who always accepted whatever came his way and never fought back or talked back, actually slapped him across the face. "Pai Yangyang, are you crazy? How dare you hit Xiao?" Yin Jinfeng, who was standing to the side, immediately bristled and roared, baring her teeth and claws as she charged forward. Pai Yangyang, who was always terrified of her, actually dared to hit Qin Yuyu in front of her today. How could she not be furious? Pai Yangyang immediately turned around, stared coldly at her, and uttered 3 words in a cold voice. "He deserves to be beaten." Yin Jinfeng, who had rushed in front of Pai Yangyang, suddenly jumped in fright for some reason, stopped abruptly, raised her hand, looked at Pai Yangyang with shock and anger, and said through gritted teeth, "Who do you think you are, daring to hit Xiao? Have you forgotten that you've been eating and drinking at my house for 3 years without paying? You ingrate." Yin Jinfeng gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. "This isn't your house, and I didn't eat and drink for free at the Qin family's house." Pai Yanjiang's tone was icy. If it weren't for Pai Yangyang, would the Qin group have achieved its current success? What a joke. Previously, when he was in the Qin family, he was allowed to stay there on his master's orders and could refrain from arguing. But now that he's been kicked out of the Qin family, there's no need for him to endure everything anymore. The grievances he had suffered in the Qin family over the past 3 years erupted in that instant. You didn't just eat and drink for free? Oh, right. You did a lot of housework every day. Besides that, what else did you do? Useless. Yin Jinfeng said disdainfully. Pai Yanjiang's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for me, do you think Qin Yuja could have secured a 100 million investment?" Yin Jinfeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Pai Yangyang, you haven't changed your bragging habit at all. Yes, Yuja did get 100 million in investment, but what does that have to do with you? After finally managing to stop laughing, the disdain on her face became even more pronounced. You think we don't know? That was obtained by Hua Xiao asking his father to plead with the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. How dare you say that it was an investment you brought in? You have no shame. Hearing this, Pai Yangyang turned to look at Hua Liubin standing to the side in surprise, and smiled amusedly. Young Master Hua, did you bring in that 100 million investment? Hua Liubin's eyes flickered slightly, but he immediately straightened his back and said, That's right, it was Chairman Ming who gave it to the Qin family because of my father. It's tough being exposed, isn't it? You're such a piece of trash, how dare you brag like that? You really don't know your place. Yin Jinfeng said smugly. Thank goodness my Yuja divorced you. Otherwise, her life would have been ruined by you. Now, with Hua Xiao around, the Qin family will surely prosper. Pai Yangyang gave a cold laugh, glanced at Hua Liubin with disdain, and said, His Hua family is just having a run of bad luck. You still want to rely on the Hua family to rise to prominence? Well then, I wish you all the best. Damn it, you have such a jinx. Last time you said I was going to have some bloody disaster, and I actually broke my head. Now you're talking nonsense again. Hua Liubin was furious and roared loudly. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and said calmly, Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Then, he looked at Qin Yuyu again and asked, Can you apologize now? I'll fuck your mother. Smack. No sooner had Qin Yuyu uttered a sentence than he received another slap on the other side of his face. You dare hit me? Qin Yuyu was furious and lunged at Pai Yangyang with a fist raised. But Pai Yangyang struck first, grabbing his collar and swinging it back. With a scream, Qin Yuyu fell headfirst into the trash can, leaving only his feet flailing outside. Chapter 49 I Know Magic. Do you believe me? This scene stunned both Yin Jinfeng and Hua Liubin. The onlookers also showed astonishment, looking at Pai Yangyang with some fear. Xiao. A moment later, Yin Jinfeng let out a mournful cry and, along with Hua Liubin, rushed over and hurriedly dragged Qin Yuyu out. However, Qin Yuyu was covered in garbage, had a rotten cabbage leaf on his head, and reeked of foul odor. Pai Yangyang, are you crazy? If you dare to throw Xiao in the trash can, I'll fight you to the death. Yin Jinfeng was furious. Her face was contorted with rage. She gritted her teeth and waved her hands wildly, scratching at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang stared at her coldly and said in a chilling voice, Don't force me to take action. As he said this, a powerful aura erupted from his body, pressing down on Yin Jinfeng. Yin Jinfeng suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, stopped somewhat flustered, and looked at Pai Yangyang hesitantly. For some reason, Pai Yangyang, who was standing in front of her, made her, who was usually so assertive, feel incredibly unfamiliar. Or is this the same Pai Yangyang who used to be submissive and obedient in the Qin family? This is simply a ferocious and malevolent deity. She was absolutely certain that if she didn't stop, Pai Yangyang would really dare to hit her. You've rebelled. You've rebelled. How dare you hit me, you piece of trash. I don't want to live anymore. Suddenly, she cried out and sat down on the ground, wailing loudly. In that instant, she perfectly portrayed throwing a tantrum. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Young Master Hua, this good-for-nothing is bullying me like this. You can't just ignore it. If Yu Jian knew I was beaten up by this good-for-nothing, she would definitely be heartbroken. She wailed and shouted, but all she did was make a lot of noise without shedding a single tear. Hua Liubin's lips twitched as he stared intently at Pai Yangyang. For so many years, he had been trying to pursue Qin Yuja, but unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang appeared out of nowhere and inexplicably became Qin Yuja's husband. But he never gave up and persisted in his pursuit, wanting to win over Qin Yuja, one of the 4 beauties of Qinjiang. Now that hope is within reach, he is even more unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. Pai Yangyang actually hit Qin Yuyu and drove Yin Jinfeng to throw a tantrum. If he beat up Pai Yangyang and avenged them, would he be afraid that Qin Yuja wouldn't become his woman? Moreover, he believed that the head injury was caused by Pai Yanjiang's curse and was determined to settle the score with him. With this thought in mind, he hardened his heart and looked around. He grabbed a plastic bollard that was being used as a roadblock by the roadside and smashed it hard on Pai Yanjiang's head. Ah! Someone on the roadside screamed. Even though it was a plastic block, if it hit someone on the head, it would definitely cause a bloody head injury. Careful! Su Sueking exclaimed in surprise, appearing extremely anxious. But Pai Yangyang was not afraid at all, and a wisp of black energy drifted by. Seeing that Pai Yangyang was motionless, as if he were terrified, Hua Liubin's expression became even more ferocious, and he used his strength to the extreme. Seeing that the plastic block was about to hit Pai Yangyang on the head, Su Sueking's expression changed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and turn her head away, not daring to look anymore. Pai Yangyang suddenly smiled strangely, took a step back to the right to dodge the plastic block that was about to hit him, and rushed forward at the same time. The moment their bodies intertwined, her left hand gently patted Hua Liubin's waist. That wisp of black smoke. Hua Liubin missed his target, staggered forward a few steps, and tripped over Yan Jinfeng. Yan Jinfeng was both ashamed and anxious, and quickly reached out to push him away from her. But then a bizarre scene unfolded. As if bewitched, Hua Liubin suddenly dropped the plastic stool in his hand, grabbed Yan Jinfeng and hugged her tightly, his expression dazed. At the same time, the passers-by were all stunned. They were all looking up at the ground, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Some young girls blushed, covered their eyes, wanting to look but not daring to. Some older men burst into laughter, and some even took out their phones to laugh and film at the same time. A teddy bear in a woman's arms jumped down like a madman and ran to Hua Liubin's side, which made everyone burst into laughter. Hearing the reactions around her, Su Sueking turned her head suspiciously, and when she saw what was happening, she blushed instantly. Yan Jinfeng tried desperately to push Hua Liubin away, but for some reason, this playboy was surprisingly strong, and she couldn't move him at all. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? Qin Yuyu was stunned. It took him a long time to come to his senses before he exclaimed in surprise. But Hua Liubin completely ignored the look of enjoyment on his face. Qin Yuyu felt extremely ashamed and angry, and quickly stepped forward to try to pull Hua Liubin away. But at this moment, Hua Liubin shuddered twice while leaning against Yan Jinfeng, then stood up with a satisfied look on his face. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to be human anymore. Yan Jinfeng covered her face and let out a mournful roar. She was determined to have Hua Liubin as her son-in-law, but now, her prospective son-in-law has publicly confronted her like this. If this gets out, the whole city will laugh their heads off. The passers-by were still in shock, because the scene was simply too shocking. It's a pity that the time was too short. Pai Yangyang, what did you do to them? Qin Yuyu looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously and shouted a question. Because Hua Liubin's eyes were still fixed, and he stood there dumbfounded. Pai Yangyang shrugged and spread his hands. I'm just a good-for-nothing. What can I do? But it seems your future brother-in-law isn't a very good person. If you get married, you'd better be careful and keep an eye on your wife. Qin Yuyu's face was contorted. He clearly felt that Pai Yangyang was behind all of this, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Let's go. Pai Yangyang calmly spoke to Su Sueking, who was still stunned. Oh, okay. Su Sueking snapped out of her daze and hurriedly responded. She and Zheng Li helped Su Mingzhi walk across the street. Qin Yuyu stomped his feet in anger. Now he was covered in a foul stench. Yan Jinfeng was also extremely embarrassed and angry, and Hua Liubin was still in a daze. How could they eat this meal? He stared intently at Pai Yanjiang's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he said, Pai Yangyang, you just wait. I'll kill you sooner or later, you piece of trash. Yes, kill him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hua Liubin, who had been standing there blankly, suddenly chimed in. Qin Yuyu was startled and asked suspiciously, Young Master Hua, what happened to you just now? What happened to me? Oh, I invited you to dinner, at this restaurant. Hua Liubin looked somewhat bewildered, turned his head to glance at the hotel, and said. Qin Yuyu looked down at his crotch, her expression changed slightly, and a wave of nausea washed over her. It's nothing, let's go, this meal, we don't need to eat. There are still people watching, pointing and whispering, covering their mouths and chuckling. He couldn't wait to leave this place, so he had no appetite at all. In the car, Su Sueking gently hugged Su Mingzhi, and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Pai Yangyang, what just happened? What happened to Hua Liubin? Did you really do it? Pai Yangyang subconsciously touched his nose and laughed. Would you believe me if I said I knew magic? Hua Liubin is a notorious womanizer, don't you know that? Zheng Li nodded and said, That's right, That Hua Liubin is really disgusting. I don't even know how to say it. As he spoke, a look of utter disgust crossed his face. Su Sueking looked astonished, completely puzzled by what had just happened. However, she certainly didn't believe in any magic. If Pai Yangyang had this ability, would she have been kicked out of the Qin family and forced to sign a one-year agreement with her in such a wrong manner? Chapter 50. Are you really capable? Pai Yangyang drove the car to the entrance of the residential area. You take us inside. Su Sueking thought for a moment, and then said. Pai Yangyang did not refuse. He was her driver, so naturally he would drive the car however she told him to. Upon arriving at a villa, Shen Yi, who had received a call from Su Sueking, was already waiting at the door. Seeing that Su Mingzhi had returned unharmed, she immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. Xiaozhe, you scared your mother to death. Don't run around like that again. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Seeing this scene, Pai Yangyang felt a pang of sadness and a sense of loss. He thought about how he had been abandoned as a child, and how he didn't know what he would be like now if his master hadn't taken him in. It's so good to have parents. What happened to Xiaozhe's face? Who hit him? After crying, Shen Yi came to her senses and quickly checked herself over carefully. When she saw the slap mark on Su Mingzhi's face, she asked in surprise. Mom, it was Pai Yanjiang's ex-wife's brother who hit him. We're so grateful to Pai Yangyang this time. If it weren't for him, Xiaozhe would have been beaten much worse. Su Sueking replied. Shen Yi was taken aback and looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously. Little Pai's ex-wife's younger brother? Why did he hit Xiaozhe? Su Sueking said. Mom, let's go back inside first. I'll tell you slowly. Shen Yi then realized that they had been standing at the door the whole time. Upon entering the house, Aunt Lan, the Su family's nanny, rushed over and said, still shaken. Thank God, the young master is back. What would I have done if something had happened to him? Aunt Lan, you need to be more careful from now on, and make sure he doesn't run away again. Shen Yi handed Su Mingzhi over to Aunt Lan and asked her to take him to change his clothes. After everyone sat down, Shen Yi couldn't wait to ask, what exactly happened? Where did you find Xiaozhe? Tell me. Su Sueking then recounted the process of finding Su Mingzhi, emphasizing that if Pai Yangyang hadn't suddenly turned around and glanced back, they might have missed each other. If they hadn't discovered it at the time, Su Mingzhi might have suffered all sorts of bullying, or even run away to a place they couldn't find. Shen Yi was initially a little angry, thinking that it was Pai Yanjiang's former brother-in-law who deliberately hit Su Mingzhi to get revenge on Su Sueking, because Pai Yangyang was with Su Sueking. After she understood, she said with some emotion, Xiao Pai, thank you. You've helped us so much since you came to the Su family. You treated my illness, saved Xiaoqing, and today you saved Xiaozhe. Mom, this is what I should do. Now that I've entered this family, it's my responsibility to protect you. Pai Yangyang said in a very serious tone. Su Sueking gave him a strange look, thinking to herself, this guy's acting is pretty good. He got into character so quickly. But for some reason, she secretly hoped that what Pai Yangyang had just said was what he truly felt, and not just an act to cooperate with her. Mom, have you given Xiaozhe any treatment for his condition? Suddenly, Pai Yangyang asked thoughtfully. Well, Shen Yi sighed, and said somewhat sadly, how could we not treat him? We've seen many experts, both domestic and international, and even had the best neurosurgeon in the country perform a minimally invasive surgery on him. But the effect wasn't obvious. It used to be better, but now I often wake up in the middle of the night shouting and screaming, as if I've been frightened by something. Moreover, he often stares blankly at the flowers, plants, and trees, talking to himself, without knowing what he's saying. After hearing these words, Pai Yanjiang's eyes narrowed, and he said, his illness is caused by a severe brain injury. When he was hit, the nerves in his brain were damaged. As long as we can find a way to unblock the nerves, he can recover. That's what the experts said too, but modern medicine simply can't do it. One expert did tell us that if we could get a divine physician from the Xian Yi sect to help, Xiaozhe might still be saved. Shen Yi gently shook her head and said. Pai Yangyang said, then, you didn't go to find the people from the Xian Yi sect? Shen Yi smiled wryly. How easy is it to invite people from the Xian Yi sect? It's rumored that they don't act easily. Even the bigwigs in the capital have a hard time getting them to help. Zheng Li asked curiously. Then, you can give more for the consultation fee. Shen Yi shook her head again. If money could solve everything, wouldn't it have been solved long ago? People from the Xian Yi sect are strange. If they're unwilling to help, even if you give them a mountain of gold, they won't give it a second glance. And if they are willing to help, they might not take a single penny. Zheng Li asked in astonishment, who are these people? Pai Yangyang was also taken aback, but he immediately said, I could try, but... Shen Yi's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, but what? Su Sueking rolled her eyes at him. So many experts can't cure it. How can you? Do you think you're a miracle doctor just because you can do a few acupuncture needles? Pai Yangyang didn't take it seriously and smiled calmly. Maybe I really am a miracle doctor? You get all worked up just because I called you fat? If you were a miracle doctor, would you be living such a miserable life in the Qin family? Su Sueking clearly didn't believe it, and she felt that her reasons were valid. Pai Yangyang was speechless, but Shen Yi was somewhat intrigued. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Little Pai, can you really cure him? Yes. However, to completely cure Xiaozhe, we need an extremely rare medicinal herb. Pai Yangyang said with certainty. Shen Yi said, what kind of medicinal herbs? As long as they exist in this world, I will buy them even if I have to go bankrupt. Pai Yangyang gently shook his head. This kind of medicinal herb can't be bought. It grows in volcanoes, and once it leaves the volcano, it loses all its medicinal properties in less than a day, becoming just a weed. So, if you want to obtain this medicinal herb, you have to go and pick it yourself. Shen Yi immediately looked downcast. Go pick them yourself? Or inside the volcano? Pai Yangyang nodded and said, that's right, this kind of grass only grows inside volcanoes, and it's extremely rare, you can't find it anywhere else. Su Sueking gritted her teeth and asked, what's the name of that medicine? I must find a way to get it. Pai Yangyang said, hell cleansing grass. Su Sueking murmured it twice to make sure she remembered it, then said firmly, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely find it. Although Shen Yi felt the hope was slim, she still nodded. Pai Yangyang said, I'll give Xiaozhe acupuncture today to stabilize his emotions. Although it won't help him a lot, at least he won't wake up in fright every night like you said. Real. Shen Yi was overjoyed and looked at Pai Yangyang with great hope. Pai Yangyang smiled and said, if you trust me, let me give it a try. I believe you, of course I believe you. My heart felt much better after you gave me acupuncture last time. Shen Yi said somewhat excitedly. What moved her was that after that acupuncture treatment, she felt much better in her heart, and the frequent dull pain stopped. Su Sueking looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously and asked, are you really capable? Pai Yangyang turned and glanced at her, saying calmly, whether I'm capable or not, don't you know? Su Sueking was stunned for a moment, then blushed. Little did she know that Pai Yangyang was referring to the time he detoxified her that night. Whether it works or not, there's no harm in trying. What if it really does? Shen Yi said firmly. Seeing that her mother had made a decision, Su Sueking didn't say anything more and could only nod. Then let's give it a try. Pai Yangyang went to the car to get the needle case, and Su Sueking called Su Mingzhi out. I don't want to get a needle. When he realized that he was going to get an acupuncture needle, Su Mingzhi turned and ran away. Su Sueking couldn't stop him, and just as she was feeling helpless, Pai Yangyang suddenly took 2 steps forward and pressed down hard on her earlobe. Su Mingzhi rolled his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. What did you do to him? Su Sueking asked in surprise. Hypnosis. Isn't he afraid of needles? This way he won't be afraid anymore. Pai Yangyang spoke calmly, laid Su Mingzhi down on the sofa, then took out a gold needle and inserted it into his Yuzhen acupoint. Chapter 51, I want Pai Yangyang dead. Soon, 5 gold needles were inserted into Su Mingzhi's head. Pai Yangyang swept the needle's tail with his other hand, causing the needle to tremble. Strands of invisible energy followed the golden needle into Su Mingzhi's head. Shen Yi and Su Sueking watched nervously, barely daring to breathe. Although they all knew very well that the problem in Su Mingzhi's head was not so easy to cure, they still hoped for a miracle. Time passed slowly, and every 3 minutes, Pai Yangyang would scan the needle. After 5 repetitions, he breathed a sigh of relief, removed the needle, and pressed a pressure point on the patient's Lingxiao acupoint. Su Mingzhi, who had been in a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes. If someone familiar with him saw his eyes at this moment, they would notice that his previously dull and lifeless gaze had become much clearer. Xiaozhe, how are you feeling? Shen Yi asked hopefully. Over the past few years, she has been exhausted by Su Mingzhi's illness, always hoping for a miracle. Pai Yangyang said he could cure his illness, and Shen Yi was eager to see Su Mingzhi's condition improve. Mom, I'm hungry. Su Mingzhi said something simple and honest, then stared at Pai Yangyang with a suspicious look on his face. Xiaozhe, his name is Pai Yangyang. He's the one who saved you on the street, remember? Seeing his dazed expression, Su Sueking patiently explained. I remember. He was the one who helped me fight the bad guys. Shen Yi sighed softly, and 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Judging from Su Ming's current situation, it seems that things haven't improved. Thank you. Su Ming suddenly stood up, bowed deeply to Pai Yangyang, and looked very sincere. Shen Yi, who was feeling heartbroken, suddenly froze and looked at Su Ming with tears in her eyes. Xiaozhe, what did you just say? She was so excited that her voice trembled. He saved me. I'm so grateful to him. Su Ming turned to look at Shen Yi with a hint of confusion, and then answered naturally. Shen Yi burst into laughter, tears still streaming down her cheeks. She stood up excitedly, grabbed Su Ming's hand, and said emotionally, Xiaozhe, are you feeling any better? Su Sueking also stood up in surprise, looking at Su Ming with a somewhat agitated expression. She noticed that Su Ming's eyes were no longer so cloudy, but much clearer, and a slight thought stirred within her. It seems that Pai Yanjiang's acupuncture worked. Pai Yangyang, my brother, is he really feeling better? If you continue to give him acupuncture, will he fully recover? She excitedly grabbed Pai Yanjiang's forearms and said with anticipation. Pai Yangyang lowered his head slightly, looked at his forearm which was being held by her, and smiled slightly. Su Sueking blushed instantly and quickly withdrew her hands. I can only control his condition with acupuncture. To fully recover, he still needs the hell cleansing grass. Pai Yangyang said calmly. Su Sueking gained confidence and said firmly, I must find the hell cleansing grass. Why don't you stay for lunch? I'll cook for you. Shen Yi felt much better and said happily. Su Sueking nodded. Okay, let's eat here. After Shen Yi left, Su Ming was taken back to his own room by Aunt Lan. Su Sueking then said gratefully to Pai Yangyang, Thank you. You gave Zaiji hope. Pai Yangyang smiled calmly. What are you thanking me for? He's my brother-in-law. Isn't it only natural for me to help him? Su Sueking's eyes flickered, and she looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously, asking in a low voice, What? This time? You're not asking me for the bonus. Pai Yangyang gave a slightly embarrassed smile. If there were, that would be even better. After all, I'm really short on money. Su Sueking's face immediately darkened, and she said irritably, I was just about to praise you, but you've shown your true colors again. Money grubber. Pai Yangyang smiled wryly and said helplessly, I'm really short of money. Just kidding. We haven't even scraped together a fraction of the more than 100 billion yuan needed for baby formula. We're so worried we could die. Okay, I owe you. I'll pay you back when I get my salary at the end of the month. Su Sueking had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Pai Yangyang frowned and muttered, It's okay to owe money, as long as you don't default on it. Don't worry, I don't need your money. If I really try to renege on the debt, you can just take my car. You won't lose out. Just then, Pai Yanjiang's phone rang. He glanced at the display and frowned slightly. I hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Pai Yangyang, are you crazy? If you have a problem, come at me. Why did you hit Xiaowu and my mom? Are you even a man? Are you going to use any means necessary to please that woman surnamed Su? As soon as the call connected, Qin Yuja launched into a furious tirade. After listening, Pai Yangyang said coldly, Don't you know what they did? After saying that, he hung up without waiting for Qin Yuja's reaction. Su Sueking looked at him suspiciously and asked, Your ex-wife has come to interrogate you? Pai Yangyang said calmly, Ignore her. Su Sueking's eyes flickered, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her expression. How come Pai Yangyang looks so handsome right now? The Yi family. Yi Tianxiong looked at Yi Yuanyang, Yi Fengliu, and the others, his face ashen. Such a big matter, and you all made decisions on your own? Don't you think the Yi family has already made a fool of itself enough? The atmosphere inside the room was heavy when Yi Tingsang's authoritative yet slightly annoyed voice broke the silence. Dad, don't worry, I've already contacted all the heads of news media in Xinjiang, and they won't report on the news that Wei Yin has. Xinjiang TV will remove her from their coverage immediately. Yi Yuanyang said with a sinister look on his face. Yi Tianxiong snorted and said in a deep voice, Don't be so impulsive in the future. It's not easy for the Yi family to be where we are today. Countless people are eyeing our position, and if we're not careful, they will take advantage of our weakness. Yi Yuanyang lowered his head and replied, Yes, I understand. Grandpa, you must help me get revenge. I want that Pai Yangyang dead. Yi Fengliu gritted his teeth, looked up at Yi Tianxiong, and said hatefully. At the engagement party, his fiancée was kidnapped. Following his own beating to this state, he went to the Su family to demand an explanation, only to be forced to kneel down. Now, he has become the biggest joke in Xinjiang. He had always been pampered since childhood, and had never suffered such humiliation. This anger had been stuck in his throat, with nowhere to vent it. He hated Pai Yang to the core, wishing he could break his limbs and then slowly torture him to death. Don't worry, the Yi family will definitely settle this score with Pai Yang. But not now. Yi Tingsang's face was ashen, and his tone was icy. Yi Fengliu was his most beloved grandson, and seeing him in such a miserable state filled him with rage. Not now, then when? I can't stand it for even a day longer. Yi Fengliu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. You have to endure it, whether you like it or not, Yi Tianxiong said coldly. Before we find out the relationship between Pai Yang and Lei Ting, no one is allowed to make any rash moves. You all need to remember this. Keep quiet for the time being, and don't cause any more trouble. Yi Fengliu snorted and said disdainfully, Grandpa, why are you afraid of that old man? He's in the provincial capital. Do you really think he can control things in Xinjiang? Yi Tingsang's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, he himself isn't that scary. It's just that, it's said, there's a powerful figure above him. Not to mention our Yi family. Even the Su family, the #1 family in the 6 southern provinces, probably wouldn't dare to provoke this person. The Yi family members gasped, their faces showing astonishment. Yi Yuanyang asked in astonishment, who exactly is this person? That's so terrifying. Yi Tianxiong shook his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, and said softly, I don't know who he is either. Yi Fengliu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his face twisted in pain. He felt that his grandfather was too cowardly, so afraid of someone he didn't even know. Pai Yang, one day I'll kill you. And that little reporter Wang Yan. If I can't deal with Pai Yang right now, I can at least deal with you. He secretly hardened his heart, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 52, Give Me Something Real. After lunch, Pai Yang took Su Sueking and Zheng Li back to the Cloud-Top Villa. Then, he made an excuse that he had to go out to take care of some business, drove away from the villa, and headed towards Luhan Mountain. He discovered that meditating on Mount Luhan significantly improved his cultivation level. As he drove up the mountain, he saw a black Mercedes parked by the roadside and frowned, wanting to turn around and leave. But then a thought struck him, and he stopped the car. He had seen this car before. It was parked at the foot of the mountain the last time he came to Luhan Mountain. It seems that thunder is still in Xinjiang, and has come here again. He had many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Lei Ting. After getting off the bus, Pai Yang took a deep breath and strode up the mountain. But after taking only a few steps, he turned back, took the needle case from the car, put it on, and went up the mountain again. Sure enough, before he even reached the halfway point of the mountain, he saw Lei Ting, Lei Yuan, and Lei Xianghong standing in the middle of the mountain path, as if they were waiting for him on purpose. Mr. Pai, what a coincidence, we meet again. Lei Ting bowed slightly from a distance, and said with a friendly smile. Pai Yang curled his lip, thinking to himself, you old sixth brother, you were clearly waiting for me. He approached the 3 members of the Lei family and smiled slightly. It is quite a coincidence. Perfect timing. I have something I'd like to discuss with Mr. Pai. Is now a convenient time for you, Mr. Pai? The Thunder have always kept a very low profile. Lei Yuan, however, kept a cold eye on Pai Yang, his eyes still full of vigilance. Lei Xianghong looked on with suspicion, not understanding why her grandfather was so respectful to Pai Yang. Even if he is good at fighting, he doesn't deserve his grandfather to be so humble. But Pai Yang remained completely unfazed, which inexplicably made her a little angry. Okay, I also have some things I'd like to ask you about. Pai Yang answered calmly. Lei Ting turned to Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong and said, you two go down the mountain and wait for me. I'm going to chat with Mr. Pai for a while. Lei Yuan looked at Pai Yang warily, somewhat hesitant. Go ahead. If he really wants to harm me, do you think you can stop him? Lei Ting waved his hand, and Lei Yuan's lips twitched, looking very unconvinced, but he still didn't say anything and turned to walk down the mountain. Lei Xianghong hesitated for a moment, then followed them down the mountain. Mr. Pai, let's go to the bamboo forest. After the two had walked about 10 meters, Lei Ting spoke respectfully. Pai Yang nodded, and the two went into the bamboo forest. Your subordinate, Lei Ting, the leader of the Fenglei Hall, pays respects to 9th Master. Upon entering the bamboo forest, Lei Ting suddenly stepped in front of Pai Yang, clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, and respectfully greeted him. Pai Yang was slightly startled, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. According to Uncle Fu, his identity was very secretive, and only a few key figures in the 9 Mysteries sect knew about it. The fact that Lei Ting could address Ninth Master by his title indicates that he holds a high position within the Nine Mysteries sect. Pai Yangyang felt relieved. No wonder Lei Ting was so determined to help him and the Su family at the banquet. It turns out that Lei Ting already knew Pai Yanjiang's identity. No need for formalities. Pai Yangyang said calmly. The head of the Wind and Thunder Hall. Do you hold a very high position within the Nine Profound sect? Then he asked curiously. Lei Ting was slightly taken aback, then gave an awkward smile. It's not that high. There are quite a few people in the Nine Profound sect whose status is higher than mine. Pai Yangyang said, oh, somewhat surprised. However, his expression remained unchanged, and he immediately asked, what does the Finglay Hall do? Lei Ting paused for a moment, then replied, the Wind and Thunder Hall is a martial arts association established by the Nine Mysteries sect in Chunan. Its main responsibility is to balance the power among the various forces in Chunan. Pai Yangyang felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed that the division of labor among the sects under the Nine Mysteries sect was very detailed, and he couldn't fully understand it in a short time. He suddenly remembered someone else and asked suspiciously, do you know someone named Kai Wenshin? He is the head of the Finglay Hall's branch in Xinjiang. However, he doesn't know Ninth Master's identity. He's just following my orders. Thunder answered respectfully. Pai Yangyang suddenly realized why Kai Wenshin had suddenly appeared that day and why Xia was so afraid of him. It turned out he was actually a member of the Finglay Hall. Then, in Xinjiang, what other forces belong to the Nine Mysteries sect? Pai Yangyang asked again out of curiosity. As the sect leader of the Nine Profound sect, he couldn't possibly be unaware of the power he controlled. Unexpectedly, Lei Ting looked troubled and said with a wry smile, I really don't know. The Nine Profound sect has strict rules, and each branch sect can only manage its own little territory. It's the sect rules again. Pai Yangyang almost went crazy. He felt like he was a great victim, the most inexplicable sect leader in history. Moreover, he's the poorest sect leader in the world, still owing over 100 billion yuan for baby formula. How could someone not even know how much power they control? Who would believe that? However, the Nine Profound sect's influence extends to all walks of life, and its influence is vast. As long as Ninth Master gives the word, all branches and sects will surely obey. Seeing that Pai Yangyang was somewhat annoyed, Lei Ting cautiously spoke again. Pai Yangyang waved his hand. Never mind, since it's a sect rule, as the sect leader, I naturally have to take the lead in abiding by it. Lei Ting quietly wiped away his sweat and stood respectfully to the side. By the way, since we've run into each other, I'll give you a few acupuncture treatments later to heal your old injuries. Pai Yangyang unfolded the needle case, revealing 18 long needles, 9 gold, and 9 silver. Lei Ting suddenly became excited, his lips trembling as he said in a trembling voice, the 18 heavenly needles. Ninth Master has indeed received the true teachings of the Master. Pai Yangyang picked up a gold needle, trembled it slightly, and said, take off your shirt and stand still. Lei Ting quickly removed his shirt, spread his legs slightly apart, and stood naturally. Pai Yanjiang's wrist sank, and a golden needle pierced his Tingsu acupoint. As the golden needle entered his body, Lei Ting immediately felt a surge of heat flowing from the needle into his body and into his meridians. Immediately afterwards, the second needle was inserted into the Tei acupoint, the third into the Kimen acupoint, and the fourth into the Zhengmen acupoint. The next 3 needles were inserted extremely quickly. With each needle, a surge of hot air rushed in and connected with the airflow from the previous needle, flowing towards the Ki point. Pai Yangyang took out another gold needle, stared at it for a moment, and suddenly his wrist sank, and the 9/10 inch long needle went straight into the Ki acupoint with a 4/10 inch length. With this needle insertion, the original 4 streams of energy immediately seemed to be activated, surging into the Danshan. The convergence of 5 streams of energy caused Lei Ting to feel a surge of energy in his Danshan and a burning and stinging sensation throughout his body's meridians. He gritted his teeth and persevered for a full 5 minutes, but he could no longer bear it, and let out a roar as he looked up. The roar was deafening, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Pai Yangyang brought his right index and middle fingers together and quickly pressed several acupoints on his back. Thunder's muscles twitched, the frequency increasing rapidly. It took several minutes for the situation to gradually calm down. At this moment, Lei Ting was drenched in sweat. All right, Pai Yangyang said calmly, then swept his hand back and produced 5 golden needles, which he put into his needle pouch. Also, in the cultivation method you're practicing, There's a step where you move the energy from the Nguyen point to the Guanyuan point. Change that to moving the energy from the Guanyuan point, and you'll be fine from now on. Pa Yangyang said calmly as he put away the needles. Lei Ting was slightly taken aback. Then his face lit up with surprise, and he bent his knees to kneel down. Pa Yangyang quickly reached out to stop him. No need. Thank you so much, Ninth Master, for saving my life. This stubborn ailment has plagued me for many years, and I have not been free from its torment for a single day. Today, thanks to your help, Ninth Master, I am eternally grateful. Lei Ting was indeed extremely grateful. He could feel that his meridians were clear and that the original hidden pain had disappeared. In particular, when Pa Yangyang made slight modifications to his cultivation method, he felt that this would greatly improve his skill level. Pa Yanjiang's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, gratitude? Why don't you show something real? But how could he, the dignified sect leader, have the nerve to ask his subordinates for money for baby formula? Ninth Master, how about I let Xianghong stay by your side and be your bodyguard? Lei Ting asked cautiously again. Pa Yanjiang's scalp tightened immediately, and he quickly said, no need. I don't need any guards. With a little girl by his side, it would be strange if Su Sueking didn't find an excuse to deduct his salary. Lei Ting was immediately disappointed and said somewhat sadly, all right, I won't force you then. Pa Yangyang waved his hand. You can go now. I'll contact you if I need anything in the future. Yes, Ninth Master. Lei Ting felt much lighter all over, agreed, and turned to walk down the mountain. Pa Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the mountaintop, and quickly left the bamboo forest. Chapter 53 Wang Yin is arrested. Pa Yangyang meditated on the Arhut stone at the top of the mountain until dusk before descending the mountain to return to the cloud-top villa. The next morning, Shen Yi called Su Sueking with great joy. Your brother finally didn't wake up in the middle of the night last night and slept soundly until dawn. Sueking, you should really thank Xiaopai. The call connected, and Shun Yi's excited voice came through. Su Sueking asked in surprise, so, Xiaozhu is really much better? He's much better now. He doesn't seem so confused anymore, and he doesn't go to the yard to talk to the flowers, plants, and trees anymore. Shen Yi choked up as she spoke. The weight that had been pressing on her heart for years finally had hope of being lifted. Su Sueking's eyes were also a little red, and she subconsciously glanced at the second floor. Mom, I understand. I will thank him. After hanging up the phone, Su Sueking let out a long sigh of relief. Although there has been no progress in securing investment, there has finally been some good news. If Su Mingj can really recover, it won't matter even if I ultimately fail to attract investment. For 2 consecutive days, Pa Yangyang did not go out and stayed obediently in the villa. Now, he has adapted to life in the villa and is just like a real master of the house. Moreover, Su Sueking has been especially gentle with him these past 2 days, and has even asked him several times what he likes to eat. Pa Yangyang almost blurted out the words stir-fried kidneys. But then he remembered how uncomfortable it was to wake up so easily every morning, so he swallowed those 4 words. That day, after finishing dinner, Pa Yangyang put down his chopsticks and wanted to go for a walk. Just as Su Sueking was about to ask him where he was going, Pa Yanjiang's phone rang. Su Sueking glanced at it and saw the words Xiao Shuang displayed on it. A strange pang of sadness welled up inside her, and she said irritably, your Miss Gu is looking for you again. Did you two make plans beforehand? Are you going to see a movie or play cards? Pa Yangyang was taken aback. What, playing cards? He immediately grabbed his phone and answered the call. Pretentious. They've probably fought this countless times already. Su Sueking raised an eyebrow, her expression one of certainty. But before she could finish speaking, Pa Yanjiang's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Su Sueking and Zheng Li suddenly felt a chilling aura, which made them shiver involuntarily. Okay, I understand. I'll be right there. Pa Yanjiang's tone was low, and he hung up the phone after saying only one sentence. Su Sueking knew something was wrong and looked at Pa Yangyang in astonishment, asking, what happened? Wang Yin has been captured, and we don't know where she is right now. I have to go there immediately to help find her. Pa Yangyang quickly said something, grabbed the car keys, and walked outside. Su Sueking was startled and immediately stood up, asking, was it Zhao Jinggang who did it? Pa Yangyang didn't answer and went straight out the door. Su Sueking sat down in alarm, somewhat dazed, and said, Wang Yin offended Zhao Jinggang and the Yi family while trying to help us. It must have been them. The Yi family is capable of anything. Zheng Li was also very nervous, grabbing Su Sueking's arm and saying, You You don't worry, Wang Yin is Miss Gu's cousin. With the Gu family involved, the Yi family wouldn't dare to go too far. Su Sueking nodded hurriedly. Yes, Wang Yin is from the Gu family. The Yi family wouldn't dare to really do anything to her. Pai Yangyang left the villa and sped off towards the business school. At the same time, he found the note left by Kai Wenshin and dialed the phone number on it. I'm Pai Yangyang. I need you to help me find someone. She's a reporter from Xinjiang TV named Wang Yin. I'll send you her photo later. As soon as the call connected, Pai Yangyang spoke directly. Upon hearing Pai Yangyang's name, Kai Wenshin immediately said without hesitation, Mr. Pai, rest assured, as long as he's in Xinjiang, I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Without wasting any words, Pai Yangyang stepped on the gas and sped off, quickly arriving at the entrance of the business school. Gu Tianchuang stood at the door, waiting anxiously. Before Pai Yangyang's car had even come to a complete stop, she rushed over, bent down, and said anxiously, Brother Pai, you must find a way to help me find my cousin. You get in the car first. Pai Yangyang said decisively. Oh. Gu Tianchuang quickly opened the car door and got in. Before she could speak, Pai Yangyang said bluntly, Send me a picture of your cousin. Gu Tianchuang quickly opened her phone, selected a photo, and sent it to Pai Yangyang's phone. Pai Yangyang immediately sent the photo to Kai Wenshin. Tell me what happened. After doing all this, Pai Yangyang turned around and asked, I'm not entirely sure either. I was reading in the library when my cousin suddenly called me, but she didn't say anything. I just heard a lot of noise coming from inside. Gu Tianchuang cried out in distress, her voice choked with sobs. There was a man inside shouting that my cousin was meddling in other people's business, and that he was going to teach her a lesson today. Then there was my cousin's scream. She must have been beaten up. Pai Yangyang's face gradually darkened and turned ashen. It was he who approached Gu Tianchuang and asked her to help him find a reporter. So indirectly, he was the one who harmed Wang Yin. Did you call the police and notify your family? I don't dare. If my aunt finds out, she'll go crazy. If my parents find out, they'll beat me to death. I really don't dare. Gu Tianchuang was so frightened that she trembled and shook her head repeatedly while crying. She was just a young girl who had only turned 20 and had been in college for a little over a year. Where had she ever experienced something like this? At this moment, she was completely flustered and at a loss. When she learned that her cousin had an accident, she almost collapsed, and the first person she thought of was Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang said in a deep voice, It's all right, don't worry, we will definitely find your cousin. He was also very anxious. Wang Yin is, after all, a girl. Given the methods of the Yi family and Zhao Jinggong, who knows what she might do? He thought for a moment, started the car, and sped off towards Quavai Villa. Since this matter is related to Zhao Jinggong, Wang Yin has most likely been taken there. Completely lost and confused, Gu Tianchuang could only let Pai Yangyang take her to search. At this moment, the entire Xinjiang River was in an uproar. The traffic and police departments urgently retrieved surveillance videos from various intersections. Suddenly, there were many more cars on the streets, and a number of young people wearing black tight vests rushed into various nightclubs and hotels to conduct searches. They held up their phones, and whenever they saw a young girl, they would approach her to check her photo. These people rushed in, and no one dared to stop them. Anyone who owns a nightclub or entertainment venue in Xinjiang knows who they are. Even some customers can recognize it. Holy crap, these are Master Kai's men. What's going on? Master Kai hasn't been around for years. Why is he making such a big fuss? This is about to get really bad. Who's so blind as to mess with Master Kai? They're looking for someone, a girl. What's this girl's background that even Master Kai personally came to help? Kai Wenshin personally led a group to the entrance of a nightclub. When someone recognized this notorious gangster from Xinjiang, they were all shocked. Investigate. Even if you have to turn the entire Xinjiang River upside down, find this girl. A dozen or so men in black immediately stormed into the nightclub, causing chaos. Chapter 54 You're courting death. Pai Yangyang sped along the road and soon arrived at Quavai Villa. He drove the car straight toward the gate, startling the security guards who dared not stop him. With a loud bang, the railing was smashed through. Pai Yangyang drove the car to a 3-story building, but before he could even get out, more than 20 burly men surrounded him. One of them was Su Daimao. Pai Yangyang got out of the car, looked coldly at Su Daimao, and shouted in a cold voice, Where's Zhao Jinggong? Tell him to get out here. Su Daimao was startled when he saw Pai Yangyang. Who the hell are you? Daring to address our CEO Zhao by his first name. You're asking for death, aren't you? A burly man shouted angrily and lunged at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang kicked him, and the man screamed as he flew through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Tell me, where is Zhao Jinggong? Pai Yangyang grabbed Su Daimao by the neck, applied a little force, and shouted coldly. Su Daimao suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, let out a terrified scream, and frantically pointed to his throat. The other burly men were intimidated by Pai Yanjiang's imposing presence and dared not approach, all staring at him menacingly. Pai Yangyang knew that Su Daimao was speechless, so she released her right hand and looked at him coldly. Su Daimao's face turned red, and after coughing a few times, he said in a panic, President Zhao? President Zhao didn't come to the villa today. Where did he go? Pai Yangyang asked in a cold voice. We really don't know. He's the boss, he rarely comes here. Su Daimao replied in horror. Smack! Pai Yangyang slapped him hard across the face and shouted sharply. Tell me, where is Zhao Jinggong? Su Daimao's face swelled up instantly, and he said in a tearful voice, I really didn't know. Pai Yangyang kicked him to the ground, stepped on his right shin, and said coldly, If you don't tell the truth, I'll cripple your leg. Su Daimao trembled all over and said in terror, I really don't know. Even if you kill me, I can't tell. Pai Yanjiang's eyes turned cold, and he was about to stomp down hard when his phone suddenly rang. He immediately answered the phone, and Kai Wenshin's voice came through. Mr. Pai, we found it. The girl you're looking for has been taken to an abandoned chemical plant in the west of the city. Pai Yangyang immediately released his right foot and quickly got into the car. Found it at the abandoned chemical plant in the west of the city. After getting on the bus, Pai Yangyang spoke up. He knew that Gu Tianshuang was very anxious at the moment, so he told her directly to put her mind at ease. Sure enough, Gu Tianshuang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they found her. If something had happened to my cousin, I wouldn't know how to explain it to my family. Pai Yangyang didn't say much, and the car sped off towards the western suburbs. I went there a few days ago and taught a few people from the Green Dragon Society a lesson. I didn't expect I'd have to go again today. He was not far from the abandoned chemical plant, and the road to the plant was sparsely populated, so he drove very fast. At this time, many cars on the streets of Qingjiang's urban areas also turned around and headed towards the western suburbs. Cars whizzed by on the Qingjiang 7th Bridge. Inside the abandoned chemical plant, Wang Yan was bound hand and foot, surrounded by dozens of burly men. Zhao Jinggong, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at Wang Yan with a cold expression. Wang Yan's glasses had a broken right lens, her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn, making her look extremely disheveled. However, she bit her lip tightly and stared fiercely at Zhao Jinggong, looking completely unwilling to give in. Wang Yan, Reporter Wang, you really are brave. Zhao Jinggong took a deep drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke onto Wang Yan's face, and spoke with a playful expression. You dare to meddle in the Yi family's affairs? Your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, meddling in things you shouldn't have done will come at a price. Wang Yan spat and said angrily, Do you have no regard for the law? How dare you kidnap a reporter? Let me tell you, Zhao Jinggong, what you're doing is a crime. You're playing with fire. Ha! Zhao Jinggong burst into maniacal laughter. That's right, I'm playing with fire. Not only am I going to play with fire, I'm going to play with you too. What makes you think you're so great, you stinking reporter? Do you really think your materials will be broadcast on TV? Dream on. What kind of power does the Yi family have? How could a mere TV station dare to oppose the Yi family? Where's your press pass? It's been taken away, hasn't it? I'm afraid you'll never be a reporter again. Zhao Jinggong sneered, reached out and grabbed Wang Yan's chest, letting out a lewd laugh. You bastard. If you have the guts, kill me now. Wang Yan was filled with shame, anger, and resentment. She struggled desperately, but her hands and feet were tightly bound, and no matter how much she struggled, it was all in vain. Yes, I'm an asshole. You'll see what an asshole I can be in a moment. As Zhao Jinggong spoke with a cold laugh, he tore a piece of Wang Yan's clothes with a rip. The burly men around him burst into smug laughter, and one of them said in a lewd tone, Mr. Zhao, when you're done playing around, why don't you let us have a taste too? Zhao Jinggong said smugly, Everyone gets a share. Today we'll teach this beautiful reporter what a bastard is. As he spoke, he tore off another piece of cloth with a rip. Wang Yan screamed. At that moment, she wished she could die immediately. Being tortured by this pack of wolves and tigers was truly worse than death. What goes around comes around, Zhao Jinggong. You've done so many evil deeds. Heaven will not forgive you. At this moment, Wang Yan was already in despair, knowing that she could not escape his clutches, and could only scream in despair. God. To hell with God. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be Zhao Jinggang. Little girl, you can't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being blind. Of all the people to offend, you had to offend young Master Yi. Accept your fate. Zhao Jinggang spoke coldly, then suddenly pounced on her and grabbed Wang Yin tightly. Wang Yin let out a desperate scream, struggling in terror and helplessness, watching helplessly as her clothes were torn to shreds. Just then, the roar of a car engine came, and a bright headlight shone over. Before the burly men could react, they were hit and sent flying by the oncoming car. Zhao Jinggang was startled and quickly turned around. But the lights were too bright, and he couldn't see what was in front of him at all. Don't move in the car. I'll get your cousin out. Pai Yangyang pulled the handbrake and said in a deep voice to Gu Tianshuang, who was in the passenger seat and looked terrified. There are so many of them. Are you going alone? Gu Tianshuang stared in horror at the dark figure under the lamplight, feeling a chill run down her spine. Because these burly men were all carrying gleaming machetes. No matter how many people there are, in my eyes, they're just trash. Pai Yangyang had already pushed open the car door and slowly got out, his eyes coldly fixed on Zhao Jinggang. The sudden turn of events left these burly men completely stunned. As Pai Yangyang approached Zhao Jinggang step by step, someone finally reacted and shouted, "Stop! Who the hell are you?" The two men shouted and cursed as they brandished their gleaming machetes and swung them down hard at Pai Yanjiang's head. Gu Tianshuang inside the car let out a terrified gasp and instinctively covered her eyes. Pai Yangyang didn't dodge at all and threw out two punches. They came from behind but surpassed others. The two men suddenly felt a heavy blow to their chests and were sent flying backward before they could even scream. Bang! Bang! Two loud thuds followed, and the two men fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood. Zhao Jinggang, you're asking for death. Pai Yangyang acted as if nothing had happened, slowly turning his head to look at Zhao Jinggang, his voice chilling to the bone. Chapter 55. Is this all you're relying on? Zhao Jinggang sensed the murderous aura emanating from Pai Yangyang, felt a chill in his heart, and a trace of fear flashed through his mind. However, he quickly regained his composure. He stared coldly at Pai Yangyang and said in a chilling tone, Pai Yangyang, you're nothing but a spineless coward. You think you can do whatever you want just because you can fight? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you can never mess with. Pai Yangyang curled his lips into a cold smile. There may be people in this world I can't afford to offend, but it's definitely not you, nor is it the Yi family. You think you can really deal with the Yi family? You're overestimating yourself. The Yi family's strength and background are beyond your imagination. Zhao Jinggang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, whether I can deal with the Yi family or not is not something you should be worried about. What you should be worried about now is your own fate. Pai Yanjiang's tone was chilling, and as he spoke, he slowly clenched his right fist. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll crush this little girl's throat right now. Zhao Jinggang realized the danger and suddenly flipped his right hand, grabbing Wang Yan's throat. Wang Yan immediately let out a suppressed, painful groan, her face instantly turning bright red. Pai Yanjiang's gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, I think you're really courting death. You think you can kill me, Zhao Jinggang, so easily? Kid, I just didn't expect you to find this place so quickly. What a waste of such a delicate little girl. Zhao Jinggang, having subdued Wang Yan, spoke with an air of confidence. Pai Yangyang was furious, but he dared not make any rash moves. If he were to cause Wang Yan's death because of his own actions, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Gu Tianshuang was extremely anxious inside the car and wanted to get out, but the car door had been locked by Pai Yangyang, so she could only worry helplessly inside the car. Pai Yangyang, tonight, at this time and in this place, is the time when you will die, the place where you will be buried. Seeing that Pai Yangyang dared not move, Zhao Jinggang let out a few triumphant laughs and said coldly, Charge! Whoever kills this brat will be rewarded with 1 million. Then, he gritted his teeth and shouted. Dozens of burly men, who were already itching to make a move, suddenly became excited when they heard about the $1 million bounty. They brandished their machetes and pounced on Pai Yangyang. Just then, the roar of a car engine came from behind. On the abandoned highway, a convoy of vehicles, stretching as far as the eye could see, roared towards them. All the cars rushed into the factory square without hesitation, their bright headlights blinding people. The sound of car doors closing one after another was deeply moving. A group of figures, exuding murderous intent, quickly surrounded the entire factory square. A burly man in black opened the door of a Mercedes-Benz. An elderly man dressed in a white Tang suit and leaning on a walking stick slowly got off the bus, his cold gaze sweeping over the entire scene. Let's see who dares to make a move. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of authority and menace. Zhao Jinggong's men all stopped in their tracks in astonishment and turned to look. The powerful aura intimidated everyone. Several thugs even subconsciously made way for him, and the old man in the Tang suit strode up to Pai Yangyang and bowed slightly. Mr. Pai, I'm late, please forgive me. This old man was Kai Wenshan, also known as Master Kai, who held an absolute position in the Jianghu, the martial arts world, in Xinjiang. Zhao Jinggong had already recognized him. Although Kai Wenshan has not been active in Xinjiang for a long time, this legendary figure has always been one of the most respected people in Xinjiang's underworld. Zhao Jinggong's men were dumbfounded. Kai Wenshan brought many times more people than they did. Moreover, these people were all carrying weapons, and if a fight broke out, I was afraid I would be hacked to death. Perfect, Pai Yangyang answered calmly. Master Kai, Zhao Jinggong exclaimed in surprise, his voice trembling slightly. Although he now holds a prestigious position and is quite wealthy, he unconsciously feels inferior in front of Kai Wenshan. Put down the knife. Anyone who doesn't will have their hand cut off. Kai Wenshan completely ignored Zhao Jinggong, straightened his body, and shouted in a cold tone. Put the knife down. The hundreds of people shouted in unison, startling the thugs Zhao Jinggong brought. Their hands instinctively loosened, and the machetes fell to the ground. One of them hesitated for a moment, and before he could react, two others dragged him out and, without hesitation, severed his hand at the wrist. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Along coldly glanced around and shouted, "Hands on your head and squat down." The screams were heart-wrenching, and many people trembled with fear, crouching down with their heads in their hands. At this moment, Kai Wenshan coldly looked at Zhao Jinggong, seeing that his hand was still gripping Wang Yan's throat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Zhao Jinggong, you're getting more and more impressive. You actually kidnapped a woman." Zhao Jinggong's body trembled violently. He quickly released his grip and said in a panic, "Master Kai, daring to offend Mr. Pai. It seems you're tired of living. Kneel down now." Kai Wenshan slowly took 2 steps forward and looked coldly at Zhao Jinggong. Zhao Jinggong's lips trembled, his heart filled with immense fear, but he did not kneel. Instead, he glared defiantly at Kai Wenshan and shouted, "Master Kai, Pai Yangyang is just a good-for-nothing who lives off women. Why are you helping him like this?" Kai Wenshan's eyes turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, "Just for those words, you should be drowned in the Xinjiang River. I'm telling the truth. Everyone in Xinjiang knows this guy. It's one thing for him to live off women, but he also sets up a stall under the overpass all day to swindle old men and women. He's a complete street thug and a petty charlatan. I don't understand why someone of Master Kai's status would treat him with such respect." Zhao Jinggong was truly unconvinced and spoke at length. Kai Wenshan's expression grew increasingly grim. "It seems that because I haven't been around Xinjiang for so long, anyone would dare to disregard my words." After a slight pause, he turned and called out, "Along, Ahu. Zhao Jinggong has been a boss for too long and doesn't know how to kneel anymore. Go and teach him." "Yes." Along and Ahu agreed and strode towards Zhao Jinggong. Zhao Jinggong's expression changed. He knew very well that Kai Wenshan's 2 top henchmen were ruthless and never showed any mercy. Seeing the 2 men approaching him, his expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Master Kai, you can't do this to me." Kai Wenshan was slightly taken aback, then waved his hand. Along and Ahu immediately stopped what they were doing and stood beside Zhao Jinggong. "Give me a reason why I can't do this," Kai Wenshan said coldly. Aye. Zhao Jinggong was covered in sweat, and after I called out several times, he didn't respond. Pai Yangyang sneered. "I'll say it for you. You're saying that your backer is the Yi family, so Master Kai can't touch you. Is that right?" Although Zhao Jinggong didn't speak, his expression clearly told Kai Wenshan that it was exactly as Pai Yangyang had said. He assumed that the Yi family had been at the height of their power and influence in Xinjiang for the past few years. He thought that even Kai Wenshan would give the Yi family some face. Unexpectedly, Kai Wenshan sneered. "Is this all you're relying on? You think you can intimidate me by bringing up the Yi family? You underestimate me, Kai Wenshan." As soon as he finished speaking, Along and Ahu immediately took action, twisting Zhao Jinggong's hands over and kicking him in both calves at the same time. Two crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out, and the white bones pierced through the trouser leg, a shocking sight. Zhao Jinggong knelt down in response, and then let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the entire chemical plant. Chapter 56, I'll make him live like a dog. Pai Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief, took out his car keys, and pressed the unlock button. Gu Tianshuang immediately rushed out of the car, pounced on Wang Yin, and hurriedly untied the ropes binding her. Help her to the car, and wait for me, Pai Yangyang said in a deep voice. Gu Tianshuang hugged Wang Yin tightly as they returned to the car. Wang Yin trembled, clearly terrified by what she had just experienced. Gu Tianshuang could only hold her tightly, tears streaming down her face anxiously. Cousin, it's all right. Don't be afraid. In the arena, Zhao Jinggong's face was ashen. The excruciating pain from the broken leg nearly made him faint. Mr. Pai, what should we do? Kai Wenshin bowed slightly and said respectfully to Pai Yangyang, should I just sink him? Zhao Jinggong's henchmen were immediately terrified and trembled, several of them even urinating. Even if people in society don't know Master Kai personally, everyone knows his reputation. If Master Kai says he's going to drown someone in the river, then he absolutely will. He won't just be bluffing. Pai Yangyang stared coldly at Zhao Jinggong and slowly said, no need. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a few steps forward and kicked Zhao Jinggong hard in the groin. Kai Wenshin, Along, Ahu and the others tensed up, couldn't help but shiver, and instinctively squeezed their legs together. This kick completely destroyed Zhao Jinggong, rendering him a cripple. Now tell me, who's the trash? Pai Yangyang stared at Zhao Jinggong with disdain and asked in a cold voice. Zhao Jinggong was hunched over, his whole body trembling violently. The excruciating pain in his body was not as unbearable as the fear and despair in his heart. A lecherous old man who loved his daughter dearly was forced to eat only vegetarian food from then on, which made him feel like he was living a life worse than death. He secretly regretted it. Originally, the Yi family's instructions were for him to teach Wang Yin a lesson, but he was overcome by lust and wanted to have his way with her first before killing her and sinking her into the Qingjiang River. In the end, however, it ended up like this. But there's no going back in this world. With that kick, even if a celestial being descended to Earth, he wouldn't be able to regain his manhood. Pai Yangyang turned around calmly and looked at Kai Wenshin. You're good. He reached out and gently patted Kai Wenshin on the shoulder before striding toward his car. Kai Wenshin immediately bowed slightly, like a subordinate who had been valued by his leader, showing surprise and respect. Mr. Pai, are you just going to let him go like this? But then, he asked with some doubt. Pai Yangyang said calmly, remember, let him live like a dog. Kai Wenshin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. He bowed and said, yes, I understand. Only after Pai Yangyang got into the car did he slowly turn around and look at Zhao Jinggong. Master Kai, please spare me. Spare me this time, for the sake of the time I served you. Zhao Jinggong struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with deep fear, and pleaded. Mr. Pai spared your life. You should be grateful. Kai Wenshin said coldly. Remember, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take over all your properties. If you dare to hide anything, not only will you not be able to protect yourself, but none of your family members will escape either. Zhao Jinggong trembled and collapsed to the ground. If he hands over all his assets, then he'll truly be left to live like a dog. Moreover, it was a lame, useless dog. But he dared not disobey Kai Wenshin, because he knew very well that Master Kai's word was law, and if he found out that Master Kai was playing mind games, then his family would surely be doomed. I see. To this day, he still doesn't understand who Pai Yangyang is. That makes Master Kai treat him with such respect. Kai Wenshin watched the car drive away and breathed a long sigh of relief. He was just as puzzled, wondering what Pai Yanjiang's true identity was. So much so that Master Lei repeatedly instructed that Pai Yanjiang's protection must be ensured. Whatever Pai Yanjiang's needs were, they had to be met. In his mind, there was no one else who could be valued so highly by Lei Yi. Could it be that this is the grandson-in-law chosen by Master Lei? But Pai Yangyang was married before, and recently he's been embroiled in a scandal because of Su Swecking. Kai Wenshin couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Inside the car, Gu Tianshuang held Wang Yin, whose clothes were torn and tattered, tightly in her arms. Wang Yin stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with fear and anger. Reporter Wang, I'm so sorry. I asked you for a favor, but I never expected it to cause you such a big problem. Pai Yangyang felt guilty. Regardless, Wang Yin was just a woman, yet she went through so much because he sought her help. Gu Tianshuang, tears streaming down her face, said sadly, "This isn't entirely your fault. I also bear some responsibility. I was the one who asked my cousin to help you." Her voice choked with sobs, filled with sadness and regret. "Don't feel guilty. This isn't your fault." Wang Yin, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. "I am a journalist, and it is my duty to expose the darkness, unfairness, and irrationality in society. If I shrink back when such things happen, then I would be letting down the sacred profession of journalism." Pai Yangyang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She wasn't the only reporter present at the Su family's old residence at the time. Those reporters, however, didn't think that way. It is clear that people like Wang Yin, who can stay true to their original aspirations, are becoming increasingly rare. "But, cousin, you've been fired from the TV station. What are you going to do now?" Gu Tianshuang asked, her voice choked with emotion. "It's all right. I can just find another place and continue fighting," Wang Yin said firmly. Pai Yangyang was somewhat surprised. The girl's strength impressed him. Having just gone through something like that, most girls would probably be terrified and wouldn't have such high morale. "Reporter Wang, where is your colleague Lu Kai?" Pai Yangyang remembered the photographer who had accompanied her to the Su family compound and asked. "He was fired too. We've discussed it and agreed to look for new jobs together. I just don't believe that such a big city like Xinjiang can't have a place for us to work." Wang Yan's emotions have gradually calmed down, and her speech is becoming more and more forceful. Gu Tianshuang said, "Cousin, why don't you come work for the Gu group instead?" "Xiaoshuang, I'm not going. I don't want to rely on the family. I want to make a name for myself through my own efforts." Wang Yin refused without hesitation. Pai Yangyang said worriedly, "You've offended the Yi family. Even Xinjiang TV station doesn't dare to hire you anymore. I'm afraid." "Yeah, what if we can't find a suitable job?" Gu Tianshuang said worriedly. "It's nothing. If all else fails, I'll just open my own studio. With my abilities, surely I can make it work." After thinking for a moment, Wang Yin said firmly. Pai Yangyang pondered for a moment and said, That's a good idea. Where are we going, Miss Gu?" "To your house." Pai Yangyang asked. "No, please take me back to my dorm," Wang Yin said urgently. Gu Tianshuang explained, "My cousin rents her own place. It's on Qingyan Road." Pai Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief and drove towards Youth Road. After dropping them off at an apartment building, Gu Tianshuang said, "You go ahead. I'll stay here with my cousin tonight." Pai Yangyang nodded. "I'll treat you to dinner another day." Then, they got into the car and left. Chapter 57 Appearance Reflects the Heart. When Pai Yangyang returned to the villa and opened the door, he found Su Sueking and Zheng Li sitting on the sofa, staring at him anxiously. This is because they are waiting for him to come back. "How is Wang Yin? Have they found her?" Upon seeing Pai Yangyang return, Su Sueking immediately asked anxiously. Pai Yangyang said, "We found her. She's all right. I took her back." "Thank God. It's good that everyone's all right. Wang Yin helped us so much. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to her." Su Sueking breathed a sigh of relief and put her hands together in prayer. Zheng Li asked, "Who did this? Was it someone from the Yi family?" "It's Zhao Jinggong, but it must have been at the behest of the Yi family." Pai Yanjiang's eyes flickered for a moment before he answered. Su Sueking's expression turned cold, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "The Yi family is truly shameless, actually making things difficult for a reporter." Zheng Li sighed, saying with some worry, "This time we've completely offended the Yi family. A 500 million investment. The chances are slim." Su Sueking's expression darkened, and she felt a little troubled. She glanced at Pai Yangyang and said, "You've worked hard. Go to sleep early." Pai Yangyang nodded and went upstairs. Today's events also made him very angry. The fact that the Yi family targeted innocent people has indeed crossed his bottom line. The next day, news of Zhao Jinggong's demotion quickly spread throughout Xinjiang City. Quivai Villa and its subsidiary Wenta Group changed hands overnight, marking the end of an era for a powerful figure. Nobody knows what happened last night. Even Zhao Jinggong's underlings didn't mention what happened last night. Master Kai has declared that anyone who leaks information about what happened that night will be drowned. Nobody would risk their life. The next few days were surprisingly calm. Su Sueking continued to try every means to attract investment. But she contacted everyone she could, made every phone call she could, and even went to the bank several times. But in the end, they gained nothing. Su Sueking felt that her hope was slim. She knew very well that this was the Yi family's way of completely blocking her Su family. In Xinjiang, no one dared to go against the Yi family. Even the Su family had to yield to the Yi family to agree to marry her off to Yi Fengliu. Now, the Su family and the Yi family are at loggerheads, and it is almost impossible for them to make peace. Pai Yangyang remained as leisurely as ever, going to Luhan Mountain every 2 or 3 days to meditate and contemplate. After several days of practice, he felt that his skills had improved significantly and his energy was becoming more and more abundant. Just thinking about the more than 100 billion yuan spent on baby formula gives me a headache. Master, did you feed me Martian formula back then? How come it's so expensive? With less than 4 months until the Mid-Autumn Festival, how can they raise over 100 billion yuan in such a short time? I'm so worried. Today, when he returned from Luhan Mountain, he saw Su Sweking looking listless and Zheng Li looking worried. He glanced at the two of them curiously, thinking to himself, I still owe over 100 billion, and I'm not this worried. Normally, whenever Pai Yangyang goes out and comes back, the two of them stare at him for a long time as if he were a monster, as if they wanted to find evidence of his philandering outside. But today, neither of them glanced at him. President Su, don't worry too much. Tomorrow is the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's Investment Promotion Conference. Maybe a miracle will happen tomorrow. Just as Pai Yangyang was about to go upstairs, Zheng Li suddenly spoke up. It's not that easy. I heard the Yi family will also send a representative this time. They used to look down on these kinds of investment promotion conferences, but this time they're suddenly going. I feel they might be targeting my Su family. Su Sweking sighed helplessly and said sadly. Zheng Li was taken aback. The Yi family, they're going too? Su Sweking nodded and said affirmatively, yes. Then, that's really troublesome. Zheng Li panicked a little. If it were any other family or company, it would be fine, but if it's the Yi family, then it's almost certain that Su Sweking will lose. Tomorrow is also the last day of my promise to my grandfather. It seems I've truly lost this time. This CEO position, I have no choice but to give it up. Su Sweking sighed sadly and said. Pai Yangyang, who had been standing at the top of the stairs, chuckled softly upon hearing their conversation. Giving up so easily? That's not like you at all. Su Sweking and Zheng Li turned to look in surprise. Personality? What good is it? Even if I don't admit defeat, I still have to face the consequences of losing in the end. Whether I become the CEO or not doesn't matter. It's just that this time I've really pushed the Su family to the edge of a cliff. Su Sweking was somewhat annoyed. Pai Yangyang walked over, stopped in front of her, and looked down at her. How about you go and explain to the Yi family that our marriage is a marriage of convenience. If you're willing to marry Yi Fengliu, perhaps the Yi family will forgive your Su family. Upon hearing Pai Yanjiang's words, Su Sweking suddenly looked up, stared coldly at him, and said angrily, What do you mean? You want to break the contract? Pai Yanjiang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took 2 steps back, forcing a sheepish smile. No. If you say something like that again, I'll deduct half a month's salary. Su Sweking said coldly. Pai Yangyang immediately felt a pang of heartache, and quickly said, Okay, I won't say anything more. Even a small amount is still money. If you only make 20,000 a month, how can you cut half of that? Then stop looking so gloomy. Don't you know that looking like that will affect your appearance? It's called your appearance reflects your heart. Like Granny Li? Zheng Li immediately glared at her fiercely. Feeling a little guilty, Pai Yangyang quickly ran upstairs. Zheng Li said irritably, You Dongfang booby, if you call me Granny Li again, I'll prick you with needles. Pai Yangyang had already run up to the 2nd floor, looking down at him in astonishment and asking, Are you sure Rong Momo's needles can withstand Dongfang booby's needles? Zheng Li was taken aback, then stubbornly said, But I still have to get it done. Pai Yanjiang's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, You're ruthless. Su Sweking, who had been frowning the whole time, suddenly burst out laughing. Zheng Li stared at her in astonishment. You smiled? Tell me first, why is he called Dongfang booby? Su Sweking asked curiously. Didn't he prick you with a needle too? A man who plays with needles. What else could he be but Dongfang booby? Su Sweking laughed so hard she was shaking. All the bitterness in her heart vanished in that instant. Hearing her laughter upstairs, Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and shook his head gently. Silly woman. The next morning, Su Sweking and Zheng Li changed into formal attire, dressed neatly, and prepared to attend the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment promotion meeting. Pai Yangyang stretched and yawned as he went downstairs. Su Sweking said, Hurry up and get ready so we can go there early and make a good impression on Chairman Meng. Pai Yangyang said lazily, It's not like we're going on a blind date. Why do we need to make a good impression? Zheng Li said irritably. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. You're quite capable. Pai Yangyang replied casually, then rushed into the bathroom. Zheng Li stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. The annual investment promotion conference of Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is held at Ely Mountain Villa. This villa is owned by Meng Qingfeng, the president of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Pai Yangyang drove Su Sweking and Zheng Li to the entrance of the villa. From a distance, hundreds of balloons could be seen floating in the air, with red banners hanging below them, mostly congratulating the successful conclusion of the investment promotion conference. The parking lot is located outside the resort, and at this time, quite a few cars were already parked there. As soon as the three got out of the car, someone behind them shouted angrily, "Pai Yangyang." Chapter 58 High-Stakes Gamble. The three of them were startled at the same time, and turned to look. They saw Qin Yuyu, Qin Yuja, and Huang Herong standing not far away, watching them. Qin Yuja and Qin Yuyu, their faces filled with anger, glared at Pai Yangyang and strode over. The one who called out to Pai Yangyang just now was Qin Yuyu. Qin Yuja walked up to Pai Yangyang, stared coldly at him, and said angrily, "Pai Yangyang, don't you owe me an explanation?" "Confess." Pai Yangyang asked in astonishment. "What confession? You hit Xiaowu and my mom. Are you just going to let this go like this?" Qin Yuja appeared extremely angry and said fiercely, "I did hit him, but I didn't touch your mother." Pai Yangyang said calmly, "Also, do you know what happened that day?" "Of course I know. It's because you were unhappy about being kicked out of the Qin family, so you deliberately sought revenge on Xiaowu and my mother." Pai Yangyang scoffed. "Did Qin Yuyu say that, or did your mother say it?" "I can guess without them saying it." Qin Yuja interrupted him impatiently. "I never imagined your heart could be so dark." Pai Yangyang laughed in exasperation. "You're still the same as before, self-righteous and unreasonable." "You?" Qin Yuja was furious. "Fine, I'm being unreasonable. Am I not telling the truth?" "Ex-wife, you're completely wrong." At this moment, Su Sweking couldn't help herself and subconsciously moved closer to Pai Yangyang, gently taking his hand and speaking calmly. Qin Yuja's brow twitched. Seeing Su Sweking and Pai Yangyang being so intimate made her feel uneasy. "Where did I go wrong?" "Miss Su, this person is petty and narrow-minded. You'd better see him clearly, lest you regret it like I did." Qin Yuja had a defiant and unforgiving look on her face. "Don't worry, I would never do that," Su Sweking said calmly. "I was there that day. Your brother hit my brother first, and even tried to throw him in the trash. My husband only did that for his current brother-in-law, and I don't think he did anything wrong." Qin Yuja frowned. This passage had almost made her dizzy. What's the difference?" "However," she said matter-of-factly, "he did this just to please you and your Su family." "That's right. He used to be a lapdog in our Qin family, wagging his tail and trying to please everyone. But after he divorced my sister, he immediately turned on us." Qin Yuyu said disdainfully from the side. A cold glint flashed in Pai Yanjiang's eyes, but he forced himself not to react. "Nonsense. I saw you hitting young Master Su that day. Young Master Su suffered a head injury and has intellectual disabilities, yet you still bullied him. If you ask me, Pai Yangyang didn't hit you hard enough that day." Zheng Liren couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily, "You." Qin Yuyu was so angry that his face turned ashen, and he glared at Zheng Li. But Zheng Li wasn't intimidated by him at all and glared back directly. Just then, a Maybach pulled up, and Hua Liubin hurriedly came to Qin Yuja's side. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and looked at Hua Liubin, saying, "Young Master Hua, your performance on the street that day was truly spectacular. I still can't forget it. Why don't you describe it to Qin Yuja?" Hua Liubin's expression turned extremely ugly. "Describe your sister." Although he had no idea what happened at the time, he later questioned Qin Yuyu and finally found out what had happened. He was convinced that Pai Yangyang was behind it, but he lacked evidence. Qin Yuyu's expression also became very strange. He moved his mouth, but didn't say anything. Of course, he dared not tell Qin Yuja about this. "What brings you here? Are you also attending a business meeting?" Qin Yuja asked calmly. "My Hua family doesn't need any investment. I'm here to support you, of course," Hua Liubin said with a fawning expression. Then, he looked arrogantly at Su Sweking and Pai Yangyang and asked, "What are you doing here? Do you also want to attend the investment promotion conference?" Su Sweking recalled the scene that happened on the street that day and took a step back with a look of disgust. "Oh, I see." Before Su Sweking could speak, Hua Liubin said with a look of sudden realization, "Your Su family urgently needs 500 million yuan, but hasn't found a solution yet, so you wanted to try your luck here." Su Sweking looked somewhat embarrassed. Because Hua Liubin was right, she really did want to try her luck. "What's it to you?" Zheng Li glared at Hua Liubin and said irritably. Hua Liubin sneered and said, "It's all right, but I advise you not to waste your energy. Right now, There's no way anyone in the entire Xinjiang area will invest in your Su family. That's right. I'm telling you, the selection process already decided long ago. Your Su family has absolutely no chance. Qin Yuyu said smugly. Su Sueking and Zheng Li's expressions turned somewhat unpleasant. They did believe Qin Yuyu and Hua Liubin's words. Oh really? Pai Yangyang said with amusement. So, the Qin family has been chosen? Without even thinking, Qin Yuyu replied. Of course, with Hua Xiao here, this is nothing. Pai Yangyang gave a strange smile. Young Master Hua is quite capable, actually able to influence the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce's choices. Impressive. Hua Liubin looked a little embarrassed, but then he puffed out his chest proudly and said arrogantly, It's no big deal. Chairman Meng and my dad have been friends for many years. This little favor is just a matter of my dad saying a word. Hearing this, Su Sueking and Zheng Li felt even more hopeless. The two had even begun to consider backing out. That's awesome. Young Master Hua, would you dare to make a bet with me? Pai Yanjiang's eyes flickered, and he said provocatively. Hua Liubin was taken aback and asked, What are you betting on? Pai Yangyang chuckled and said, Of course it's a bet on milk powder. Oh no, a bet on money. He was so preoccupied with the cost of baby formula that he almost blurted it out. Okay, tell me, how do you want to bet? Hua Liubin immediately became interested and asked with shining eyes. If the Qin family gets the investment, I lose. Conversely, if the Su family gets the investment, you lose. The Su family got investment? You must be joking. Hua Liubin said with amusement. Pai Yangyang said, Just tell me, do you dare to bet? What am I afraid of? How much to bet? Pai Yangyang held out a hand, and Hua Liubin exclaimed in astonishment, 5 million. Qin Yuyu said sarcastically, 5 million? Can you even come up with that? Don't try to renege on your debt when you lose. Pai Yangyang turned to look at Su Sueking and said, I can't afford it, but my wife can. Qin Yuju's lips twitched slightly. For some reason, she felt a pang of sadness. Su Sueking stared wide-eyed at Pai Yangyang in disbelief. Are you crazy? I'm currently struggling to attract investment, and you've got yourself into a gamble, betting 5 million at that. The problem is, you don't have any money. However, she gritted her teeth and said, Yes, if I lose, it's on me. If all else fails, I'll use this car as collateral. Hua Liubin immediately beamed with joy. Okay, it's settled then. Qin Yuyu said, It's a good thing my sister divorced you. You're not only a good-for-nothing, but also an idiot. After saying that, the four of them walked towards the entrance of the villa. Pai Yangyang ignored him and looked towards the door, saying, Wife, you two go in and attend the investment promotion meeting first. Su Sueking said with some surprise, Aren't you coming in with me? Pai Yangyang smiled and said, I'll go outside for some fresh air first, then I'll go in. I think you're not just stupid, you're insane. If you want to encourage me, don't gamble with people. 5 million. Su Sueking complained and walked towards the entrance of the villa with Zheng Li. Pai Yangyang said, Don't worry, I had my fortune told today, and I'll be receiving a windfall. Su Sueking rolled her eyes at him. Charlatan. Once they were far away, Pai Yangyang took out his phone and made a call. Hey, I've arrived at the entrance of the resort. Dr. Pai, I'll come out to greet you as soon as you arrive at the entrance of the manor. As soon as Pai Yangyang opened his mouth, a surprised and respectful voice came from inside. Chapter 59. The show is about to begin. In a large hall of Ely Mountain Villa, many family and business representatives had already gathered. Although it was called an investment promotion conference, the venue was set up more like a cocktail party. A wide variety of fine wines, delicacies, and fruits are on display. The prominent figures and proud sons of Xinjiang's business community raised their glasses and greeted each other. These people who come here to attend the investment promotion conference are not necessarily all here for investment from the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce. More importantly, they can take advantage of this large-scale business event to get to know more people in the business world and build a wider network for themselves. Therefore, almost all the people sent by the major families were from the younger generation, who were given this opportunity to gain experience. The young men were all energetic and poised, while the young ladies were all vying for attention, each more beautiful and captivating than the last. There are also people with ulterior motives who specifically target and strike up conversations with beautiful women who are alone. There may be young and beautiful women who specifically choose to flirt with wealthy young men, hoping to marry into a wealthy family and completely change their lives and the fate of their families. For these people, family development and company management are secondary. Their own happiness is the top priority. Su Sueking and Zheng Li entered the hall, and the once bustling hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at them with curiosity, as if they shouldn't have been there at all. The atmosphere was quiet and a little awkward. Su Sueking and Zheng Li, standing at the door, were in a dilemma. Even the people who were chatting idly at the door glanced at them coldly as if they were avoiding a plague, and then hurriedly moved away. Although there were many young masters and noblemen who wanted to go up and greet them, they had to hold back, knowing that the Su family and the Yi family were now irreconcilable enemies, so as not to get themselves into trouble. Su Sueking felt a tightness in her chest. She knew very well why this had happened. Now, everyone in Xinjiang knows that the Su family has offended the Yi family, and no one wants to get too close to the Su family lest they be targeted by the Yi family. Why is Su Sueking here? Could it be that she doesn't know the Su family's current situation in Xinjiang? Someone stared at Su Sueking and said in a low voice, "Yes, after offending the Yi family, almost every family and company of any size in Xinjiang has announced that they are severing ties with the Su family. How dare she still show up here? Isn't she just asking for trouble?" Immediately, someone chimed in to agree. "I never imagined that the dignified beauty of Xinjiang would be so shameless. She was engaged to the Yi family, yet she ran off with another man at the wedding banquet. The key point is, that man is a recently divorced loser." Some people deliberately raised their voices to express their stance. Hearing these comments, Su Sueking raised her head instead, looking proud. "Yes, I ran away with Pai Yangyang at the wedding banquet. That's my freedom." Seeing Su Sueking, who had been embarrassed, suddenly regain her aloofness and change her demeanor, many people were slightly taken aback. "Let's go inside." Su Sueking breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zheng Li, "Since we're here, let's make the best of it." The Su family is now in dire straits, with no way out. Today, they must gamble everything and fight a desperate battle. Moreover, Pai Yangyang had placed a 5 million bet with Hua Liubin, so there was absolutely no reason for him to back down. Su Sueking walked in calmly, and people on both sides stepped aside to make way for her. "Miss Li." As she passed a girl, Su Sueking suddenly stopped and greeted her with a smile. This girl's name is Li Chunlin, and she was her classmate from high school to university. During their student days, the two were practically inseparable best friends. Moreover, the Li family and the Su family have always been partners and have a close relationship. Although the Li family, under pressure from the Yi family, canceled their cooperation with the Su family after the bride kidnapping incident, Su Sueking did not blame the Li family. Li Chunlin's expression changed, his wine glass trembled slightly, and he took a step back in a panic, saying coldly, "We're not acquainted." Su Sueking's heart sank, and a sense of desolation welled up inside her. Right next to Li Chunlin, Hua Liubin, Qin Yuyu, and Qin Yujia all looked at her and Zheng Li with disdain, as if they were watching a huge joke. At that moment, Su Sueking wished a huge crack would appear beneath her feet. The Su family is a plague now. Don't they even have that much self-awareness? Qin Yuyu sneered, feeling incredibly satisfied. They actually dare to come here and humiliate themselves. Zheng Li immediately became furious, turned to look at him, and said angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm talking nonsense. Take a good look for yourself. Who dares to stand with you? Who dares to say a single word to you?" Qin Yuyu said smugly. Just as Zheng Li was about to retort, Su Sueking grabbed her hand and said, "Sisterly, there's no need to get angry with him." Zheng Li could only suppress her anger and, together with Su Sueking, found a secluded corner to wait quietly. Just then, someone shouted, "Yi Yafan, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, has arrived." The once eerily quiet hall suddenly became like a paused scene that had been restarted, and everyone came alive. "Miss Yi has arrived. I didn't expect the Yi family to send someone this year. It seems the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's investment promotion conferences are getting more and more high class. With Miss Yi here, I think the Su family should leave as soon as possible. Are they still dreaming of a free lunch?" Someone glanced disdainfully at Su Sueking and Zheng Li, who had retreated to a corner, and said loudly, "This is a pledge of allegiance to Yi Yafan." Although Su Sueking was very unhappy, she still turned her head to look at the door. Yi Yafan, the eldest daughter of the Yi family and Yi Finglia's older sister, had been studying abroad and only recently returned to China. However, during her studies abroad, she founded a cosmetics company, and it is said that in less than a year, her net worth reached hundreds of millions. This time, she plans to return to China to develop her business, sell her cosmetics company, and establish a company in Xinjiang. One of the four beauties of Xinjiang, the phoenix of the Yi family, a business genius, one of the 10 outstanding youths of Xinjiang, and other accolades surround her. making her the object of pursuit for many young masters and noblemen. Such a person attracts attention wherever they go, and almost instantly, everyone gathers around them. Yi Yafan, who is about 1.75 meters tall, stands out from the crowd. She wore a luxurious and fashionable Chanel suit, with a dazzling white gold and ruby necklace around her swan-like neck and 2 sparkling sapphire earrings. A platinum and agate bracelet so thick it could be used as a dog leash, and a limited edition Chanel bag. Everything about her exudes the air of a wealthy lady. In terms of looks and figure, she is on par with Su Sueking. Her only flaw might be her slightly slouching gait. Especially after studying abroad, the sagging became more and more obvious. This is also why she could only rank second among the 4 beauties of Xinjiang. At this moment, she was surrounded by people like stars around the moon, her face beaming with smiles. She enjoyed the feeling, but her smile quickly froze, because she discovered that there were actually people standing at a distance in the hall, not coming over. Those who were initially greeting Yafan warmly noticed her strange expression, and all looked in her direction with surprise. When everyone saw Su Sueking and Zheng Li hiding in a secluded spot, they immediately understood. Miss Yi, that is Su Sueking, the 3rd young lady of the Su family. Immediately, someone fawned over Yi Yafan and introduced her to him. Yi Yafan straightened her back and walked towards Su Sueking with her head held high. Everyone consciously made way for him, and Hua Liubin followed happily behind. At this moment, he completely ignored Qin Yuji's presence, which made Qin Yuyu so angry that his mouth twisted in anger. However, Qin Yuja didn't seem to care, and instead a cold smile appeared on her lips. Because the real show is about to begin. Chapter 60. Thank you for getting my wife pregnant. In a luxurious room at Ely Mountain Villa, an elderly man in his early 50s stood bowing and scraping before Pai Yangyang, his mouth stretched wide with a grin. This old man is Meng Qingfeng, the president of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, which is renowned in Xinjiang. Inside the room stood a beautiful young woman in her early 30s, her belly slightly protruding, as if she were pregnant. Although she was sitting on the sofa, she was still very careful, afraid that she might accidentally squeeze the fetus in her womb. This woman is He Nanzan, Meng Qingfeng's current wife. Meng Qingfeng was married 5 times, but none of his first 4 wives gave him any children. Meng Qingfeng, who held extremely strong beliefs about carrying on the family line, sent all of them away without exception. This wife had been married for several years but hadn't conceived, so in a fit of anger, he prepared to kick her out as well. The key issue is that a discordant voice has emerged within the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Some people say that Meng Qingfeng has no children, and for the long-term and stable development of the Chamber of Commerce, a person with children should be appointed as the president to facilitate the cultivation of a successor. The Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is an empire that Meng Qingfeng has worked hard for most of his life to build. How could he be willing to give it up so easily? A few months ago, Meng Qingfeng, desperate for a cure, met Pai Yangyang, who was setting up a stall under an overpass. He went up to have his fortune told, as if possessed by some strange force, and asked whether he would have any children in his lifetime. At that time, Pai Yangyang told him with certainty that he was destined to have 3 sons, and that each of them would be successful. Meng Qingfeng was not happy at all. Instead, he pointed at Pai Yangyang, called him a liar, and ordered his bodyguards to smash Pai Yanjiang's stall. Pai Yangyang quickly said, "You've been married 5 times already, right? The last one should just be in his early 30s. He's been with you for 7 years, but there's still no sign of anything happening, right?" Meng Qingfeng was taken aback for a moment, but then said, "Who in Xinjiang doesn't know about my family affairs? What's so strange about you being able to tell me?" Pai Yangyang said, "When you were 18, you had a relationship with a girl, which resulted in her getting pregnant. Later, when the affair was exposed, the girl was scolded by her parents and, in shame and indignation, jumped into the river. Is that true?" Meng Qingfeng was stunned and looked at Pai Yangyang incredulously. "You investigated me?" He is not from Xinjiang. His hometown is a very remote mountain village. When this happened, he was so frightened that he ran away from home and came to Xinjiang alone to make a living. He never mentioned this to anyone, not even his closest relatives. It was because of that experience that he always firmly believed that he was fertile. So every time he married a wife who couldn't conceive, he stubbornly blamed her and never went for a checkup himself. Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang accurately recounted this long-buried story from his past. "Where can I find you?" Pai Yangyang spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. "Okay, then tell me. I'm destined to have 3 sons, but I've had 5 wives in a row, and they haven't said a word about it. How come? Meng Qingfeng was skeptical and asked again. You injured your groin when you were 22, didn't you? Pai Yangyang did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Yes, I was working as a security guard that year. I was standing at the gate smoking when the railing suddenly rose and hit me here. But it just hurt for a moment. I wasn't injured. Meng Qingfeng recalled for a moment and then said, That's right. It was that time that damaged your fertility. To restore your fertility, I need to give you a few acupuncture treatments and prescribe a herbal decoction to drink for half a month. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and said with great certainty. Although he still had doubts, Meng Qingfeng, who was eager to have a child, was immediately tempted. However, he didn't believe Pai Yangyang and secretly went to a large hospital for a checkup. After the examination results came back, the doctor told him that it was indeed caused by an old injury that had rendered him infertile. However, several experts at the hospital were at a loss, saying that his condition had been going on for too long and the hope of recovery was slim. Remembering Pai Yanjiang's words, Meng Qingfeng immediately went back and waited under the bridge for 2 days before Pai Yangyang finally appeared. Pai Yangyang gave him a few acupuncture needles and prescribed a herbal medicine. He still felt the chances were slim, but he was just trying anything as a last resort. Unexpectedly, just 1 month after he finished a course of herbal medicine, his wife Hinanzan suddenly said she felt unwell. After going to the hospital for a checkup, she found out she was pregnant. This delighted Meng Qingfeng, who immediately found Pai Yangyang and almost knelt down to kowtow. However, joy turned to sorrow. 3 months into her pregnancy, she went for another checkup, and the results from the hospital almost drove Meng Qingfeng to despair. The hospital said that the fetus was not stable in the placenta and the probability of miscarriage was extremely high. Moreover, even with their medical skills, it's difficult to guarantee absolute safety. Meng Qingfeng almost went crazy at that moment and quickly found Pai Yangyang. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang assured him that as long as he was there, the fetus would definitely survive. Meng Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, wishing he could treat Pai Yangyang like a deity. Upon learning that Pai Yangyang would be personally visiting Ili Villa today, I immediately went out to greet him and led him to the backyard, which is not open to ordinary people. Dr. Pai, thanks to you, my wife got pregnant. I was just about to find time to properly thank you. I didn't expect you to come in person. It truly honors our humble abode. Meng Qingfeng was overjoyed and said respectfully. Pai Yanjiang's lips twitched. Why did that sentence sound so awkward? I'm here today for 2 reasons. First, to see Mrs. Meng, and second, to thank Chairman Meng for sending Su Swecking the invitation. Pai Yangyang said calmly. Dr. Pai, you're too kind. You are a great benefactor to my Meng family. It's only right that I do anything for you. Meng Qingfeng said sincerely, his face full of gratitude. However, I have another favor to ask of Chairman Meng today. I wonder if you could help me with this. Pai Yangyang thought for a moment and then said, Please speak. Meng Qingfeng bowed slightly, appearing humble and eager to learn. The Su family urgently needs 500 million yuan. I wonder if Chairman Meng could. Before Pai Yangyang could finish speaking, Meng Qingfeng immediately nodded and said, No problem. Originally, the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's investment was 300 million. But since Dr. Pai has spoken, let's increase it to 500 million. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. Then thank you very much. I will prescribe a pregnancy-stabilizing soup for Madame Meng later, and she can drink 1 course of treatment first. A month later, I will prescribe another dose of the soup to ensure the safe delivery of the child. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Pai. Meng Qingfeng was moved to tears and quickly bowed deeply. Hinanzan asked, Dr. Pai, can you tell whether the baby in my belly is a boy or a girl? Pai Yangyang laughed and said, No need to look. Chairman Meng is destined to have 3 sons. This child must be a boy. That's great. Hinanzan was worried that if she gave birth to a daughter, Meng Qingfeng might get upset and dump her again. Hearing Pai Yanjiang's unwavering certainty that it was a son, she felt relieved. It's nothing. I'm going to find my wife. She's still waiting for me. Pai Yangyang wrote down a prescription, instructed on how to take it, and then prepared to go find Su Swecking and Zhengli. Okay, Dr. Pai will go first. I still need to have a conference call with a few directors to inform them about the additional investment. Meng Qingfeng nodded and personally saw Pai Yangyang out of the house. Suddenly, he asked suspiciously, Dr. Pai, what about the Qin family? The Qin family has nothing to do with me anymore. You can decide what to do yourself. Pai Yangyang knew what he wanted to say, so he answered directly. Before leaving, he added, When we meet later, don't reveal that you and I know each other. I still want to teach some people a lesson, and it won't be fun if they find out that you and I know each other. Meng Qingfeng immediately nodded. Don't worry, Dr. Pai, I understand. At this moment, in the hall, Su Sueking and Zheng Li were being besieged by a group of people led by Yi Yafan. Su Sueking, you have very high standards. You don't even like my younger brother? Yi Yafan approached Su Sueking and said coldly. Su Sueking met her gaze without fear and calmly said, It's because the Yi family's threshold is too high that I dare not presume to join them. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. Hua Liubin, who was following closely behind Yi Yafan, snorted and said. Su Sueking didn't care and didn't even glance at him. I heard. You actually fell for a gigolo, a kept man. He was just kicked out of his house by his ex-wife, and you couldn't wait to get a marriage certificate with him. Is that true? Yi Yafan, however, had no intention of letting Su Sueking off so easily, and asked with a look of disdain. Zheng Li couldn't help but ask, What's it to you? Who are you talking to? Yi Yafan frowned immediately and said angrily, Humph, how dare you interrupt Miss Yi when she's speaking? Qin Yuyu finally seized the opportunity and quickly showered him with compliments. He dared not hope that Yi Yafan would pay attention to him. I just wanted to seize the opportunity to leave an impression on her. Zheng Li's expression changed. She was not afraid of Qin Yuyu, but Yi Yafan's aura was too strong, and she felt a little scared. Who is so domineering that they don't even give people the right to speak? Just as Su Sueking and Zheng Li were caught in a dilemma, a solemn voice rang out. Chapter 61 Raising the Stakes. Everyone turned around and saw Pai Yangyang striding over. Yi Yafan's expression faltered slightly when she first saw Pai Yangyang. A glint of wolfish light flashed in his eyes, like a beast spotting its prey. Qin Yuyu's lips twitched as he glared at Pai Yangyang, his teeth clenched in hatred. Whenever he sees Pai Yangyang, he is reminded of the time when Pai Yangyang slapped him twice and threw him into the trash can. Upon seeing Pai Yangyang appear, Su Sueking, who had been anxious and uneasy, immediately calmed down. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this man gave her a sense of security. And who are you? Yi Yafan looked at Pai Yangyang, her tone softening considerably. Pai Yangyang then noticed her, glanced at her indifferently, and said calmly, Pai Yangyang. Miss Yi, he's the gigolo you described, the freeloader. But I'll add one more thing. He's also a charlatan who only knows how to scam old men and women. Qin Yuyu said with a disdainful look. With Yi Yafan around, he was no longer afraid of Pai Yangyang. Moreover, with so many people at today's investment promotion conference, he didn't believe Pai Yangyang would dare to hit him again. Today he's going to humiliate Pai Yangyang in front of everyone and vent his anger. Yi Yafan frowned slightly, her expression instantly turning cold. You're the one who stole my brother's fiancée at my brother's wedding banquet. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. Let me correct you. Su Sueking and I had already registered our marriage before the engagement banquet. So, what I did wasn't stealing her, but rather taking my wife home. Yi Yafan's lips twitched. Clearly, she was somewhat angry at this moment. Shameless. The Su family and the Yi family have a pre-existing marriage agreement. It was clearly you who interfered. Hua Liubin said disdainfully. Su Sueking, you betrayed my brother and the Yi family for a man like this? Yi Yafan stared at Su Sueking and said coldly. Su Sueking remained remarkably calm. She stepped forward and gently took Pai Yanjiang's arm, saying indifferently, I never agreed to the marriage between the Yi and Su families. It was forced upon me by both sets of parents. I don't want to be a sacrifice for my family. I have the right to choose my own future. Is that wrong? You could do this to anyone else. Yi Yafan's expression was icy, her eyes filled with chilling intent. But this is my Yi family. What's wrong with the Yi family? Does the Yi family have the right to force others to do things their way and be domineering and rude? Pai Yangyang sneered and said in a deep voice, You should know that offending the Yi family will definitely not end well. I think your Su family is in quite a bit of trouble right now, isn't it? Although Yi Yafan was furious, she quickly suppressed her anger and said coldly. Su Sueking's expression changed. Indeed, the Su family is facing an unprecedented predicament, and it's hard to say whether they can overcome this challenge. If she hadn't run into trouble, Miss Su wouldn't be here. Hua Liubin said coldly. Exactly. They're actually dreaming of getting investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. What a pipe dream. Qin Yuyu immediately added a sentence. You want to get investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce? Yi Yafan seemed intrigued, a slight smile appearing on her face as she asked with amusement. Su Sueking's expression was rather unpleasant. She secretly lamented that with Yi Yafan around, it was practically impossible to secure investment today. Although the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce holds a position in Xinjiang comparable to the 5 major families, and even comparable to the Yi family, it would never dare to openly offend the Yi family. Moreover, Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang were longtime friends. The Yi family had even helped Meng Qingfeng back then. With this relationship in place, Meng Qingfeng would never invest his funds in the Su family with just a word from the Yi family. Hua Liubin and Qin Yu looked at Pai Yangyang with smug satisfaction, their expressions full of schadenfreude. Hua Liubin, in particular, seemed to already see 5 million old men's heads laid out before him. What? Is that not allowed? Pai Yangyang asked, seemingly very curious. Hua Liubin, Qin Yu, and some people around them who were eager to flatter him burst into laughter. Is this person an idiot? How could they ask such a question? Don't they know the relationship between the Yi family and Meng Qingfeng? Don't they know the absolute influence the Yi family has in Xinjiang? What do you think? Hua Liubin laughed until his head hurt, and he covered his forehead as he said, ever since you snatched the bride at the hotel last time, look around Xinjiang. Who would dare to invest in the Su family? Su Sweking's temples were already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, she felt utterly hopeless. If she can't secure investment today, her grandfather will take back all of her family's shares in the Su group by tomorrow at the latest. Moreover, she never had the chance to return to the position of CEO. To make matters worse, she had also unwittingly agreed to Pai Yanjiang's request and made a bet of 5 million with Hua Liubin. That's because they lack foresight. Pai Yangyang puffed out his chest and held his head high, looking completely smug. I bet that in less than 3 years, the Su family will stand at the pinnacle of Xinjiang. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Is this some kind of clown sent by the monkeys? Doesn't he know what kind of situation the Su family is in right now? Don't you know that the real summit of Xinjiang belongs to the Yi family? Yi Yafan also laughed, a disdainful laugh. At first, she was amazed by Pai Yanjiang's handsome appearance and wondered how she could have the opportunity to play poker with him. Who would have thought that beneath that handsome exterior lay a brain-dead mind? Pai Yangyang, don't think about how the Su family will become the pinnacle of Xinjiang. Think about how you're going to come up with the 5 million you lost to me later. Hua Liubin laughed until he cried. This idiot deserved to lose to death. Qin Yuja looked extremely unwell. Although these matters had little to do with her, Pai Yangyang was, after all, her ex-husband. Seeing him make such a fool of himself, she reaffirmed her decision. Fortunately, she insisted on divorce back then, otherwise, she might be the one making a fool of herself today. 5 million. What 5 million? Yi Yafan asked curiously. He said the Su family would receive investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, so I bet 5 million with him. Hua Liubin said excitedly. Yi Yafan gave an, oh, looked at Pai Yangyang with disdain, and asked, are you so sure the Su family can get the investment? Pai Yangyang said without hesitation, yes, not only can we get it, we can get 500 million. Ha! Hundreds of people in the hall were laughing so hard they were doubled over, some even clutching their stomachs and cramping up from laughing. 500 million. You really dare to say that? Hua Liubin finally managed to stop laughing. You probably don't know that the highest investment the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce can get today is only 300 million, right? Even if the Su family can actually get the investment, the maximum is only 300 million. Pai Yangyang looked at him with amusement, a glint in his eyes, and asked, young Master Hua, since that's the case, do you dare to raise the stakes? Hua Liubin is such a sucker. He owes more than 100 billion yuan for baby formula, and he's determined to get as much of it back as possible today. Raise the stakes. Hua Liubin stared wide-eyed. Is this insane? They still haven't figured out the situation, yet they dare to increase their bets? Su Sweking's lips twitched, her heart pounding. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to bankrupt me? Yes, do you dare? Pai Yanjiang's eyes were clear, and his expression was resolute. Hua Liubin's face twisted in pain. How could he, the eldest son of the Hua family, be frightened by Pai Yangyang? Moreover, this is a gamble where you can't lose. Only a fool wouldn't gamble on it. Okay, how much do you want to add? 10 million. Pai Yangyang spoke without hesitation. He didn't dare say too much, fearing that this young Master Hua might not be able to produce it when the time came. Hua Liubin was startled and looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously. 10 million? You can come up with that. Pai Yangyang gently put his arm around Su Sweking's soft waist and smiled. Isn't my wife here? Su Sweking's body trembled slightly, and she immediately felt a black line appear on her forehead. Chapter 62, Don't Tear the Engine Room Apart. Does this guy think I'm a bank where I can withdraw money anytime? 10 million? She'd probably have to go back and sell her house. However, Su Swecking did not object, but forced a smile. Yes, if my husband loses, I will take responsibility. Now I have no way out. Whether I lose 5 million or 10 million, I still lose, so I don't care how much it is anymore. Pa, 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 how could your husband possibly lose? Pa Yangyang quickly spat 3 times. I was hoping to earn some money for baby formula today. Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing pain shot through his waist, and he couldn't help but cry out in agony. He turned to look at Su Swecking with a grimacing grin. This woman is really ruthless. The cost of baby formula? Qin Yuja looked at Su Swecking suspiciously, feeling as if she had swallowed a dead fly. She's already pregnant after only a few days? Or have they actually been together behind my back all along? Pa Yangyang had been working on her for over a year without any results, so how come he got a bullseye with a different target? For some reason, a faint sense of humiliation welled up inside me. Okay, I'll bet. Hua Liubin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked Su Swecking up and down. Damn it, the more you gamble, the better. If you can't pay up, you'll have to use people as collateral. I've never had sex with a pregnant woman before. He thought to himself, becoming more and more pleased with himself. Now he actually hopes that Su Swecking really won't be able to come up with the money. That would be interesting. I'll bet 10 million too. Yi Yafan said coldly. If not now, when? You, Su Swecking, used to always be the one who dominated me, didn't you? Today I'll make you kneel before me. Su Swecking's body trembled slightly. Her face turned pale instantly, and she quickly tried to pinch Pa Yangyang. But it was too late. Okay, I'll take it. Pa Yanjiang's eyes lit up, like a wolf seeing fresh meat. He was so excited. Even Qin Yuyu was tempted, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'll bet 100,000 too. Uff! Pa Yangyang burst out laughing, staring at Qin Yuyu in astonishment. Qin Yuyu felt many surprised looks from those around him, and his face instantly turned red. But he still said confidently, Do you dare to accept? Pa Yangyang looked at him like he was a sand sculpture. I've already taken 20 million. Why would I care about your measly 100,000? Even a mosquito's leg, though small, is still meat. There's no other way. We have to earn money for baby formula little by little. All right, since you're my ex-brother-in-law, I'll accept. Qin Yuja's lips twitched, and she glared fiercely at Pa Yangyang. Can you come up with that much money? If not, don't gamble with people. She couldn't help but say it with disdain. Su Swecking gradually calmed down, looked up at her, and forced a smile, saying, Don't worry, ex-wife. You don't need to worry about my husband. If he really loses, I'll buy a house and a car to help him pay off the debt. Qin Yuja was immediately embarrassed and could only huff angrily. Many people around were also tempted, and they said one after another, I'll bet 1 million. Are you in or not? I have 500,000. I also have 500,000. Good heavens, this is a pack of hungry wolves that have spotted a lone rabbit, and they all want to pounce on it and take a bite. Su Swecking felt a chill run down her spine. She had already spoken out of turn, and it was too late to take it back. But Pa Yangyang was even more excited than these people. With Su Swecking as his strong support, he accepted all comers. Anyway, these idiots are scrambling to give him money for baby formula, so why not take it? Granny Lee, write this down on your phone. The money for the baby formula depends on them. I don't earn money easily, so please don't forget to write it down. That face. He's such a money grubber who's fallen into a pile of gold ingots. Zheng Li was so angry her mouth cramped, and she said hatefully, Pai booby, if you yell again, I'll bite you to death. Pa Yangyang chuckled. If you want to bite me, you'll have to wait until we get back. Let's put the bill on the table first. Put it on the table. Although Zheng Li was angry, she still took out her phone and wrote them down one by one. After recording everything and doing the statistics, wow, it's nearly 50 million. We've struck it rich. Pa Yanjiang's eyes were full of little stars. He was overflowing with happiness. Just then, a deep voice rang out. Hey, what's all this commotion about? Everyone immediately turned to look and saw Meng Qingfeng, with a beaming smile, leading a young couple in their early 30s as they strode in. President Meng is here. Someone shouted. Everyone immediately dispersed and applauded to welcome Meng Qingfeng's arrival. Uncle Meng, hello. Yi Yafan greeted him politely. Meng Qingfeng smiled and nodded. The Yi family's niece is back. It seems that today's investment promotion conference has attracted a golden phoenix. Then, his gaze swept across the room and landed on Pa Yangyang. Remembering Pa Yanjiang's previous instructions, and fearing that someone would notice something amiss, she quickly looked away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Meng Qingfeng strode to the main chair at the front and sat down, while the man and woman sat at a table that had been prepared in advance and turned on their computers. The president of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce certainly has an extraordinary presence. Please sit down. After Meng Qingfeng sat down, he pointed to a chair in the hall and said, Miss Yi, please go ahead. Hua Liubin bowed and scraped, pointing to the center of the room, and said obsequiously to Yi Yafan. Yi Yafan walked over and sat down with an air of arrogance, then pointed to the seat next to her and said to Hua Liubin, You can sit here. Hua Liubin was so happy, he almost jumped out of his skin and quickly scurried over to sit down. Although he was also the eldest son of one of the 5 major families, it was still an honor for him to sit with Yi Yafan. Amidst the envious gazes of the men, he sat down smugly next to Yi Yafan. Su Sueking pulled Pai Yangyang directly to the back row. Since no one wanted to sit in the same row as them anyway, I might as well be sensible and do what I'm supposed to do. When Meng Qingfeng on the stage saw that Pai Yangyang had actually sat at the very back, the corner of his mouth twitched. But then he remembered Pai Yanjiang's hint and held back, saying nothing. President Su, over 40 million. This, even selling the house wouldn't be enough. Zhang Li stared at the numbers on her phone, her face dark, and frowned as she spoke. Su Sueking's heart was pounding, and she looked worried. Of course she knew that more than 40 million yuan wouldn't be enough, let alone selling her house, even if she sold his parents' house. He's being ridiculous, he's ruined you. Zhang Li glared at Pai Yangyang and said in a low voice, How can you let him do this? He's not your real husband. Stop talking. Su Sueking was in a state of utter confusion. This is Pai Yanjiang's fault, but I also bear some responsibility. This is probably what they mean by being so concerned with saving face that you suffer for it. Now that things have come to this, she can only leave it to fate. Don't worry, I won't cheat my wife. Pai Yangyang said nonchalantly. Remember to settle the accounts for me later, don't forget anything. It's not easy for me to earn money for baby formula. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong with the soft flesh around his waist. He quickly shrank back a few feet and said with a pained expression, Honey, can you try pulling it somewhere else? That place is the engine room. If you damage it, the engine will be ruined. Zhang Li asked curiously, What engine room? Su Sueking rolled her eyes at Pai Yangyang and said in a low voice, Don't listen to his nonsense. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Pai Yangyang chuckled. Just then, Meng Qingfeng spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Tonglong Chamber of Commerce Investment Promotion Conference is now beginning. First of all, on behalf of all the shareholders of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you all. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Chapter 63, Are you trying to get something for nothing? The room immediately fell silent, and everyone's eyes were on Meng Qingfeng. Su Sueking was extremely nervous. This was her last hope. If she fails to secure investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce today, she will officially step down as CEO of the Su Group. At the same time, all of her father's shares in the group will be revoked. Tragically, she also had to sell her house and car to pay off Pai Yanjiang's gambling debts. But Pai Yangyang looked relaxed, even a little bored, and took out his phone to play with it intently. Zhang Li glared at Pai Yangyang fiercely, wishing she could go up and scratch his face until it was covered in bruises. She was already convinced that Su Sueking had no chance of getting investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. As in previous years, companies with funding needs will present their cases first, and then the Chamber of Commerce will make a decision based on the actual situation. Which company would like to present first? Su Sueking suddenly became agitated and tried to get up, but Pai Yangyang, who was playing a game, calmly said, What's the rush? Let them speak first. What's yours is yours anyway. Su Sueking glanced at him sideways, about to speak, when a young man stood up. President Meng, I am in Weiwei, CEO of Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group. Since everyone is being so modest, let me offer my humble opinion as a starting point. Meng Qingfeng nodded. Yes, President, please go ahead. Since its establishment, Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group has grown from a small workshop-style pharmaceutical company into the largest pharmaceutical group in Xinjiang. And at the beginning of this year, it successfully listed on the stock exchange, officially becoming a listed company. And Weiwei looked quite proud when introducing Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Indeed, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is a legend in the pharmaceutical industry. In less than 5 years since its establishment, it has become a giant in the pharmaceutical sector in Xinjiang and has successfully gone public. Moreover, there are rumors that the Yi family owns 30% of the company's shares, making them one of the major shareholders. Therefore, many people are optimistic about this emerging pharmaceutical company. Today, The company is thriving, and many families and companies are seeking to partner with them. Just before the hotel wedding abduction incident, the Su family and Guanghui Pharmaceutical also had a collaboration. More than 50% of the drugs produced by Sujia Pharmaceutical Company are manufactured by Guanghui Pharmaceutical. However, on the very day of the wedding robbery, Guanghui Pharmaceutical announced that it would cease manufacturing for the Su family and sever all business ties. Therefore, as An Weiwei described the situation of Guanghui Pharmaceutical Company, Su Sueking's heart sank, and she felt even more hopeless. Today, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is booming and has reached a period of explosive growth. The company has planned to build a world-class pharmaceutical plant to expand production and meet the ever-increasing market demand. Therefore, Guanghui Pharmaceutical urgently needs funds to ensure the construction of the new pharmaceutical plant. We hope that Tonglong Chamber of Commerce can cooperate with Guanghui Pharmaceutical and invest in Guanghui Pharmaceutical. That concludes my statement. And Weiwei finished speaking eloquently and confidently, and the whole audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Okay, we've taken notes of Guanghui Pharmaceutical's statement. Who's next to speak? Meng Qingfeng smiled, nodded, signaling the applause to stop, and asked again. President Meng, I am Qin Yuja, president of the Qin Group. I will now make a statement on behalf of the Qin Group. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yuja stood up, her expression calm and confident, and said. Before speaking, she deliberately turned her head to look at Su Sueking, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li. Please speak. Meng Qingfeng waved his hand in acknowledgement. The development of my Qin Group is evident to all. 3 years ago, my Qin family was not even a fifth-tier family. After I took over as president of the Qin Group 3 years ago, the Qin Group is now completely different. And my Qin family, thanks to the Qin Group, has squeezed into the ranks of third-tier families. Qin Yuja was also full of confidence, and her tone clearly contained pride. Indeed, the Qin Group nearly went bankrupt 3 years ago and was heavily indebted. When the family was in crisis, they appointed Qin Yuja as president. After 3 years, the Qin Group can be described as being reborn from the ashes, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. As a result, the Qin family rose rapidly to the top of the third-tier families, showing great potential to challenge the second-tier families. Qin Yuja has thus been listed among the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Xinjiang for 2 consecutive years. Moreover, the Qin Group is on a strong growth momentum, and within 3 years, the Qin family will inevitably become a second-tier family in Xinjiang. Currently, the medicinal herb base of my Qin Group is undergoing a large-scale expansion, adding several hundred acres of plantations for precious medicinal herbs, and is preparing to introduce the world's most advanced equipment to begin production. Everything is ready except for the final push. If the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce can invest in my Qin Group, it will greatly contribute to the prosperity and development of my Qin Group, and our cooperation will definitely be a win-win situation. That concludes my presentation. Qin Yuja had already given this matter considerable thought. She had rehearsed these words countless times in her mind. She spoke with full confidence and sincerity, without the slightest hesitation. Although she knew that with the help of the Hua family, she would definitely be able to secure investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce today, she still had to try her best to demonstrate her abilities. Only in this way can we prove that Pai Yangyang is not good enough for her at all, and prove that we are no worse than Su Sueking. Alright, we've done our research on the Qin Group's development, and it's indeed showing strong momentum and great potential. Mr. Qin, please have a seat. Meng Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his tone full of appreciation. Qin Yuja breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Meng Qingfeng's expression and tone of voice, she should be able to secure the investment for today. Qin Yuyu also noticed this and happily said to Qin Yuja, Sister, it seems there's no problem. As long as we get this investment, my Qin Group will take off. Qin Yuja glared at him and said in a low voice, Can you calm down? Chairman Meng hasn't given his approval yet. Everything is still uncertain. What's unknown about it? With Hua Xiao involved, this investment is definitely going to be fine. Qin Yuyu said defiantly. Qin Yuja glanced at Hua Liubin sitting in the front row, and her lips twitched slightly. Although she didn't like Pai Yangyang, she also didn't like Hua Liubin. He was usually incredibly attentive to her, but the moment Yi Yafan appeared, he completely forgot about her. You can never rely on a man like that. Next, 2 more companies gave their presentations, each boasting about their company's growth potential, and then saying they needed funds to expand production. Meng Qingfeng answered with a smile, indicating that he had already written it down. Does anyone else want to speak? If you miss this opportunity today, you'll have to wait until next year. Meng Qingfeng glanced at everyone and said loudly. Seeing that no one was speaking, Su Sueking tidied her hair and was about to stand up. But just as she stood up halfway, Yi Yafan suddenly stood up and said, President Meng, I am Yi Yafan, and I would like to make a statement. Meng Qingfeng's brow twitched, and he looked somewhat taken aback. What is this old lady doing causing trouble? He muttered to himself. Given her relationship with Yi Yuanyang, if Yi Yafan really wanted to invest, it would be a huge problem. He asked hesitantly, Miss Yi, you represent the Yi family? No, I speak for myself. Yi Yafan gave a very affirmative answer. Meng Qingfeng thought for a moment, then forced a smile. Well, what are your thoughts? Seeing Yi Yafan get up, Su Sueking's face turned pale instantly, and her back was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 64 My ex-wife didn't give you enough bones. Su Sueking knew, of course, that the relationship between Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang was extraordinary. Even without this connection, if the Yi family needed investment, Meng Qingfeng would definitely give them face. Although the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce may not be inferior to the Yi family in terms of status, it still has to give them face. We're doomed. Yi Yafan is definitely targeting us. Zheng Li sighed and said in despair. Pai Yangyang sensed Su Sueking's despair, and while continuing to play Candy Crush, he said nonchalantly, As the company president, you need to have composure. Until the very last moment, no one knows what the outcome will be. Zheng Li glared at him and said irritably, Do you really think we can snatch the investment from Yi Yafan? Pai Yangyang said calmly, That's not necessarily true. Su Sueking said sadly, You're really bold. That's the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Putting that aside, Chairman Meng and Yi Yafan's father, Yi Yuanyang, are close friends. Do you think he would risk offending the Yi family to invest in us? Zheng Li said anxiously. You actually set up a bet with them. Nearly 50 million. Aren't you trying to rip off President Su? Pai Yangyang remained nonchalant. Hasn't Chairman Meng not made a decision yet? Su Sueking said weakly. Forget it. There's no use blaming him. I can only blame myself for being blinded by greed and dragging him to get the marriage certificate. I only have myself to blame. As she spoke, she became somewhat saddened and tried to get up and leave the venue. If she doesn't leave now, Yi Yafan, Qin Yuja, and others will inevitably ridicule her when the results come out. She didn't want to stay and become a laughingstock for them. Want to leave. But as soon as she lifted her bottom, Pai Yangyang grabbed her little hand. Don't forget, you guaranteed my bet with them. Even if you want to leave now, do you think they'll let you go? Su Sueking was filled with despair, and her eyes reddened. They couldn't leave, and if they stayed, they would inevitably face humiliation from Yi Yafan and the others. That's not the worst part. The worst part is how he's going to come up with the more than 40 million he lost. However, Pai Yangyang is right. Just as she was about to get up, several people who had placed bets turned around and looked at her warily. There's no way to leave now. The only thing we can do now is wait for the outcome. President Meng, I once ran a cosmetics company in country E, and in just 1 year, I grew the company to a market value of 10 million euros. But I feel that I am from Xinjiang, and I should come back to contribute to the development of my hometown. Therefore, I decisively sold the cosmetics company and plan to invest in a cosmetics company in Xinjiang that integrates research and development, production, and sales. I need the support of Tonglong Chamber of Commerce and Chairman Meng. If Chairman Meng believes in my abilities, please invest 100 million in my new company. Yi Yafan stated this with great confidence. Meng Qingfeng's expression changed several times, and he was very uneasy at this moment. He had to keep his promise to Pai Yangyang, because he knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend this miracle doctor if he wanted to ensure the safe birth of his child. But this would inevitably offend the Yi family. The key question is, how would he explain this to Yi Yuanyang? Ms. Yi, may I ask what your company is called? Just as he was in a dilemma, a curious voice suddenly rang out. The sound was so abrupt that everyone was startled and turned to look at Pai Yangyang, who was playing a game with his head down. That was what he said. Yi Yafan bit her lip lightly, turned to Pai Yangyang with some annoyance, and said, It's not officially established yet, so we haven't decided on a name. Pai Yangyang finally put down his phone, slowly stood up, stretched, and said calmly, Oh, so Miss Yi is planning to get something for nothing? May I ask, is this business method something you learned abroad? The voice was flat, but it sounded extremely harsh to Yi Yafan. Her face darkened, and she said coldly, What do you mean by that? Pai Yangyang said without any fear, Is it hard to understand? It's just the literal meaning. What do you know about business operations? Yi Yafan trembled with anger, and even her voice trembled. I may not understand, but I do know that Tanglong Company's investments must be made in real projects. Your company hasn't even been established yet. What if you're a fraudster? Wouldn't Tanglong Chamber of Commerce's investment be completely lost? Pai Yangyang said confidently. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The eldest daughter of the Yi family is a fraud. Has this kid lost his mind? Zheng Li was so frightened that her face changed color. She quickly tugged at Pai Yanjiang's pants and whispered scoldingly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Sit down right now." But Pai Yangyang remained unmoved and calmly said, "I'm telling the truth. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you afraid? You won't rest until you've killed President Su? Is that it?" Zheng Li was completely panicked. If she really angered Yi Yafan, not to mention today's investment, the tens of millions of yuan in gambling funds alone would be enough to give Su Sweking a hard time. Su Sweking was also very anxious, but when she heard what Pai Yangyang said, she felt that it was not unreasonable and that it was indeed the case. "Kid, I think you're crazy. You dare say Miss Yi is a fraud?" Hua Liubin found another opportunity to show off, staring at Pai Yangyang and coldly reprimanding him. "What? My ex-wife didn't give you enough bones, so you found another master?" Pai Yangyang looked at him coldly, his face full of disdain. Hua Liubin's face instantly darkened with anger, and he roared, "Pai Yangyang, I think you're courting death. Don't you even know where you are? How dare you spout nonsense here? All right, everyone, stop arguing." Seeing that the scene was somewhat chaotic, Meng Qingfeng spoke solemnly. Everyone immediately fell silent. Hua Liubin snorted heavily and sat down angrily. Pai Yangyang sat down with a calm expression and said to Su Sweking, "It's your turn to speak." Zheng Li said softly, "Is there any need to make a statement?" Su Sweking's face looked rather pale. At this moment, she was completely desperate. The current situation is quite clear. Not only can they not compete with Yi Yafan, but they might not even be able to compete with An Weiwei or Qin Yuja. Are you really going to give up like this? That's not like you, Su Sweking. Seeing that Su Sweking's face was pale, and she had been silent, Pai Yangyang said in a low voice. But Su Sweking still didn't have the courage to stand up. Since it's already clear that there's no hope, any further explanation will only be seen as a clown's performance by others. "President Meng, it seems that only a few of our companies have funding needs. You can make the decision now." Yi Yafan was also quite angry, but she suppressed her anger and sat down again. Seeing that Meng Qingfeng remained silent, as if he was stalling for time, he urged him impatiently. Meng Qingfeng frowned slightly and looked at Pai Yangyang and Su Sweking. Although he had promised Pai Yangyang that he would invest in Su Sweking, he needed Su Sweking to give a presentation before he could proceed. We can't just give Su Sweking a 500 million investment without her ever mentioning that she needs funds, can we? But Su Sweking was still hesitant. "Chicken out," Pai Yangyang said again in a low voice, his tone somewhat disdainful. "If no one else has spoken, then I will have to make a decision." Meng Qingfeng broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to steel himself and announce that he would invest 500 million yuan in Su Sweking. But at this moment, Su Sweking gritted her teeth and stood up. "And me, Su Sweking, representing the Su Group, will also speak." Chapter 65, Still Daydreaming. Everyone turned around in astonishment to look at Su Sweking. A slight smile appeared on Pai Yanjiang's lips. This woman actually needed to be provoked to stand up. "All right, Miss Su, please go ahead." Meng Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. If the investment is forcibly given to Su Sweking, not only will his reputation be damaged, but the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce will also be questioned. "President Meng, I think there's no need for the Su family to make a statement, is there?" But before Su Sweking could speak, Hua Liubin said in a sarcastic tone. Meng Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, his gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone has the right to make a statement. Since Miss Su wishes to make a statement, I will naturally allow it." "President Meng, don't you know the situation with the Su family?" Hua Liubin wasn't about to let it go, and pressed on. "The Su family is facing an unprecedented crisis, and their finances are in serious trouble. Moreover, the Su family broke off the engagement and betrayed their promise. Is such a family worth investing in by the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce? Furthermore, Su Sweking is no longer the president of the Su Group. What qualifications does she have to represent the Su Group?" Hua Liubin's explanation was very convincing. After finishing, he glanced at everyone smugly and said loudly, "What do you all think? Isn't that right? Hua Xiao is right. The Tanglong Chamber of Commerce only invests in excellent businesses. The Su Group is a company on the verge of collapse. How can the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce take such a risk?" Qin Yuyu immediately echoed. Although he was certain that Su Sueking would not get the investment, he would never let go of any opportunity to annoy Pai Yangyang. And Wai Wei chimed in. I agree with what Hua Xiao said. Chairman Meng, the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce needs to be cautious with its investments. Following suit, several other company executives and family representatives also expressed their support for Hua Liubin. Hua Liubin became even more smug, turning to look at Pai Yangyang with a clear meaning in his expression. Let's see how you manage to get investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. I'll make sure you don't even have a chance to explain yourself. Seeing that almost everyone was criticizing the Su Group, Meng Qingfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. This scene, on the contrary, ignited Su Sueking's fighting spirit. You won't let me say it? Fine, I'll say it anyway. Chairman Meng, Ms. Yi's company has not even been established yet, but she can still make a statement. My Su Group has been based in Xinjiang for decades. As a member of the Su Group, am I not allowed to make a statement? She quickly calmed down and spoke solemnly. This question immediately turned Yi Yafan's face ashen. Ms. Su, please proceed. Meng Qingfeng didn't want them to argue any further, so he quickly said something. Su Sueking organized her thoughts and said, My Su Group has indeed encountered some problems. That's because we have been jointly suppressed by some families led by the Yi family and companies led by Guanghui Pharmaceutical. However, the Su family has been established in Xinjiang for decades, and the efforts of 3 generations cannot simply collapse like this. Now, the pharmaceutical company under my Su Group is willing to raise 500 million yuan by offering 20% of its shares. If Chairman Meng trusts the Su family, please invest the funds. I firmly believe that with our joint efforts, we will definitely overcome the difficulties and achieve glory. After she finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, and there was no applause. Su Sueking, have you gone mad? But soon, Hanayagi Bin broke the silence. How much has your Su Group's pharmaceutical company invested in total? Less than 2 billion, right? And you're saying you're raising 500 million with only a 20% stake. Exactly. Do you really think your Su Group is some kind of hot commodity? I'm afraid, even if you throw in 500 million, you won't hear a sound, right? Do you think Chairman Meng is a fool to make such a decision? Qin Yuyu immediately retorted sarcastically. However, he didn't notice that Meng Qingfeng's expression was extremely unpleasant when he said those words. I'm going to invest this 500 million in the Su Group. You're just calling me an idiot for saying that. Ms. Su, you probably don't understand the situation. The total investment for this Tonglong Chamber of Commerce project is only 300 million. You're saying you want to raise 500 million? Do you think that's possible? And Wai Wei added a sentence. Yes, I think she's just here to be funny. Haha, Pai Yangyang, I think you'd better figure out how to compensate us. I've staked 500,000, and I won't let you down a single penny. Damn it, I should have bet 1 million. What a waste of a chance. I really don't know what Su Sueking was thinking, actually giving up young Master Yi and choosing such a fool. She's been really screwed over. Some of those who had placed bets immediately became smug. They seemed to already see a bunch of bright red old men's heads laid out in front of them. Qin Yuyu looked at Qin Yujo with a pained expression and said regretfully, Sis, if only you had lent me 1 million yuan in the first place. I could have bought a Porsche. Hua Liubin smiled too. Winning 10 million was far too easy. Pai Yangyang looked at them as if they were idiots and said calmly, Just remember this, so you don't end up not knowing how much you should pay. Idiot, still daydreaming. Wait and see how he cries. Immediately, someone scoffed and cursed. Quiet, quiet. Meng Qingfeng was completely overwhelmed. He had anticipated that things would get a bit chaotic today, but he hadn't expected everyone to be targeting Su Sueking and Pai Yangyang, which was giving him a real headache. We'll take a half-hour break now. I need to hold a conference call with all the shareholders to finalize the investment targets. Once everyone had quieted down, Meng Qingfeng said something and got up to walk outside. Pai Yangyang, I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. At this point, you're still hoping for a miracle? Hua Liubin looked at Pai Yangyang with a smug expression and said. Pai Yangyang smiled calmly. Let's see who's shedding tears in half an hour. You're being stubborn. Can't you see the situation? Do you still think the Su family can get this investment? Hua Liubin sneered. Without a second thought, Pai Yangyang firmly stated, Of course, this investment must go to my wife. Ha! His words made everyone burst into laughter. Pai Yangyang, I originally thought you were just a lazy bum, but I never expected you to be so shameless. It seems my decision back then was right. You're just a useless piece of trash. Qin Yuja glanced coldly at Pai Yangyang and said with a look of disgust. Pai Yanjiang's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, Qin Yuja, you will soon find out that the trash in your eyes will become someone you can't reach. Qin Yu was practically laughing hysterically. You? You think you're some kind of master just because you fooled a few old men and women. Pai Yangyang smiled coldly and said nothing more. You can't talk to a frog in a well about the sea or a summer insect about ice. Talking to these people is a complete waste of breath. Although Su Swecking initially spoke those words forcefully, once she calmed down, she still felt that a miracle was impossible. She sat there listlessly, without saying a word, and it was impossible to know what she was thinking. She seemed not to hear the surrounding whispers, jeers, and mockery at all. Yi Yafan remained silent, sitting there with a confident expression. Several young people surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Miss Yi, you have created a miracle in country Yi. Now that you have returned to Qingjiang, I believe you will soon become a legendary figure in Qingjiang's business world. Ms. Yi, when your company is established, if you need help, you can consider me. Even if you ask me to be your driver, I'm willing to come. I'd be willing to be a security guard, let alone a driver, as long as it's at Miss Yi's company. Yes, I think I can already see a new company about to rise up in Qingjiang. Don't worry, Miss Yi will definitely be involved in Tonglong Company's investment this time. Yi Yafan looked smug and enjoyed the flattery from her admirers. She felt like a princess in the spotlight, about to stand at the pinnacle of Qingjiang's business world. Chapter 66: The Shocking Result. The so-called conference call is just an excuse. Meng Qingfeng wields absolute power within the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Those shareholders were all brothers he had made together during his early days building his empire in Qingjiang. Whatever decision he makes, these brothers will support him unconditionally. Therefore, the so-called communication was just a pretext. The decision to invest 500 million in the Su family had actually been passed before he even went to the meeting. He went back to the backyard, where he actually lay on He Nanzan's belly, wanting to hear the baby's voice. Old Ming, you can't go back on your promise to Dr. Pai. Without him, we wouldn't have this child. And for this child to be born safely, we still need Dr. Pai's help. He Nanzan looked at Meng Qingfeng and began to ramble on. Don't worry, how could I possibly offend Dr. Pai? He told me I'm destined to have 3 sons. I still have 2 sons to rely on him for. You'd better make me proud. Meng Qingfeng said with certainty. I'm fine, and with Dr. Pai here, I can give birth to not only 3, but 5 for you. He Nanzan also said with great confidence. That's good. If you can give me 3 sons, I'll give your brother 10% of the company's shares and bring your parents to the city. I'll take care of them. Meng Qingfeng was in a great mood and said happily. Really? Thank you, honey. He Nanzan looked delighted. She came from a rural area. If it weren't for her good looks and especially her large size, which Meng Qingfeng thought would make her easy to bear children, how would she have had the chance to enter the Meng family? With Meng Qingfeng's promise, her family would enjoy a comfortable life once the child was born. I really don't know what Miss Qin was thinking. She wanted to divorce such a good man as Dr. Pai. If they hadn't divorced, the Qin Group could have secured this investment and might have truly risen to prominence. Suddenly, He Nanzan said with some regret. Qin Yuja is ambitious but unrealistic, unlikely to achieve great things. She believes her achievements over the years are all due to her own ability and hard work, but she probably doesn't realize that without Dr. Pai, how could the Qin Group have grown to its current size? Unfortunately, she still gave up her final opportunity with her own hands. Meng Qingfeng shook his head gently, deeply moved. Originally, Pai Yangyang had asked him to help invest 100 million yuan in the Qin Group some time ago. He readily agreed, so much so that when Hua Liubin's father came to him later, he didn't immediately deny it, but instead told him that the Qin Group's investment was part of his plan. But to his surprise, Qin Yuja and Pai Yangyang suddenly divorced. In his view, Qin Yuja had personally pushed away an immense fortune. Now that Pai Yangyang has become Su Swecking's husband, Meng Qingfeng will naturally do everything he can to help Su Swecking in order to achieve his goal of having 3 sons. The two chatted for a while longer. Meng Qingfeng checked his watch, stood up, and said, It's been half an hour. I should go and make the announcement. When Meng Qingfeng returned to the venue, the once bustling hall instantly fell silent. After some discussion, these people unanimously agreed that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's 300 million yuan investment would be allocated to Qin's Group, Yi Yafan, and Guanghui Pharmaceutical. As for the Su family, no one thought they had a chance of getting investment. President Meng, please announce it. Before Meng Qingfeng could even stand on the stage, Yi Yafan urged him on. Meng Qingfeng glanced around the room and said, After a comprehensive analysis of everyone's actual situation by myself and all the shareholders, We believe that the potential of Qin's group, Ms. Yi, and Guanghui Pharmaceutical is indeed quite good. Upon hearing this, almost everyone wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Some people are already overjoyed and starting to plan how to spend the money they won. But Su Sueking and Zheng Li's expressions immediately turned extremely ugly, and they were very frustrated. Even though I had expected this outcome, it was still hard to accept when it was actually announced. Oh no, over 40 million. How are we going to pay this back? Su Sueking was covered in cold sweat and felt like she was about to collapse. With over 40 million yuan, her family will never have a chance to recover. Pai Yangyang, say something. Aren't you a big talker? You even said that President Su would definitely get 500 million in investment today. You actually dared to make a bet with someone. I think you're crazy. Zheng Li vented all her resentment on Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang glanced at her indifferently and said, "As the company's secretary, the first thing you need to do is remain calm and composed. I'm not even in a hurry, so why are you so anxious?" Zheng Li was so angry that her chest heaved, and she almost couldn't hold her breath. "All right, that's enough," Su Sueking said weakly. Zheng Li then glared at Pai Yangyang and stopped talking. "Thank you, Chairman Meng." Qin Yuja was overjoyed and stood up impatiently, her face beaming. With this investment of 100 million yuan, the Qin Group will surely reach new heights under her leadership. She gave Hua Liubin a grateful look. "Yuja, I told you, you would definitely get the investment. See, I was right." Hua Liubin quickly came over to fawn over her. "With this investment of 100 million, won't you, Qin Yuja, obediently become my woman?" He's absolutely smitten. He won 10 million from Pai Yangyang and also got Qin Yuja. It's like he's got both wealth and beauty. At this moment, he was already fantasizing about what positions to use tonight and whether he should try something more exciting. Although Qin Yuja didn't particularly like him, she was genuinely grateful to Hua Liubin for what happened today. At least, this man can help her succeed, unlike Pai Yangyang, who is good for nothing except washing clothes and cooking. Some people have already started congratulating Yi Yafan and Nwy Wei, as if everything is already a done deal. "Everyone, please don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet." Seeing the chaotic scene, Meng Qingfeng frowned and shouted again. The room fell silent again. Hua Liubin said, "President Meng, whether we announce it or not is no longer important. We already know the result." Meng Qingfeng was annoyed by Hua Liubin's repeated interruptions and said somewhat unhappily, "Oh, then tell me, what was the result?" Hua Liubin said, "The total investment is 300 million. Naturally, Miss Yi will contribute 100 million, the Qin family 100 million, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals 100 million. Meng Qingfeng suddenly smiled slightly, then slowly shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Shaking his head. What does that mean? Hua Liubin was also dumbfounded. What was going on? First of all, let me correct you. Following the conference call just now, our board of directors unanimously approved increasing this investment to 500 million. Meng Qifeng said in a calm and methodical manner. Up to 500 million? Then who's planning to give the remaining 200 million to? Hua Liubin asked in a trembling voice. Why even ask? It's definitely all for Miss Yi. Everyone has high hopes for Miss Yi's future, and the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce certainly won't let such an opportunity slip by. Someone said presumptuously. Meng Qingfeng shook his head again, and the entire room fell silent once more. Wrong. I only plan to invest these 500 million in one company. 1. Qin Yuja's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. If I had to choose one of the three, Yi Yafan would definitely be my first choice. Yi Yafan was also stunned. She didn't need that much money at all. She wanted to start a cosmetics company, but the initial investment of 100 million yuan was a bit too much. Her reason for accepting the investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce was purely to go against Su Sueking. Nwy Wei was also stunned. Guanghui Pharmaceutical couldn't absorb so much capital. President Meng, stop keeping us in suspense and just announce it? Yi Yafan was also puzzled. How could such a big change have occurred? She subconsciously turned her head to look at Su Sueking, and a bad feeling crept into her heart. Su Sueking and Zheng Li were also puzzled. Zheng Li said, It's not really that they're going to invest 500 million yuan in President Su, is it? Of all the companies and families that presented their information, only the Su Group had a funding need of 500 million yuan. But she immediately shook her head, finding the idea too fantastical. After discussion, we have finally decided to invest in Su's Group Pharmaceutical Company. Meng Qingfeng announced his final decision in a loud voice. The entire room fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned, as if someone had pressed the pause button. No way. Am I hallucinating? I think I heard Chairman Meng say that he wants to invest in the Su Group. A full half-minute later, someone asked in surprise. I also heard it's an investment in the Su Group. What? What's going on? How could it be an investment in the Su Group? This doesn't make sense. Why choose the declining Su Group instead of Miss Yi or the Qin Group and Guanghui Pharmaceutical, which are currently at their peak? Exclamations rose and fell. Everyone was utterly shocked. Yi Yafan and Qin Yuji's faces turned dark and gloomy, looking extremely ugly. Chapter 67. You're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? Su Sueking and Zheng Li were completely stunned. Even half a minute after Meng Qingfeng made the announcement, neither of them had reacted. All eyes were on them, their faces filled with disbelief. Happiness came so suddenly that Su Sueking found it hard to adapt. Honey, it's time to get up and give your acceptance speech. Pai Yangyang, in a very arrogant manner, grabbed her hand and stood up. At this moment, the two seemed to be surrounded by spotlights, becoming dazzling stars. Su Sueking asked, somewhat bewildered, answer speech. She quickly realized what was happening. Her little face flushed with excitement, and she bowed slightly to Meng Qingfeng, saying excitedly, Thank you, Chairman Meng, for this opportunity. And thank you to the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce for your trust in the Su Group. I will definitely make good use of this 500 million yuan to lead the Su Group out of its predicament. Meng Qingfeng nodded with a satisfied expression and said with a smile, Miss Su, I will personally bring the agreement to the Su Group tomorrow to discuss and sign it with you. Please be prepared. Su Sueking nodded happily. Okay, I'll be waiting for Chairman Meng at the company tomorrow. Very well, today's investment promotion meeting has been a great success. Thank you all again for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend. If there are any regrets, we can leave them for next year and look for opportunities to cooperate. Meng Qingfeng spoke very politely, but the expressions of Yi Yafan and Wai Wei, Qin Yuja, Hua Liubin, and others were indeed very unpleasant. This outcome was something they had never expected, and something they could not accept at all. He originally wanted to see Su Sueking and Pai Yangyang make a fool of themselves and win some money from them. Unexpectedly, he ended up becoming the laughingstock and even losing money. Tears welled up in Su Sueking's eyes. At that moment, her heart was churning with emotion, and her excitement was indescribable. Zheng Li was still in a daze, shaking her head violently several times, feeling that all of this was so unreal. Pai Yangyang grinned, unable to close his mouth. More than 40 million. He got it without lifting a finger. Although it's still a drop in the ocean compared to over 100 billion, if things continue this way, a trip to Ling Island during the Mid-Autumn Festival isn't entirely hopeless. Humph, didn't you say that your father and Chairman Meng had agreed that my Qin family could get an investment of 100 million? What's going on here? Qin Yuja's face was cold, her tone full of accusation, as she stared at Hua Liubin and asked. At this moment, she was in an extremely bad mood. She really couldn't understand why Meng Qingfeng would change his mind when Hua Liubin was so certain. Hua Liubin was so angry that his mouth twisted in disbelief. He still couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. He turned and glared at Pai Yangyang, then turned to look at Meng Qingfeng, who was about to leave. His cheeks twitched a few times, and he gritted his teeth and said, President Meng, isn't this wrong? Meng Qingfeng turned around, his expression instantly turning cold and stern, and asked in a deep voice, What's wrong? Hua Liubin was truly unwilling to accept that he had lost 10 million just like that. My dad told you before that you agreed to invest in the Qin family. How could you change your mind? Hua Liubin steeled himself and asked directly. Upon hearing this, many people in the room adopted a rather strange expression. Although everyone knew that there were inside stories behind Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's investments, it was still unbelievable to many that Hua Liubin would say it so openly. Meng Qingfeng's face also turned extremely ugly, dark and gloomy. He snorted coldly and said, Young Master Hua, you can't just say things like that. What you're saying is a slander against my Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, and it will also affect the reputation of your Hua family. The investments of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce are all agreed upon by the shareholders. How could I possibly agree to your father's request in private? He simply brushed it off, refusing to admit it to Hua Liubin's father even if he had actually contacted him. Qin Yuja's expression turned even uglier. At this point, Hua Liubin had become a complete liar in her mind. Hua Liubin broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, not daring to speak again. Because he knew in his heart that his father had indeed approached Meng Qingfeng, But Meng Qingfeng's answer was that if nothing unexpected happened, they could consider the Qin family. But an unexpected situation occurred. President Meng, I don't understand either. The Su Group's current predicament cannot be solved with 500 million yuan. All the families and companies in Xinjiang have terminated their cooperation with the Su Group. Investing money at this time is like a moth flying into a flame. Yi Yafan was also unwilling to give up, and she also bet 10 million. Moreover, her purpose in coming today was to prevent Su Sueking from securing investment, so as to vent Yi Fengliu's anger. However, things didn't go as planned. Su Sueking not only got it, but she got 500 million. This was something she found hard to accept. Miss Yi, are you saying I'm courting disaster? Meng Qingfeng's face remained dark. I know your Yi family is targeting the Su family, but I still believe in the Su family's potential. Also, this decision was made jointly by all the directors of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. It's already decided, and there's no point in discussing it further. After saying that, he strode outside. Xiaoning, see the guest out. As he reached the door, he called out in a solemn voice. The venue immediately erupted in excitement. Qin Yuja sat blankly in her chair, her face ashen, as if countless trucks were roaring through her mind. She was full of confidence. As long as she secured a 100 million yuan investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce today, she was confident she could lead the Qin family into the ranks of second-tier families in Xinjiang. But reality slapped her hard, hitting her face and her heart. Painful and humiliating. Su Sueking finally recovered and felt a chill on her back. Unbeknownst to her, a layer of cold sweat had seeped out on her back. Just now, she went from extreme sorrow to extreme joy, like riding a roller coaster, and almost lost her mind. Although it still feels unreal to this day, I have completely let go of the burden in my heart. Everyone left Ely Manor and came to the square outside, but they did not disperse. Granny Lee, bring out the accounts. It's time to collect the money. At this moment, bright red old man heads were flying everywhere in front of Pai Yanjiang's eyes, grinning with white teeth, their mouths agape. Surprisingly, Zhengli wasn't angry this time. Instead, she happily opened her phone and pulled up the bill she had prepared. Young Master Hua, Miss Yi, thank you for your support. Please transfer the money. Pai Yangyang led Su Sueking and Zheng Li to Hua Liubin and Yi Yafan, and said with a smug look on his face. At this moment, his expression was extremely irritating. Hua Liubin was so angry that he had a headache, foot pain, and even the tips of his hair hurt. He felt uncomfortable all over. 10 million. If his family finds out, I don't know how long they'll lock him up. Yi Yafan was also in pain all over her body, especially her chest, which felt like it was about to explode. She glared at Su Sueking and said through gritted teeth, Su Sueking, I never imagined you had such methods. Chairman Meng actually invested more money for your Su family. I really don't know how you did it. She said this with a clear hint of sarcasm. Although she was only questioning, it sounded different to others. Everyone looked at Su Sueking with suspicion. Could this number one beauty of Xinjiang have obtained the investment through some extraordinary means? Everyone knew perfectly well that the so-called extraordinary means involved Su Sueking's body. Miss Yi, don't worry about how my wife did it. Just transfer the money first. You, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, wouldn't renege on your debt, would you? Pai Yanjiang's eyes were sparkling. Yi Yafan had bet 10 million, and he had to get it back as soon as possible. You've already been cuckolded, and you're still thinking about this little bit of money? Yi Yafan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Su Sueking's expression changed, and she said coldly, Yi Yafan, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yafan sneered. What did I say? Don't you know? As he spoke, he looked at Pai Yangyang as if he were an idiot. Pai Yanjiang's smile gradually faded. Although he and Su Sueking were only married under a contract, everyone in Xinjiang now knows that Su Sueking is Pai Yanjiang's wife. To slander Su Sueking is to slap Pai Yangyang in the face, and he naturally wouldn't allow it. Explain yourself clearly. His expression turned cold, and his tone was imposing as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Chapter 68. A man still needs money. For some reason, Yi Yafan felt a pressing aura, which made her heart tighten. However, now that things have come to this point, she cannot simply back down. Why would Su Sueking be able to get a 500 million investment? Yi Yafan said disdainfully. Isn't it just because she's beautiful and has some men so infatuated that they recklessly give their money to the Su group without considering the consequences? You're spouting nonsense. Su Sueking's face turned pale with anger as she glared fiercely at Yi Yafan. Pai Yangyang curled his lips into a cold smile, looked Yi Yafan up and down with amusement, and said, I heard you're very capable. You founded a cosmetics company in a country all by yourself and earned 10 million euros in a year. What's so difficult about that? I was just doing that for fun while studying in country. This time I'm back in Xinjiang, ready to make a big splash. Upon hearing Pai Yanjiang's question, Yi Yafan immediately replied proudly. One big push might not be enough? I'm afraid we'll have to go through countless big pushes. Pai Yangyang clicked his tongue and shook his head, his expression quite strange. Yi Yafan was stunned, her face turned cold, and she said angrily, What? What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? Pai Yangyang waved his hand under his nose in disgust, and took 2 steps back, as if he had smelled something unpleasant. It's not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Yi Yafan's face was extremely ugly. She stared fiercely at Pai Yangyang, wishing she could rush up and scratch his face. Many people were completely bewildered, not understanding the meaning behind Pai Yanjiang's outrageous actions. Su Sueking and Zheng Li were also taken aback, looking at Yi Yafan with confusion and then at Pai Yangyang with suspicion. No matter how much perfume you wear, it can't hide the smell of salted fish on you. I think you should hurry up and go to the hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, your grand ambitions will lose the foundation for their realization. Pai Yangyang said with amusement. Immediately, many people around understood what was happening, and their gazes towards Yi Yafan became very strange. That's the eldest daughter of the Yi family, yet Pai Yangyang described her as so unbearable. However, no one noticed a hint of panic flashing deep in Yi Yafan's eyes. Because she knew she smelled like salted fish, she deliberately sprayed a lot of perfume before going out. Unexpectedly, Pai Yanjiang's nose is so sharp that he could smell it. The worst part was that upon hearing Pai Yanjiang's words, she actually felt a bit itchy and extremely uncomfortable, causing her legs to involuntarily tighten. This scene was witnessed by many observant people. You're the one who needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. I think you're the one who's mentally ill. Yi Yafan scolded him in embarrassment and anger, while taking out her phone to transfer the money. She could feel the strange looks around her, as if she were standing naked in front of everyone. Moreover, she felt a bit panicked and needed to go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. Granny Li, collect the money. Pai Yangyang flashed a bright smile and said boldly. Then, he took out his phone, showed his bank card information, and said to the onlookers, those who have started betting, please line up and maintain the glorious tradition. One at a time, don't rush. Still in a hurry? I'm in a hurry, my ass. Hua Liu Bin, Qin Yu, and the others almost vomited blood. You think this is some good thing, with people lining up to give money away? Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think I can't give away my money? Yi Yafan was the first to complete the transfer and hurriedly walked towards a Porsche parked by the roadside. Everyone was stunned. There was no applause, no flowers. The eldest daughter of the Yi family left in such a dejected manner. However, everyone could feel the young lady's overwhelming anger. It seemed Su Sueking would suffer greatly in the future. Hua Liubin watched Yi Yafan leave, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed the words that were about to come out. Although Yi Yafan did have a strong scent of imported perfume, he could also vaguely smell the odor of salted fish. He felt that he wasn't a cat and shouldn't like this smell. Hua Xiao, you go first, because you initiated this fun event. Pai Yangyang stared at Hua Liubin and said with a grin. Hua Liubin's vision went black, and he almost collapsed. What a fucking fun game. You're having fun, but I'm frustrated. Frustrated as I may be, if I gambled, I had to accept the consequences. If he defaults on his debt, his reputation as a playboy will be ruined. Of course, he wasn't really afraid of a bad reputation. What he was afraid of was that Pai Yangyang would beat him up like he did with Qin Yu last time, and then throw him in the trash. That would be a disgrace to our ancestors. Hua Liubin bit his gums until they bled, and he swore countless times in his heart, I will make you pay double. Pai Yangyang was overjoyed to see the numbers on his bank card fluctuate. Who's next? Hurry up, everyone. Let's finish work early and go home for dinner. Pai Yangyang was beaming with pride, his face practically begging to be punched. And Wei came up to transfer the money with a bitter face. At this moment, he was filled with remorse. Why did you have to join in this commotion? Now look what's happened. You didn't get the funding, and it's not even certain you'll keep your job. He lost $1 million. This is going to kill him. However, since neither Hua Liubin nor Yi Yafan reneged on their promise, he dared not do so again. Those who had placed bets were all dejected, hanging their heads, and filled with frustration and regret. Originally, he thought he could make a little money by following Hua Liubin and Yi Yafan, but who knew that he would end up losing a piece of his flesh. It hurts terribly. Zhengli looked excited and carefully checked each transaction, canceling each transfer as soon as it was made. Su Sueking watched in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. Pai Yangyang has already earned more than 40 million? Now that he's rich, will he still be so obedient to her? She was happy at first, but now she has a bit of a headache. This guy definitely won't listen to reason. Once he has money, he'll definitely go out and mess around. We need to find a way to control him. She was suddenly startled by her own thought. What's wrong with me? He's just someone I used as a shield. Even if he messes things up, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I worry? She kept asking herself the same question, but another voice inside her told her, I have to control him. Sister Lee was right. Men are all bad. They'll definitely go bad if you don't let them get away with it. Pai Yangyang was happily collecting money when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back for no apparent reason. He turned around in surprise and saw Su Sueking with a strange expression, unfocused eyes, and a strange smile on her lips. His heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition washed over him. What evil scheme is this woman plotting? Is she after my baby formula money? I can't give this to her. I'm counting on making money to go to Ling Island. Finally, everyone had finished transferring their money, leaving only Qin Yuyu standing there with a miserable expression. Hey, former brother-in-law, it's your turn, 100,000. How could Pai Yangyang possibly let him go? 10,000 is still money, why not take it? Qin Yuju's face turned extremely ugly as she stared coldly at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang, do you love money that much? You've already won over 40 million, and you're still eyeing Xiao's 100,000. Pai Yangyang said matter-of-factly, if you're going to participate in the game, you have to abide by the rules. How can a man face society if he reneges on his gambling debts? That's enough. Even though we're divorced, there's no need to kick someone when they're down, is there? Qin Yuja said excitedly. Su Sueking snapped out of her daze, took 2 steps forward, and looked at Qin Yuja, saying, Ex-wife, this is where you're wrong. Didn't you see that my Yangyang is earning money for baby formula? You're even trying to renege on your promise to pay for your child's formula. That's not fair, is it? Pai Yangyang nodded without hesitation. Exactly. Then he paused, realizing something was wrong, and turned to look at Su Sueking, only to see her looking very serious. He was momentarily stunned, then sighed inwardly. A man really needs money. Look, the moment I got rich, this woman's attitude changed. It seems she's trying to make this real. Qin Yuja's face turned deathly pale. She was so angry that her liver ached. Not only did Qin Yuyu fail to secure any investment, he also lost 100,000 yuan to Pai Yangyang. It was truly a case of bad luck piling on bad luck. Chapter 69. This woman is unacceptable. Hua Liubin, who had been standing awkwardly to the side, seemed to have found an opportunity and quickly came over. Yuja, I'll give you the 100,000. He confidently claimed that he had secured investment for Qin Yuja, but things went wrong. I wanted to change my goal, but then I smelled the salty smell of salted fish. After much thought, I still can't give up on Qin Yuja. Although she had been married once before, at least there was no smell of salted fish there. So he quickly came up to pledge his loyalty. Need not. Qin Yuja gave him a cold look and said in an icy tone. Immediately, she took out her phone and opened mobile banking. Qin Yuyu's lips twitched, and he quickly reached out to stop Qin Yuja, saying irritably, Sister, he should pay for this. Then, he looked at Hua Liubin and said coldly, Young Master Hua, you swore you had secured the investment for my sister. But what happened? What am I supposed to do with my sister now? If you hadn't been so sure, I wouldn't have placed the bet. Don't you think you should be the one to pay the 100,000? Pai Yangyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Yuyu still believed that it was Hua Liubin who had secured a 100 million yuan investment for their Qin family. However, he said nothing. There's no point in arguing about it now. 1,000 curses ran through Hua Liubin's mind. This is my fault. Don't worry, kid. Wait until I get your sister, then I'll see how I deal with you. Although she wanted to slap Qin Yuyu in her heart, she still had a smile on her face. Yes, it's my turn to pay. Immediately, he rushed to transfer the money. Zhengli breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, Okay, I've received them all. It's a total of 48.2 million. Pai Yanjiang's eyes were sparkling. He felt absolutely thrilled. When Qin Yuja heard this number, her face turned extremely pale. Nearly 50 million. She only needed 100 million yuan in investment this time, and half of that has already come in. However, she and Pai Yangyang were already divorced, so she didn't even have the right to think about those 50 million. Miss Qin, your Qin group needs an investment of 100 million, right? If you and Pai Yangyang hadn't divorced, that would be 50 million. Zheng Li felt a great sense of relief. The pent-up emotions in her heart vanished, and she said to Qin Yuja. Qin Yuja almost vomited blood. This guy really does step on the sore spot. Indeed, even if they don't get 100 million in investment, 50 million would be enough for the Qin group to take off. Unfortunately, that 50 million has nothing to do with her anymore. Even if Pai Yangyang is rich now, it doesn't change the fact that he's a good-for-nothing. This money was won through gambling. Money obtained through speculation and trickery won't last. Who can guarantee that he'll be so lucky next time? Qin Yuja snorted coldly and turned to leave. If she stays here now, she will only feel anger and shame. Qin Yuyu and Hua Liubin quickly followed. They had no face to stay any longer. Pai Yangyang didn't even glance at them, his eyes glued to the payment notification on his phone, grinning foolishly. Making money is so simple. Pai Yangyang, Qin Yuja called you a piece of trash. Why didn't you even react? Zheng Li looked at Pai Yangyang and said sarcastically. Pai Yangyang chuckled. Her mouth is her own. Let her say whatever she wants. Why should we care? Besides, have you ever seen a piece of trash with tens of millions on her person? Showing off. Zheng Li rolled her eyes at him, and the three of them walked towards the car together. Once in the car, Su Sueking's eyes darted around, a sly glint flashing deep within them. Pai Yangyang, you suddenly have so much money. How do you plan to spend it? After the car started, Su Sueking suddenly asked curiously. Without even thinking, Pai Yangyang said, we can't spend this money. We have to save it. This is for baby formula. We have to save it slowly. Zheng Li exclaimed in astonishment. What child could possibly consume so much milk powder? It must be from alien cows, from the Milky Way. Pai Yanjiang's mouth twitched. This is also my question. What kind of milk powder did my master feed me back then? That's over 100 billion. I doubt all the dairy cows on Earth are worth that much. Su Sueking asked gently. Did you bring your bank card? Did you set the password? Is it safe? You can't be careless with so much money. Pai Yangyang casually replied. No problem. My bank card is with me. How could I not have it with me? The pin is definitely safe. Oh, let me see your bank card. Men are all so clumsy. You might lose it when it was crowded. Su Sueking said calmly. Pai Yangyang didn't think much of it, pulled a bank card out of his pocket, and said, how could it be lost? It's not here. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Su Sueking snatched the bank card away. He was startled, turned his head to look, and asked urgently, why did you steal my card? Honey, are you saving up for baby formula? Su Sueking tapped her bank card against her palm and asked with a playful expression. Yes, of course it's the money for baby formula. Pai Yangyang answered without hesitation. Suddenly, he was slightly taken aback and looked at Su Sueking again with suspicion. Then his heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition welled up inside me. Was this woman up to something? There are only the three of them in the car now. What does she call her husband? She was so tender and affectionate. He almost thought he really was her husband. Then it must be right. Su Sueking breathed a sigh of relief, put the bank card into her bag, and patted it twice. Pai Yangyang was stunned for a moment, then asked, why did you take my card? Oh dear, didn't you say you were saving money for baby formula? Then keep it with me, don't leave it with you. What if you're careless and lose it someday? That would be a hassle, wouldn't it? Su Sueking said confidently. Pai Yangyang was dumbfounded, his forehead covered in black lines. What kind of nonsense is this? Your wife is fake, so why are you controlling my money? Are all women this unreasonable? Mr. Su, this is for your own good. He's worried you might squander the money. Besides, in which family doesn't the man earn the money and the wife manages it? Zheng Li fanned the flames from the sidelines. Although she didn't quite understand why Su Sueking accepted Pai Yanjiang's card, she was definitely on Su Sueking's side unconditionally. Don't worry, I don't know the password. I won't touch your money. You'll thank me when you actually have children in the future. Su Sueking hugged her bag tightly and said with a little pride. Pai Yangyang sighed. This was like a scholar encountering a soldier. The tens of millions he had worked so hard to win had instantly fallen into the tiger's den. This woman's controlling nature is really a bit scary. I'm not even your real husband yet, and she's already doing this. This woman is no good. I need to get rid of her as soon as the contract expires. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to use the money, so it didn't matter that his bank card was in her hands. All right, then you'd better keep it safe, he said with a hint of helplessness. There's no way to get it back now, so we just have to accept it. Su Sueking smiled and said, don't worry, I'll keep all the money you earn for you in the future. Pai Yangyang almost vomited blood. It seemed he had to hide the black card with 20 million yuan given to him by the Gu family well, lest it fall into this woman's hands again. That 50 million was a pity. It hadn't even warmed up before it ended up in Su Sweking's bag. Chapter 70. Look how worried you all are. In a private room on the third floor of the Yu Shifu restaurant, several core members of the Su family were gathered together, enjoying a hearty meal. Su Haiming, Su Yu, Su Xingxian, and Ho Saiwa were all beaming with joy and seemed quite excited. The other two were their cousins, both from the branch of Su Baoquo's younger brother, Su Baojun. Su Baojun died young, so their branch of the family did not hold a higher position than Su Haiming and his sister. Today, Su Haiming suddenly invited them to dinner here, which surprised them greatly. They knew that Su must have something to discuss with them. Second brother, just say what you want to say. We'll do our best to help with anything we can do. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Baojun's eldest son, Su Seping, spoke heartily. He is currently the director of human resources at the Su Group, a powerful figure. Su Haiming rolled his eyes a few times, raised his glass, and said, I called you brothers here today because I have something to ask of you. Second brother, just speak. Su Baojun's second son, Su Zhishan, also spoke without hesitation. He's riding high right now. He's had a spoiled, pampered lifestyle since childhood, and at 35 or 36, he's still single. Within the group, he was the least popular one. I've always been in charge of the warehouse. Su Zhishan was never satisfied with his job and approached Su Sweking several times, wanting to be transferred to the less demanding security department, but Su Sweking always refused. In the past 10 days or so, the first thing Su Xingxian, the acting president, did was to transfer him to the security department as its head. This delighted Su Zhishan, who was extremely grateful to Su Haiming and Su Xingxian and obeyed their every word. Now that Su Haiming says he needs their help, he naturally responds positively and offers his full support. Yes, as you all know, Xingxian is only temporarily taking over Su Sweking's position as president. Today is the last day. Su Sweking will be back tomorrow. Su Haiming spoke slowly, observing the changes in Su Seping and Su Zhishan's expressions as he spoke. Sure enough, the two men's expressions stiffened noticeably when they heard those words. Su Sweking is coming back? That won't do. I don't want to go back to the warehouse. It's tiring and boring. The first person to object was Su Zhishan. He had no desire to go back to the warehouse. Su Seping thought for a moment and said, Didn't you say that Su Sweking promised uncle that she would secure 500 million in investment? If she can't return to the company, and the shares of your family will be taken back, right? He also didn't want Su Sweking to come back, because Su Sweking had always been quite assertive. Even though he, Su Seping, was the head of personnel, she would still interfere in some personnel arrangements. For example, her younger brother, Su Zhishan, wanted to join the security department several times, but Su Sweking stopped him each time. Su Yu said, That's right. That's what she said, and that's what my dad decided too. Su Seping looked at Su Haiming suspiciously and asked, Did Su Sweking secure 500 million in investment? Su Xingxian scoffed, How could that be? I've been keeping an eye on her, and until yesterday, she hadn't gotten a single penny. That's it. Since she didn't manage to secure any investment, how can she come back? Su Seping breathed a sigh of relief and said it as a matter of course. Su Haiming frowned and said, That's true, but as you all know, your uncle has always valued Su Sweking highly. I'm just afraid he won't be able to make this decision tomorrow. Su Seping said, Really? Uncle is always a man of his word. How could he go back on his promise? Su Yu said, That's not necessarily true. My eldest brother's eldest son died in an accident back then, and my father has always felt guilty about it, so he cares a lot about Su Sweking. If my brother says a few good words tomorrow, my father might change his mind. Su Zhishan's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, That won't do. Su Sweking didn't secure the 500 million investment. We absolutely cannot let her become the president again. Su Haiming smirked and said calmly, So, we need to discuss this today and form a united front. We can't let my dad change his mind tomorrow, no matter what. Su Zhishan quickly nodded. Yes, I support Xingxian becoming the president. Su Seping said thoughtfully, I heard that Su Sweking went to Ili Manor today to attend the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's investment promotion meeting. If she gets investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, then, what do we do tomorrow? No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Xingxian snorted and said, Don't worry, third uncle, how could she possibly get investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce? Su Seping asked in surprise, How can you be so sure? Su Xingxian smiled coldly and said matter-of-factly, "First of all, the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce is only investing 300 million this time, not 500 million. Secondly, Yi Yafan, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, is also attending this investment promotion meeting. Yi Yafan returned from country E with the intention of opening a cosmetics company in Xinjiang." "You mean, Miss Yi also needs investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" Su Sepeng asked in astonishment. "She's the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Does the Yi family really need this little bit of funding from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" Su Xingxian said, "Of course the Yi family isn't short of money. But third uncle, don't forget that Su Sueking has seriously offended the Yi family. Do you think Miss Yi will let Su Sueking get the investment smoothly when she attends this investment conference?" After hearing these words, Su Sepeng and Su Zhishan nodded repeatedly. Su Zhishan said approvingly, "Xingxian is indeed smart and sees things clearly. With Miss Yi around, how could Su Sueking possibly get investment from Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? She would only be humiliating herself. There's one more crucial point. Yi Yuanyang and Meng Qingfeng, the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, are longtime friends. With this connection, it's absolutely impossible for Su Sueking to get investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce." Su Zhiming added. Su Sepeng and Su Zhishan were completely relieved. "All right, then I wish Xingxian all the best in removing the word actor from his title tomorrow and officially becoming the CEO of the Su Group." Su Sepeng raised his glass and said happily. Su Xingxian also raised his glass, saying with a sense of pride, "In the future, I will still have to rely on the support of my two uncles and my aunt. I will do my best to lead the Su Group out of its predicament and back to its former glory." Su Zhishan laughed heartily a few times and said happily, "I have complete faith in Xingxian's abilities. Su Sueking is just a woman, and everyone is already dissatisfied with her being the president. Many shareholders have told me this privately many times." Su Zhiming chuckled and said, "All right, since you two brothers support Xingxian, I am very grateful. However, at tomorrow's board meeting, you must make sure to speak well with the directors you are on good terms with, and avoid any mishaps." Su Zepeng nodded and said, "Second brother, don't worry, I guarantee that no one will support Su Sueking at tomorrow's board meeting." The group was in high spirits, feeling confident of victory the next day, and ordered 2 more bottles of fine wine from the waiter, which they then drank. Back at the villa, Zhengli excitedly said, "President Su, you can go back to the company tomorrow and return to your position as president. With this 500 million, Su's Pharmaceuticals will definitely be able to overcome its difficulties and start developing again." Su Sueking did feel relieved, but after calming down, she still felt immense pressure. Things aren't as simple as you make them out to be. Right now, the entire Xinjiang business community is avoiding the Su family like the plague, and no one dares to cooperate with us. Even with this 500 million, it can only temporarily alleviate the current crisis. Zhengli said in surprise, "Really? We have the funds, and they still aren't willing to cooperate." Su Sueking shook her head with a wry smile. "With the Yi family involved, who would dare to cooperate with our Su family? To break out of this predicament, we must come up with a product that will shock the market. Only then will we have a chance to break through from the outside." Zhengli then realized the seriousness of the situation and said with some confusion, "But where can we find a product that can shock the market?" Pai Yangyang, who had been looking rather sullen, suddenly spoke up. "It's just a medicine formula, isn't it? Look how worried you all are. Chapter 71. He's good, you're even better." Su Sueking and Zhengli both looked at Pai Yangyang in astonishment. "You make it sound like a joke," Zhengli said sarcastically. "It's just a prescription, but do you know how difficult it is to come up with a prescription that can shake up the market?" Pai Yangyang smiled calmly. "How difficult is it? Guanghui Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical company in Xinjiang. They have their own R&D department, with countless graduate students. Yet, it takes them several years to come up with a single formula." Zhengli spoke coldly, as if giving a lecture. "That's because they're stupid," Pai Yangyang retorted with disdain. "Graduate students? I bet they're just there to get paid." Su Sueking's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Looking at Pai Yangyang, she said, "Can you stop bragging? They're stupid, and you're smart. You may know a little medicine, but that's a completely different matter from drug research." Pai Yangyang didn't take it seriously. "To me, it's really no big deal. Let me tell you, I have plenty of prescriptions. I can just pull out any one of them, and it will shock the market. Do you believe me?" "I don't believe it." Su Sueking and Zhengli spoke in unison, their faces full of disdain, as if Pai Yangyang was just lying and talking nonsense. Pai Yangyang felt a little embarrassed. Am I really that untrustworthy? The Qin family started out as a pharmacy business, and their main business now is pharmaceutical manufacturing. If you really had such a powerful formula, would the Qin group be what it is today? Zheng Li seemed to have exposed Pai Yanjiang's past, and her words carried a hint of sarcasm. Pai Yanjiang retorted, I did give her a prescription before, but she didn't believe it at all. She even called me a quack and said my prescription would kill people. Is that all? Do you really think your prescription will work? Zheng Li, as if she had found a weakness, said disdainfully. Pai Yanjiang said proudly, that's because she doesn't have that blessing. If she had used my prescription earlier, the Qin Group would have become the #1 pharmaceutical company in Xinjiang long ago. Ha! Zheng Li laughed so hard, she almost had a stomachache. What a pity, the Qin family missed out on a genius like you. Oh my god, that's hilarious. She slumped onto the sofa, laughing as she did so. Pai Yanjiang glanced at her and said irritably, believe it or not. After saying that, he stormed upstairs, too lazy to pay attention to the two women who didn't believe him. Wait a minute. Su Sueking, who had been silent, suddenly called out to him. Pai Yanjiang turned his head and said irritably, what? Tell me, what prescription do you have? Su Sueking seemed a little curious, and looked at Pai Yanjiang with her watery eyes and asked. Pai Yanjiang said lazily, didn't you say I was bragging? Why are you asking this? Su Sueking's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and she smiled slightly as she said, I was in a hurry just now. Why don't you tell me what prescription you have? Pai Yanjiang suddenly walked up to her, looking mysterious, and said in a low voice, I have a fantastic formula. If it's produced, it will definitely be a global sensation. It's a global phenomenon, but for it to be a hit in Xinjiang is already a miracle drug. Zheng Li tilted her head and heard this, then added another sarcastic remark. Pai Yanjiang glared at her. Granny Li, can you please stop interrupting? Zheng Li's face darkened instantly, and she gritted her teeth. What do you mean, what is it? Su Sueking became interested and quickly asked. I haven't decided on a name for the medicine yet, so let's call it Fierce Dragon Pill for now. Pai Yanjiang scratched his head, and after thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. Su Sueking was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, Dragon Pill? What kind of medicine is that? It sounds like the miracle pill that the monkey trainers on the street sell. She deliberately emphasized the words, elixir of immortality. Pai Yanjiang could tell the difference, but he didn't care and said smugly, how can they be the same? They're lying. Mine is the real deal. You've described it all in such flowery terms, but you haven't even said what the medicine is for. Zheng Li couldn't help but make another sarcastic remark. Pai Yanjiang's eyes darted around, and he said mysteriously, have you ever heard the saying? 9 out of 10 men are effeminate. What's the meaning? The two were both taken aback and looked at Pai Yanjiang in confusion. Pai Yanjiang was immediately taken aback. Your Su family wants to start a pharmaceutical company? You don't even know this much. Su Sueking said irritably, stop talking nonsense and tell me what you mean. Pai Yanjiang said, what I mean is, many men look strong, but they're actually useless in bed. The two girls immediately understood, and their faces flushed red. Shameless. Su Sueking spat. Pai Yanjiang said, I'm telling the truth. Don't be fooled by how respectable many men seem on the surface. They're often troubled at night. Stop talking. Just tell us what your dragon pill is used for. Su Sueking felt embarrassed and quickly interrupted him, asking a question. Don't you understand? Pai Yanjiang looked surprised and said seriously, the Fierce Dragon Pill is a cure for men's troubles. One Fierce Dragon Pill will make him better, and you even better. Uft. Seeing his serious expression, both women couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isn't that a TV commercial line? Looks like you've been watching that ad a lot. Zheng Li said sarcastically. Pai Yanjiang said, do you understand now? Su Sueking immediately lost interest. So all you've got is that kind of drug. There are all sorts of those drugs on the market now, plenty of them. What kind of rubbish is your dragon pill? You think you can shock the world? Of course, their medicines are all junk. Although they're effective in the short term, they're very harmful to the body. Mine is different. It's a pure Chinese herbal formula, green, environmentally friendly, and non-toxic, focusing on health. Pai Yanjiang acted like a salesman, vigorously promoting his product. Okay, stop talking. If you keep talking, I'm going to throw up. Zheng Li laughed so hard she couldn't stop, waving her hands repeatedly as she spoke. What? I just said a few words, and you're pregnant? Pai Yanjiang stared at her in astonishment and asked in shock. Zheng Li was taken aback. Then her expression changed, and she lunged at Pai Yanjiang, baring her teeth and claws. What nonsense are you spouting? Startled, Pai Yanjiang quickly ran upstairs. Reaching the top of the stairs, he turned back and said, "How about we consider it? Once this medicine is produced, you'll all experience it. It'll be incredibly fun." Su Sweking's face flushed red, her chest heaving with anger. Sisterly was right. You just can't say anything nice. Pai Yangyang said with a regretful expression, "What a pity, such a good prescription, and you don't even know its value. Here, I'll give it to you anytime you want it." After saying that, he went upstairs with a thump thump thump. The two women were stunned. Something about what Pai Yangyang just said sounded a bit off. What do you mean by whenever we want it, he will give it to us? Asshole. Su Sweking finally realized what was happening. Her face darkened, and she shouted angrily at Pai Yangyang. But Pai Yangyang had already skipped upstairs, and with a bang, the door closed. The two women were left standing there dumbfounded, seething with hatred, yet utterly helpless. Fortunately, she received 500 million in investment today, so Su Sweking was in a good mood and decided not to hold it against him. Ignore his nonsense. Sisterly, go and prepare the materials needed for tomorrow's board meeting. Su Sweking quickly calmed down and said to Zhengli. Zhengli nodded, forgetting her earlier annoyance, and said with a hint of anticipation, "No problem. I want to see how surprised those who have been trying to oust you will be at tomorrow's board meeting." Su Sweking revealed a confident smile. She also had a hint of anticipation for tomorrow's board meeting. Chapter 72, Ignorant of Heaven and Earth's Immaturity. The next morning, Pai Yangyang had just woken up. Zhengli knocked on his door again. Since her terrifying experience last time, Zhengli has never dared to enter without permission again. Pai Yangyang rubbed his eyes, opened the door, and complained, "What time is it? Is there such a rush?" "Today's board meeting is extremely important. It concerns President Su's return to the position of CEO. How can we not be anxious?" As if possessed, Zhengli glanced at him, and then her heart skipped a beat again. Is this guy born in the year of the donkey? Did he take his own concoction of the fierce dragon pill? Zhengli blushed, her heart pounding, and quickly turned and went downstairs. "Change your clothes and come down quickly," he urged me on as we reached the top of the stairs. Pai Yangyang had no choice but to reluctantly turn around and go back to the bathroom to wash up. Su Sweking changed into her work clothes and looked particularly energetic. "After being away from the company for 15 days, I'm finally returning today, and it's a triumphant return. Even now, she still feels that everything is so unreal." Seeing Su Sweking in her work clothes again, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but swallow hard. This woman is really alluring yet seductive. "Let's go." Su Sweking turned to Pai Yangyang, who was somewhat dazed, and said. Pai Yangyang then snapped out of her daze, withdrew her dazed gaze, and quickly went to get the car. The three left the villa and headed towards the Su group. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the company entrance. "I won't go in. I'll wait for you outside." After parking the car, Pai Yangyang said. Dong Wonking went up to a meeting, so there was no point in him going with her. He might as well walk around and take a look at the surrounding area. Su Sweking didn't force him. After all, it was a board meeting, and even if Pai Yangyang went along, he wouldn't be able to get into the venue. "Okay then, just remember to pick me up." She said something calmly and was about to walk inside, when suddenly a car sped up and stopped right next to her. The car window rolled down, and Su Xingxian leaned out, saying sarcastically, "Oh, Su Sweking, so eager? Have you decided to give up and want to get the handover done as soon as possible?" Su Sweking said calmly, "Didn't you arrive this early too? Are you eager to sit up straight?" She didn't back down and retorted sharply. Su Xingxian smiled smugly. "Of course, you should have given up your position long ago." After saying that, he rolled up the car window, opened the door, and got out of the car. Zheng Li's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but say, "Why should President Su give up her position?" Su Sweking tried to stop her, but it was too late. "Who do you think you are? Who gives you the right to interrupt when our leader is speaking? Don't you know your place?" Su Xingxian looked at her disdainfully and said coldly. Zheng Li's face immediately turned bright red, and she couldn't utter a word. There's no way around it. After all, Su Xingxian is a member of the Su family, and he's currently the acting president. "Sisterly, let's go." Su Sweking quickly pulled Zheng Li, urging her to come inside with her. Watching their retreating figures, he spat lightly. "Pa, what a bunch of idiots. Wait till we get to the conference room. Let's see how cocky you two are then." Su Sweking and Zheng Li arrived at the main gate, and were about to swipe their cards when they suddenly saw two security guards in the security room staring at their phones watching videos. Their eyes lit up, as if they had seen something that excited them. "What are you doing? Using your phones during work hours?" Su Sweking frowned and asked in a solemn voice. The two security guards were startled and quickly looked at Su Sweking. One of them immediately ran out and respectfully greeted President Su. Su Sweking recognized the security guard. He was a veteran. But the other man, who was in his early 20s, was someone she was seeing for the first time. President Su? Who is she, President Su? The young security guard, shaking his leg and looking like a sleazy thug, tilted his head and asked Su Sweking. The old security guard's expression changed, and he quickly said, Xiao Xia, don't talk nonsense. This is President Su of the group. Group president? Are you kidding me? You think I don't know her? When did the president become a woman? Xiao Xia looked unconcerned and scoffed. The old security guard looked even more embarrassed and stammered. Mr. Su, Xiao Xia is new here and doesn't know you. You see, Su Sweking didn't actually intend to argue with a security guard. But Xiao Xia's nonchalant attitude annoyed her. When she was working at the company, she had very strict requirements for security guards. She firmly believed that company security guards were the company's first line of defense, representing the company's basic image. If she found out about someone like that, who's so irresponsible, she'd definitely fire him. Old Gua, where's Captain Li? Su Sweking asked the old security guard. Old Gua's lips twitched slightly, and he said with some difficulty, Captain Li has been relieved of his duties, it's not his shift now. They withdrew. Su Sweking was taken aback. Why? Did he make a mistake? Sweat rolled down Lao Gua's temples, and he was at a loss for words when Su Xingxian walked over and said lazily. That's right, he made a mistake. What? Do I have to report to you to dismiss a security captain? Don't forget, you're not some CEO anymore. Su Sweking's expression darkened slightly, but she quickly suppressed her anger. Let's go in first. She didn't say anything more and went inside with Zhengli. Hello, Mr. Su. Behind me came Xiao Xie's respectful voice. That was a greeting to Su Xingxian. Okay, Lao Gua, Xiao Xie, you two remember this. Today the company is holding an important board meeting. Apart from the group's directors, no one else is allowed to enter. Su Xingxian spoke solemnly, adopting an air of superiority. Yes. Both security guards respectfully agreed at the same time. Su Xingxian enjoyed the feeling and walked inside with great enthusiasm. Soon after, Su Haiming, Su Yu, Su Zheping, and Su Zhishan also arrived. Accompanying them were two middle-aged men, who were shareholders from the Su family clan. All directors of the Su group were present at this board meeting. This was because it concerned the change of CEO, affecting everyone in the group. These people all had beaming smiles and looked confident. But in reality, each of them had their own ulterior motives. Brothers Haiming, congratulations. After today's board meeting, Su Xingxian will officially become the chairman of the group. One of the shareholders, from the same clan, bowed and spoke obsequiously to Su Haiming. If Su Xingxian is promoted to a permanent position, then Su Haiming's status will also rise, and he will have absolute authority in the group. These people naturally rush to curry favor with him. It's too early to say. Everything needs to wait until the board meeting to be confirmed. Su Haiming feigned modesty, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He really enjoyed being the center of attention, as if he were the president of the group. Not early, the man chuckled. Could it be that Su Sweking really can secure an investment of 500 million? That's right, it's a done deal. Su Xingxian will officially become the group's president today. Su Zhishan said confidently. The group walked inside while talking. The last to arrive were Su Haiwen and Su Baoquo. Su Haiwen was pale, listless, and looked tense and annoyed. Dad, Su Sweking was too arrogant to say such things. Actually, it's all Pai Yanjiang's fault. If he hadn't instigated her, how could Sweking have dared to boast like that? Su Haiwen followed behind Su Baoquo, speaking somewhat incoherently. Su Baoquo's expression was solemn. He turned around and asked, You've been rambling on and on. Now, tell me, what exactly do you mean? Chapter 73, Who says it's inappropriate? Beads of sweat appeared on Su Haiwen's temples as he said anxiously, Dad, let Su Sweking bear the consequences of her mistakes. Her removal from the CEO position is already punishment. As for my shares, please don't take them back. Think about it. Sweking's shares were withdrawn, and then my shares were taken back. Then the family will have no source of income. Xiaozha has to take medication constantly, and the expenses are huge every month. Su Haiwen's voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. Su Baoquo's brow twitched slightly, and he said solemnly, I always keep my word. That statement was made in front of everyone. How could I possibly change it? Don't worry, I'll pay for Xiaozha's medical treatment. Su Haiwen was speechless, his face turning pale. He could only say bitterly, It's all that damned Pai Yanjiang's fault. If it weren't for his instigation, Sweking wouldn't have turned out like this. But Su Baokuo had already made his decision, and no matter how much he hated Pai Yang, it wouldn't make a difference. At this moment, all the directors of the Su group gathered in the main conference room. Although it was a meeting to announce the change of CEO, almost all the directors present seemed quite relaxed. Because they already knew the outcome, Su Sweking would inevitably be dismissed today, and Su Xingxian would officially become the president of the Su group. Therefore, many directors greeted Su Haiming warmly, with a hint of flattery in their enthusiasm. Su Sweking went to the restroom first to prepare her speech for the upcoming meeting before heading to the conference room. Zhang Li naturally couldn't go in, but she was very worried about the outcome of the meeting, so she stood in the corridor, watching the progress of the meeting. Su Sweking entered the conference room, and the once lively room instantly fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were on Su Sweking, as if trying to discern her mood from her expression. But they were disappointed. Su Sweking remained calm and walked indifferently towards the conference table. The head seat is naturally for Su Baokuo, and the positions below him are arranged according to rank or shareholding. As is customary, Su Sweking's seat is the first one to the right of the main seat. This time, she walked over as usual and was about to sit down. A cold voice suddenly rang in her ears. Su Sweking, this position doesn't seem suitable for you right now, does it? Su Sweking was slightly taken aback and turned to look. The speaker was Su Zhishan. He was looking at Su Sweking with a cold expression, clearly showing some disdain. In the past, even if Su Zhishan and Su Sweking didn't get along, he wouldn't have dared to show it so obviously. Why can't I sit here? Su Sweking, of course, did not take his words as an order, but calmly asked a question in return. Why? Su Zhishan's lips curled into a cold smile. Is that even a question? That position is reserved for the group's president. What is your status now? Do you think you deserve that position? That's right. Although you used to be the group president, you're not anymore. Even the chairman of the board has to abide by the company's rules. Do you want to break them? Shareholder Su Run, a member of the same clan, immediately echoed his sentiments, speaking with righteous indignation. Although the others did not speak, their expressions clearly showed that they were criticizing Su Sweking for not following the rules. Su Sweking was indeed furious at these fickle people, but she knew that today's meeting was related to her future, and she couldn't afford to provoke public anger at this time. Even if she secures 500 million in investment, she can't afford to offend all of these people. In that case, she will be unable to carry out her work in the future. She suppressed her anger and slowly walked to the back row to sit down. Generally speaking, shareholders do not sit in the back row. The back row seats are only used for executives at shareholder meetings or high-level meetings, where people in lower-ranking positions sit. Therefore, when Su Sweking went to the back row, several people's expressions changed slightly. But no one said anything. A former group president who is about to be completely dismissed is no longer worth their flattery. Su Xingxian, sitting on the left, had a smug smile on his lips. This is the result he wanted. From now on, he will be the one in charge within the group. The chairman has arrived. Just then, someone shouted. Su Baokuo and Su Haiwen walked in one after the other. When the two entered the conference room, they immediately saw Su Sweking sitting in the back row, and their expressions froze for a moment. Everyone immediately stood up and greeted. Good morning, Chairman. Su Baokuo strode to the main seat, coldly glanced at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Sweking. Su Sweking, why are you sitting there? Then, he spoke solemnly. Su Sweking said, Chairman, I'm fine sitting here. Su Baokuo's brow twitched, and he pointed to the seat in front of him, saying, although your position is suspended, you still hold the title of president. A decision on whether you will step down will only be made before the end of today's board meeting. What? So eager to resign? Su Sweking was slightly taken aback, but still did not move. She calmly said, Chairman, since my position has been suspended, I think that position is not suitable for me for the time being. I'd rather sit here. Who says it's not suitable? Su Baokuo asked coldly. At the same time, his sharp gaze swept across the entire room. An overwhelming aura made many people feel suffocated. Chairman, I think she's right. The current president of the group is Su Xingxian. Su Sweking is neither a shareholder nor holds any position, so she is indeed not suitable for this position. After hesitating for a moment, Su Zhishan made up his mind and said, Oh, who else among you thinks that way? Su Baokuo asked again calmly. I think, since Su Sweking is not the group president now, this position should be left vacant for the time being. This is the group's rule, and it was personally set by you, Chairman. Su Zepeng also stood up and spoke. With someone taking the lead, Su Rin and others also expressed that the rules could not be broken, and that position could only remain vacant for the time being. Although Su Baoquo was the chairman, he couldn't force the issue when everyone agreed. Moreover, this rule was indeed set by him. Chairman, don't be troubled. I'm perfectly fine sitting here. If I can't return to the CEO position, even if I sit here now, I won't be qualified to sit here again in the future. If I can return to the CEO position, then this seat will naturally be mine. Su Sueking noticed that Su Baoquo was somewhat angry, so she quickly spoke up. The voice was calm, but carried an undeniable resolve. It gives the impression that she will definitely take that position again. Well, alright then, let's follow the rules. Please sit down. Su Baoquo stopped insisting. He liked Su Sueking, but he personally removed Su Sueking from his life. He still felt he had to uphold his principles and not give others any leverage against him. Zheng Li, who had been standing in the corridor, quietly observed everything inside. Although she didn't hear everything clearly, she got the gist of what had just happened. She was secretly anxious, realizing that all the directors of the group were targeting Su Sueking. If Meng Qingfeng doesn't show up as promised, Su Sueking will be in a very difficult situation today. Just as I was getting worried, Su Baoquo spoke up. Distinguished directors, there are two main topics for today's board meeting. Chapter 74 was obtained. As soon as the chairman spoke, everyone listened attentively. There were two issues, one of which was the change of CEO, while they weren't particularly concerned about the other. The first topic is the current predicament facing my Su group. Let's brainstorm and discuss solutions. The second topic is the change of the group president, that is, whether Su Sueking should continue to serve as the group president, which will be voted on. Su Baoquo got straight to the point. When the first issue was raised, almost all the shareholders frowned. The predicament facing the Su group is not so easy to solve. The Yi family is now sparing no effort to suppress the Su family. It has almost united all the larger families and companies in Xinjiang to surround and suppress the Su family. Some small families and companies, naturally, would change their stance depending on the wind and would never dare to offend the Yi family. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire Xinjiang region is now ostracizing and suppressing the Su family. Some took direct action, while others distanced themselves from the Su family and cut off all ties. Regardless of the method, it is a very heavy blow to the Su family. The first question is, who should speak first? Su Baoquo's expression was somewhat solemn. This meeting is not only about the change of president, but also about whether the Su group can break through and be reborn. But for a full minute after he finished speaking, no one spoke, not even a peep. Several people even shook their heads slightly, looking dejected. What? You're all so energetic normally, but when it comes to the crucial moment, you all fall silent? Are there really so many of us who can't come up with a solution? Su Baoquo's tone was low, clearly indicating that he was somewhat angry. Chairman, the reason why my Su group is in this situation today is entirely caused by Su Sueking. As the saying goes, the one who tied the knot must untie it. If you want to resolve the crisis of the Su group, Su Sueking must personally go to the Yi family to apologize. If the Yi family makes any demands, Su Sueking must agree to them. In this way, the Yi family may calm down and let my Su family off the hook. Su Zhaiming stood up and began to speak eloquently. Su Zepeng, Su Zhishan, and the others nodded repeatedly. That's right. Whoever caused the trouble should be responsible for solving it. If Su Sueking hadn't been so willful and caused such a scene at the engagement banquet with that Pai Yangyang, would the Su family be in this situation today? Su Zepeng echoed. I think Su Sueking should be the one to apologize to the Yi family. If young Master Yi needs her to serve him, then she should stay and serve him for a while. Only in this way can the Yi family's anger be appeased. Su Ren also spoke up. The group's opinions were almost unanimous. Su Sueking should agree to the Yi family's demands, personally go to the Yi family to apologize, and serve Yi Fengliu. Humph, you call yourselves men of the Su family. Su Baoquo's face was gloomy as he sneered. This whole mess was caused by Su Sueking, but it was because we didn't communicate with her properly and forced her to marry into the Yi family that such a tragedy occurred. Now you're sending her to the Yi family as a maid in exchange for the Su family's safety? Do you still have any shame? Su Xingxian stood up and said, Grandpa. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Baoquo's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, In formal occasions, call me chairman. Su Xingxian was startled and quickly called out, Chairman, Chairman, speak your mind. Su Baoquo said coldly, his voice filled with anger. Su Xingxian's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he stammered. Chairman, I think the only way for the Su Group to overcome its difficulties is to abandon the pharmaceutical company. Because the Su Group's predicament all stems from the pharmaceutical company. Su Baoquo narrowed his eyes and asked, Why do you think that? Seeing that Su Baoquo's attitude had improved a lot, Su Xingxian was overjoyed, knowing that he might have been right. His expression immediately relaxed, and he said confidently, It's very simple. Before investing in the pharmaceutical company, my Su Group was doing well. But since then, many problems have arisen. The most critical one is that we've run into financial difficulties. There is none left. Seeing that Su Xingxian suddenly seemed unable to continue, a hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of Su Baoquo's eyes, and he asked calmly, There is none left. Su Xingxian answered somewhat blankly. He really couldn't think of anything else. Su Baoquo was indeed very disappointed. I originally thought Su Xingxian would offer some new insights, but he just spouted a bunch of nonsense. Who doesn't know there's a funding problem? But Su Xingxian was completely baffled as to why the problem occurred and how to solve it. Does anyone have another opinion? Su Baoquo scanned the crowd again and asked in a deep voice. But no one spoke. Su Baoquo's expression darkened again. With so many people sitting there, not a single one could come up with even the slightest solution. Is the Su Group truly beyond saving? Chairman, I have a thought, but I'm not sure if I should say it. After pondering for a long time, Su Sueking stood up and spoke cautiously. Her current position is sensitive, so she has to be very careful about what she says. Explain. Su Baoquo's eyes flickered immediately, and he uttered a single word in a deep voice. I believe that our Su Group's decision to invest in the pharmaceutical industry was correct. Right now, the pharmaceutical industry in Xinjiang is weak and the market is chaotic. And it's not just Xinjiang. Looking at the entire province, there isn't a single decent pharmaceutical company. Su Sueking spoke slowly, and she carefully considered every word she uttered. Su Baoquo's expression calmed down a bit, but he was still very serious. The chairman made the decision to invest in the pharmaceutical company because he saw the huge demand in the pharmaceutical market in our province. As for the crisis that arose after the investment in the pharmaceutical company, which even dragged down the entire group, causing financial difficulties and bringing it to the brink of collapse, the main reason was not that the industry was bad, but that we were too hasty in some aspects. Su Sueking paused here. You've said a lot, but you haven't pinpointed the problem. What exactly is causing the crisis at the pharmaceutical company? Su Ximing said with a hint of sarcasm. Su Sueking thought for a moment, then continued. The crux of the problem is that we can't come up with a product that can shake up the market. So no matter how much money we pour in, without a product to dominate the market, the pharmaceutical company will never be able to make a profit. Su Baoquo nodded slightly, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. But before he could speak, Su Xingxian said dismissively, Isn't that obvious? You're just repeating what I'm saying. Investing in pharmaceutical companies is a mistake. The moment he uttered those words, Su Baoquo's expression changed abruptly, and he looked at him coldly. Su Ximing was startled and quickly said, Su Xingxian, don't talk nonsense. That was the chairman's decision. How could it be wrong? Su Xingxian suddenly woke up with a start and said nervously, Sir, Chairman, I was just talking nonsense. Your decision is of course correct. It's actually Su Sueking who's incompetent. She didn't manage things well. Shut up. Su Baoquo shouted, and Su Xingxian was so frightened that he dared not say another word. Sueking, tell me, how do we solve this problem? Su Baoquo turned to look at Su Sueking, his tone immediately softening. Su Sueking said, to solve the problem, the first thing is that the funding must be in place. But there's something even more important. We must launch a product that can shake up the market as soon as possible. Only then can the pharmaceutical company survive. Funds. Su Xishan sneered, saying disdainfully, Didn't you say you could get 500 million in investment within half a month? Today is the 16th day. Tell me, have you gotten it? Su Sueking's eyes flickered, and she said confidently, I got it. Chapter 75 is getting increasingly absurd. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was stunned. Even Su Baoquo looked incredulous. For the past 10 days or so, almost the entire Su family has been focused on Su Sueking's fundraising efforts. Everyone knows that she has not only encountered setbacks everywhere, but also almost had an accident at Quavai Villa. Now that Su Sueking is saying she has secured investment, how can this not shock these people? The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat strange. Everyone fell silent and stared at Su Sueking in disbelief. TCH, you say you got the investment? Su Xingxian broke the silence, saying with a look of disbelief, Su Sweking, that's 500 million. It's not something you can just pull out by talking. He simply couldn't believe that Su Sweking had actually secured an investment of 500 million yuan. He had finally gotten this chance to rise to the top, but if Su Sweking really managed to secure 500 million in investment, he would have to give up his position before he could even warm it up. Not only did he not believe it, but everyone present did not believe it. Su Sweking, this is a board meeting, not a place for you to spout nonsense. Immediately afterward, Su Zhishan also spoke coldly. Su Haiwen's face darkened further, his cheek twitched, and he looked at Su Sweking. He said with some annoyance, Su Sweking, how can you say such boastful things in front of so many board members? Su Sweking's heart sank. She knew that many people would not believe her if she said those words. Or perhaps they simply don't want to believe it. But she never expected that her own father would question her in this way. I think you're obsessed with getting back to the CEO position, aren't you? You said you brought in 500 million in investment, but where's the funding? Where are the contracts? Su Yu stared at Su Sweking and said coldly. Su Sweking immediately became the target of public criticism, and no one believed that she had actually secured investment. Yes, now that you've secured investment, what about the contract? Su Zhiming suddenly realized and quickly asked, how can we believe you've really secured 500 million in investment just because you've said a few words? Yes, produce the contract. Although Su Sweking was somewhat excited inside, she remained calm. Sweking, tell me, where did you get the investment? What's the contract all about? Su Baoqiu spoke up. His voice was somewhat authoritative, and deep down, he didn't believe that Su Sweking had actually secured the investment. Although he dismissed Su Sweking in a fit of anger, he kept a close eye on everything she did. He even secretly contacted a few old friends, hoping to secure investment and then pin it on Su Sweking. However, those old friends, fearing the power of the Yi family, politely declined. Therefore, he was quite certain that Su Sweking could not have actually secured the investment. Chairman, fellow directors, I have secured 500 million in funding, that's for sure. However, the contract has not yet been signed. Su Sweking calmed herself down and said calmly, no contract. What kind of funding do you call that? I might as well say I raised 1 billion. Before Su Sweking could finish speaking, Su Xingxian interrupted her and said sarcastically. Su Baoqiu's expression changed slightly, and he looked coldly at Su Xingxian. Su Xingxian's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed the rest of his words. However, the other party has already agreed that he will bring the contract to our company in person this morning to sign it with me. Su Sweking was not affected by Su Xingxian. After pausing for a moment, she continued. Su Baoqiu's eyes flickered. He knew very well that Su Sweking never lied, much less boast. It was precisely because of her trustworthy character that he was determined to cultivate her into the leader of the Su group. Therefore, he was somewhat suspicious when Su Sweking said those words. Did she really secure an investment of 500 million? But then he immediately denied it to himself. That's impossible. If she really secured investment, there's no way I wouldn't have heard a word about it. Then tell me, where did you get the investment? Was it a bank loan, or from some powerful family, or some investment company? Su Baoqiu thought for a moment, calmed down, and asked again solemnly. If Su Sweking really made a boast, then this time I will not be soft-hearted no matter what. President Meng of Tunlong Chamber of Commerce. Su Sweking confidently uttered a few words. Tunlong Chamber of Commerce. Everyone was stunned again, and Su Zhiming opened his mouth wide and asked in astonishment. Su Sweking nodded firmly. Yes, it's the Tunlong Chamber of Commerce. Su Xingxian couldn't help but say again, how is that possible? You're getting more and more absurd. Su Zipeng said, yes, how could you possibly get the investment from the Tunlong Chamber of Commerce? Su Sweking said, why can't I get it? Su Xingxian smiled coldly and said disdainfully, do you think we don't know the situation? The Tunlong Chamber of Commerce's investment limit this year is 300 million. You say you got 500 million? How is that possible? Yeah, you've really blown your own horn. Others only have 300 million in investment, but you got 500 million? Do you think you're the president of the Tunlong Chamber of Commerce? Su Zhishan immediately said in a sarcastic tone. Su Haiwen's cheeks twitched violently as he glared at Su Sweking and said angrily, Su Sweking, if you didn't get the investment, you didn't get it. Why make such boastful claims? This will only make everyone look down on you and disappoint the chairman. Su Baoqiu's expression was cold and stern. At this moment, he was indeed somewhat angry. Su Sweking, I always thought you were honest, that you wouldn't lie or exaggerate. But today, you've disappointed me greatly. Su Baoquo shook his head slightly, his expression revealing deep disappointment. Chairman. Su Sweking was getting anxious. She was telling the truth, so why didn't anyone believe her? But before she could speak, Su Baoquo raised his hand and waved it off, cutting her off. Don't say anything more. What you just said is indeed outrageous. I know you care a lot about this CEO position, but I won't hand over such an important position in the group to someone who just talks big. His voice was cold, making Su Sweking's carefully prepared words stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single one. Chairman, it seems we can proceed to the second agenda item. Su Sepeng raised his hand and spoke. Su Baoquo was still somewhat hesitant, so Su Zhishan said, Chairman, the Su Group cannot continue without a formal president. I propose that we vote now by raising our hands. Those who agree to formally remove Su Sweking as the president of the group, please raise your hands. At this moment, Su Sweking became the target of public criticism and incurred Su Baoquo's wrath. It was the perfect opportunity to completely oust her from her position as president. Su Baoquo breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Su Sweking, and was about to speak. Su Sweking stood up abruptly and said loudly, Please believe me, Chairman and all directors, everything I just said is true. Yesterday, I secured the investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce at Ely Mountain Villa. Chairman Ming of the chamber personally told me that he will be coming this morning with the contract. Still deceiving yourself. Even if you really managed to secure investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, would Chairman Ming personally come to our group to sign a contract with us? You must be dreaming. Su Zhiming couldn't hold back any longer and said angrily. Su Xingxian scoffed. Su Sweking, although I didn't go to Ely Manor yesterday, I know that a key person went. Su Baoquo looked at him in surprise and asked in a deep voice, Who went? The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yafan. Su Xingxian said, enunciating each word clearly. Su Sweking immediately replied, That's right, she went. Su Baoquo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of the current relationship between the Su family and the Yi family, and Yi Yafan's purpose in going to Ely Manor was self-evident. Chapter 76, I want to go into. Su Xingxian noticed the change in Su Baoquo's expression, and a thought struck him. He then stood up and faced Su Baoquo respectfully. Chairman, according to my information, Miss Yi's trip to Ely Manor was actually to solicit investment. Su Baoquo was even more puzzled. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, Does the eldest daughter of the Yi family need investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce? The Yi family is currently at the height of its power and enjoying a strong growth momentum. Even if they needed funds, they certainly wouldn't lack the several hundred million from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Whether she really needs it or not, I don't know. However, she is indeed planning to invest in a cosmetics company in Xinjiang and needs some funds. And even if she doesn't actually need it, with her there's no way my Su family could get those funds. Su Xingxian said this with great conviction. Su Baoquo's brows furrowed even more, and his face darkened. That makes it impossible that what Su Sweking said was true. That's right. The purpose of Miss Yi's trip to Ely Manor was definitely to target my Su family and prevent Su Sweking from getting the investment from Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Su Zhishan said in deep agreement. Su Sweking, what else do you have to say? Su Baoquo turned to look at Su Sweking, suppressing his anger as he asked. Su Sweking gritted her teeth and said firmly, Chairman, what I said is indeed the truth. If you don't believe me, you can wait here together. Chairman Ming told me that he will come to our company at 9 o'clock sharp. 9 o'clock? Su Xingxian gave a cold smile, glanced at the wall clock, and said disdainfully, So, in less than 10 minutes, Chairman Ming will come to our company with the contract and invest 500 million yuan in us. Su Sweking's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't paid attention to the time, but when Su Xingxian said that less than 10 minutes had passed, a sense of unease flashed through her mind. Although Meng Qingfeng did agree to come to the company today to sign an investment agreement at Ely Mountain Villa yesterday, she still found it somewhat unbelievable. Later, Meng Qingfeng's female assistant called her to confirm that she would arrive at Su's group with the contract at 9 a.m. sharp that morning. Su Sweking thought about it all night, but still couldn't figure out why Meng Qingfeng would choose the Su family and even make an exception and add 200 million yuan to their funds. Is this just a joke? In reality, everything was just a charade staged by the Yi family and Meng Qingfeng. She shook her head secretly, thinking it impossible. Because of this, Yi Yafan lost 10 million to Pai Yangyang. If it were just acting, Yi Yafan wouldn't have placed a bet and given away 10 million for nothing. Alright, We'll wait until 9 o'clock. Su Baoqiu spoke coldly. Although he didn't believe Meng Qingfeng would really come to the Su group, he still decided to fulfill Su Sueking's wish. He was eager to see how Su Sueking would ultimately end up. Su Sueking, what are you doing? Quickly apologized to the chairman and all the directors. Su's Haiwen panicked. If it really came to that, proving that Su Sueking was lying, he would have no chance to back down. He was hoping that Su Baoqiu would show mercy and preserve his shares, so at this moment, he absolutely could not provoke Su Baoqiu completely. I'm telling the truth, why should I apologize? But Su Sueking answered firmly, her expression remaining calm throughout. You. Su's Haiwen was so angry that he trembled. Stop talking, let's wait. Su Baoqiu glanced at him coldly and said in a deep voice. Su's Haiwen immediately dared not utter another word. In the corridor, Zheng Li overheard the gist of what was said. She checked the time. It was almost 9 o'clock, but Meng Qingfeng was still nowhere to be seen, and her heart sank lower and lower. If Meng Qingfeng really doesn't come, then Su Sueking will be completely kicked out of the company this time. Then, Zheng Li will also lose her job. She felt nervous and anxious, but helpless. Just as she was getting anxious, the image of Pai Yangyang inexplicably flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, she immediately went downstairs and walked towards the company entrance. In the parking lot at the company entrance, Pai Yangyang was engrossed in playing a match 3 game. He didn't care at all what was happening upstairs. Just as I was having a great time, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. Who are you? Stop right there. He looked up in surprise. Then his eyes suddenly flashed. He saw Meng Qingfeng with a man and a woman being stopped at the entrance by security guards, who wouldn't let them in. He frowned slightly, closed the game, and strode over. I am Meng Qingfeng from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. I have an appointment with your president, Su Sueking, to sign an investment agreement at your company. The time is almost up, please let us in quickly. Meng Qingfeng said to the 2 security guards somewhat anxiously. These 2 security guards are Lao Gua and Xiao Xia. After hearing Meng Qingfeng's words, Xiao Xia spat and said arrogantly, What President Su Sueking? Our group's president is President Su Xingxian. You don't even know his name, yet you say you're here to sign some bullshit agreement? I think you're just a liar who wants to get into our company to sell some junk products, right? Meng Qingfeng's expression changed immediately. He, the president of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, was actually accused of sneaking into the company to sell some products. His assistant, Xiao Ning, said angrily, How dare you speak like that? This is Chairman Meng of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. We're here to invest in the Su Group. If you dare to stop us and delay the signing of the contract, do you think a mere security guard like you can take responsibility? Xiao Xia stiffened his neck and said arrogantly, What's wrong with me being a lowly security guard? I'm acting on orders from our group's president that no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter before the group's board meeting adjourns. You. Xiao Ning was so angry that his face turned ashen, feeling like a scholar encountering a soldier. President Meng, I don't think the Su family has any sincerity in wanting to cooperate with our Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. In that case, let's go. The female assistant said coldly. Meng Qingfeng's expression was also very unpleasant. No matter where he went in Xinjiang, he could go without any hindrance. Unexpectedly, I was stopped here today by a mere security guard from the Su group. I can't leave. My word is my bond. If I just leave like this, I won't be able to explain myself. Although Meng Qingfeng was filled with anger, he suppressed it and said in a deep voice. He then took out his phone and said, I'll make a call and have Mr. Pai come and pick us up. No need to fight anymore. I'm right here. Before Meng Qingfeng could finish speaking, Pai Yanjiang's lazy voice came from behind him. Mr. Pai, what are you doing here? Meng Qingfeng quickly turned around and asked in astonishment. Pai Yangyang said calmly, I'm not an employee of the Su group. Where else would I be if not here? Besides, they are holding a group board meeting. It's not appropriate for an outsider like me to go in. But this. Meng Qingfeng was stunned and gave a wry smile. You can choose not to go in, but I can't refuse to go in. How can this contract be signed if I don't go in? I promised Ms. Su that I would come to the company to sign the agreement at 9 o'clock, and it's only a few minutes away now. Meng Qingfeng said somewhat anxiously. Pai Yangyang said nonchalantly. It's not something particularly important. Why are you rushing around like this? Meng Qingfeng was stunned, but since Pai Yangyang wasn't in a hurry, he naturally wasn't either. At this moment, Zheng Li walked over and, upon seeing Meng Qingfeng, was immediately delighted. She quickly ran over and exclaimed with surprise, Chairman Meng, so you've arrived. President Su is waiting for you in the conference room. Why aren't you going in yet? Meng Qingfeng looked at Xiao Xia with some difficulty and said with a wry smile, I wanted to go in, but I was stopped. Chapter 77 is also their business. Zheng Li looked at Xiao Xia and Lao Guo and immediately understood. Old Guo, what's going on? Zheng Li didn't know Xiao Xia. She had only met him once when she went in, so she asked Lao Guo directly. Old Guo looked embarrassed and replied somewhat helplessly. Initially, young Master Su did indeed instruct that the company is holding a board meeting today, which is very important, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter the company. Zheng Li's face darkened, and she said coldly, Chairman Meng is here to sign an investment contract. How can he be an irrelevant person? Let them in immediately. If you delay them, you can't afford the consequences. Who are you? Why are you talking so rudely? Before Lao Guo could answer, Xiao Xia looked at Zheng Li with disdain and asked, She's the president's assistant. Her surname is Zheng. Everyone calls her Sister Li. Lao Guo quickly replied, President's assistant? Don't be ridiculous. You think I'm not familiar with the president's assistant because I'm new here? The president's assistant is clearly Shan Shan. How could it be her? Old Guo looked embarrassed and forced a smile. Xiao Xia, Sister Li is Miss Su's assistant. TCH, I don't care whose assistant she is. Right now, young Master Su is the boss of the company. Nobody's allowed in without young Master Su's permission. With an expression of utter indifference, Xiao Xia swung his hand and stood in front of Meng Qingfeng as before. Zheng Li's face turned extremely ugly, and she said angrily, I think you don't want to work as a security guard anymore. Get out of my way. When she gets angry, she's very assertive. After all, she was the person Pai Yangyang called Granny Li. Xiao Xia was startled and looked at Zheng Li with some suspicion, about to retort. Who is this, talking so arrogantly? A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, and then a middle-aged man wearing a security guard uniform, a security guard hat askew, and a large belly, led several security guards and staggered over. When his gaze fell on Zheng Li, his eyes lit up, revealing a greedy glint like that of a hungry wolf. Zheng Li turned to look at him, her brows furrowing as she asked suspiciously, And who are you? She didn't even recognize this person. Moreover, seeing his clothes open and his hat askew made me very annoyed. When Su Sueking was here before, no one in the company would have dared to dress like this. Assistant Zheng, this is the new security captain, Pang Dehai. Old Guo quickly introduced himself, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Pang Dehai looked at Zheng Li suspiciously and asked with a hint of lewdness, Assistant Zheng? What Assistant Zheng? I've never seen her before. As he spoke, he approached Zheng Li, extending his hand and chuckling. Let's get acquainted. I'm Pang Dehai, the new security captain from the Su group. We can exchange ideas more often in the future. Zheng Li took a step back in disgust and said coldly, No need. Since you're the captain, hurry up and let your men let Chairman Meng and the others in. Don't delay the company's important business. What's the big deal at the company? I think as fellow managers, we should communicate more. Why don't you come to my office and we can have a good chat about this important matter? Pang Dehai said, unwilling to give up. Zheng Li was extremely disgusted, but this person was like a leech stuck to her, showing no intention of letting Meng Qingfeng and the others in. She immediately became anxious. Su Sueking is still alone in the conference room, facing all the directors, waiting for Meng Qingfeng to come up with the contract to defuse the situation. If we keep dawdling here, the chairman might just announce the complete removal of Su Sueking from her position as president, and then it will be too late. Pai Yangyang, what are you standing there for? President Su is in a very dangerous situation right now. Aren't you going to hurry up and find a way to get Chairman Meng and the others in? Pai Yangyang, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that Granny Li would be in such a sorry state. Based on the principle of enjoying a good show, I was just looking forward to watching a good spectacle. Zheng Li's sudden shout jolted him awake, reminding him of the important matter at hand. Judging from her anxious appearance, Su Sueking's current situation is probably not optimistic. Hey Fatso, stop being so infatuated. With your pathetic looks, Granny Li would never fancy you. Let them in right now. He said to Pang Dehai with a hint of helplessness. Everyone was stunned. Fatty? Pang Dehai's expression turned extremely ugly as he glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. Who the hell are you, daring to call our captain that? But before Pang Dehai could get angry, Xiao Xia immediately bared his teeth and charged at Pai Yangyang. Smack! Pai Yangyang didn't even wait for him to get close before slapping him across the face without hesitation. The slap was clear, loud, and constructive. So without hesitation, Xiao Xia did 3 laps in place, stood on one foot, and performed a move with a difficulty level of 7.8. The movements were beautiful, but I felt a little dizzy, my face hurt a bit, and there was a metallic taste of blood in my mouth. Uffed. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 bloody back teeth, looking at Pai Yang with a face full of shock and anger. You dare hit me. Smack. Pai Yang didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so he took him directly to the podium to receive his gold medal. Xiao Xie screamed and flew out, his back slamming against the iron gate's railing. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground like a mangy dog whose tendons had been pulled out. All of this happened so fast that almost no one had time to react. Zhengli looked astonished. This guy, is he really that fierce? Although she had witnessed Pai Yang lose his temper before, each time it still shocked her. Pai Yang frowned and shook his hand, as if he disliked the pain in his hand. Xiao Xie's arrogant demeanor when he started talking to Su Sueking had already aroused Pai Yanjiang's dissatisfaction. Now that she's babbling on in front of Meng Qingfeng, he simply can't stand it anymore. Although he is not a member of the Su group, how can such scum be qualified to be a security guard? You dare hit my brother-in-law? I'll kill you. Peng Dehai suddenly went berserk, his fat body shaking as he spoke fiercely. Several security guards surrounded them and pulled off the rubber batons from their waists. Old Guo broke out in a cold sweat and quickly said, Captain Peng, don't do it. Get out of my way. Enraged, Peng Dehai swung his rubber baton at Lao Guo's arm, tearing the skin and potentially breaking the bone. You dare hit my brother-in-law? You've got a death wish. Peng Dehai gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Pai Yang. Pai Yang then realized that this damn captain was actually the brother-in-law of that skinny monkey. Granny Li, take old Meng inside. You don't need to worry about this place. Pai Yang said to Zheng Li without any concern. Zheng Li hesitated for a moment, then looked at him and said, Are you all right? As for Pai Yang calling her Granny Li, she seems to have gradually gotten used to it. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Pai Yang chuckled. If anything's going to happen, it'll be them. But to be honest, the security guards at your Su group are terrible. Peng Dehai was furious. This guy was completely disregarding him as the head of the security team. They were talking like that, oblivious to everyone else, and the beautiful woman was even so concerned about this pretty boy. Peng Dehai felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, and no longer caring about stopping Meng Qingfeng and the others, he said viciously, break his arms and legs, then throw him in the trash can. Zheng Li, who was already leading Meng Qingfeng inside, felt a sudden pang of anxiety, extremely worried about Pai Yang. But at this moment, Su Sueking couldn't delay anywhere, so she gritted her teeth and led Meng Qingfeng and the others toward the office building. Be careful. She turned around and called out again, hoping that Pai Yang would be quick-wit and run away if he couldn't win. Pai Yang grinned. This Granny Li, she can care about people sometimes? A cold smile crept across his lips as he looked at Peng Dehai with amusement, saying, Peng Dehai is a good medicine. It's a pity that such a name is used on a scumbag like you. Peng Dehai was furious. He roared, and raised his rubber baton to strike Pai Yang hard. Chapter 78, I'll take care of my wife and kids. Old Guo was covered in cold sweat, his face ashen, whether from anxiety or pain, it was hard to tell. Seeing that Peng Dehai and the security guards had already started fighting, he shouted anxiously, Don't hit him. Don't hit him. He's Miss Su's husband. Shouting as they charged forward, they tried to block the massive sea. Pai Yang was stunned for a moment, then understood. On the very first day I met Su Sueking, she flaunted it around the company in a high-profile manner. The old security guards here all know him, so it's normal that they know about his relationship with Su Sueking. The other 2 security guards hesitated for a moment. Clearly, they also knew Pai Yang. What Miss Su's husband? Young Master Su is the boss of the company now. Anyone who dares not to take action will be fired this afternoon. Upon seeing this, Peng Dehai shouted angrily. When Lao Guo stood in front of Pai Yang, he didn't stop and smashed the fist hard into Lao Guo's forehead. Pai Yang was furious and shouted, You're courting death. Immediately, he reached out and dragged Lao Guo 2 steps away. His left foot then lashed out, slamming into Peng Dehai's large, protruding belly. Bang! With a muffled thud, Peng Dehai's 200-pound body flew out like a cannonball. It slammed hard onto the ground and slid backward for 2 or 3 meters, tearing its trouser leg and leaving a trail of blood on the ground. At the same time, Pai Yang threw punches with both hands as fast as the wind. Several loud explosions followed, and all 6 security guards were sent flying, landing squarely on Peng Dehai, creating a 7-person Arhut formation. Peng Dehai was already in excruciating pain from that kick, His internal organs were churning, and his viscera were displaced. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was dying. The 6 men hit him again, and he immediately rolled his eyes back, nearly meeting the black and white impermanence. Old Guo was stunned. From beginning to end, he was completely bewildered and had no idea how Pai Yangyang had managed to do it. Several security guards rolled to the ground, unable to stand up for a moment. Some clutched their stomachs, others their chests, rolling and groaning in pain. Pai Yangyang moved a chair from the security room and sat by the door, stretched, and said to Lao Guo, "Lao Guo, do you have any water? Bring me a cup." Old Guo nodded blankly. Yes, I'll get it for you." He felt a chill run down his spine. This son-in-law of the Su family was too fierce. "You just wait, kid. You dare hit me. If I don't cripple you today, I'm not a Pang." Finally, the security guards gritted their teeth and helped Pang Dahai up. Pang Dahai glared at Pai Yangyang and shouted angrily. Old Guo had already brought Pai Yangyang a bottle of mineral water, and Pai Yangyang took a big gulp of it with relish. He said dismissively, "You can have any surname you want, as long as it's not Pai. I'm afraid my ancestors from the Pai family wouldn't agree." "Fine, you just wait and see." Pang Dahai gritted his teeth, said fiercely, and grabbed his phone to go and call for backup. "Mr. Pai, you should go find Miss Su right away." Old Guo said nervously in a low voice. "He's not someone to mess with. He used to be involved in organized crime and has quite a few henchmen." Pai Yangyang knew he was worried, so she turned to look at him gratefully and smiled. "Old Guo, right? Why did you help me just now?" Old Guo chuckled sheepishly and said, "You're Miss Su's husband. I can't let you get beaten up for nothing. Luckily, they can't beat you." Pai Yangyang asked again, "Then, what if I weren't Su Sweking's husband?" "We'll still stop you. You didn't do anything wrong. So why should we hit you?" Without hesitation, Lao Guo answered directly. Pai Yangyang nodded. "Yeah, you're good." Old Guo wasn't pleased by the praise. Instead, he said worriedly, "You should hurry and go find Miss Su. With her there, I believe these people won't dare to cause trouble. If all else fails, you should leave here as soon as possible and get away from them." Pai Yangyang said calmly, "No need. They're lucky they didn't provoke me. If they really did, they'd be the ones regretting it." Old Guo could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. "You are very good at fighting, but they outnumber you. Even a hero can't withstand a crowd." Guo is actually only in his early 30s, but he seems a bit old-fashioned and even timid. However, Pai Yangyang could tell that this person had a good heart. "It's all right, don't worry. This is the Su group. If a fight breaks out, my wife won't stand idly by." Pai Yangyang could only offer this words of comfort. Although Lao Guo was still very worried, he knew he couldn't persuade Pai Yangyang, so he could only sigh and look anxiously at Pang Dahai. Just then, Pang Dahai finished his phone call and walked over here. "Kid, you've got guts, daring to actually wait here. But when my older brother arrives, you better not back down," Pang Dahai said with a resentful look on his face. Pai Yangyang asked lazily, "Your older brother? Is he very powerful?" A young security guard immediately said smugly, "Captain Pang's older brother is the famous Brother Leopard. When he gets here, let's see how arrogant you can be." Upon hearing the words, Brother Leopard, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Leopard?" Pai Yanjiang's lips curled into a playful smile as he feigned surprise. "He's quite impressive." Seeing Pai Yanjiang's surprised expression, Pang Dahai completely failed to detect the sarcasm in his tone. Pang Dahai immediately became smug and said arrogantly, "Now you know fear? Quickly kneel down and apologize to me. Then I'll slap you 20 times, and this matter can be settled." 20 slaps don't seem like much. I should be able to handle it. Pai Yangyang looked up, glanced indifferently at his fat face, and said. Pang Dahai sneered. "Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. Quickly kneel down and apologize to me." "Don't rush. Didn't you call for a kitten? Just wait." Pai Yangyang gave a lazy reply. "You?" Pang Dahai's fat cheeks twitched a few times as he angrily said. "Fine. Since you want to wait, then wait. But let me tell you, when Brother Leopard arrives, it won't be as simple as just 20 slaps." After saying that, he suddenly paused, looked at Pai Yangyang suspiciously, and said in a cold voice, "You dare call Brother Leopard little kitten?" Pai Yangyang smiled calmly, ignored him, opened her phone, and continued playing her match 3 game. Pang Dahai was so angry he almost vomited blood, but he didn't dare to make a move. "I still haven't recovered from the kick I just took. Wyman, you just wait. After the board meeting, I'll have Minister Su fire you." Pang Dahai, with nowhere to vent his anger, glared coldly at Lao Guo and said fiercely. Wyman's expression changed, and he broke out in a cold sweat again. He pleaded, Captain Pang, please don't. My wife is sick, and my child is only 3 years old. If I lose my job, how will my family survive? That's none of my business. Since you dare to go against me, you should know the consequences. Pang Dehai said sinisterly. Guo Wyman's eyes welled up with tears as he pleaded helplessly. Captain Pang, I can't lose this job. My wife and children depend on my salary to support them. Since you're a poor bastard, why bother getting married and having kids? Pang Dehai said dismissively, unmoved. How about this? I'll raise your wife and kids. Then you won't have so many worries. After saying that, he burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, his smile caused him to choke, affecting his internal organs. He groaned in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. Several security guards initially laughed along, but they suffered the same fate. As soon as they started laughing, they were gripped by a sharp, painful stitch. As a result, all the laughter turned into groans of pain. Guo Wyman was extremely anxious, but he knew that no matter how much he begged, Pang Dehai would not let him go. Pai Yangyang glanced at him indifferently and said, The company isn't his. He can't just fire me whenever he wants. Chapter 79 Kitten. Guo Wyman's face was pale. He stood there for a moment, then sighed deeply and shook his head. In the past, no one would have dared to fire him easily. However, since Su Sueking was suspended from her position, the company's personnel have undergone a major reshuffle. His deputy head of security was dismissed, and the original head of security was fired. The former security minister was so angry that he left a resignation letter, refused his salary, and left. The security team is indeed now under Pang Dehai's control. There's nothing we can do about it. He has a good relationship with the newly appointed Minister of Security, Su Zhishan. However, even though he knew these people were not to be offended, he did not want to go along with them and instead stuck to his principles. He was just worried about his wife and children at home. He really didn't know what to do if he lost his job. Pai Yangyang could see how much Guo Wyman valued this job, but he didn't say anything. Because he was certain that once Su Sueking regained power, she would definitely not keep people like Pang Dehai around. Guo Wyman will certainly be given an important position. The security guards, who were dazed and confused from being thrown around, dared not approach Pai Yangyang again. They just glared at him from afar, baring their teeth and looking at him with resentment. They believed that as long as Brother Leopard arrived, he would definitely avenge them. Pang Dehai stood there, hunched over, but dared not go to the security room to fetch a chair. He could only grit his teeth and stand there, enduring the excruciating pain. A dozen minutes later, several motorcycles and a cheetah sped over. The cars stopped one after another at the company gate, and more than a dozen burly men got out of the cars. One of them had a face full of pockmarks, his left hand was in a plaster cast fixed to his chest, and his face was sinister. Even with severe hand injuries, he still walked out of the social circle, ignoring all his relatives and friends. Behind him was another person, his entire palm covered, also with an arrogant expression. After these people got off the bus, they walked over here in a whirring, slurring manner. Pai Yangyang glanced at it calmly and smiled. This really is Brother Leopard, whom he knew. He beat him up and threw him in the trash just a few days ago, and he didn't expect to see him again so soon. Fatty, who is it? Who the hell dares to hit my brother? Leopard didn't see him. He was shouting loudly from afar, looking arrogant. Pang Dehai immediately felt like he had seen a savior and quickly said, Brother Leopard, you have to stand up for your brother. You must teach that kid a lesson. As he spoke, he turned to the side and pointed at Pai Yangyang, who was still playing the game. Who the hell is this? Pai Yangyang had his head down and was in profile, so Leopard didn't recognize him. Holy crap, he died again. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang cursed into his phone, then turned and waved at Brother Leopard. Hi, little kitty. Kitten. Pang Dehai was almost knocked down by the lightning. This kid actually dares to call me kitten in front of Brother Leopard? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Brother Leopard's gang of henchmen, as well as the security guards who had been waiting for their saviors, were all in a state of confusion. In their minds, most people would respectfully call Leopard Brother Leopard, or Master Leopard. This person is quite something, calling him a little kitten? Guo Wyman broke out in a cold sweat. How could this son-in-law be so ignorant of his own limitations? Leopard Brother immediately flew into a rage. You're the little kitten. Your whole family are little kittens. However, the sound started out loud and clear, but then it became softer and softer, even sounding like a mosquito's buzz. His pockmarked face was flushed red, but he couldn't quite swallow the last few words. He was clearly in great pain. Pai Yangyang slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at Brother Leopard with a playful smile. Leopard felt a jolt in his heart and inwardly groaned. Good heavens, why did this fatso have to mess with this scoundrel? Isn't he just asking for trouble? Leopard Brothers' gang of henchmen also recognized Pai Yang. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they involuntarily leaned back, their legs twitching like a peepa. Good heavens, this guy even dares to throw their boss in the trash can. How can they mess with him? Brother Leopard, that's him. This kid is too arrogant. He actually dared to call you a little kitten. Pang Dahai, however, was excited, believing that the more arrogant Pai Yang was, the more miserable his death would be. Brother Leopard is a powerful gangster who dominates the area, and he's backed by Zhao Jinggong, the CEO of the Winta Group, making him incredibly wealthy. Killing someone is as easy as crushing an ant for him. Pai Yang dares to call him a little kitten. He might not even know how he died. Leopard's lips twitched as he stared intently at Pai Yang, his heart pounding. Pai Yang slowly walked up to him, glanced at him with amusement, and slowly reached out to gently poke his severed arm. Leopard didn't dare to dodge, letting his finger poke him. Although it wasn't serious, it still hurt so much that he grimaced. Little kitty, looking all majestic? Haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already acting all high and mighty again. Pai Yang smiled and poked his right arm again, as if greeting him familiarly. But Pai Yanjiang's innocent-looking eyes almost made Leopard Brother break down. He sprang to his feet in a surprise attack, and his body shrank several inches. You dare call Brother Leopard a little kitten? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and wait for Brother Leopard's judgment. Maybe he'll let you off easier later. Pang Dahai was furious and shouted at Pai Yang. Meow woo. Suddenly, a cat's meow rang out, freezing everyone in place. The meow actually came from the mouth of the burly Leopard Brother. Moreover, he looked completely smug, with a hint of pitifulness in his eyes as he looked at Pai Yang with a sorrowful expression. He didn't want his other hand to be kicked off too, and he certainly didn't want to be thrown into the trash can again. Pai Yang seemed a little dissatisfied, his brows furrowing slightly. It does look a bit like it, but it seems like a throat infection. You should smoke less in the future. Meow woo, meow woo. Leopard Brother quickly barked twice more, this time even more lifelike. At the same time, he took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his person, threw them on the ground without hesitation, and stomped on them, crushing them to pieces. Pai Yang laughed. Yes, that's the authentic way. Pang Dahai was speechless. What was Leopard Brother up to? Has Brother Leopard changed his personality? Does he like to meow like a kitten before hitting someone? Brother Leopard. Shut up. Smack. Pang Dahai really didn't understand, so, adhering to the principle of asking questions when you don't know, he wanted to ask Brother Leopard why he wanted to meow like a cat. But before he could even open his mouth, Brother Leopard roared and slapped him hard across his fat face. With a sharp, resounding slap, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone was stunned, and Guo was also dumbfounded. This feels like the sweltering heat before a storm. Brother Leopard. Pang Dahai touched his face where he had been slapped and said incredulously, Why did you hit me? I'm going to beat you up. Leopard Brother gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Pang Dahai, and shouted angrily. I can't beat this guy in front of me, and he's ruthless too. You called me here to deal with this fiend, so who else should I fight if not you? Are you brothers? Pai Yang, however, seemed to be watching a spectacle, asking with a curious expression. No, who the hell is his brother? He's just an idiot. Leopard was shocked and quickly distanced himself from the situation. Oh, I thought he was your brother, but he's so arrogant. He made me kneel down and apologize to him, and even wanted to slap me 50 times. Turns out he wasn't. Pai Yang suddenly realized something, and said to himself as if he were talking to himself. He spoke casually, but Pang Dahai was deeply shocked by what he heard. I meant 20. Pang Dahai immediately felt wronged. The issue of numbers could not be ambiguous. Is it 20? Lao Gua, did you hear me clearly how many that is? Pai Yang looked at Guo with a suspicious expression. Guo frustration had gradually transformed into hatred for Pang Dahai. He's going to fire me, right? Then I don't need to give him any face. It's 50, I heard it clearly. Guo quickly affirmed, almost swearing an oath. Pang Dahai's face instantly turned green. Leopard Brother immediately glared at Pang Dahai and said coldly, You've got some nerve, daring to ask this guy to kneel down for you. And you want to slap him 50 times? Thump. Seeing Leopard Brother's ferocious and angry expression, Pang Dahai felt a tremendous, overwhelming aura and knelt down in terror. Chapter 80. If he doesn't play dead now, he'll really die. Dog's leftovers, bray like a donkey. Brother Leopard shouted coldly, and two burly men immediately came to his side. Brother Leopard. At this moment, the two men's heads were still buzzing. They really couldn't understand how Brother Leopard, who was called by Pang Dahai to help, ended up slapping Pang Dahai and making him kneel down. Moreover, the usually imposing and swaggering leopard brother has turned into a meowing kitten today. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it, even if you beat them to death. 50 slaps. If you miss one, I'll hit you all 10. If you don't hit one hard enough, I'll still hit you all 10. Leopard brother practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. He glanced at the trembling Pang Dahai with a hint of pity, sneered inwardly, and thought to himself, just accept your fate. Who told you to mess with this guy? Fortunately, he only said 50. If he had said 500, even if his men broke their hands, they would still beat every single one of them. Slap, slap, slap. The two henchmen swung their arms and slapped Pang Dahai's fat face hard, one slap after another. They dared not cheat or shirk their duties at all. With each slap, they would loudly count a number. As the sound of slapping rang out, almost everyone's heartbeats synchronized with this slap-slap sound, achieving a magical synchronization of heartbeats. Xiao Xia had already woken up, but upon seeing this scene, she quickly closed her eyes. If I don't play dead now, I'll really die later. Pang Dahai now understood what Pai Yangyang meant when he said that he could take 20 slaps to the face. Right now, he feels like he wants to die. If a crack could appear in the ground right now, he would stuff Leopard into it without hesitation, even if it meant he didn't know the kitten at all. After 10 slaps, Pang Dahai's face swelled up like a pig's head, and he cried. He's always been the one slapping others in his life. When did it become his turn to go to the execution ground? Go Shenzi and Zhao Luzi took turns hitting each other. There was no way around it. The giant sea creature was tough and thick-skinned, and if you slapped it, your own hand would hurt. 45-46. Pang Dahai's head was buzzing, and he saw a sky full of stars before his eyes, seemingly about to collapse. Fortunately, it's already close to 50. Pai Yangyang didn't even glance at him, continuing to sit there playing his game. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with him at all. 50. After the donkey delivered its final slap, all was quiet. At this point, the vast ocean was in a terrible state. His face was slapped raw, several teeth were knocked out, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, a truly pitiful sight. Sir, it's over. Leopard bowed and spoke to Pai Yangyang with a fawning expression. Pai Yangyang glanced at it indifferently. Holy crap, they hit so hard. Leopard's lips twitched. Didn't you tell me to hit him? However, Pai Yangyang seemed quite satisfied, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Little kitty, listen to me. Be careful who you make friends with in the future. You can only befriend trash like this at lunchtime. Pai Yangyang stood up and spoke earnestly to Brother Leopard, who was bowing and scraping and was humble to the core. Leopard was stunned. What kind of weird move is this? You can only make friends at noon? Is he a ghost? Will he harm people at night? Because he will ruin you sooner or later. Pai Yangyang let out another soft sigh, stretched, and added a sentence. Leopard looked embarrassed. He almost wondered if there was something wrong with his brain. He couldn't understand such a simple sentence. Pai Yangyang suddenly stared with great interest at a dark green trash can not far away, and said again in a serious tone, Little kitty, what did I say again? Oh, right, trash should stay in the trash can. Leopard was suddenly jolted, immediately recalling his glorious experience of being thrown into the trash can by Pai Yangyang. His lips twitched, and he turned to stare fiercely at Pang Dahai. Pang Dahai was so badly beaten that he couldn't distinguish between yin and yang. Seeing that Brother Leopard was suddenly staring at him fiercely again, he said in terror, Brother Leopard, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. His face was badly bruised, several teeth were knocked out, and his speech was slurred. Didn't you hear what this guy said? Trash should stay in the trash can. Why don't you send him to the trash can? Ignoring his pleas, Brother Leopard gritted his teeth and said to his underlings, If I'm too slow and make Pai Yangyang angry, then I'll have to stay in the trash can too. Although Go Shinzi and Jiao's hands were swollen from being slapped, they didn't dare to be negligent when they heard Brother Leopard's words. They quickly stepped forward, dragging Pang Dahai's 200-pound body towards the trash can. Grunt. Without hesitation, the two lifted the huge sea and threw it into the trash can. But Pang Dahai was so fat that when he was thrown in, the trash can cracked open. Sir, I've already taken out the trash for you. Is there anything else you need? Brother Leopard bowed and scraped, his face full of obsequiousness. Pai Yangyang smiled calmly. All right, that's all for you. Go wherever you want. Don't keep me from playing the game. Leopard gave an awkward smile, but felt a great sense of relief. Come with me. No one is allowed to cause trouble here again. He shouted at his underlings with great enthusiasm, his imposing manner returning to that of a big brother. Brother Leopard. The massive C, stuck in the trash can, let out a desperate cry. He was thrown into the trash can, which was not very harmful, but extremely humiliating. The key point is that the security guards all looked on in fear and dared not step forward to pull him out. Go to hell. With a ferocious expression, Leopard, somewhat enraged, stepped forward and kicked over the trash can. Peng Dehai let out another scream. Take care, little kitty. Welcome back next time. Pai Yangyang waved his hand with great enthusiasm, as if he were seeing off an old friend of decades. Brother Leopard stumbled. Will he come again next time? Never again. Only after Brother Leopard and the others got into the car and left did Guowyman look at Pai Yangyang with a bewildered expression and ask in confusion, Young master, how do you know Brother Leopard? Pai Yangyang said lazily, We didn't know each other at first, but I beat him up a few days ago, and that's how we met. Guowyman then realized why Brother Leopard had turned into a kitten in front of Pai Yangyang. It turned out he had been beaten by this guy. Several security guards rushed over and hurriedly pulled Peng Dehai out of the trash can. At this moment, the vast ocean was in a terrible state. Anger, resentment, and hatred filled his heart. Guowyman, you just wait. I'll fire you this afternoon. Peng Dehai dared not target Pai Yangyang anymore, but he also couldn't lose face in front of all the security guards. So he vented all his anger on Guowyman. Although Guowyman had mentally prepared himself for being fired, he was still unwilling to accept it when it actually came to this. Peng Dehai uttered a harsh remark and left in a sorry state with several security guards, not even caring about his brother-in-law, Xiaoxia. Somewhat frustrated, Guowyman grabbed a broom and a shovel and went to clean up the trash around the bins. Pai Yangyang glanced at him with some curiosity, thinking to himself, he's about to be fired, and he still has the energy to clean up the trash. This guy is interesting. Xiaoxia can't keep pretending to be dead forever. The problem is that the sun is too strong. If he continues to pretend, he'll turn into dried-up human skin. He sheepishly got up, not daring to utter a sound, and slunk into the security room. Chapter 81 I have arrived. Conference room of Su's group. Silence fell, and no one knew what had happened at the doorway. Time quickly came to 9 o'clock. Su's Heiming had been staring at the wall clock. As soon as the second hand moved to the next position, he immediately said, Su Swecking, it's already 9 o'clock. Where's Chairman Meng you mentioned? Where's the contract? There was no shortage of sarcasm in his tone. Su Zixin, Su Ziping, Su Yu, and Su Xingxian all breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, I was also somewhat disappointed. Since Su Swecking spoke so confidently just now, they actually had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Did she really secure investment? After all, the Su Group is currently in a very difficult situation. If Su Swecking really manages to attract investment, it would be a huge boon for the Su Group. However, it is already 9 o'clock, and Meng Qingfeng has not appeared, nor has the contract. Su Baoquo's expression was cold, and he was disappointed once again. Su Swecking's face gradually turned pale. After leaving Ili Villa yesterday, Meng Qingfeng's assistant called her and told her that Meng Qingfeng would definitely arrive at Su Group before 9 o'clock. Given Meng Qingfeng's status, he would never break his word. But he hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that something has gone wrong with the 500 million investment? President Meng will definitely come. He's probably just stuck in traffic. She was unwilling to give up and insisted on continuing. Really? Then stop making excuses to stall for time. Everyone's time is precious, and we have a ton of work to do at the company. We don't have time to waste here on this investment that doesn't even exist. Su Heiming gave a mocking laugh and said disdainfully, Exactly. Even if you want to drag it out, how long can you? In any case, the board will make a decision this morning. What's the point of doing this? Su Yu also said with a look of impatience. Chairman, let's vote. This so-called investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is, in my opinion, a complete lie. Su Ziping quickly echoed this sentiment. Yes, let's vote. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. Su Xingxian has done a very good job during his 15 days as acting chairman, and he has handled many things in the company very well. Chairman, it's time to make a decision. The other directors also expressed their opinions, urging Su Baoquo to make a decision. They will only be truly at ease when Su Swecking is officially dismissed. Those directors who had placed their relatives in positions during Su Swecking's absence were especially eager to resolve the situation quickly. Su Haiwen remained silent, his face extremely grim. He felt that the matter was already settled. Su Swecking lied and was removed from her position as president, which will also make him lose face in the company. If Su Xingxian becomes the president, he will definitely be ostracized in the company, and may even be given an insignificant, idle position. He was already disliked by Su Baoquo, and now he will only be more marginalized. Even worse, his shares will be taken back. He was somewhat annoyed and resentful of Su Sueking, believing that she was responsible for all of this. Su Sueking, stop being so stubborn. Things have come to this point. You should just let go, apologize to the chairman, maybe. He felt somewhat helpless, but still held a sliver of hope that Su Baoquo would ultimately show some leniency and not take back all of his shares. But halfway through his sentence, he noticed Su Baoquo's serious expression and swallowed the rest of his words. All eyes were on Su Baoquo. Su Baoquo's eyebrows furrowed into a chan shape. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. He did indeed like Su Sueking and felt that she was capable of taking on the great responsibility of the Su group and becoming the most ideal successor of the Su family. However, Su Sueking, whom he had always valued, told a lie today, which made him very angry. Please give me 10 more minutes. If Chairman Meng doesn't arrive by then, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Su Sueking was getting anxious and could only grit her teeth and say, I've already said there's no point in stalling. What are you trying to do? Do you think a miracle will happen? Su Haiming immediately sneered. He couldn't wait any longer. Now that Su Xingxian has become the president, he can do whatever he wants in the company. Su Baoquo, who was originally about to make the announcement, hesitated again after hearing Su Sueking's words. Su Sueking, since you said you've secured investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, you should have Chairman Meng's contact information, right? Suddenly, something popped into his head, and he looked at Su Sueking with a questioning look. How can the chairman still believe that he secured investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce? If she had her contact information, wouldn't she have called already? Su Haiming immediately said dismissively. Su Sueking suddenly woke up with a start, immediately took out her phone, and said, Okay, I'll call and ask right away. But before she could turn on her phone, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and a voice came through. No need, I'm already here. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look, only to see several people standing at the door. The leader was a man in his early 50s, who stood there exuding an aura of authority. Behind him stood a young man and a young woman. Behind them was Su Sueking's secretary, Zheng Li. Upon seeing the man in front of them, both Su Baoquo and Su Haiming showed expressions of astonishment. This person is Meng Qingfeng, the president of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Although we rarely interact, we have met in some business settings and naturally recognize each other. Su Sueking breathed a deep sigh of relief when she saw Meng Qingfeng. Before she knew it, her back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. President Meng? Su Baoquo stood up excitedly, looking somewhat incredulous. Meng Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Chairwoman Su, my name is Meng Qingfeng. I am here at your company today at the invitation of Miss Su Sueking to discuss investment and sign contracts. I apologize for disturbing you, but I hope it has not caused you any inconvenience. All the directors of the Su family were somewhat surprised to hear that Meng Qingfeng was so humble and polite. Everyone knows that Meng Qingfeng is a big shot in the Xinjiang business community. Although it doesn't have the title of a major family, the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, which it controls, has several large conglomerates under its umbrella and wields absolute influence in the Xinjiang business community. Moreover, the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce has a habit of investing in any project or company they approve of. Therefore, it can be said that many well-known companies and projects in Xinjiang have received investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. It is precisely because of this that Meng Qingfeng's connections in Xinjiang are astonishing. For many years, the Su family had wanted to gain the favor of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, but they never had the opportunity. Today, this legendary bigwig actually came to them in person with the contract. How could this not shock and surprise them? Not at all. We have been eagerly awaiting Chairman Meng's arrival, like a parched land longing for rain. Chairman Meng's presence at our Su group is a welcome honor for Su Baoquo. Su Baoquo said with a broad smile. He then quickly invited Meng Qingfeng and the other two in, and asked Su Haiming, Su Haiwen, and Su Yu to give up their seats. Su Xingxian, Su Haiming, and Su Yu were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe that Meng Qingfeng had actually come to the Su group. The three of them came in, and Zheng Li, who was outside the door, nodded to Su Sueking and breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Su, I'm sorry. We encountered a small problem at the entrance of the Su group just now, so we were a few minutes late. Please forgive us. Meng Qingfeng did not sit down immediately, but looked at Su Sueking and said apologetically. Su Sueking didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, "It's all right. Chairman Meng arrived just in time. Please have a seat." The three sat down, and Meng Qingfeng's male assistant Ning Xiaobei and female assistant Tang Xiyun looked rather unpleasant. The two were still bothered by the incident where they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. "President Meng, what brings you to my Su group in person?" Although he saw that Meng Qingfeng had arrived, Su Haiming still asked somewhat unwillingly. Meng Qingfeng smiled slightly and slowly sat down. Tang Xiyun opened her laptop, while Ning Xiaobei took out a file folder and placed it on the table. "I'm sure Miss Su has already told you all that I'm here today to discuss investment with the Su group." Then, Meng Qingfeng said slowly and deliberately, "Chapter 80, do you want to talk to me about rules?" After Meng Qingfeng explained his purpose, the expressions of the Su family members changed. A hint of joy flashed in Su Baoquo's eyes, and at the same time, a weight was finally lifted from his heart. He glanced at Su Sueking discreetly, and at that moment, he felt a pang of guilt. "I was too hasty. I actually started to doubt Su Sueking." Su Haiwen was both pleasantly surprised and astonished. He didn't expect that Meng Qingfeng would actually come, and that he really was there to discuss investment. The expressions on Su Haiming, Su Xingxian, and the others' faces turned rather unpleasant. Thus, their wishful thinking was completely shattered. Meng Qingfeng looked at Su Sueking sitting in the back row, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But his expression remained unchanged. He simply asked calmly, "Who is in charge of the Su group?" "We can begin." Su Xingxian immediately stood up and said confidently, "President Meng, I am now the acting president of Su group. You can talk to me about the contract." Meng Qingfeng turned his head and looked at him with surprise, asking suspiciously, "Are you the president of the Su group?" Su Haiming's eyes darted around, and he quickly said, "Yes, his name is Su Xingxian, and he's the acting president of the Su group." The father and son felt that their opportunity had arrived. It seems that Meng Qingfeng's investment in the Su group was entirely due to the Su family's influence, not because Su Sueking had brought in the investment, as she claimed. If Su Xingxian signs this investment contract, it will confirm that he has become the group's president. Su Baoquo's expression darkened slightly. How could he not see what the father and son were thinking? However, as the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, Meng Qingfeng naturally needed to find someone of equal status to negotiate with him since he came to sign the contract in person. At the very least, the contract cannot be signed by someone without any official position. Otherwise, it would appear that the Su family is being disrespectful and showing a lack of respect for this investment. As he was contemplating whether to immediately reinstate Su Sueking as president, Meng Qingfeng gave a cold laugh and said in a deep voice, "It seems the Su family has no sincerity in cooperating with my Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. In that case, I think there's no need to discuss this investment anymore. Let's withdraw it." After saying that, he stood up abruptly. The Su family was shocked. This was meat that was practically delivered to their mouths, and it just flew away like that? Su Baoquo's expression changed drastically, not understanding why Meng Qingfeng would suddenly get angry. He quickly said, "President Meng, please don't be angry. I will personally discuss this contract with you, and I will sign it myself." "No need." Meng Qingfeng spoke coldly, and his two assistants began collecting documents and shutting down the computer. "I only intended to invest in the Su group because of Miss Su. However, it seems that the Su group's management is somewhat chaotic now, so I need to reconsider this investment." Upon hearing Meng Qingfeng's words, Su Baoquo felt a chill run down his spine and asked anxiously, "Chairman Meng, where have we fallen short? Please enlighten us. My Su family will certainly give Chairman Meng an explanation." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Sueking, his expression pleading. He now understands that Meng Qingfeng came to invest in the Su group, not because of the Su group's reputation, but because of Su Sueking. Su Sueking stood up and said earnestly, "President Meng, if I have done anything wrong, I apologize. But please make sure you explain yourself clearly." Meng Qingfeng certainly didn't intend to actually leave. He came to the Su group entirely because of Pai Yangyang. The reason Pai Yangyang asked him to help solve the Su group's financial problems was definitely because of Su Sueking. But when he entered the conference room and saw Su Sueking sitting in the back row, his heart sank. This eldest daughter of the Su family has actually been marginalized? He was particularly annoyed that Su Xingxian wanted to take the credit for Su Sueking, and he wanted to get an explanation for her. Although the Su family members each had their own ulterior motives, this investment was crucial for the Su group, and no one wanted to watch the funds they had just received slip away. Therefore, no one dared to utter a sound at this moment. They all nervously watched the angry god of wealth, trying to figure out what was going on. Since that's the case, I'll explain it clearly. Meng Qingfeng thought for a moment, then turned around and glanced at everyone. The reason I was late is because I was stopped by your security guard at the entrance of your company. I explained to him that we had an appointment with Ms. Su to discuss an investment contract. However, the security guard refused to let us in. Upon hearing this, Su Baoqiu was shocked and asked incredulously, "Such a thing actually happened?" Su Sueking's expression suddenly changed. She remembered the unfamiliar security guard she had encountered when she entered the company, and a thought flashed through her mind as she looked at Su Xingxian. "Su Xingxian, what's going on?" Su Baoqiu's expression was rather unpleasant. He looked coldly at Su Xingxian and asked in a deep voice. However, before Su Xingxian could answer, Meng Qingfeng waved his hand gently and said, "Chairman Su, this is your family matter. You can discuss it privately. Now I'll talk about the second thing." Although Su Baoqiu was furious, he could only suppress his anger and said, "Speak." Su Xingxian breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. Yesterday, Miss Su represented the Su Group at Ely Villa to explain the reasons for their funding needs. After careful consideration, we felt that Miss Su indeed had the ability to lead the Su Group out of its predicament, which is why we decided to invest in the Su Group. But now I know that Miss Su has no authority within the Su Group. Does the Su Group look down on my Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, or on me, Meng Qingfeng? Meng Qingfeng's tone was cold, with a hint of intimidating force. Su Baoqiu immediately understood and quickly said, "This is a problem with my arrangements." Su Sueking was originally the president of the Su Group, but she was temporarily relieved of her post because of a small mistake. However, since she has gained the approval of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce and you, Chairman Meng, I will reinstate her to her position now. After saying that, he looked at Su Sueking and pointed to the first seat on the right, saying, "Sueking, you can sit here now." Su Sueking slowly walked to her seat, but before she could sit down, Su Xingxian's face twisted a few times, and he said indignantly, "Chairman, it's not in accordance with the rules to reinstate her before the matter is settled." He had finally become the acting president, but he had to give it up after only 15 days. He was really unwilling to accept this. "What? You still want to talk to me about rules? Chairman Meng is already standing here. Is there anything that hasn't been decided yet?" Su Xingxian bit his lip, deciding to go all out. He said resolutely, "Su Sueking promised to bring in 500 million yuan. But everyone in Xinjiang knows that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce only invested 300 million yuan this year." Before he could finish speaking, Meng Qingfeng gave a cold laugh. "What? Does the scale of my Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's investment have to be restricted by you?" Su Xingxian was startled and stammered, "But..." "There are no buts." Meng Qingfeng interrupted him again, without any politeness. "I've come to the Su Group this time with 500 million yuan. Su Xingxian's face suddenly turned pale, and he slumped down, unable to say another word. Although Su Haiming was unwilling, Su Sueking had now brought in 500 million yuan, making her a great contributor to the Su family. According to the original agreement, Su Sueking should indeed be reinstated as president. Let's stop arguing about this. I hereby officially announce that Su Sueking is reinstated as president. Su Xingxian's position as acting president is suspended pending further arrangements. Su Baoqiu announced loudly in a solemn voice. Su Haiming, Su Seping, Su Ren, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Things changed so quickly, catching everyone off guard. The plans that had been discussed were completely disrupted by Meng Qingfeng's arrival. "Okay, congratulations to Su Sueking on returning to the position of CEO." A moment later, Su Ren clapped, breaking the silence. Although unwilling, Su Haiming, Su Yu, and the others could only applaud and congratulate Su Sueking. Chapter 83. You're a bit too dark-skinned. Ms. Su, congratulations. Meng Qingfeng clapped along and said to Su Sueking with a smile. This scene greatly surprised Su Haiming and the others. This is the president of the prestigious Tonglong Chamber of Commerce, yet he treats Su Sueking so well. There's even a hint of ingratiation in his attitude. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and all the directors for your trust, and thank you, Chairman Meng, as well. I will definitely work harder, do my best, live up to your expectations, and do my job well. A heavy weight lifted from Su Sueking's heart, and a smile appeared on her face. Although she was extremely excited inside, her expression remained calm. Meng Qingfeng couldn't help but secretly admire her composure. No wonder there's a saying in Xinjiang. The Su family has a daughter who is just as capable as any man. That kind of composure is something most people couldn't achieve, especially since she's so young. President Meng, please have a seat. Su Sueking spoke to Meng Qingfeng with a graceful and generous manner. She only sat down after Meng Qingfeng, and the other two had sat down. This scene impressed Su Baoquo greatly and strengthened his resolve to support Su Sueking. Zheng Li, who had been observing the situation in the conference room from outside the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Sueking survived the crisis, and Zheng Li kept her job. At that moment, she felt both joy and excitement, and her eyes unexpectedly welled up with tears. Just then, a curious voice suddenly came from beside her. Granny Li, what are you looking at? Why are you crying? Zheng Li was startled and quickly turned her head to look. Unexpectedly, as he turned his head, his nose and lips brushed past someone's face. She took 2 steps back in fright, looking at Pai Yangyang, who was completely bewildered, with some anger. What are you doing? You're scaring people half to death, don't you know that? Then, she lowered her voice and said angrily. Its expression was fierce and menacing, as if it wanted to bite Pai Yangyang hard. Pai Yangyang touched his cheek with lingering pleasure, then suddenly chuckled softly. It smells quite nice. How about I have some over here too? As he spoke, he turned his face to the side. Roll. Zheng Li rolled her eyes at her. Is this a family relationship? If it weren't for the company, or the fact that a meeting was in progress, she would have pounced on him and started scratching him by now. TCH stingy. Pai Yangyang said dismissively. How did you get up here? Are you alright? Zheng Li suddenly remembered that Pai Yangyang was downstairs confronting those fierce security guards, so she quickly asked in a low voice. Why can't I come up? I'm the son-in-law of the Su family. Don't I have a share in this company? Pai Yangyang was perfectly justified. Zheng Li rolled her eyes at him again and said irritably, What are you thinking? Don't you know what's going on between you and President Su? Pai Yangyang scratched his head, chuckled, and said somewhat cheekily, It's too hot down here. I came up to enjoy the air conditioning. Zheng Li wasn't really angry, but her face turned slightly red and her heart was pounding. The scene from just now keeps replaying in my mind. Did I actually kiss this guy? If President Su finds out, will he be angry? However, Pai Yangyang acted as if nothing had happened, looking through the window into the conference room and asking, How's it going inside? We've overcome the difficulties. President Su is now preparing to discuss the contract with Chairman Meng. Zheng Li answered happily. Pai Yangyang lazily said, Oh, then took out his phone, leaned against the pillar, and started playing. But even though he's playing games, he can actually hear most of what people in the meeting room are saying. He practiced martial arts since childhood, and his hearing is much better than that of ordinary people. Even through a wall, he can hear the general idea. The Su family members were filled with anticipation in the meeting room. Although Su Sueking's return as president made many of them uncomfortable, she did manage to secure 500 million yuan in funding. With this 500 million yuan, the Su group may be able to overcome its difficulties and have a bright future ahead. Thinking about it this way makes me feel much better. Su Baoquo was even more impatient and couldn't wait to sign the contract right now. President Meng, please go first. What are the conditions for the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce to invest 500 million? Su Sueking, however, was quite composed. She opened her notebook and spoke naturally to Meng Qingfeng. Meng Qingfeng smiled slightly and looked at Su Sueking, asking, Before we formally discuss cooperation, I have a personal question I'd like to ask. I wonder if Ms. Su could satisfy my curiosity. Su Sueking was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Please speak. If I know the answer, I will definitely answer you. Meng Qingfeng said, You and Mr. Pai have already obtained your marriage certificate, so, Mr. Pai is now also a member of the Su group, right? What position does he hold in the Su group? Su Sueking was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. She looked to Su Baoquo for help. Because Pai Yangyang has not yet gained the approval of the Su family, the appointment is only valid if Su Baoquo personally approves it. Su Baoquo was also stunned. He didn't understand why Meng Qingfeng would be so interested in inquiring about his family affairs. Although Su Sueking and Pai Yangyang have already obtained their marriage certificate, and Pai Yangyang even saved Su Sueking's life. But deep down, he still found it hard to accept Pai Yangyang becoming his grandson-in-law, and he never thought of letting Pai Yangyang join the Su group. When Meng Qingfeng suddenly asked the question, he really didn't know how to answer. What position could he possibly hold? A pretty boy, idle all day, a good-for-nothing who can't do anything but live off women. Su Xingxian said dismissively. Meng Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He glanced coldly at Su Xingxian and said in astonishment, You mean? Mr. Pai is a good-for-nothing. In his heart, Pai Yangyang was a miracle doctor. Could it be that these members of the Su family didn't know that Pai Yangyang was skilled in medicine and quite skilled at it? It's not that he can't do anything. He sets up a stall under the overpass and scams old men and women, but there aren't many idiots willing to fall for it these days. Meng Qingfeng's lips twitched slightly. Furious, he muttered to himself, I am the idiot you're talking about. If it weren't for this liar you mentioned, I wouldn't have any descendants. However, he only vented his anger internally and did not say it aloud. Great people have their own way of doing things. Since the Su family doesn't know, it must be because Pai Yangyang doesn't want them to know. Is he saving this to surprise the Su family later? Yes, that must be it. Meng Qingfeng arrogantly asserted his own judgment. Xiao Pai just joined our Su family, and we haven't thought about assigning him any position yet. Chairman Meng, this shouldn't affect our cooperation, right? Su Baoqiu noticed several changes in Meng Qingfeng's expression and felt a little uneasy. He was genuinely worried that things might change again, and if they did, he might have a heart attack. It's okay, it won't affect anything. Like I said, it was just a little curiosity. Meng Qingfeng gave a somewhat stiff smile and said. Su Baoqiu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, That's good. In that case, Chairman Meng, please tell us your terms. Meng Qingfeng nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said, The 500 million yuan from Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is for investing in a pharmaceutical company under the Su Group. In other words, this 500 million yuan must be used for its designated purpose and cannot be used for other projects of the Su Group. Su Sueking replied without hesitation, No problem. Secondly, the funds will be disbursed in 2 installments. The first installment is 300 million yuan. After the funds arrive, the pharmaceutical company must develop a product that can successfully launch a business within 3 months. Otherwise, the cooperation will be terminated, and we will not invest the second installment of 200 million yuan. Meng Qingfeng said slowly. Although his tone was calm, it was very firm. This time, Su Sueking did not answer immediately. Because developing a product that makes a splash in the market is no easy task. I think you can understand. Our investments are definitely not blind. We want to see returns. The best return for pharmaceutical companies is their products. Seeing that Su Sueking did not answer immediately, Meng Qingfeng added another explanation. Su Sueking thought for a moment, made up her mind, and nodded, saying, President Meng is right. This one is also fine. Okay, the last thing is the shareholding percentage. Meng Qingfeng smiled, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. According to our understanding, the total investment in Su's group pharmaceutical company is 1.8 billion, and its current net market value is at most around 2 billion. Tonglong Chamber of Commerce invested 500 million, which means it accounts for 20%. Meng Qingfeng turned to look at his assistant's computer and said. Su Baoqiu asked with some suspicion, Does Chairman Meng mean that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce will hold a 20% stake? Meng Qingfeng smiled slightly and said, No, I only need 15%. Everyone in the Su family was taken aback. In their minds, even if it only accounts for 20%, they feel they've gotten a good deal. After all, pharmaceutical companies are currently facing difficulties and urgently need funds. But unexpectedly, Meng Qingfeng actually took the initiative to reduce the percentage. Su Baoqiu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Meng Qingfeng would ask for an exorbitant amount, but now it seemed that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce was indeed very sincere and respectful. He nodded, about to express his opinion, when the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Old Meng, you're a bit dark-skinned. Immediately afterwards, a playful voice rang out in the conference room. Chapter 84 Brother-in-law, give me your seat. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room froze. Su Saiwen was so frightened that his face changed color. Who is Meng Qingfeng? The president of the Xinjiang Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is almost on par with the Yi family, standing at the pinnacle of Xinjiang, and is a person respected by all. Putting aside this identity, he is still the Su family's god of wealth, and the savior who saved the Su family from dire straits. However, one of the Su family's sons-in-law actually called Meng Qingfeng Old Meng. Looking across Xinjiang, there are very few people who dare to call themselves that. Even Yi Tianxiong has to call him Chairman Meng. All the members of the Su family stared at Pai Yangyang in astonishment. This kid is either out of his mind or incredibly arrogant. Pai Yangyang, are you crazy? Su Saiwen slammed his hand on the conference table and shouted angrily. Do you know that this is Chairman Meng of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce? Pai Yangyang glanced at him indifferently and said, I know him. It's Old Meng, I know him. You. Su Haiwen was so angry, he almost vomited blood. Knowing this, he still calls him Old Meng. Doesn't he know his own place? If this angers Meng Qingfeng and he withdraws the investment, who will take responsibility? Xiaopai, watch your words. After his initial shock, Su Baoquo quickly calmed down and said solemnly, "This is Chairman Meng. You must not be rude." Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and looked at Meng Qingfeng. Everyone thought that Pai Yanjiang's audacity would surely anger Meng Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, just as everyone was looking at each other strangely and feeling tense, Meng Qingfeng suddenly laughed happily a few times and, facing Pai Yangyang, said humbly, "Hee, Mr. Pai, I was wondering why you didn't attend this meeting." "Mr. Pai? You are?" Su Baoquo stared wide-eyed at Pai Yangyang in disbelief. All the members of the Su family were completely bewildered. They couldn't understand why Meng Qingfeng was so respectful to Pai Yangyang. "President Meng, are you mistaken?" Su Haiming looked at Meng Qingfeng suspiciously and said, "He's just my Su family's son-in-law, not some important figure. You don't need to be so respectful to him." Meng Qingfeng smiled calmly. The reason why the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce decided to invest in the Su Group this time is largely because of Mr. Pai. Without Mr. Pai, I wouldn't be standing here right now. His tone was calm, but carried a strong sense of certainty. Su Haiming was stunned. However, he is not a shareholder of our Su Group, nor even an employee, so he is not qualified to attend the meeting. Su Xingxian said indignantly. Meng Qingfeng's expression darkened slightly. He glanced at him coldly, and his tone became much colder. "I think I've made myself clear enough, haven't I?" Su Xingxian was startled and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. "Chairman Su, may Mr. Pai attend the meeting?" Meng Qingfeng turned to look at Su Baoquo and asked. Su Baoquo was filled with questions, but at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to ask them. From Meng Qingfeng's attitude, Su Baoquo could tell that Pai Yangyang and Meng Qingfeng did indeed have an unusual relationship. "All right, little Pai, please take a seat." Su Baoquo quickly realized that in order to successfully secure investment, he had to follow Meng Qingfeng's wishes. Therefore, he immediately asked Pai Yangyang to stay and attend the meeting. Although the Su family members couldn't understand it, Su Baoquo had already spoken, so Pai Yangyang was naturally allowed to attend the meeting. Pai Yangyang smiled, glanced at everyone in the conference room, and then came up behind Su Xingxian. "Brother-in-law, could you give me your seat?" Upon hearing Pai Yanjiang's lazy voice, Su Xingxian's expression changed abruptly, and he said angrily, "Why should I give up my seat for you?" Pai Yangyang asked calmly, "Is my reason sufficient that I want to sit face-to-face with my wife?" But Su Xingxian didn't move and said with a gloomy expression, "Do you know what kind of position this is? You think you can sit in this position?" Pai Yangyang asked in surprise, "What kind of seat is this? Is there a nail on this seat that I can't sit on?" Su Xingxian snorted angrily and said arrogantly, "This seat is for the group's senior executives. I am the acting president of the group. Today's signing of the investment contract with Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is extremely important. How could I possibly give up my seat to someone who has no connection to the matter?" After listening, Pai Yangyang smiled knowingly and shook his head slightly, saying, "No, you're overthinking it. Signing an investment contract with the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce is indeed important. But as for you, it doesn't matter whether you're here or not, because you're no longer the acting president of the group." Su Xingxian's face turned pale with anger. He gritted his teeth, stared at Pai Yangyang, and his chest heaved violently with rage. What Pai Yangyang said is indeed true. He has been removed from his position as acting president. "Old Meng, I'm sure you wouldn't care whether an acting president who's about to be removed participates in this contract signing meeting, right?" Before Su Xingxian could say anything, Pai Yangyang asked again, as if it were a natural thing to do. Meng Qingfeng smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Of course. If the Su family lets an acting president who is about to be removed participate in the contract negotiations, I would think that the Su family has no sincerity at all." Su Xingxian, give Xiao Pai your seat. Su Baoquo had already realized that no matter what Pai Yangyang said, Meng Qingfeng would agree with him. It seems that in Meng Qingfeng's eyes, Pai Yangyang is more important than anyone else in the Su family, including himself, the chairman of the Su Group. Therefore, he immediately asked Su Xingxian to give up his seat to avoid further angering Meng Qingfeng. Su Xingxian's face was deathly pale, his eyes flashing with cold light and raging with fury. Although he was very unwilling, he dared not disobey Su Baoquo's orders, so he could only stand up reluctantly and walk to the back of the conference room. Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang looked at him calmly and said again, "Since you are no longer the acting president of the group, I think that such an important contract involves the group's trade secrets. As an unrelated person, it is not appropriate for you to stay here. You should leave first." Su Xingxian stumbled and almost fell over. He's the young master of the Su group and the former acting president. "Who do you think you are, Pai Yangyang? How dare you try to drive me away?" Su Xingxian gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. If they weren't in a conference room, he would have pounced on Pai Yangyang and slapped him hard across the face. The atmosphere in the meeting room felt somewhat eerie. All eyes were on Su Xingxian. At this moment, Su Xingxian trembled all over and said angrily, "You're nothing but a gigolo, relying on my cousin to swagger around here. Who do you think you are, daring to kick me out?" No one spoke. Su Haiwen looked grim as he stared at Pai Yangyang, his heart pounding with excitement and nervousness. Pai Yangyang really went too far. Su Haiwen hasn't even acknowledged Pai Yangyang as his son-in-law yet, and now he's pointing fingers here and trying to kick Su Xingxian out of the meeting room. This is clearly just causing trouble. Su Sueking had finally regained her position as president, and if this kid's mischief displeased the old man, the consequences would be severe. "Pai Yangyang, what do you want to do?" Su Haiwen said with some annoyance. Pai Yangyang didn't answer, but Meng Qingfeng snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "It seems that some people in the Su family are indeed very unruly. I am deeply worried about this cooperation." Upon hearing this, Su Baoquo's expression changed. Meng Qingfeng is angry. "Su Xingxian, you can go out now." Su Xingxian's lips twitched, his face contorted and grotesque. At that moment, he felt incredibly humiliated. It was truly unacceptable for the young master of the prestigious Su family to be kicked out of the meeting room by a son-in-law who had not yet been acknowledged by the Su family. "Yes, Su Xingxian, you should go out and leave for a while. Let's go. Don't let this interfere with the signing of the contract. It will harm the Su group. You are indeed no longer the acting president of the group, nor a director, so it is only right that you recuse yourself." Su Yu, Su Seping, Su Ren, and others also tried to persuade him. They were originally in cahoots with Su Haiming and Su Xingxian, but now, if Su Xingxian is unwilling to leave the meeting room, Meng Qingfeng is very likely to terminate the cooperation. This concerns the vital interests of each and every one of them. So naturally, they don't want Su Xingxian to ruin this cooperation opportunity with the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce. Su Xingxian was so angry that he trembled all over, but he was at a loss for what to do. Now, he has become the target of public criticism. If he continues to stay, it will only make everyone think that he is a sinner of the Su family. Snort. He snorted angrily, glared at Pai Yangyang, and walked out with a furious expression. Pai Yangyang sat down naturally, and then said to the still-standing crowd, "Everyone, please sit down." The corners of everyone in the Su family's mouths twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, he's become the central figure in the meeting room, acting as if he's the chairman himself. If he doesn't sit, then no one else can sit. Chapter 85. This bragging. Su Haiming's lips twitched. He was so angry that his liver, kidneys, stomach, and his whole body ached. I felt incredibly frustrated, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. If he insists on going against Pai Yangyang at this point, and ends up driving Meng Qingfeng and the others away, then he will become a sinner of the Su family and will never be able to hold his head high again. Su Baoquo's lips twitched slightly. Pai Yangyang is really too ignorant. He doesn't understand any rules at all. As a junior, he actually took the seat first. However, at this moment he could only suppress his anger and displeasure, because he really didn't know what the relationship was between Pai Yangyang and Meng Qingfeng. Meng Qingfeng seemed quite natural, as if it were all perfectly reasonable. "Mr. Pai, what you just said meant that you have a disagreement about our shareholding ratio?" After everyone sat down, Meng Qingfeng turned to look at Pai Yangyang sitting next to him and asked. Pai Yangyang nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, I think you're a bit dark-skinned." Su Baoquo, Su Haiwen, Su Haiming, and the others were immediately speechless. Has this kid lost his mind? How dare he say something like that? Even if Meng Qingfeng wanted to take a 30% stake, everyone in the Su family felt it was only natural. After all, the Su group's pharmaceutical company was already facing a desperate situation, which even dragged the group into trouble. No one in the entire Xinjiang region dared to invest in the Su family, so the fact that the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce was willing to invest already deeply moved the Su family. Moreover, Meng Qingfeng actually only asked for 15% of the shares, which is already an enormous favor. Pai Yangyang actually said that Meng Qingfeng was too corrupt? Isn't he just talking nonsense and trying to cause trouble? Little Pai, don't say things like that. Su Baoqiu was a little embarrassed. He was afraid that Meng Qingfeng would be angry. President Meng has already voluntarily reduced his shareholding, and we should comply. I think it's reasonable for Tonglong Chamber of Commerce to hold 15%, as President Meng has suggested. Reasonable, Pai Yangyang said confidently. I don't think it's reasonable. Pai Yangyang, you mustn't be ridiculous. This matter concerns the future of the Su family. There are some things that shouldn't be said, so don't say them. Su Sweking, who had been silent until now, looked at Pai Yangyang sitting opposite her and said nervously, Wife, you must believe in the Su Group, and you must believe in yourself. I think the Su Group's pharmaceutical company will soon become the #1 pharmaceutical company in Xinjiang. It might even become the largest pharmaceutical company in the 6 southern provinces. Pai Yangyang said smugly, his expression confident and full of pride. Su Sweking's face immediately darkened. Is this something you can do simply by believing in yourself? The largest pharmaceutical company in the 6 southern provinces? He probably doesn't know that the largest pharmaceutical company in the country is located in the 6 southern provinces. The sheer volume of his boasting made her feel utterly ashamed. Sure enough, Meng Qingfeng's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The largest pharmaceutical company in the 6 southern provinces. What does that mean? That's a behemoth in the national pharmaceutical industry, and even on a global scale, it ranks among the top. If Su's pharmaceutical company really achieves that, it will reach an unimaginable scale and height. It's fair to say that if Su's pharmaceutical company truly becomes the largest pharmaceutical company in the 6 southern provinces, then even if Tonglong Chamber of Commerce only holds 1% of its shares, it's unimaginable. Xiao Pai, you need to be realistic and down to earth. Su Baoqiu's expression also darkened. Don't bring unrealistic dreams to meetings. If it weren't for Meng Qingfeng's sake, he would have let Pai Yangyang leave directly. Making such a big boast is just embarrassing for the Su family. Su's Haiwen, losing face, angrily said, You'd better shut up. Sweking is the president now. Don't interrupt when it comes to contract negotiations. No one believed Pai Yanjiang's grand promises, because they were all afraid of being overly optimistic. Yes, Mr. Pai is right. So, please take a look at this contract, Mr. Pai. If you find anything unreasonable, please point it out, and we can discuss and revise it. Unexpectedly, just as the Su family was feeling awkward, Meng Qingfeng nodded in deep agreement and said very decisively. Su Baoqiu, Su Sweking, and the rest of the Su family were all dumbfounded. The cooperation between Tonglong Chamber of Commerce and Su Group is such a serious matter. How could they let an outsider who knows nothing about it participate in the revision? Isn't that ridiculous? I won't look at the contract. I don't understand it anyway. I'll leave these things to my wife. Pai Yangyang naturally pushed the contract that Meng Qingfeng handed over to Su Sweking. Su Sweking blushed slightly, paused for a moment, and glanced at Pai Yangyang with some surprise. This is a board meeting. Apart from Su Baoqiu, who can address her by her first name, all other directors call her president. This guy, on the other hand, keeps calling me wife so fluently, it's getting better and better. When I asked him to call her wife, he was so unwilling, as if he had suffered a huge loss. Now, why does it suddenly sound so natural? However, now is not the time to dwell on this. She said politely, President Meng, shall I take a look first? Meng Qingfeng chuckled and said, Miss Su, please take a look. If you have any questions, we can discuss them on the spot and try to finalize the contract this morning. Su Sweking nodded, then took the contract and began to read it carefully. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Almost all the shareholders held their breath, watching Su Sweking with bated breath. As business people, we are all well aware of some contract traps and word games. The Su Group has also been deceived before and even got into a lawsuit because of it. However, everyone still trusts Su Sweking's abilities. During her tenure as president, there was never a single contract dispute. It took Su Sweking a full half-hour to finish reading the dozen or so pages of the contract. Then she relaxed her brows and let out a soft sigh. President Meng, I have carefully read all the terms. This contract shows the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce's utmost sincerity. If it is executed according to this contract, my Su family will gain a considerable advantage. Su Sweking said with a sense of relief. Chairman, fellow directors, I think there's nothing wrong with this contract. We can definitely sign it. Su Sweking then turned to Su Baoqiu, unable to hide her joy, and said with a smile. Su Baoqiu and the rest of the Su family breathed a sigh of relief and were also filled with excitement and anticipation. Just when the Su family was in trouble, they were able to get an investment contract that was beneficial to them. This was a real lifeline for them. No one doubts Su Sweking's professional competence. If she says she can sign, then she definitely can. Thank you to the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce for their trust in the Su Group, and thank you to Chairman Meng for making such a significant concession. On behalf of all shareholders of the Su Group, I thank Chairman Meng and the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. A moment later, Su Sweking turned to look at Meng Qingfeng and said with gratitude, "Ms. Su, you're too kind." Meng Qingfeng seemed relieved and laughed, saying, "In business, mutual benefit is the key to long-term cooperation. If Ms. Su and the chairman have no further objections, then we can formally sign the contract." Applause erupted in the hall, and the Su family finally showed relaxed smiles. Even Su's Haiwen, who had been keeping a straight face, showed a slight smile of relief. With this investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, the dark cloud hanging over the Su Group is finally about to dissipate. Wait a moment. However, amidst the applause, Pai Yanjiang's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 86. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? The applause abruptly stopped. Everyone looked at Pai Yangyang with astonishment once again. Su Baoqiu's heart skipped a beat. At this critical juncture, he hoped this guy wouldn't cause any trouble. "Old Meng, it seems you've forgotten something, haven't you?" Ignoring their surprised expressions, Pai Yangyang looked at Meng Qingfeng and asked. Meng Qingfeng paused for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, Yes, the shareholding ratio does indeed need to be adjusted." Pai Yangyang nodded, seemingly approving, and said, It seems your memory is still pretty good. Pai Yangyang, what are you doing? Didn't you say you didn't understand business? Don't say anything more about the contract." Su Sweking was getting a little anxious. This guy, he's always saying something outrageous. Who knows what nonsense that mouth of hers might spout. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's 15% stake is an enormous advantage for the Su family. One should know how to be content. Sometimes, the more you think, the more you lose. "Ms. Su, I was indeed short-sighted regarding the shareholding percentage. I overlooked the development potential of Su's pharmaceuticals. Therefore, I think, with all other conditions remaining unchanged, the shareholding percentage of Tunglong Chamber of Commerce should be adjusted to 10%. "Oh." Su Baoqiu, Su Sweking, and several others exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Meng Qingfeng actually took the initiative to reduce his shareholding again? This is absolutely incredible. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce is going to invest 500 million yuan, accounting for 10%, which is simply unreasonable. Merchants are driven by profit, and at this time, most merchants would choose to take advantage of the situation and extort a large sum of money from the Su family. However, Meng Qingfeng took the initiative to reduce the proportion again and again, which is simply unbelievable. A percentage, 10%? Chairman Meng isn't joking, is he? Su Sweking looked astonished, as if she couldn't believe it. Indeed, no one with even a modicum of rationality would believe such a windfall. Yes, 10%. What does Miss Su think? Meng Qingfeng was clearly not joking. He spoke with a serious expression. Su Sweking blushed with excitement. Even a fool would find such a good thing amazing. But before she could even speak, she heard Pai Yanjiang sneer. "Old Meng, your vision is rather narrow." Then, Pai Yangyang said with a hint of amusement. Su Sweking stared wide-eyed at Pai Yangyang in disbelief. Is he out of his mind again? "Pai Yangyang, how dare you speak to Chairman Meng like that?" Su's Haiming, who was seething with anger, sneered. "You're a good-for-nothing man who does nothing all day and only knows how to live off women. Yet you dare to say that Chairman Meng of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce has a narrow mind? Do you even know what a mind is? How ridiculous." Pai Yangyang didn't even glance at him, but instead smiled at Meng Qingfeng. Su's Haiming's words were met with silence. No one even offered a word of agreement. Everyone looked at Pai Yangyang and Meng Qingfeng with tension and curiosity, wanting to know how things would develop. Because Pai Yanjiang's appearance brought them too many surprises and unexpected events. They had a hunch that Meng Qingfeng might actually reduce his share further. For the Su family shareholders, the lower the percentage of Tunglong Chamber of Commerce they hold, the better, as this would allow them to gain more benefits. Therefore, everyone chose to remain silent at this time. At this moment, Meng Qingfeng felt somewhat uneasy. He voluntarily reduced his shareholding to 10%, which was already a huge concession. But Pai Yangyang was clearly not satisfied. If the price is lowered further, how will he and his shareholders explain it? Mr. Pai, what percentage do you think the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce should hold? Although Meng Qingfeng was somewhat apprehensive, he had to ask cautiously. There was no other way. The dreams of his three sons still had to be realized through Pai Yangyang. For him, this matter was paramount. As for money, he could never spend it all in several lifetimes. And even if he completely lost money investing in Sue's pharmaceuticals, he wouldn't care. The only headache was how to convince the shareholders. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. He had to calm Pai Yangyang down first. So he simply let Pai Yangyang state the proportions. 1%. Pai Yangyang was quite decisive, extending his index finger and shaking it. Everyone in the conference room, except for Pai Yangyang, was stunned. I look at you. You look at me, confused fruit on a confused tree, you and me under the confused tree. The atmosphere was a bit strange. In the minds of Su Haiming, Su Ziping, and the others, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through their minds, crushing their hearts to pieces. Is this guy insane? You're asking someone to invest 500 million in a company with a total investment of less than 2 billion, just to take a 1% stake? Even seasoned residents of a mental hospital wouldn't dare to have such wild imaginations. If this is agreed to, then this person might as well go and stay in a mental hospital. Pai Yangyang, don't talk nonsense. Su Sueking was clearly panicked. How could Pai Yangyang dare to say such an absurd idea? I really don't know what he was thinking. Pai Yangyang, you're not a shareholder and you don't hold any position in the company. What right do you have to discuss the contract with Chairman Meng? Su Haiming was getting anxious. If this angered Meng Qingfeng, could Pai Yangyang bear the responsibility? Xiao Pai, there's a limit to jokes. Although Chairman Meng is generous and won't hold it against you, don't push your luck. Su Baoqiu also became anxious and said in a solemn tone. That guy surnamed Pai, it's already an exception that you were allowed to attend the meeting. You need to know your place and stop spouting nonsense. Exactly, if you mess up the investment, can you take responsibility? Seeing Meng Qingfeng's strange expression, as if he were very angry, the other shareholders of the Su family also began to criticize Pai Yangyang. This is practically cutting off their source of income. Meng Qingfeng's willingness to concede 10% is already quite generous. This was like a huge windfall for the Su family. But Pai Yangyang wanted to send that big pie flying back. Okay, let's do as Mr. Pai said. The Tonglong Chamber of Commerce will take 1%. I think that's reasonable. Meng Qingfeng's mind went blank for a moment, but he quickly gritted his teeth and made a decision. President Meng. Assistant Ning Xiaobei called out nervously, her expression somewhat excited. But Meng Qingfeng waved his hand, cutting him off. Don't speak. I have my own thoughts on this matter. Ning Xiaobei and Tang Xiyun felt a surge of emotions, feeling aggrieved for Meng Qingfeng. When did the president of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce get forced into such an embarrassing situation? But Meng Qingfeng clearly didn't want them to say anything more, so they naturally didn't dare to say anything more. The entire Su family was stunned once again. Meng Qingfeng actually agreed, and even said that the ratio was reasonable? Is President Meng of the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce really this approachable and reasonable? Pai Yangyang flashed a harmless smile, revealing his white teeth. President Meng is indeed wise. I believe you will not regret your decision today. President Meng will definitely lead the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce to new heights with the help of Su's pharmaceutical company. Listening to Pai Yanjiang's arrogant words, Su Haiwen, Su Haiming, and the others almost fainted on the spot. They simply couldn't understand why Meng Qingfeng would make concessions again and again, even reducing the percentage to a pitiful 1%. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Chapter 87 The Su Family's Nobleman. Wife, Lao Meng is so generous, so you must work hard to make the company better and stronger, and develop it into the largest pharmaceutical company in the 6 southern provinces. Only in this way can you repay Lao Meng for all his hard work today. While everyone was still confused, Pai Yangyang spoke earnestly to Su Sueking. Su Sueking's expression was quite interesting. Excitement, shock, nervousness, worry. A mix of emotions overwhelmed her, and she couldn't even be sure what she was feeling at that moment. She just felt that it all seemed too surreal. She looked at Pai Yangyang with a complicated expression, somewhat dazed. What kind of man is he? He carries the labels of gigolo, pretty boy, good for nothing, liar, and cuckold, and his words often send chills down people's spines. Yet he often manages to do things that seem impossible. Honey, you don't need to idolize me like that. I know I'm excellent, a natural-born negotiation expert, but Lao Meng mainly values the development potential of Su's pharmaceutical company. That's Lao Meng's vision. Su Sueking felt a sense of confusion. Pattern? That's clearly stupid. But she couldn't say that out loud. If she did, it would make her look like a fool. She was very curious about how Pai Yangyang had managed to control Meng Qingfeng. Could it be that Meng Qingfeng has some kind of leverage over Pai Yangyang? But that's not realistic either. Everyone knows that Meng Qingfeng rose through the ranks in the martial arts world. If someone as insignificant as Pai Yangyang dares to blackmail him, he might not even know how he died. Su Sueking racked her brains, but still couldn't understand the reasoning behind it. President Meng, you weren't joking about what you just said, were you? Finally, Su Baoqiu snapped out of his daze and asked in surprise. He felt uneasy. If Chairman Meng could agree to such a bizarre condition, was he just being sarcastic out of anger? However, Meng Qingfeng's smile remained natural and warm, and he didn't seem angry at all. Chairman, I was speaking very seriously. How could you think I was joking? Meng Qingfeng smiled and asked in return. Su Baoqiu paused for a moment, then gave an unnatural smile. But this shareholding percentage, isn't your Tonglong Chamber of Commerce being at a huge disadvantage? Meng Qingfeng said. I believe that Su's pharmaceuticals goal is the stars and the sea. Although Tonglong Chamber of Commerce only holds a 1% stake, the profits it will gain in the future will be unimaginable. Su Baoqiu broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with astonishment and embarrassment. Why does Chairman Meng speak in such a childish and immature way? At this moment, Tang Xian took the USB drive off the laptop and said, President Meng, the contract has been revised. Would you like to review it? No. Meng Qingfeng waved his hand and then asked, Miss Su, please send someone to reprint the contract. If there are no problems, let's sign it. Su Sueking excitedly took the USB drive and called out towards the outside of the conference room. Sister Li. Zhang Li had been waiting outside, and when she heard Su Sueking call her, she immediately pushed the door open and came in. President Su, what is it? Print out 3 copies of this contract and send them over. Su Sueking handed the USB drive to Zhang Li. Yes, Mr. Su. Although Zhang Li is usually very outgoing in front of Su Sueking, the two are as close as sisters. However, in formal occasions, Zhang Li perfectly embodies respect. This is something that Pai Yangyang admires very much. The Su family was still in a daze. The contract had already been revised, so the matter was now set in stone. This happiness came so suddenly. I knew it. Su Sueking is the most suitable person to be the CEO. She said she could bring in investment in 15